To the faithful.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
To Dub Nation.
Steph Curry from downtown again!
And to those who bleed orange and black.
It is out of here!
Good morning. Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
All right, what's up, everybody? Good morning. Happy Wednesday, December 20th. It is the KNBR Murph and Marcus morning show, but Brian Murphy is on vacation, already getting ahead of schedule on his Christmas shopping. So filling in this morning is the one and only Tracy Sandler making her morning show debut. Tracy, good morning and welcome to the morning show. Well, first things first, we got to get Tony to turn your microphone on. There we go, Tracy.
Okay, now
welcome to the world of live radio, Tracy. Welcome in this morning.
That was a good crash course into the world of live radio. Thank you for having me. I'm super excited to be here the next few days, and let's do some radio.
That's it. In the words of my guy, Overnight Dave, who you just met, the guy that keeps the lights on here overnight at KNBR, let's play some radio. We'll have some fun. A lot of storylines to get into, obviously, this weekend. 49ers and Ravens, but let's start with just this morning and the rain and driving in. It's a wet Wednesday morning. And Tracy, I don't know if you've already started looking ahead to the weather reports this Sunday. It seems like we should get clear skies in Santa Clara, but we also know the last time the 49ers faced off against Lamar Jackson and the Ravens, they played in a bit of a monsoon also. So that's a possibility this weekend.
Yes, they did play in a monsoon. Luckily, the Niners have till Monday, and I haven't looked at the Christmas Day weather, so I should probably look at that and get back to you guys. I'm a weather person now. But, yeah, they did play in quite a monsoon. I was at that game. It was something else. It was quite a game in an amazing season for San Francisco. And I look at this team, and I know in the beginning there were some comparisons to that 2019 team. This is a better team, I think. I don't even know that there is a comparison. It's a very different team. Yes, they have a strong defense, but you look at this offense, it's incredible. So very different team that will be squaring off against the Ravens. And on the Ravens side, there are a lot of new faces. But, of course, they still have Lamar Jackson, and that is an important person to have.
Yes, Lamar Jackson walking in as the second favorite to win the MVP, right behind Brock Purdy. So I'm sure we're going to break down Brock Purdy, Christian McCaffrey, Lamar Jackson, the MVP race, and preview the 49ers and Ravens matchup, which could be a Super Bowl preview or a Super Bowl rematch. But there's plenty to get into before we even get to this week's matchup on Monday, because we got 3 games on Monday for Christmas. We got 2 games on Saturday. We got a full slate on Sunday. We've even got a Thursday night game tomorrow, so plenty of football to talk about. But let's talk about you, Tracy, because there might be some people here this morning saying, who's Tracy? Hell, there might be some people of the Tracy Sandler army saying, who the hell is this guy that calls himself the water boy, Marcus Boucher? So as we all know, I'm a host here on the morning show, but you are the founder and CEO of Fangirl Sports Network. Tell us about that and how you got that started.
I am, and I started Fangirl Sports Network. I've been a huge sports fan my entire life. I know every stat. I could analyze anything, but I also really like the lifestyle aspect of sports. I like knowing what players are doing behind the scenes. I like knowing what they're doing in the community. So when I started Fangirl Sports Network, I wanted a place for female sports fans that that had content that was speaking to them. And I felt like that was something that was somewhat lacking, especially when I started it in 2016, that was somewhat lacking in the industry. I originally started just covering the 49ers. We expanded from there, and now we have a whole plethora of content. Community Monday, 5 fun facts. We highlight women in the industry. I have a podcast called Get My Job where we're on hiatus through the holidays, but where I sit down with a woman in the industry every week, talk about her journey, advice, tips she has for women coming into the industry. A lot of men actually really enjoy talking about it as well and listening to it. But that's what we've been doing, and it's been a lot of fun, and we're growing and growing and growing. And in the last 2 years especially, we've been growing at a rapid rate. I have an amazing team of people that work with me. And then, of course, I also cover the 49ers for FGSN.
So tell us about how you got credentialed originally for the 49ers and how you went down that path. Because I know there's a lot of fans that want to get into the industry, and it seems like you didn't take the traditional route of going to one of these big newspapers or sports outlets, and you started your own outlet. So how was that process of becoming a credentialed 49ers beat writer?
Well, when I started originally, I technically started in 2014, 2015, but I took it very seriously. I treated it very much as a business. I had a different job at the time, but I treated it very much as a business. I watched every press conference. I did stories during the week. I did pregame previews. I did postgame stories. I had a podcast, all of the things. And I took that very seriously. And then my background before this was very much in politics and community service and philanthropy. So I worked in nonprofit. I ran 2 city agencies for the former DC mayor. So one of the things that really spoke to me about the 49ers is all the work they do in the community. And they do a tremendous amount of work in the community. So I started to cover all of their community events. And that was really something that I was passionate about, and that was important to me. I think it also showed the 49ers that I was very serious about what I was doing. And the then head of PR at the time gave me an opportunity to come to training camp, and that was that.
That's awesome. And now you travel week in, week out with the 49ers, correct?
Yep, I am with them every practice, every game, wherever they go, I go. So it has been, we've logged a lot of miles this season, but it's amazing. I love what I do, and I've been able to continue a lot of the fangirl stuff in my content. I do Niners Unplugged with the players, where I ask the fun questions, ways you get to know them in a different way. 5 fun facts is kind of my signature that I do with everybody. And so I have a lot of fun content that I do with the guys that kind of just speaks to fans in a different way.
That's awesome. And I've seen a bunch of your content on the website, on Twitter. You do some great work. But I got to ask you, because I think a lot of people listening must be thinking to themselves like, wow, this sounds great. I wish I could be a credentialed 49ers beat writer. But also now you're working both holidays this year. Had to work on Thanksgiving and now on Christmas. What are the Christmas plans for Monday post 49er Raven game, or do they serve out a nice turkey plate during the game?
The press box will probably have a nice turkey plate. In Seattle, they took care of us on Thanksgiving. They gave us a lovely Thanksgiving dinner. Post the game, I'll probably be writing my post-game story. And then it'll be kind of a normal week. I think it'll be fun and festive. I had never actually worked a Thanksgiving game. I've never worked a Christmas game. Because since I've been covering them, they just haven't played on any of these holidays. So there's something cool and fun about that. So post, I'll probably be writing, maybe get to do a little bit of celebrating, but then back to practice on Wednesday because they got a game New Year's Eve. They're playing on New Year's Eve, too.
There we go. And I'm glad that you pointed out that Seattle took care of you in the press box on Thanksgiving, because I did want to ask you about your other press box experiences.
Okay.
And we've been talking a lot recently with guys like Eric Branch and Matt Mayoko and Matt Barrows about what happened in Philadelphia and the fans when they kind of turned around to the press box and allegedly might have tried to open up some windows.
Yeah.
What was that experience like for you out in Philadelphia early this year?
Well, it was a little bananas because there's so much happening and always like tweeting or Xing or whatever it is we do now during
whatever you
the
want to
game.
call it,
And all of a sudden you just hear this banging on the window, and they almost did open one of the windows right in front of Cam Inman, and it was a little scary at first, to be honest. Now, after that, the Eagles, I keep calling them the Phillies. I don't know what is wrong with me. But the
close
Eagles,
enough. They're all fanatics.
I'd love to see the 49ers play the Phillies. I think that'd be super cool.
Yeah, Bryce Harper lining up at quarterback.
The Eagles didn't play so great, so they stopped doing that. There was a lot less to be banging on windows to be excited about. But it was a little bit scary. Last year in the NFC Championship game, they would keep turning to look at us and point at us. And I don't think that they understood. Like, we're not fans. We're reporters.
You're not calling plays, Tracy.
Yeah, we're not calling plays. We're not fans. We're not cheering. We're reporters reporting on a game. But they would turn and look at us and just kind of give us dirty looks. This time, the banging on the window was a little bit intense.
Okay.
However, it was very on brand for Philadelphia.
It sounds like Philadelphia fans. And then we saw those same fans exiting the stadium in the fourth quarter pretty easily after the 49ers taking care of business. And, of course, with Tracy this morning, we're going to talk plenty of 49er football. But, Tracy, we've now gone 8 minutes into the segment, and we got to address the elephant in the room. With your last name being Sandler, is there any relation to Adam Sandler?
There is not, sadly, which is so unfortunate because you are the water boy.
Exactly. So I got to ask, like, where do you come down on Adam Sandler films? And I'm assuming that you have seen the instant classic, The Water Boy.
I love The Water Boy. It's one of my favorite movies ever. Because there are actually, I've seen a lot of Adam Sandler films, but there are a lot I haven't seen. I haven't seen Billy Madison.
Ooh,
I know that's a thing that people don't like about me. But The Water Boy is definitely one of my favorites. It's such a good movie. You know what else I think is an underrated Adam Sandler film? 50 First Dates.
Ooh, that's a good one, too. I like that.
Underrated Adam Sandler.
It's the same date over and over again. But, yeah, Adam Sandler, obviously, I'm a huge fan. That's my nickname. And it's funny because sometimes I do have to clarify. You'll get like a couple of angry texts on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line. Oh, how is Murph going to demean Marcus and call him the water boy? It's like, yo, my last name is Boucher. It's Bobby Boucher. It all works out.
And everyone needs water.
Exactly.
There's nothing demeaning about that.
Exactly. and we'll talk to our buddy, Dwayne Kyper, today, who's now started to call me Water Bud. So, hey, I'm everybody's buddy. We'll get a good friendship going this morning. Now, does a Tracy Sandler have any nicknames she likes to go by?
A lot of people call me TS, which isn't all that original, but people do call me TS.
Okay.
I get a lot of T-Mac is what I get a
like
lot.
that.
And then Cam Inman sometimes calls me Lady FG because Fangirl.
Okay.
Fangirl Sports Network. So and FG was Frank Gore. So he'll call me Lady FG. Or he'll just call me Fangirl. So a lot of people call me Fangirl.
Perfect.
Because of the company name. So those are a few of them. TS seems to be a big one.
Okay.
But
Well,
I kind of like
I like
TS.
the sound of that. It's the Fangirl and the Water Boy on the morning show this morning.
I love it.
It works out perfectly, Tracy. And the reason why I actually wanted to ask you is because there was a rookie last night for the Warriors who goes by the name Trace. I'm talking about Trace Jackson Davis. So here we are talking about Trace this morning with Tracy Sandler.
Trace I get a lot too.
And Klay Thompson actually had a really funny clip. We'll play it later in the show where he talked about Trace Jackson Davis being named Baby T. But because last night he got his first double-double, now he's Trace Jr., but he refuses to just call him Trace because of his brother Trace Thompson.
Which makes sense.
Who makes sense, former Major League Baseball player.
And Los Angeles Dodger.
And there it is, Tracy. That's something we got to dive into
Los
this
Angeles
morning.
Dodger.
Also, you're following the arrow straight to it. Now, you're originally from Los Angeles?
I am.
Okay.
I'm between LA and the Bay now.
Okay, and so yes, as we talked about the elephant in the room about Adam Sandler, we got to talk about your ties to the Dodgers.
I am a diehard Dodger fan.
Okay.
Please don't turn off your dials. I'm a very nice person.
No, I like the honesty.
I'm a diehard Dodger fan. Though you really can't miss it. Like if you do follow me on social media, my love of the Dodgers is I'm not quiet about it. I do love them. We've had an excellent week and a half over in Dodgerland. And I'm very excited about them, but I very much bleed blue. And I'm a huge Michigan football fan, so bleeding blue is kind of like my thing.
Oh, you've got multiple shades of blue.
Yes, multiple shades of blue. And a little maze.
Okay, I like it. And obviously, I'm guessing that you were a fan of the Shohei Ohtani signing.
Very much so.
I mean, who isn't?
I was such a fan of that.
Except for Giants fans, obviously.
Except for Giants fans who are not fans of signing at all.
No.
I am a very big fan. It's funny that Friday, we'd heard all this. He's going to Toronto. He's on the plane. And I was writing a piece of content we do on Fangirl called the Friday Five. And I'm like waiting because I want to put in the Friday Five. And it goes live at 4 Pacific. So at that point, I was like, okay, it's not happening. I also had kind of just accepted this isn't happening. He's going to go to Toronto. Where there's smoke, there's fire. There's too much conversation around it. It felt kind of like a big fail since this was the thing they need to do.
Yeah.
And I believe I tweeted, well, then they better get Cody Bellinger back because that is my favorite.
Okay.
And I'd accepted it. And then Saturday morning, Bailey, who is on my team, texts me, Trace, dreams do come true. And I'm not embarrassed to tell you I got a little teary. I was so excited.
Yeah, see, Giants fans were getting teary-eyed for another reason.
Right.
It's a dream for Dodgers fans,
Yes.
but it was a nightmare for Giants fans.
Yes.
But I do like getting the other perspective. Like, we bring on LA Times guests all the time, Bill Shake and Bill Plaskey, all those guys, and some people get angry that we even bring them on air, but I think it's important to get the opposite kind of viewpoint. And that's why I would like to ask you, as a Dodger fan, your honest opinion about the Giants. When you look at this roster, are you intimidated at all? Or is it just, it's another easy win for the NL West for the Dodgers this year?
Right now, I don't find the roster particularly intimidating, but there is a long way to go. And I think the Giants, in theory, are trying to build back that winning culture. It's funny for me with the Giants. I don't hate the Giants. And I think it's because I'm in the Bay Area so much. I do cover another professional sports team in the Bay. I don't hate them. Do I want the Dodgers to beat them every time? Absolutely. Was that check swing in the NLDS like one of my favorite moments of my life before Cody and before the one before being Cody Bellinger hitting that RBI? Yes. But I don't hate the Giants. Okay. And I do think for rivalries, it's better when both teams are good.
Correct.
So I would rather the Giants be good because that season, 2021, that was so fun and so exciting. Every game mattered. That was an incredible experience. I was at the one and done game for the Dodgers where Chris Taylor hit the home run. I was at multiple NLDS games. That was so fun. It's better for the rivalry.
Oh, it's fantastic.
So I hope the Giants become more competitive. I just can't have them sign Cody Bellinger because that would really upset me.
Hey, who knows? We keep on seeing tweets about Farhan Zaidi cooking. Of course, we know Jung-Hoo Lee now with the Giants, Korean superstar. We'll see if he's a superstar in the States, and we'll see.
I like that he asked if he looked handsome. I thought that was really
endearing. That was great. Got a great
reaction
reaction at the Warriors game, too, being at Chase Center. So we'll talk some more Jung-Hoo Lee, talk some Giants, talk some Dodgers this morning with Dwayne Kyper also. And I also want to dive into this kind of pocket of fandom because I know a few people, too, that also rep the 49ers, but rep the Dodgers, which doesn't seem like the easiest outcome or combination because NorCal versus SoCal. So where do those roots come from being a SoCal girl, but being a 49er fan?
Well, for a lot of us in Southern California, there wasn't a team for a long time. And also the 49ers, they're good and they were likable. They were easy to like. You had Joe Montana, you had Jerry Rice. So it was Steve Young. You just had all these incredible players, and I'm not naming the gazillion of them, but I'm just going with the three that obviously come to everyone's mind eventually, immediately. But I think that's what it is. There wasn't a team. You had this great team up north, and so it's not as unusual as you would think.
Okay.
It felt like it was super unusual. I said to people, before I was a reporter, when I was a 49ers fan, it was actually weirder that I liked the 49ers than the Dodgers. I grew up on the Dodgers. We've had the same season tickets in our family since the stadium opened in 1962. I grew up on that team. But I think that that's what it is, that there just wasn't really a team to root for in L.A., and I think that's why that happened.
Interesting. I'm sure there's probably some people listening this morning who might be in the same situation, /Dodgers, /Giants, /Niners, whatever, however you want to shake it out. So we'll talk Giants, we'll talk Dodgers, we'll talk 49ers, and we have to talk about the Warriors a little bit this morning, Tracy. Steph Curry calling night-night on the Celtics last night. Possibly the biggest win of the season for the Warriors. So we'll dive into the Dubs on the other side. But right now, it's time to take a break. And it's Marcus and Tracy, a.k.a. the Waterboy and the Fangirl, on the KNBR Murph and Marcus show this morning on 104.5 FM at 680 AM, the sports leader. It's the Fangirl and the Waterboy on the morning show this morning.
I love it.
It works out perfectly. Nick Bosa stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes to talk about the 49ers matchup this weekend against Lamar Jackson on Christmas Day and the origin behind the Sackaroonie call. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
Now, back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
10-second difference, game clock, shot clock, Curry. Spinning, corkscrew move, inside, no! Paul gathers it in, clock at 3, Curry, 3! Oh, there's the knee! What a shot! Oh, my goodness. Stephen Curry, once again, continues to show us why the greatest shooter to ever play the game of basketball. And then we talked about the memes, the night-night. Here comes Holiday, shot away. Golden State wins in overtime by 6. Golden State trailed 87-70 in the third quarter. And they come back to win it, forcing OT. Curry with a big fourth quarter and overtime, putting in 20 and finishing with 33. Klay Thompson, 24 with 6 threes. And the Golden State Warriors go to 13-14, 7-6 at home. They win their third consecutive game.
Night. Last night at Chase Center. In case you missed it, waking up early, it was a late night special for all the Dubs fan. Steph Curry and the Warriors battled back down 17 points against the Boston Celtics. And there was Steph Curry hitting the dagger in the fourth quarter, playing the entire fourth quarter with 5 fouls into overtime. Steph Curry takes over in the fourth. Our guy Klay Thompson hits a couple big threes, and the Warriors end their night with a victory. And, of course, you probably heard the postgame show with our guy John Dickinson, who's going to be stopping by as a guest this morning at 9:35. But right now on the Murph and Marcus Morning Show, it's the fangirl and the water boy, Tracy Sandler, filling in for Murph this morning. So, Tracy, I know like the hardest part about this job is explaining to people how late we have to stay up to watch Warriors games or Giants games and then wake up early in the morning and have enough energy, get enough sleep to talk about it. But let's get your breakdown on the Warriors. A little bit of an up and down season so far this season, but having a team like the Boston Celtics come into your home last night without Draymond Green and the youngsters getting the job done, Warriors arguably got their biggest win of the season last night.
It seems like it, and it feels like, I know it's only December, and there's a long way to go in basketball season, but it feels very much like a statement win because this is a team that's been up and down on the court from what I have been paying attention to. Certainly up and down off the court. There's been all the Draymond Green stuff, and that's been kind of a mess for this team. So for them to have that win, and it's funny, you talk about staying up late. This is my first morning getting up at 3:30 a.m. to do this.
Welcome to the grind.
Which is fine, but I went to bed a little earlier. So when I went to bed, Steph had 5 fouls, and I was like, this isn't. And they were down. I was like, this probably isn't going to end great. So we'll talk about that tomorrow. So to wake up to them winning and having such a win, and I mean, Steph Curry is such an incredible player. He is an incredible shooter. He's an incredible leader. And I do think he is the kind of player that when he's on your team, you're never really out of it, despite everything else going on. Klay Thompson coming up big. I know that he has struggled early in the season. Some of that you talked about, Trace Jackson. Yeah. So I don't know. I think it's a very exciting win for the Warriors. I imagine Warriors fans will wake up with a bit of, if they're not up already, with a bit of a spring in their step this morning, or a spring in their Steph. There we go.
Ooh, I like it, Tracy.
There you go, spring in their step.
But I think you read that situation correct because I saw a lot of people on social media last night kind of say the same thing. When Steph got his 5th foul in the third quarter, like, oh, this isn't looking good. You're going against one of the best teams in the NBA. Jason Tatum did have an ankle injury early, came back into the game. But you're thinking in that situation like, oh, this isn't looking good. Klay's been struggling recently. He has turned it around, and that's something that I do want to talk about this morning because, Tracy, there's one thing you should know about me. I am a Klay Thompson defender.
Okay.
And for the last couple of weeks, hell, the entire NBA season, we've had people on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line. I've heard people on air at this station. I've heard people on air nationally talking about trading Klay Thompson. Oh, Klay Thompson is washed. Klay Thompson can't do this. Klay Thompson can't do that. Well, Tracy, I'll tell you, over the last 4 games, he's hit 23 of 43 of his three-pointers, which causes me to hit this drop this morning.
Hold that, haters!
And that's Klay Thompson just pretty much telling everybody to shut the hell up because you brought it up. We're still in early December.
very early.
And like people always joke about, especially with the NBA season, the basketball season doesn't really start until Christmas Day. And so that's why it was frustrating seeing people pile on Klay Thompson saying, you need to trade him. You need to get rid of him. We're literally talking about one of the greatest shooters in NBA history, and Klay routinely throughout his career has been a slow starter, but now you've seen him step up in these last 3-4 games, and especially in the absence of someone like Draymond Green, he shows that this Warriors core can still produce even at this stages of their career.
Well, and we see this in the NFL a lot. Teams that struggle the first couple weeks of September, fire this guy, trade that guy, get rid. It's early. What are you doing for the NFL? What are you doing in November, December? When you look at the Niners' 3-game losing streak, they come back from the bye. They're like a different team. Everybody was calling for Steve Wilkes to get fired. Now the defense looks incredible.
Now we got sideline Steve.
Yeah, now we got sideline Steve. They got to stop the run, but we'll get to that later. But it's a similar thing, and you just can't make these. That's part of being a fan. That's
correct.
Part of it. But these rash decisions, and that's why fans don't run the teams.
Yeah.
I think it's for the best, because otherwise we'd make decisions that probably aren't necessarily for the best.
Correct. And when you have a guy like Klay Thompson, who's a 4-time NBA champion,
Absolutely.
I think him, Steph, and Dre all deserve to retire with the team. Now, the Draymond Green situation is a little bit differently, and I do want to ask you a little bit about not the comparison to someone like Ja Morant, who made a return last night for the Memphis Grizzlies, had a game winner after serving his 25-game suspension. But first, I want to talk about the opportunity that has been created by Draymond Green not being in the lineup, whether that's guys like Tracy Jackson Davis, who I thought last night really had a breakout game. We were talking earlier about his nicknames and how he's gone through.
I like Trace's, so I'm into it.
Exactly. And so he's gone through the pedigree of going from Baby T to Trace Jr. We'll see what his next nickname is handed out by Klay Thompson. But last night, first double-double of his career, had a couple big blocks on Jaylen Brown down the stretch, and really seemed like he gave this Warriors roster some youth and some energy. And I know that's something that we're going to get in today with our big hit, is this 2-timeline kind of system that we've been talking about forever with the Warriors. And it seemed like that 2 timelines kind of went off the rails when Jordan Poole was traded to the Washington Wizards and James Wiseman got sent out to Detroit. But now we're looking at guys like Brandon Podziemski, who did leave the game yesterday with a back injury. Hopefully, good news on him. They're saying it might not be too serious, and he could be back as soon as the Warriors' next game. But you look at Trace Jackson Davis, you look at Jonathan Kuminga, who stepped up last night with phenomenal defense on a guy like Jaylen Brown, on Jason Tatum, 2 of the best players in the NBA. And now you're kind of see some of that confidence with Moses Moody, with Kuminga, with Trace Jackson Davis. I mean, you see it all the time in the NFL. Look how much confidence a guy like Brock Purdy is playing with right now.
Absolutely.
And he's still only 23 years also. So it's something to say about these young guys stepping up for the Warriors, Tracy.
Well, and that's what happens when something, it's unfortunate, obviously, what's happened with Draymond Green, but when something like that happens, whether it's an injury, it's next man up or next woman up, depending on the sport. And that's what's happening here with Warriors. So the young guys are getting an opportunity, and that gives them a chance to play with confidence. You can't play with confidence if you're not playing. And so that's an important thing. You need the reps, and I think it is important because you're right, with these 2 timelines, you have the leaders like Klay, you have Steph Curry, but these younger guys are the future of this team. They're not going to play forever. So you want to give those guys some minutes, and you want to see what they can do. And if they're energized and exciting, and they bring a little bit of youth and excitement. We saw it in New York with Aaron Rodgers and Sauce Gardner. We never got to see it actually on the field.
With the custom handshakes and everything.
And he was energized by this team in a way that he was maybe going to retire. He's been energized by this team. We'll see what happens. But I think there's something to be said for that. That's fun for the fans. It's fun for the team. And it ultimately will be good for the team.
And also, just because you bring up the name Aaron Rodgers, obviously there's some big news yesterday as it was Aaron Rodgers game day on the Pat McAfee show. Now he's officially done for the season.
I am
shocked by
this information.
Is anybody shocked?
No.
I really thought ayahuasca was going to be the answer for a torn Achilles.
He tore his Achilles. He was done for the season, but I'm glad that he had everyone talking about it all season long and really kept himself as part of the story.
That's it. So I guess the darkness retreat didn't work out too well for Aaron Rodgers, but maybe that could be a solution for someone like Draymond Green. Now, there's been a lot of suggestions. I know he's going to start counseling. I don't know if he's going to go into a dark room or start taking ayahuasca like Aaron Rodgers, but it's interesting hearing the narrative around Draymond Green. Like last night, Shaquille O'Neal on Inside the NBA on TNT was talking about how he doesn't think Draymond Green needs counseling because of what he did on the court and the person that he is off the court. Now, you compare that to someone like Ja Morant, who just served his 25-game suspension for incidents off the court.
Right.
We saw him go through counseling. We saw him go through therapy. But it was an interesting reaction last night. Ja Morant hits the game winner against the New Orleans Pelicans. But then he also goes running down the hallway saying, I kept the receipts. I kept the receipts. Now, to me, I'm thinking, what are the receipts? Is it the receipts of him getting in a fight with a teenager in his backyard?
Right.
Is it the receipts of him pointing a laser pointer at a bus? Like, there's so many things and so many reasons that led to this 25-game suspension, and it seems like it's all just kind of getting pushed aside now because he came back, hit the game-winning shot, and now everybody's back on the Ja Morant kind of hype train. And we've seen this before in sports. Winning cures everything.
Always.
But I'd kind of like to get your breakdown of what we've seen from Draymond Green, Ja Morant, and that whole storyline with the NBA suspensions.
Well, I think with Ja Morant, it remains to be seen. Do you consider to see this off-court stuff? If that stuff stops and we don't see any of those behaviors again, the counseling worked. It was great. He hit the game winner, and everybody will move on. I mean, we want to forgive people. If we give people second chances, we all deserve a second chance. So if it worked and all of that behavior stops, great. With Draymond Green, I mean, Shaquille O'Neal makes a really good point, and I've seen other Warriors people on Twitter say the same thing. Is counseling the issue? I mean, clearly there is an anger issue on the court that needs to be dealt with. But you're right. The off-the-court stuff, you don't see that, at least as far as we know.
Correct.
So I don't know exactly what the answer is there, but if there are anger issues, you can't be hitting people on the court. Maybe he didn't mean to, but when there's a history that comes into play, and it's hard to ignore that. So we'll see if it makes it. Or Draymond Green, the thing with Draymond Green is he's a tremendous player, and he's been tremendous for the city. He's been tremendous for the Warriors. As you said, you'd like to see him retire with the Warriors, and you want him to leave whenever he leaves or retires on good terms. He's been tremendous for this team, so you don't want this to cloud it. So I hope that whatever it is they're doing works, and he doesn't have his issues, because you can't be getting suspended in the finals, whether anybody thinks it's fair or not. You can't put yourself and your team in a position to have that happen. Wait, was it the finals or was it the Western?
It was the finals.
Finals.
Well, it's been both, actually.
Okay, so
the divisional round against Sabonis in the finals against LeBron.
I think my point has been made.
There it is.
You can't have that happen.
But it's also interesting because we know that this is kind of how Draymond Green is wired. And it's also what makes him such a great player and such a great defensive player. When you look at him being undersized, like he's kind of one of the big reasons why the Warriors have gone with that small ball lineup. But again, going back to Ja Morant, I heard him at the post-game presser yesterday saying, I've got to be Ja. I can't change who Ja is. Well, the reason why they gave you a 25-game suspension is because they wanted to change who Ja was off the court. Now, again, I think this is two different scenarios between Draymond on the court versus Ja off the court. And bottom line is, it's going to be up to Draymond Green to decide whether or not he wants to get help, if he wants to go to therapy, because as we all know, you have to start within. The first step is admission and realizing it. So, that's the big thing with me with Draymond Green. Does he want to change the type of player he is?
The type of player he is, no, but I think there is a line. And there are tough physical players who aren't getting suspended like this. And I think with Ja Morant, maybe they don't want to change who Ja is, but these off-the-court behaviors do need to change for everybody's sake. Because if he went a step farther or a couple steps farther, things could go really badly.
Yeah.
So you can keep that passion, but you still can't take it to that level where you cross
Correct.
the line.
It's kind of like what we're seeing with Dre Greenlaw with the 49ers.
Yes, though I don't think it's a fair comparison.
Okay.
I don't think it's a fair comparison because I think with Dre Greenlaw, he's a tremendously physical player, but he really, it's a tough one. It's a tough line. I think what happened in Philadelphia was very unfortunate, but when you look back on it, you also have a situation where someone not, like as Kyle Shanahan said, someone not involved in the game should not be saying something to the player in that way and going after the player in that way. We've seen him get ejected before. There was a quarterback hit, I believe it was last year. When you watch the hit, just the law of physics, you can't make the hit. So you're going to get ejected. But the law of physics made it really hard for him not to hit him helmet to helmet. But you have to work on that. But that, I think, is more physicality and learning technique in that way. And with Dre Greenlaw, you definitely have that fine line. I just feel like it's not the most fair comparison.
I understand. And we hear that comparison a lot. But, hey, if we're going to compare Warriors and 49ers, how about we switch gears and talk 49ers on the other side with the 49er fangirl herself. It's Tracy Sandler filling in for Brian Murphy this morning and the Waterboy Marcus Boucher on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
There's nothing wrong with great mind.
San Jose, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's sports leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Favorite toy? I was a big Army Man guy. One Christmas, my dad built a giant. I had my blocks. He got me some blocks, so he built a big, Army base. Had an Army battle going on, and that was the highlight of my. I could sit there for hours and play with those.
Oh, the innocence of a Nick Bosa yesterday on the afternoon show with Tolber and Copes. And, of course, we're back this morning getting you ready for Christmas Day, the matchup between the 49ers and the Ravens. Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher this morning, and our girl Tracy Sandler filling in for Brian Murphy. Now, Tracy, did you ever have any Army men growing up, or what was your favorite Christmas gift growing up?
Well, I celebrate Hanukkah.
Oh, okay.
So
well,
I'm
happy
trying.
Hanukkah.
Thank you very much. My favorite was a little toy called Baby Skates.
Oh, Baby
I loved
Skates.
her, and
okay.
you pressed a button and she skated. She was amazing. I still get little things for Christmas, but
There you
Baby
go.
Skates, I remember her well, and she had this real cute little pink top and yellow shorts and these little blonde pigtails. And then you push a button and she would just go skating away, and then she'd skate back. I thought she was the coolest thing in the entire world. That was my Army toys. But listening to Nick Bosa, I had to laugh. I mean, it's so Nick Bosa, and it's just so perfect. He's the best.
I mean, the way he speaks, his cadence, his tone of voice, you're like, wait, this guy's the former defensive player of the year. Like, this guy's one of the biggest monsters in the league, and he's just so chill, so relaxed. And it doesn't surprise me that he's a fan of Army men because he plays in the trenches.
Yes,
and obviously, that's something that we need to talk about this week going into the 49ers and Ravens matchup, because here comes Lamar Jackson. Here comes the #1 overall rushing offense in the league. And we saw the 49ers get gashed a little bit last week by the Arizona Cardinals. Now, some big injuries with Javon Hargrave, with Eric Armstead. Still don't know their status because we have not heard from Kyle Shanahan yet this week. But, Tracy, what was your breakdown last week seeing James Conner, Kyler Murray, and the Arizona Cardinals have success running the ball against the 49ers D-line?
Well, and Kyle said they have a chance. He said Monday they have a chance to play this week. But, yes, we really do not know their status. The thing is, no matter who's out there, that can't happen.
No.
And they do have the #1 rushing attack. Now, the Ravens are going to be without Keaton Mitchell.
Correct.
So that will change things for them. But no matter who's out there, they have to clean that up. Because the thing with football, there's this idea of when they get healthy, but great. One of them comes back as football. someone else could go down. So that can't be something that happens. They are a little bit thin right now at defensive line, but it is something they're absolutely going to have to clean up, and it will not be easy with Lamar Jackson. I don't know if they kind of go back to what they were doing with Jalen Hurts and how that worked, but it's going to be a tough matchup for them. But that run defense, if there was anything in that game that was concerning, it was the run defense. And if that happens Monday night, they're going to have a very difficult time.
And that's the tricky part with Lamar Jackson. We were talking about this earlier this week with Tim Ryan and how good of a quarterback he is, not only running the ball, but also passing the ball.
Incredible.
And so that's why it's hard, because we saw the strategy of the 49ers defensive line with Chris Kasarik and Steve Wilkes having the disciplined pass rush to keep Jalen Hurts in the pocket. Now, when we spoke to Tim Ryan earlier this week, he said Lamar Jackson is a better passer than both Jalen Hurts and Kyler Murray. So where do you kind of pick your poison? Do you let Lamar try to beat you with his arm, or do you actually challenge him and have him scramble outside of the pocket?
Gosh, that's a great question. This is the reason I am not the defensive coordinator of the 49ers, but I think you do have to challenge him. You need to make him uncomfortable is what you have to do. So I think you need to challenge him to get him outside of the pocket, because Tim's right. Lamar Jackson is an incredible passer. And at the end of the day, the job of the quarterback is to throw the football. So I think you have to make him uncomfortable and try to get him out of the pocket, because he will hurt you. And they're already going to be hurting in the run game, so it's something you're going to have to take advantage of.
Yeah, and we saw back in 2019, last time Lamar squared off against the 49ers in his MVP season. Now, we do have to talk about the weather in that game, and it is a wet San Francisco morning today. Not sure what the weather report's going to be this weekend. I looked ahead on the forecast. They said it could be dry, but with weather, who knows? It could change every single day, so not really too much reading into that. But in that ball game, Lamar Jackson rushed for over 100 yards, and they ran the read option over and over and over again. And you know, in football, you have to have your read option responsibilities down. There's got to be someone for the dive man. Someone's going to have a hat on Lamar Jackson the entire game. Now, it seemed like in 2019, they did not have that type of success. So what challenges does Lamar bring, not just scrambling outside the pocket, but in the read option game, whether it is Justice Hill or Gus Edwards in the backfield?
Tremendous. I mean, it's tremendous. And it's a difference, kind of when I went to the beginning. They are different teams, but Lamar is Lamar. And so they're going to have tremendous challenges to that. And it's something that these 49er defenses have been challenged on since 2019 before, but those teams weren't as good. So we'll go from 2019. Yeah. But this is something 49ers defenses have always had issues with. So they are going to have to be on their game, so to speak. And they're going to have to figure out what went wrong the other day besides injuries, because it's not just injuries. And they still need to be able to stop the run. And stopping Lamar is going to be really tough in all of the ways. They're going to have to be on top of that. It's going to be, it's a challenge. It's definitely a challenge. But I think, again, it's making him uncomfortable. That's what they have to do. It's going to have to be the pressure, bringing pressure to him and making him uncomfortable, because if you can make him uncomfortable and pressure him to also make mistakes, that's going to be huge for San Francisco.
That's going to be a key, and definitely tackling is going to be a big emphasis.
That's another
this
issue.
weekend.
The last 3 weeks, missed tackles have been an issue for this team. It wasn't just the other day, and they're able to make up for it in a lot of ways. The offense is so good right now that they're able to make up for some of the issues. And then the defense, there are people making great plays. You have Charvarius Ward had a tremendous game the other day. The pick six, the second interception, so people are making plays. But the missed tackles are a pretty serious issue, and they're happening a lot, and they're happening all over the defense. So that is something that's going to have to be an emphasis as well. Because if you get to Lamar and he escapes you, forget it. It's over.
I mean, we saw that just this past weekend with Lamar Jackson against the Jacksonville Jaguars. We've seen it his entire career, which is kind of the crazy part of Lamar Jackson, going back to that 2019 season when he won the MVP. Is it possible that he's an even better quarterback now than he was 2, 3, 4 years ago back in 2019?
Oh, I think he absolutely is. First of all, it kind of goes back to what we were saying with the young guys and the Warriors and Brock Purdy. He's been playing longer, and he's had more reps. He's had more experience, and he's been through more things. He is a better quarterback, and they need him to be on it, because he doesn't have a ton going on. Like we talked about, the injury at running back, his skill position players. It's going to be Lamar.
No Mark Andrews.
This is Lamar's game, and if they lose to Lamar. And I'm not taking anything away from the rest of the Ravens. I'm just saying that'll be where they lose the game. So this is going to be a challenge for San Francisco. Do I think they're up for the challenge? Absolutely. Do I think that they will win the game? I do, and I know we're going to preview it a little bit more later, but I do think they are going to win this game. They're just really hot right now, but if there are two things that they need to work on, it is, of course, the missed tackles and stopping that run. And these are two things that have come up various times throughout the season. Yes, the missed tackles have been a real issue the last 3 weeks, but if you go throughout the season, both of these issues have been issues for this 49ers
Going
defense.
back to the 3-game losing streak.
And actually really even going back before, But again, kind of like what I was just saying, the offense had been able to make up for it in those first 5 games. So these are issues they are going to have to work on. And for a team that wants to win the Super Bowl, those are the things that make a difference.
Yeah, definitely a key matchup this weekend is the 49ers trying to contain Lamar Jackson in the pocket. Obviously, we'll get into the 49ers offensive breakdown with guys like Brock Purdy and Christian McCaffrey, both in the MVP conversation. But there's Lamar Jackson also at the top of the list in the odds also. So coming up in a little bit, we're going to talk about those MVP odds and if this weekend is a big MVP moment for either Brock Purdy or Lamar Jackson and how much impact that will have in the MVP race. But coming up next, Tracy, it's our 49er Player of the Week. Yesterday, me and Murph had Colton McKivitz on, so we'll get into the trenches. I don't think we're going to talk about Army men like they did yesterday with Nick Bosa, but we did talk about some duck hunting and talked about that offensive line, Trent Williams, Christian McCaffrey, and of course, Brock Purdy. So on the other side, you will hear from right tackle Colton McKivitz on the KNBR Morning Show. Marcus Boucher, Tracy Sandler this morning on KNBR 104.5 FM at 680 AM, the sports leader.
Lamar is a guy.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
All right, welcome back to the Murph and Marcus Morning Show. Brian Murphy already on Christmas vacation. So it's the fangirl herself, Tracy Sandler, filling in this morning. And of course, Tracy, we're going to talk a lot of 49er football this morning. And it makes sense because it's not only Christmas season, it's bird hunting season also. 49ers with wins over the Seahawks, over the Cardinals, over the Eagles, and now they're trying to add the Ravens to their bird hunting collection, Tracy.
And that is another difference between the 2019 team. The 2019 team, the only games they lost were against bird teams. It was the Ravens, the Seahawks ones, and the Falcons. That was an upset. So can they hit all the bird teams this year? We shall see. But I said this was a better team, and clearly I'm right based solely on bird teams.
Here we go. We're going bird hunting this season, but actually this morning, we're going to go duck hunting because joining us as our 49er Player of the Week is the one and only Colton McKivitz, a West Virginia kid who has now found some hunting spots up in Northern California. Colton, good morning. Thanks for joining us on the morning show today. And you tell us, where's the best place to go duck hunting up in Northern California?
Oh, yeah. You go an hour north, and you're in the best duck hunting in the world right here. You get Benicia, Sassoon Marsh, and then you go up north into the Rice. You got Chico and Calusa, Yuba City up there, geese all everywhere, and then you get ducks in the marsh. So it is prime waterfowl country.
I love it. Now, who's your best hunting mate on the team? Who would be your guy?
Oh, number 89, Charlie Warner.
Okay.
That is Jake Brendel. He's gone. He needs to practice his shooting, but he's he's gone once with me. So no, I try and get as many guys out as possible.
I love it. And this takes us to, and we'll get to the football, but I love hearing life stories. We've never had you on, so I was looking you up, and we knew you went to West Virginia. That everybody knew that. But growing up in what looks to me like southeast Ohio, kind of away from the big city, is that right? Is Jacobsburg your birthplace? Jacobsburg, Ohio, is that right?
Well, you could say it's a little far from big city. Columbus is 2 hours west of us, and Pittsburgh's an hour and a half east. But, yeah, we got to claim Jacobsburg because Centerville's too small of a town to have a post office, so that kind of gives you an idea of, how small it is. But, no, I was born in Wheeling, West Virginia, so I guess the comments of me being a West Virginia boy kind of hold true, but, that's just what it is.
Okay, so Wikipedia gets another one wrong. That's on me. But did you go to high school at Union Local in Belmont? Is that right?
Yeah. I went to high school at Union Local. Yeah.
And is that kind of like a smaller high school? I'm looking at sort of like famous people from there, and they named like a wrestler. They didn't name you.
Yeah, there's I think Nate Davis was his name. Won a couple state titles in high school, and yeah, it's like a bunch of consolidated high schools. So you got Bethesda, Belmont, Flushing, Lafferty, all these small little towns, and then they all consolidate into Union Local.
Would there have been any other kind of NFL players out of that, or are you the guy?
Nope, that's it.
And Colton, I know a lot of offensive linemen have a background in wrestling. Is that something you ever dove into, or what's your athletic background?
Oh, I wasn't getting on a mat. No, I was baseball and basketball, so that was my sports.
A little baseball. What was your position?
First and pitch. I threw a little heat, and then once I knew football was going to be the ticket to get a free college education, I took the football route.
So what was your – we're talking to Colton McKivitz, of course, number 68, 49er starting right tackle, our 49er Player of the Week. So in senior year of high school, what are you going height and weight about?
I don't know, 6'5". I got to 6'6" pretty quick. But I was probably 225 sophomore, and then like 245 to 265 junior year.
Let's talk it. Do we get a radar gun reading on the heater?
No, that was sophomore year, and then I quit after that. I'd say high 80s, somewhere in there.
You must have been an uncomfortable at bat for some kids, huh?
Yeah, I wish I would have been a lefty like my old man. Then I might be playing baseball.
Did your father play baseball?
Oh yeah, he played. He wasn't pro or anything. He got hurt in high school, blew out his knee, but baseball is his sport.
Oh man! So are you like a Cincinnati Reds fan? Is that your squad or?
Pirates.
Oh,
Okay.
It's been tough, hasn't it?
Yeah. They live in, what, the 70s?
Well, I know I'm old enough to remember, but for you, see, you were born in 96. Well, 2012, the Clint Hurdle team, they made the playoffs right when you were in high school.
Yeah, we like the wild card. That's about it.
You lost to Brandon Crawford and the Giants.
We
in a
won't bring
Grand
that up,
Slam.
Cole. We won't bring it up.
So,
all right.
so football becomes your sport. When you were coming out of high school, was how many D1 offers were coming at you, and what was the process like?
Yeah, it was. I didn't know what was recruiting and how it worked. I went to a couple of football camps, and I was like, oh, so this is recruiting, and got a couple MAC offers, and then I had Virginia and West Virginia. I actually originally committed to Miami, Ohio, and then took another visit to West Virginia and decommitted from there, and went to West Virginia. I had a really good relationship with my line coach there, so. West Virginia was a fit for me. They said, I thought I was going to be an engineer and that kind of thing, and I was like, nah, I'm going to wildlife and fisheries of West Virginia. So it was definitely the right fit for me.
When you committed to West Virginia, was the NFL a dream or no?
Not at first. I didn't realize, how good I could be. It was just a way for me to get college paid for. So, once started hearing about it after sophomore year and the junior year, and then thought about possibly coming out junior year and, stayed for the senior. It was definitely full-on NFL from there.
So, yeah, well, you make all Big 12 first team, and at that point now you're the guy. So, left tackle and right tackle in college, is that right?
Yeah, I played 3 years at right, played a little guard in a game, and then went to left senior year.
Demonstrable difference is between playing right tackle and left tackle, is it? Or describe, what do you think?
Oh, yeah, there's a difference all in your hands. I mean, once you get your feet right, the set angles and stuff like that are a little different. But mostly it's the hands. I'm more of a left-handed thrower. So on the right, I'm an inside thrower, and on the left, I'm an outside. So that's a difference you got to work through.
Yeah, and Colton, now you're lining up next to a future Hall of Fame left tackle in Trent Williams. How much advice and how much mentorship can he teach you, even though he is playing left tackle versus right tackle? What are some of the lessons that you can learn from someone like Trent Williams?
Yeah, he's an all right football player. He's helped me a lot, man. We both got here, I was here the same day that he was when he signed, so we met in the hotel, and that was kind of my first interaction with Trent. And, just the little things that he talks about and the little details that he, suggests I work on, and, just the little nuances in the game that, whether it's, what you're getting versus a rush guy or what techniques you can use on the backside of a cutoff. He's got that chop swipe, pull down thing he does, but, I'm not going to try that. Firster wouldn't be too happy. But, just the little things that he suggests is, the knowledge and the wealth of knowledge that guy possesses, and obviously he's a freak of nature. It's just so much to get me to the point where I'm at now in my career.
I don't want to say like starstruck, but meeting him and being a rookie and knowing who he was there a little bit of like, damn, this is Trent Williams?
Yeah, you're like, oh, all right, this is Trent Williams. You hear about the trade and everything, and he comes in and hadn't played in a year or whatever, and he walks in the hotel and you're like, all right, there's Trent. But it's once you get in the room with him, and he's a little more than normal. He's got all his cars and everything, but the guy's just a great leader, and the presence he has on younger guys is something you can't replicate.
And the way you're easy to talk to, he as a media interview is fantastic. To be a player of that level, he's so giving of his mind and time. So it's funny, Colton, and I go back to covering high school sports when I was a sports writer, and it was always the O linemen who were the best interviews. And here it is again. It's an easy conversation with you. Why are O linemen the best interviews?
Oh, because we're just dudes, I guess. Or guys going to work and doing a job. I don't know. We don't. Trent's a little more flashy with his clothes and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, we're all just, guys trying to do a job, and obviously he's at the highest level of it. But
I think he nailed it. Yeah.
Yeah, and Colton, I think you're right on that kind of argument, because you hear a lot of times people refer to wide receivers as divas. Now, that does not seem like it's the case with the 49ers wide receivers, because you're talking about doing a job and going out there and blocking. We heard this weekend about the knockdown hard hat that's being passed out to wide receivers when they get a pancake block. How much does that mean to an offensive lineman to have your wide receivers, your tight ends, your fullbacks, your running backs all committed to the blocking game?
No, it's when you see guys run, 70 yards downfield on the first play of the game to open up versus Seattle, it's just, it sparks another thing. We're all competing. They got their hard hat, and we don't do that kind of thing. But just that they're trying to be at the level we are of blocking and taking that ownership of running downfield and trying to get that extra block to spring a guy, and that's always because we know what our skilled players can do when they do get that open field or a guy misses a block, and misses a tackle, and the more we can keep guys off of them, and now that they're jumping in on it, and JJ's obviously the leader of that crew. But no, it's inspiring, and it just pushes us even harder to chase the ball and possibly get that one extra block that's needed to spring them.
And Colton, just to follow up on the knockdown hat, who gets the final decision of what's classified as a pancake block? Is it the offensive lineman who kind of grant the Sharpie to the wide receiver? How does that process play out?
No, that's all on them, man. I don't know how they do it, but it's got to be a clean. No trips, no slipping. If he gets an ankle clip, no, doesn't count. So I don't know how they run the receiver room on pancakes, but the O-line's pretty stringent on what's a knockdown and what's not.
I love it. Colton McKivitz, our 49er Player of the Week, starting right tackle before they get ready to take on the Baltimore Ravens Monday. So many questions, so little time. We have to ask what it's like to be in the huddle and meeting room with this kid, Brock Purdy, who looks like, they showed his picture as a 9-year-old Pop Warner kid in Arizona on the CBS broadcast. And Colton, he looks just like he looks today. I mean, he's this baby-faced assassin out there. What do you tell people who ask you about the killer that is Brock Purdy, despite his modest background draft-wise and his innocent looks?
Don't let him fool you, I'll tell you that. We found that out in college. We came in there number 6 Iowa State, and he was a freshman and commenced to beat the brakes off us, and, they stormed the field and everything. So I got a quick taste of what Brock Purdy can do on a football field. But, no, man, the guy just – even though he does look like a kid, everyone talks about him being a kid, but, man, he commands the huddle. Even if guys are talking, there's the stories of him telling vets to, shut up in the huddle and listen to him. Just the presence that he brings in the huddle. Even when he went out and came back in, guys' eyes lit up a little bit knowing that he's back in the huddle and he's toughing it out for us. And, the guy's a leader, man. He may not look it, or, people say he's baby face, whatever, but the guy just, the presence he has in the huddle and the way that he, presents himself to everyone, that, the moment isn't too big for him. It's just who he is as a person. The guy's awesome.
Well, you guys played for Jimmy, and everybody loved Jimmy. Like, he had this sort of everyman attitude, but all of a sudden Jimmy's gone, and now Brock's here, and it's like you guys, not only have you not missed a beat, you guys have gotten even more productive. Like, maybe, I don't want you to compare and contrast Jimmy and Brock, but was there a point where you're like, man, I don't know. This guy's new to the business. When did he win you over?
He's still got to work on his voice with the Canes, but maybe that's the only thing that's still a kid a part of him. But nah, man. Just the way he's kind of got that little swagger to him. And all you can do is respect. You just smile and laugh at some of the things he does. And, early on in his career, he ran around the pocket and would, make crazy plays, and just the way the guy acts and plays and presents himself. You just fall in line and follow the guy. You don't want nothing to do but win for him, and he's willing to take a hit on the chin and get up and keep going. Comparing and contrasting, I don't know. Maybe the voice is a difference, but just the way he presents himself, there's nothing to do but play harder for him.
And we'd be remiss to not ask about the other guy in the MVP conversation. That's Christian McCaffrey. You're blocking for a guy like that. There must be times he streaks by you on the field, and you're like, "Whoa, there he goes, huh?"
Well, yeah, you're barely on a guy, and he breaks an arm tackle, jumps through 2 more guys, makes a jump cut, and he goes, another 10 yards, or, gets hit, bounce off, makes a spin move. And, the guy's a unicorn. That's all I can say. He catches the ball, and you're yelling, get up, get up, get up, and runs in for a touchdown last week. And, he runs one in. And, the guy's just a freak. He's just a dude, in the locker room. He's eating duck with me, and, taking it down to the bone. So the guy's all world, man. He's awesome. Yeah. CMC's the best, man.
And Colton, there's been a lot of talking about his work usage, and it seems like Christian McCaffrey wants to be on the snap for every single play. So how confident are you guys every time number 23 gets his number called? And Would you prefer to get the ball even more than he already does?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that one came off the the 3-yard touchdown run Mason got after that 72-yarder. Mm-hmm. But no, man, the guy's a workhorse. He takes care of his body better than anyone on this team, and just the way he approaches every week and taking care of his body. I think he wants, like you said, he wants to be on the field for every play, and we want him on there because you never know when he's going to break one. And I don't think it matters who's in the backfield. We got confidence in him, but when he's back there, you just never know that extra spark, that ability to take it 70. So, having him back there is just an extra little, juice.
Last one for you, Colton, is about your journey. So 5th round, 2020, and then we know and then August of 2021, you get waived and signed to the practice squad, and it's kind of like obviously probably a hurdle, and then you get called back up in November to the active roster, but then in March, in 2022, you got to go on a little IR. So it wasn't going so smooth in 2020, 2021, 2022. And then you sign a 2-year deal with the Niners in March of 2023. And here you are now as the starting right tackle. And some people are like, oh, man, how's it going to go? Well, how it's going is you're 11-3, and you're on one of the top offenses in the league. What would you say about your journey? How the perseverance, the ups, the downs, and to where you are today?
Yeah, a lot of downs. No, this is the up part of it. But no, it's just all been, trials and tribulations, and, having guys like Trent and Lake and, Tom Compton and, those kind of guys to, kind of lead me in a way that, yeah, you're not getting your shot now, but when you do, be ready. I kind of had a couple opportunities rookie year, didn't capitalize on it, didn't realize how fast things got to, progress here with, the way the roster's set up and the way these guys want to win. So you either progress or they move on. And, I didn't realize that second year, got another shot in November, played a game and 2, and then played, pretty good ball last year, got on IR first start, second half, got hurt, MCL. So that was, my first major injury since, sophomore year of high school. So, working through that, came back and, they said I reset the MCL recovery time, so I'm pretty happy about that. But just, getting the op this year, the only thing I can say is not looking back is my biggest thing. Even, there are some up and downs. It didn't start great versus TJ Watt. He's a heck of a ball player and he leads the league in sacks. So got a pretty good trial by fire on that one. But, the way I've just approached the rest of the season has been get better every week, and obviously that's working, and we're rolling right now at 11-3, and it's been a crazy journey, but the only way it counts is if we finish it this year. Man,
oh man, what a great story, and you're part of this great offense and a great interview too. Great, very much enjoyed it. We took a lot of your time. I guess the only thing we ended on is I hear Charlie Warner, small town Georgia, Colton McKivitz, small town Ohio, West Virginia. How's this big bad California lifestyle? Okay, have you guys adjusted to we don't sit on the porch and listen to Zach Brown and all. We're like too city. Are we too city for you guys?
It took me 4 years to figure it out, but I've told some people up north, I was like, I could live here the rest of my life, which is crazy, just because of how you get up north and it's people like me and Charlie, small town, slow living. Very outdoors but the city has its ups, there's more downs than ups, but nah, man, just
I got you. But no, there's many Californias and there's room for the Colton McKivitz, Charlie Warner duck hunting California. Like you could think like Buster Posey of the Giants had a big hunting ranch up in Oroville, I think. And he's a Georgia boy too. And I think you could go live like a semi West Virginia lifestyle in California.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's got everything. Deserts, mountains, snow, everything.
And most important, Colton, ducks, right?
Oh, yeah. We got ducks, baby.
And last question is, what's the best way to prepare it after you bag it?
Oh, we throw it on a smoker? We're going barbecue? What are we doing, Colton?
Hot and fast. You get those you get the little ducks like a teal. It's the best eating duck. You eat 12 minutes, 550 degrees, put some onion and thyme in the belly of it after you skin it. Leave the fat on. You just pluck it. Whole duck. And then the bigger ducks, you got your pintails and maybe a mallard here or there. You do 17 minutes, 550 in a cookie sheet, like a cookie sheet with a little lip on it, 550 degrees, 12 minutes, medium rare. Watch out for BBs, but it is good, man.
You just said it all. Drop the mic. Off you go. Thank you, Colton. Merry Christmas to you, and have a great game Monday night.
Yeah, thanks, Colton.
Yeah, Merry Christmas, man. Thanks for having me.
There he is, Colton McKivitz, right tackle from the 49ers, talking about duck hunting, bird season for the 49ers. And I love that little nugget at the end when he's teaching us how to cook our ducks hot and fast for Colton McKivitz. He said just watch out for BBs.
Yes.
And this is actually interesting, Tracy, because a couple weeks prior, we had Nick Bosa as our 49er Player of the Week.
Okay.
And he was talking about how he had duck for Thanksgiving, and he actually bit into the duck and bit into a BB. Like, could you imagine if Nick Bosa would have ended up on the injury report because he bit into a BB inside of a duck?
I would not have wanted to be in the same room as Kyle Shanahan when he learned that information. So I think we should all be very happy that did not happen.
We've seen plenty of freak injuries in baseball, football, basketball, across the sports world, but that definitely would have been one if
that would have been a first.
If Nick Bosa would have like cracked a molar because he was eating duck for Thanksgiving.
Yeah, that's not something you see every day. I also like to see how they would have put that on the injury report. Nick Bosa molar, like Nick Bosa BB. Like, how do you do that?
Yeah, and I was actually surprised after he passed up on the turkey on Thanksgiving out on the Seattle sideline. Also, he talked about that yesterday on the Tolbert and Cope show. We'll probably play that in the cooler of content. But coming up next, we are going to talk more 49er football. Move on from the defensive player of the year, Nick Bosa, to maybe the offensive player of the year, Christian McCaffrey, and maybe the MVP race coming down to Lamar Jackson and Brock Purdy Monday night, 49er Ravens. We'll talk about it more on the other side. Tracy Sandler and Marcus Boucher on KNBR 104.5 FM at 680 AM, the sports leader.
Hot and fast, 550 degrees, 12 minutes, medium rare. Watch out for BBs, but it is good, man.
Hercules. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Hercules' sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
You want me to get on my soapbox and talk about why McCaffrey should be MVP?
Have at it.
I think the quarterback position is the most important position in sports because obviously if you don't have a quarterback that can play football, it's very difficult to win football games. So I get the importance of that position. I think Brock is having an amazing season. Yes, he is playing an MVP caliber. That's so fun to say. Oh, wow, that's really cool. Good job, Brock. And I love quarterbacks and they do a great job. But the things that Christian McCaffrey and I'll even Tyreek have done this year, and Tyreek's going to figure out a way to get to 2,000 yards in 3 games. He's going to figure out a way to do it probably. But the things that they do consistently every single play and every single time they touch the ball, it's absolutely outrageous. And the fact that they're not higher in the MVP talks or whatever it is, odds in Vegas or wherever, people think they're going to win. I feel like Tyreek and Christian, 20 plus touchdowns, can score more, run game, pass game. Every time he touches the ball, you're it's a highlight reel, it's a hurdle, it's a touchdown. And they're not even hardly into consideration MVP just because they're not quarterbacks. And that really bothers me because it's the most valuable player on the entire team. It's not a quarterback award. Just make a quarterback award if you want to give away a quarterback award.
George Kittle getting up on that soapbox yesterday on the Rich Eisen show, stating his case for Christian McCaffrey becoming the league MVP. A conversation that we've been having all week long here on the Murph and Marcus Morning Show. Of course, Tracy Sandler filling in for Brian Murphy this morning. And Tracy, I'll just throw the question straight up to you. If you had to pick Brock Purdy versus Christian McCaffrey, who's your 49er MVP?
It's so tough, and I know you want me to just give you a 2-word answer because you want their full name. But it's a really tough call. I 100% agree with what George is saying. Christian McCaffrey is incredible, and he's right. Everything that happens, you give him the ball, good things are going to happen. We've only seen one bad thing. In his entire time, he's had one bad thing happen. I'm not even going to mention what it was because the whole game was bad.
Yeah, we don't got to go into that.
But then I look at the NFC Championship game last year, and they lose Brock Purdy, and they lose Josh Johnson, and the game is over. I mean, really, when they lose Brock Purdy, the game is over. So that begs the question, is the MVP a quarterback award? Then George is right. Maybe that's what it should be. Maybe it should be the best quarterback of the league, the offensive player of the year, and maybe you don't have an MVP. Of course, they're going to. But that, to me, is where I struggle, is that I look back at what happened in the NFC Championship game, and when the 49ers lose Brock Purdy, the 49ers, that was it. The game was over at that point. I know people think, well, they could have done this, and then Josh Johnson, and the game was over as soon as Brock got hurt. So that, to me, says then maybe it is kind of a quarterback award. I will say this. How incredible to have 2 MVP candidates on your team and in your offense. But that is where I struggle in this argument. So I guess if I had to pick, I would say Brock. But actually, if I had to pick, I would pick 2. There you go. If I were in charge, I would have a co-MVP situation.
Okay, and we haven't had a co-MVP since 2003. Of course, that was Peyton Manning, Steve McNair. And the last time we saw a co-MVP between a quarterback and a running back was 1997, Brett Favre and Barry Sanders. Now, Barry ran for over 2,000 yards that year, and I feel like that's kind of the standard, or at least what a running back needs to do to even enter the MVP conversation. Because we haven't seen a running back MVP since Adrian Peterson almost broke Eric Dickerson's record. Of course, he went over 2,000 yards. But then again, Derrick Henry went for over 2,000 yards in 2020 and didn't even finish top 3 in MVP. So to George Kittle's point, it does seem like it's solely a quarterback award now. What would Christian McCaffrey need to do to really solidify himself into that MVP conversation? Like, are we talking most yards ever, all-purpose yards that Darren Sproles holds? Or, like,
Maybe.
what kind of record what needs to happen? Because even when Christian McCaffrey had his 1,000 yards rushing and receiving season down in Carolina, he wasn't even the AP Offensive Player of the Year.
Which is bananas.
Yeah.
But I think that's the thing with Christian, and that's what makes him so special. He has over almost 1,300 rushing yards. He has well over 500 receiving yards. It's probably, he's not going to get to 1,000 receiving yards again. He has 20 touchdowns. You give him the ball and good things happen. So I don't really know what else he has to do. And then I think the other thing with all of these awards, it's not just stats, in my opinion. You look at what do they mean to a team.
Yeah.
And so maybe then that becomes the argument for Christian McCaffrey. What does he mean to this team? The 49ers know pretty much without a shadow of a doubt, if they put the ball in Christian McCaffrey's hands, something good is going to happen. That says a lot for a team. But I think with Brock, beyond the stats, his ability to, his vision on the field, his ability to read a defense, his ability to be like, my first read's not available, my second read, I'm going to go with my fourth read and we're scoring a touchdown and I'm going to throw a dime or a dot, as the case may be. Dot seems to be the trendier word now. But that to me says more that if he ended the season with less touchdowns than somebody else or less yards, but what he means to this team, that I think has to be factored in. It's a tough one. I'm glad I'm not voting.
Yeah, and that's why it's always interesting to break down the conversation over, is it the most valuable and who brings the most value to the team, or is it just the best overall offensive player? And I think Christian McCaffrey fits actually both of those arguments because you talk about what he does with the ball in his hands. How about when the ball is not in his hands? The pre-snap motion, the attention that he gets, the way he frees up shots downfield for Ayuk and Debo and all these guys. But it also leads to the counter argument for Brock Purdy that he's surrounded by too much talent, which I think is absolutely ludicrous to hold that against him. I mean, Tracy, we've discussed the system quarterback narrative the entire year. I mean, you've seen plenty of 49er football. You've seen the Kyle Shanahan system, and I think you would probably agree with the take that Brock Purdy has executed the system better than any other quarterback has in Kyle Shanahan's tenure here in San Francisco.
And it's not even close. And I will say one more thing on Christian is Kyle Shanahan said a couple weeks ago, he's the best player he's ever seen without the ball in his hands. That to me goes back to it's just it going beyond the stats. But in terms of Brock Purdy, yes, he's the best quarterback. He's done the best job in the system of anyone we've seen. We also see Kyle Shanahan trust him in a way that we've never seen him trust a quarterback on the 49ers. And with good reason. And he's been incredible. And I don't understand being penalized for having good players around you. They still have to get the ball.
Correct.
But all of these quarterbacks, well, not all of them, but let's say Brock Purdy's predecessor had really good weapons around him. And he was a good quarterback. And he did a great job. And he did a tremendous job for the 49ers. I don't think that Jimmy Garoppolo gets enough credit for what he did to change the culture in Santa Clara.
Oh, definitely.
But Brock Purdy has these weapons, and what he's doing is just opened up the offense in a way we haven't seen. It goes back to what I said about 2019. That's why this is a better offense. It's a better offense because Brock Purdy is running it. So that, to me, is a big thing.
And I want to ask you this real quick before we get to Dwayne Kyper on the other side. How much of a narrative do you think the Christmas Day matchup or Christmas night matchup against Baltimore Ravens matter? Because Lamar Jackson is number 2 in the MVP odds. We've seen the MVP odds shift back and forth from Brock to Dak when Dak beat the Eagles. Now Brock is back in first. It seems like this is a case for not only Brock Purdy, but Lamar Jackson, and the victor could get the spoils, and the spoils would be the MVP trophy.
I absolutely agree with that because I think Brock and Lamar moved beyond Dak and Jalen Hurts this last weekend. So you have Monday Night Football on Christmas. Everybody's watching that game. By Monday night, everyone's basically done with Christmas. So everyone is watching that game. So this is an opportunity for them to showcase. Obviously, to them, it's more important to win the game, but for them to showcase. And I do think that the quarterback who performs better Monday night will end up winning the MVP. It's just that happens. And we're at the end of the season. If this was Thanksgiving night, I might feel differently. If earlier in the season, whatever. But we are towards the end of the season. This conversation has been going on. And I think if Brock Purdy just balls out and has a tremendously incredible game and the 49ers win, I think he will end up being the MVP of the league, which is bananas when you think of this story.
To even think about Brock Purdy from going from Mr. Irrelevant, so potentially the MVP. We had a conversation earlier this week about Charles Davis on the perception of Brock Purdy and how much differently he would be viewed if he was a first-round draft pick versus the last pick of the draft. So, I mean, these are all storylines that we can get into. Lamar Jackson winning an MVP at 22 years old. Here's Brock Purdy at 23. And on Monday night, they'll be squaring off at Levi Stadium, 5:15. You can hear the game, of course, right here on The Sports Leader, and you can get Tracy's coverage live from Levi Stadium on Monday night. We'll continue to talk plenty of 49ers and Ravens Christmas Day matchup, but coming up next, we got to switch gears and talk to our guy, Dwayne Kyper. A little Giants, maybe a little Dodgers. We'll talk baseball on the other side. Some hot stove news with Dwayne Kyper. It's Tracy Sandler and Marcus Boucher on the Murph and Marcus Morning Show on KNBR 104.5 FM, 680 AM, The Sports Leader.
Talking about dot after dot after dot.
Nice pull. Dot after dot after dot.
It is dot. I mean, it's like...
Good morning, Bay Area.
Good morning. Good morning.
The Sports Leader welcomes you to KNBR's Power Hour. There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why we all mimic his call. Time for Murph and Marcus to catch up with Kype.
Sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, welcome back to the Murph and Marcus Morning Show on a Wednesday morning. Joining us now on the UMA guest line is the one and only Dwayne Kyper. And Kype, you've got your water bud this morning, but Brian Murphy is already on Christmas vacation. So filling in this morning is the founder and CEO of Fangirl Sports Network, Tracy Sandler. Kype, she's a big 49er fan, but she's also a Dodger fan. So Kype will welcome you with that message. Hey, Kype, how you doing this morning?
Well, first of all, I'd like to say hi to is it Stacy?
Tracy.
Tracy Sandler.
Tracy. Hi, Tracy. Welcome aboard.
Thank you so much. Good morning.
Yeah, it doesn't bother me that you're a Dodger fan. What would only bother me is if you were born here and then became a Dodger fan.
No, I grew up in L.A. I was born in Los Angeles.
Right,
And
well,
my family's had the same ticket since 1962.
Yeah, so I applaud that. You're sticking with your team. That's great.
That's it. And now she's got Shohei Ohtani to celebrate, Kype.
Yay.
Yeah, well, that's another story for another day. You know what? In all honesty, I never thought it was going to happen. I do think the Giants did. I think they gave it their best shot, and I think they thought they really did have a shot. I just figured that, look, he's been comfortable in Anaheim, which is close enough to L.A. to be L.A. I just thought that for him, maybe he doesn't even have to move. So
yeah, he may not.
But anyway, it's a pretty tough first three in that lineup.
Yeah.
No matter how you hit them, whether you lead off with Mookie Betts or you lead off with Ohtani, Freddie Freeman's probably going to hit second. So that's as good as a 1-2-3 as you're gonna get.
Yeah, Kype, and it really does seem like it's pick your poison with the top of that lineup, whether it's going to be Ohtani or Mookie Betts as the leadoff hitter. But I wanted to talk to you about a man who could be the leadoff hitter for the San Francisco Giants. That, of course, is Jung-Hoo Lee, who had his introductory press conference on Friday. Kype, what was your reaction to Jung-Hoo Lee getting his first introduction to San Francisco Giants media and the fan base?
Well, look, I think everybody agrees. I wasn't at the press conference, but reading and listening to people that were there, he was great, and it was great to see him sitting in between his mom and his dad. I mean, I didn't know really the history of that family where his dad was such a great player in Korea. But he just had, to me, listening to him, he just had this youthful enthusiasm to talk about baseball, to talk about the city of San Francisco, and to talk about the Giants. So if you're looking at how to get off on a good start, I think that he nailed it. Now it's all about getting familiar with Major League pitching, getting familiar with your teammates, and really that's what spring training is all about. So I'm glad he's a Giant, and I'm hopeful that we're going to see a few more additions before spring training. And, there has to be a few more additions because that's what we all want, and that's what we're all hoping for.
Definitely. And going back to the Jung-Hoo Lee introductory press conference, Kype, one of my favorite moments is when he took to the podium and gave a message to Giants fans in English, which shows how much he wants to connect to the fan base. Now, Kype, my question for you is, since Jung-Hoo Lee displayed some English, is there any chance you're going to get some Korean worked into your home run call for Jung-Hoo Lee?
Haven't thought about it until you just asked it. I'm making a bet that his first home run won't be one that leaves the park. His first home run is going to be an inside the park home run because that's what Triples Alley is designed for. He's going to hit a few, but I'm looking forward to seeing, something really the Giants haven't had is speed, enthusiasm, fun, smiles on guys' faces, and I think that's what this kid is going to bring.
And when you talk about other additions that they need to have, who else would you like to see them bring? Because you're right, you haven't seen a lot of smiling at Oracle in quite some time. And I do pay close attention to the Giants for obvious reasons. And I think the youthful enthusiasm is something they need more of. There needs to be a little bit of a culture change. They need to make baseball fun again. It feels like baseball has not been fun in San Francisco.
Well, I mean, if you go back a couple of years when they won 107 games, there was lots of smiles all over the place.
Many.
So, you know, it's not just personality of the player that creates the smiles. In a lot of ways, it does. But it's a winning culture, and if you win games, there's going to be a lot more smiles. The other thing, too, about smiles is you want to see it in the stands.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, and over the years at that ballpark, I mean, it's the happiest place in the city. And that's what everybody's trying to get back to. Get people to come out and want to watch these guys. Get these people to come out and see if they do have a smile on their face. Because if they're smiling, then the people in the stands are smiling. Oh, and by the way, and then the broadcasters are smiling.
Mm-hmm.
And this is really all about us. That's the bottom line.
Most importantly.
Of course. But anyway, yeah, we need to bring the smiles back. And I do believe that the Giants and the people that are in charge, Farhan and that group, I believe they are giving it their best effort to do that. And you know, look, it's not all about just free agents. You might have to pull a trade or two and sacrifice a prospect or two to help improve this team.
Well, we were talking earlier about 2021, and I was saying, as a Dodgers fan, that was such a fun season. And for the rivalry, and as a fan, I want to see that for San Francisco, and Oracle is such a fabulous place to watch baseball. See, guys, I told you, I really don't hate the Giants. And I love going to games there, but I want to see that again. What an exciting season that was with the two teams neck and neck and squaring off in the division series. It'd be cool to see that again.
Well, I mean, I think Mike and I have always said the rivalry is great no matter what, but it's really special when both teams are good.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, even when the Giants have been, their record hasn't been obviously as good the last couple of years. If you look at how the two teams have matched up, it's been pretty even. So you know that rivalry really helps whether you're a great team, a good team, or a below average team. But the bottom line is if they're both really good, then it just makes the rivalry so much easier and so much more fun.
And Kype, we know that a new layer of this rivalry was, of course, the Shohei Ohtani sweepstakes that the Dodgers cashed out on. But now it seems like there's a Yamamoto sweepstakes also, of course, the high pitching prospect out of Japan. Now, it was reported that the Giants did meet with him last week in San Francisco, and it seems like he's kind of the domino piece holding everybody up in the pitching free agency market. What's the latest, your thoughts on Yamamoto and the potential connection to the Giants?
Yeah, it's pretty interesting that the two guys that have held up free agency are both from another country. Mm-hmm. And that's exactly what's happening with Yamamoto. You're exactly right. I mean, Blake Snell kind of has to wait until Yamamoto makes his mind up. Yeah. Jordan Montgomery has to wait. So, yeah, the sooner that situation is resolved, the better for everybody. Mm-hmm. Because I think we just want to see some movement. And there has been movement, but I think we want to see real movement if you're a fan of baseball, especially here in the Bay Area.
Yeah, and you can only kind of dissect what this means for the type of player that Yamamoto is, or the type of player that teams believe that he is, if the former Cy Young winner Blake Snell is waiting for him to sign a deal before he signs with another team. But, of course, Blake Snell is another name that's in the mix for a potential addition for the San Francisco Giants. And, Kop, I kind of want to just ask your thoughts philosophically as a former hitter in the big leagues on what you think of the Giants' current rotation. And if you had the option, would you add a left-handed arm or a right-handed arm to the starting rotation? Because as of right now, Kyle Harrison is the only lefty. I know you bring up Jordan Montgomery, Blake Snell. So do you think it's important for a rotation to balance out between left-handed and right-handed starting pitchers?
Well, look, if in a perfect world, you'd want a lefty. But aside from that, you want somebody that's really good and that can eat up some innings. I mean, you want somebody that can pitch 200 innings, give you a chance to win every day, and pitch through the fifth, into the sixth, and maybe even into the seventh. I don't care if the guy's right-handed or left-handed. If he can do that, then I want that guy on my pitching staff. Giants bullpen is really good, and they've been overused over the last couple of years. And I think with Brian Price, the new pitching coach, and the whole philosophy now is to see if you can get those starters past the fifth inning and beyond so that you don't have to use those bullpen guys so much. I mean, if you can do that, I mean, that's the perfect world. But I do think we're going to see a different philosophy. And we may end up seeing a different philosophy at the plate, too, with Pat Burrell. And so, we'll see what happens. But there's still enough time in this offseason to make things interesting before spring training. By the way, I don't know if you were going to lead to this or not, but I had coffee with Buster Posey on Monday. And after Andy Baggerly wrote that story about Ohtani and free agency in the city of San Francisco, I think there was a lot of misconception as to what Buster was trying to say. And it's hard for me to go into all the details, but Andy Baggerly, I think it was yesterday or the day before in The Athletic, I mean, it took me 10 minutes to read his explanation as to what Buster was trying to say and how he felt the perception from some of our fans was to what Buster said. And it would be much easier for me to say, and I'm not trying to sell The Athletic, but it would be much easier if fans are really interested in to know what went on is to go to The Athletic and read Andy Baggerly's, I think it's called his mailbag or whatever.
Yeah.
Because he covers it. I mean, he covers it thoroughly. And I thought it was excellent. So anyway.
And no, Kype, I'm glad you actually brought that up because I did want to ask you about that. And based off of the Jung Ho Lee comments from his press conference and even him landing back in Korea, one of the main things that he talked about is how beautiful the ballpark is here down at Oracle Park. Like even Tracy, as a Dodger fan, will tell you how much he loves the ballpark. But Kype, you've seen essentially every game that's been played in the ballpark. So what are your thoughts on the overall big picture? I mean, we had Buster Olney and Ken Rosenthal on the show, and they confirmed Buster's comments that perception is reality when it comes to these free agents and these players deciding whether or not they want to come to San Francisco. What's your breakdown on the perception versus reality of free agents coming to San Francisco?
Well, I mean, look, when ball players come in as visitors, they're gonna talk. Ball players talk, whether it's to your teammates or guys on other teams, and then there's going to be a perception that this is the way it is all over the city, and it's not. There are pockets in every city that are vulnerable to all of the different things that go on. So, this is. I mean, the whole point Buster was trying to make is there's a presumption. That's it. Mm-hmm. And it almost seemed like people around the country were circling San Francisco when they were circling it for all these different reasons. But you can make that circle in every large city in the country, and even in some of the smaller cities in the country. So the problems that the city of San Francisco has are not unique to San Francisco. There are problems in L.A., there are problems in San Diego. I mean, and I'm just talking about the California cities. So just read Andy Baggerly's article. He's going to say all of this stuff a lot better than I'm trying to say.
I would agree with that, and I think really when it comes down to it, it's kind of what you were saying before. Winning fixes everything, and winning brings smiles, and that's what the perception is. Are they building a ball club where winning is a priority, and they're going to do everything they need to do that? So that, to me, would be
and I agree. And the other thing too is everybody writes the same thing about Oracle Park and how beautiful it is. And I mean, look, where we sit, we get to see the water, we get to see the Oakland Hills, we can see the tip of Mount Diablo. We got the best seat in the house, unless you're probably in the upper deck where you can see a lot more. But usually the stories that are written about Oracle Park are, what a great, fabulous, beautiful ballpark that hitters don't like. It's like all in the same sentence.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you don't win 3 world championships because the ballpark sucks for hitters. It does mean that you have to have a really good pitching staff, starters, bullpen, and that's how, realistically, they won those 3 world championships. But they had hitters, and they had hitters that wanted to go there. So I get tired of reading about how it's an awful place to hit. Nobody complained for those years. And, you know, guys rarely complain now. I mean, sometimes you can see, you know, guy hits a ball out to Triples Alley. In other ballparks, it would be a home run or at least a double, and the right fielder catches it. You can see body language sometimes of guys that kind of drop their shoulders. But overall, I'm going with Oracle Park is a beautiful ballpark, and that's it.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that, Kype. Of course, Dwayne Kyper is our guest this morning on the UMA Guest Line. A few more minutes here with Kype. And moving on from Buster Posey's comments about the city to the man that I think a lot of people thought was going to be replacing Buster Posey. And obviously this week, the Giants made news when they signed Tom Murphy to a 2-year deal. But I wanted to get your breakdown on the Tom Murphy signing and what it means for a guy like Joey Bart, Kype.
Well, I mean, look, now Joey Bart drops a notch in the catching depth. And, I mean, if you can use Joey Bart as a piece to improve the team, well, I'm sure they're certainly going to look at that. But, I mean, look, Farhan and Bob Melvin and, you know, all the people that are important when it comes to these decisions, they also have to say, all right, what happens if Bailey or Murphy, one of those two guys goes down? What happens? Where are we in our organization when it comes to depth behind Murphy and Bailey? That's what they have to ask, and they have to find out if Joey Bart is their insurance policy or if he's not.
And just moving forward, Kype, what that picture looks like for the catcher position, whether or not Joey Bart is still on the roster, do you think the Giants are interested in carrying 3 catchers on the roster again? And what does that mean for someone like Blake Sable?
Well, if they carry 3 catchers, Sable's the 3rd catcher. It's not going to be Joey Bart.
Yeah.
Only because Sable can play left. In a jam, he could play first. He certainly could DH. And he certainly could pinch run. So, I mean, there's always a spot for guys, you know, that can do all of those kind of things. And you know what? He proved that he can play in the big leagues. Being a super utility guy that doesn't play, you know, center field, second or short, that's pretty unusual. But you could almost classify him as a super utility guy.
And last one for you, Kype, before we let you go. I know.
All right, are you sure?
No, I got one. I got one more for you, Kype. I promise. I can't promise on behalf of Tracy, but I did want to ask you about the report from Susan Slusser yesterday that the Giants might be in the market for trading for a shortstop. Now, there's multiple angles to attack this with, whether what it means for the future of someone like Marco Luciano, but also there's been rumors of maybe a former teammate of Jung-Ho Lee. We're talking about, of course, Ha-Sung Kim from the San Diego Padres. They played together on the Kiwoom Heroes, and, of course, Bob Melvin coached them last year in San Diego. So what do you think about those trade rumors, and do you think shortstop is a position that the Giants need to address this offseason?
Well, I think you have to have a backup, you know, in case, you know, Luciano completely falls on his face, which I don't think he will. You have to have a backup plan. If that happens, you can't snap your fingers and pop some everyday shortstop, you know, out of the blue. So, yeah, I mean, I think they are going to look for a shortstop. I was really surprised when I saw Hassan Kim's name in that article by Susan. I mean, look, Mike Krukow would give up what would he give up? He would give up 3 fingers for that guy.
Yeah, but on his left hand, right, Kipe?
I know. I think he would even go right hand.
Wow. All right.
He's a very.
I mean, that's how much he thinks of that guy, and I love the player too. I mean, he is a super, and it took him a little while to adjust to the major leagues, but my goodness, since he's done that, I mean, he's a top 10 player in my mind, and he's certainly a top 5 shortstop, given what he can do offensively. He can steal bases, and his defense is terrific. So the fact that he was even mentioned in Susan's article surprised me, and I would really be shocked if the Padres traded him.
All right, Kipe, I lied. I got one more for you. Do you think the relationship between...
I knew it.
Yeah, Kipe, you got me. You got me red-handed. Do you think that relationship between Bob Melvin and Hassan Kim played a role in Jung Ho Lee signing with the Giants?
Look, I think the Giants were on Kim before Bob Melvin. I know they were.
Mm-hmm.
So whether Kim was leaning towards another spot and Bob Melvin was the card that made him decide it was the Giants, I don't know that for a fact. But I do know that the Giants wanted this kid badly, and it worked out. Now they just have to add on to it.
Mm-hmm. Jung Ho Lee, number 51, potentially batting leadoff in center field for the Giants on opening day. Looking forward to it, Kipe, and always appreciate you coming on the morning show with me, Paulie Mack, Brian Murphy, the entire morning show crew, Kipe. So from me and everybody here in the mornings, thank you. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays, Kipe, and we'll talk to you in the new year.
Same to you guys. Really nice to have you on. It really is. And I think your partner is really good. I do.
Perfect. We might change the name to the Fangirl and the Water Boy, or the Water Bud, as you like to refer to me as, Kipe.
Yeah, sorry,
Murph. You're the new buddy. I'm telling you, on the morning show, you got to be Water Bud.
That's it. And if I'm Dwayne Kyper's bud, that's good enough for me. I'll be anybody's bud. So, Kipe, thanks as always, man. Enjoy the off time. We'll talk to you next season.
One thing. Check out Andy Baggerly's article. It's worth it. And Merry Christmas to both of you.
Merry Christmas. Enjoy the new year. And he's right. That Bags piece is fantastic. Buster Posey's comments kind of got taken out of context. I know me and Murph have talked a lot about this week. There's been a lot of reaction, but Kipe is right. If you read the entire Baggerly piece, Buster Posey cares about the city. He doesn't want the perception to be what it is right now. And, of course, we all want the Giants to be back on top. Even Tracy said herself, she wants the rivalry to be reunited, Dodgers and Giants. And hopefully this year, who knows, maybe it's Yamamoto squaring off against Shohei Ohtani, or maybe Yamamoto will end up in that Dodger blue, Tracy. You never know. Plenty of hot stove news to talk about. That's our baseball hit for today. But coming up next, let's switch into basketball because it's time for the big hit. Where, Tracy, you got to bring that big hit energy. And today, we're talking about Steph Curry saying night-night to the Celtics once again. Dubs winning overtime last night. We'll break down the big win and what it means for the 2-timeline system down in Chase Center. We'll talk about that next. It's Marcus Boucher and Tracy Sandler on the KNBR Morning Show on 104.5 FM, 680 AM, the sports leader.
So we got Water Bud.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Nick Bosa stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes to talk about the 49ers matchup this weekend against Lamar Jackson on Christmas Day and the origin behind the Sackaroonie call. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
Hold it now. This is the big hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Campbell, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Campbell's sports leader.
Curry, step back, triple. He's on one. 10-second difference, game clock, shot clock, Curry. Spinning, corkscrew move, inside, no! Paul gathers it in, clock at 3, Curry, 3! Oh my goodness! Golden State trailed 87-70 in the third quarter. And they come back to win it, forcing OT. Curry with a big fourth quarter and overtime, putting in 20 and finishing with 33.
I was watching it in slow motion. Just like I said, I thought it was going in the whole way, and then to put us up 4 with 10 seconds, I guess, left. Obviously, the backbreaker, and Steph brings joy to the world. He's incredible.
The one and only Steph Curry does it again last night at Chase Center. Hits the dagger in overtime. Hits the night celebration. The same celebration he did a couple years ago out at TD Garden. But last night it was at Chase Center. Overtime win, in case you missed it. Final score 132-126. And now we're talking about it on the big hit as maybe the biggest win of the season for the Golden State Warriors. If you agree, if you disagree, you can check in on either the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line or 808 KNBR is the number. Call in, let us know your thoughts. I know Shaquille O'Neal had a hot take yesterday saying Steph Curry deserves to be in the conversation for the greatest of all time. So we can dive into that sound, and we can also dive into the discussion if the 2-timeline system is back for the Warriors. After we thought it was going to be buried by the Jordan Poole trade, the James Wiseman trade, now you got Brandon Podziemski, who left the game yesterday with an injury. Hopefully we get good news on him. But Trace Jackson Davis yesterday really having a breakout performance. First double-double of his career. Our guy Jonathan Kuminga locking up Jason Tatum essentially the entire game, playing with a lot of confidence. I mean, there's a lot of great takeaways from the win last night, and the fact that you did it at home against the Boston Celtics without Draymond Green and with some of those young guys on the court. Tracy, in my opinion, it truly was one of the biggest wins of the season.
I think it's the biggest win of the season, just with everything that's going on and the struggles this team has had. And I think the 2-timeline system is back because you've got these veterans, you've got these young guys coming in, doing their thing. To me, it was definitely the biggest win of the season. It's a statement win by the Warriors, and maybe it's too early in the season to call it a statement win, but I really think it is.
Well, the way that this season has gone on a roller coaster, up and down, up and down. They started off the year with a great road record. Then they went on that road losing streak. And then, of course, Draymond Green being ejected and now suspended multiple times this season. We did have a couple updates yesterday with Marcus Thompson about Draymond Green starting counseling and how he could be out for at least the next 3 weeks. But it opens up the door for opportunities, guys, like Trace Jackson Davis. And we saw what he was able to do on the court last night. And it sounds like Steve Kerr is starting to give an extra leash to some of these young guys. Because during this Steve Kerr era, we've seen it before with these rookies. I don't want to say get into the doghouse, but not get the playing opportunities. Tracy, you saw it a lot with the 49ers and Kyle Shanahan and how much he puts rookies on the back burner. I mean, there's a whole narrative about Brandon Ayuk being in the doghouse his rookie season, and now he's the first wide receiver to have back-to-back 1,000-yard season since Anquan Bolden did it 10 years ago. So tell us about those opportunities that these rookies can get and how they can kind of seize the moment.
Well, it's reps. You got to play to get better, and you got to get play to get used to the NBA, and what happened with Draymond gives guys an opportunity, and that's a very important part of this. And so it is reps, and they're going to need these guys. If they're going to go far and they go deep into the playoffs, they're going to need to have these guys start. They're going to have to bring them in off the bench and count on them. And so the only way that happens is if they can do that in November, in December, and I think last night was a really big step in the right direction for them. Or as I like to say, a big step in the right direction for them. But of course, it's the veteran who comes up big, but that's how it should be right now in this system. It's exactly what you need. Have these young guys add in some enthusiasm, add in some youth, add in some energy, and then let Steph Curry, who probably is one of the greatest of all time, finish it off. And that worked for the Warriors. That probably will work going forward.
I like that. A Steph in the right direction.
My new thing. I like it.
We're going to get a remix. Casey, give me a remix. Big Stephen. 4-5 on me like I'm hitting threes like Stephen. My guy Steph Curry hitting the dagger last night. But before we get into the Steph conversation, I did want to let you guys hear some sound from Trace Jackson Davis because, as we were just talking about, he really hasn't had too many opportunities to get on the court, let alone speak at the podium. So here was Trace Jackson Davis yesterday talking about how he stays ready so he doesn't have to get ready.
First off, getting out there, I trust my coaches and what they're doing, their philosophies. Just watching the game and seeing how coverages work, seeing how to get my teammates open. We got 2 of the best shooters in basketball. So really just studying it, where to be on the defensive end of the floor, how to guard ball screens. And my assistant coaches are walking me through that as well. So but always staying ready in the back of my mind. You never know when your name's going to get called.
And that's what opportunity is. Like, people talk about luck and, this guy's in a lucky situation. Brock Purdy's in a lucky situation. No, luck is opportunity and preparation. Mm-hmm. And we've seen it with Brock. Now we're seeing it with Trace Jackson Davis, really taking advantage of these opportunities, getting into the game early yesterday, had a couple huge blocks on Jaylen Brown, who is one hell of a player himself. Mm-hmm. So him stepping up in those big times. And now we're talking about him not only getting minutes in the rotation. I've heard people throw out the thoughts of maybe him starting over Kevon Looney. Now, I love myself some Loon Dog, but Trace Jackson Davis does kind of give you a different element. Seems like he could be better offensively, better athletically, and the Warriors have really been missing a rim protector since the days of Andrew Bogut back in the day. Shout out to Bogut Nights. All my people know what I'm talking about. But yeah, it seems like Trace Jackson Davis really has a chance to insert himself into this rotation in the absence of Draymond Green. Here was Steve Kerr talking about TJD and how big of a performance he had last night.
He was tremendous. I mean, he was the player of the game. There were several huge plays. Obviously, Steph's shot probably being number one, but Trace's block on Jaylen Brown. But Trace was the guy who shifted everything, plus 25 in his minutes. The second great game in a row. You can see the impact he makes. So he's going to play. He's going to be in the lineup.
I mean, he had a huge impact, and I'm not somebody who's big on plus-minus numbers, Tracy, to be honest with you, because there's so many different elements. It's kind of like point differential in the NFL, which is fantastic for the 49ers. A team like the Eagles don't have a big point differential, but it's also based on who you play and how those matchups play out, correct?
Correct, absolutely.
Mm-hmm. So Trace Jackson Davis last night was actually one of the highest plus-minuses, plus 25. But it really did feel like he made an impact on the court, and that's why Steve Kerr made the decision down the stretch to not put Andrew Wiggins on the court, to not put Kevon Looney on the court. It was Steph. It was Chris Paul, who, oh, by the way, had 12 assists and 0 turnovers last night. It was Klay Thompson, who's starting to heat up. And it was the 2 youngsters, Jonathan Kuminga and TJD, Trace Jackson Davis. Here was Steph Curry giving credit to the young guys for that stretch of basketball they played in the fourth quarter and in overtime.
Like Trace's 2 blocks he had, especially the one in the fourth, I think it was, or maybe overtime, I can't remember, one on Jaylen. Like, you feel the crowd get into it, and that just gets, everybody hyped up. And then J.K. steal the first minute of the overtime. I'm feeding off of the crowd's energy, and those 2 guys created that, with some spectacular individual plays. So, like I said, everybody who's out there for significant minutes contributed in some way, shape, or form, and it was a gutsy win, to say the least, just because, it looked a little different, with Trace and J.K. impacting the game the way they did. Me, CP, Clay, in that final group. It was fun.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun when you're hitting the game-winning shot in the fourth quarter and telling the Boston fans who traveled across the country to go to sleep once again. Steph Curry, I mean, this guy truly is magical. But, Tracy, this is what the Warriors have been looking for. I mean, the Dubs went essentially the first 10, 15 games of the season without having anybody else score 20 points the entire year. Steph Curry just needs some help. He's 35 years old, but he's still playing some of his best basketball of his career. So when Klay's not scoring, when Wiggins isn't scoring, when Draymond can't even stay on the court, they need help. So it's great to see Wiggins kind of embrace this role off the bench. It's good to see Klay get started, but it's also good to see these young guys contributing to the team.
I think that was a huge compliment from someone like Steve Kerr. Mm-hmm. For him to say that and for him to say, and Trace Jackson Davis is going to play, because as we talked about, he has been relying on the veterans, and those are his guys.
Yeah.
There's the guys he's won with, he's won championships with.
They got 4 banners,
Yeah, exactly. So, but for him to bring in these 2 guys with Kuminga and Trace Jackson Davis and give them those compliments, I think is tremendous. I'm excited for the Warriors.
And it does really feel like this is one of those games that's going to put the Warriors over the hump. Now, again, it's early. I'm the same guy that says the NBA season doesn't matter until Christmas Day, and here I am 5 days before Christmas saying it's the biggest win of the year. But hey, when you're 30 games into the season, 27, whatever it is, you need these kind of moments. And it does seem like with the youngsters, with the momentum flip, it seemed like there was a different type of energy, and maybe they carry this on into the next couple games. And it's also something that Steph talked about on the court last night after putting the Celtics fans to sleep. He talked about the huge win and what it means at this point of the season for the Dubs.
That was probably the most grit and determination we've shown all year. Like you said, down a lot of guys. TP playing crazy minutes. Trace Jackson Davis coming in. A week ago, he wasn't in the rotation. And he comes in and makes a huge difference. JK playing great defense all game. Clay hitting big shots. So, obviously a total team effort, but the belief that we have, like we haven't had a lot of results to show for it this year, but the belief that we showed tonight, it's nice to get a big win like that.
Belief. Steph Curry going full Ted Lasso. You got to believe, Tracy. You got to believe. And that's what Warriors fans have been waiting to see from all these lottery picks. Whether we are talking about Moses Moody, whether we're talking about B. Pods being a first-rounder, Trace Jackson Davis being a second-rounder out of Indiana, which also has some, correlations to someone like Brock Purdy, who played a lot in college. Mm-hmm. You saw that yesterday. Trace Jackson Davis is not one of these 18-year-old wide-eye rookies that doesn't know what he's doing. He played over 120 games at Indiana, so he's got that experience, and that's why when he got thrown into the fire, he seemed like he was cool, calm, collective, and also confident. And we know how important confidence is for young players. And to me, that's been one of the biggest things missing from a guy like Jonathan Kuminga. Because obviously when you get thrown into the fire with 3 Hall of Famers on your team, arguably 4 if we're talking Andre Iguodala also, you don't have those reps. You don't have the opportunities. So he came in as a role player versus when you're usually a lottery pick, you're a top 10 guy, you're expected to be the face of the franchise. So Kuminga had to kind of take a different route, but last night he looked confident. Not only getting the ball in the paint and backing guys down and scoring buckets, but also his one-on-one defense with a guy like Jason Tatum. Tatum only scored 15 points, 2 of 9 from three-point range, 5 of 17 from the field. Kuminga was putting the clamps on Jason Tatum last night, and that's why I wanted to give him a little bit of airtime this morning. Here's JK, a.k.a. Jonathan Kuminga, on the defense against both Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown.
It's just basically me and V always watch films. Like people always say, be a student of the game. It's just watching film every single day. And, obviously I'm going to go out there and guard the best players, people that make so much money. And they're so good. So it's just watching what they do every single day. Obviously, I'm not going to stop every time I go out there, but just making their life harder.
Making their life harder. That's what you really want from a defensive player, right? Whether we're talking basketball, football, you just want a guy that's going to be a pest. Kind of like one of my favorite players is Max Crosby from the Raiders. Uh-huh. He's always swiping, punching Patrick Mahomes after the play and stuff. And hey, it's part of the game, right, Tracy?
Absolutely. It's definitely part of the game, and it sounds like Kuminga knows that.
That is, and he stepped up big last night offensively and defensively. But if we're going to talk about offense production, you knew we were not doing a big hit without giving some credit to my guy, Klay Thompson, and a shout-out to all the haters.
Hold that, haters!
Because my guy, Klay Thompson, has been heating up. And yes, I saw all your texts on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line. I saw it on Twitter or X or whatever the hell social media outlet you're using of people saying, oh, Klay Thompson's washed. The Warriors need to trade Klay. And again, in November, you're spewing out these hot takes when Klay Thompson led the NBA in three-pointers last year, hit 300 threes for the first time in his career, and traditionally, he's always been a slow starter. Well, he's starting to heat up a little bit. Over the last 4 games, he's been shooting over 50% from the field, over 50% from three-point range, and last night you saw in the fourth quarter, he had a couple clutch three-pointers also. Klay Thompson really starting to heat up, and here he was at the podium yesterday talking about this big win and the young guys having an influence on it.
We knew this already, but we have the ability to beat anybody and just give everybody confidence that we can continue a great win streak here and put us in a right the ship. And most importantly, that we have the ability to beat anybody from the best teams in the league to the bottom teams.
And here's the thing, Tracy. It feels like when you have Steph Curry on your roster, you truly do have the opportunity to beat anybody. But when Klay's shooting the way that we all know he can, obviously it's the greatest shooting backcourt of all time. But now we're talking about Steph Curry after another clutch performance last night, after scoring 20 points in the fourth quarter and in overtime while playing with 5 fouls. It led to maybe one of my favorite takes of the night from my guy Shaquille O'Neal, talking about the status of a Steph Curry and if it's time to put him in the greatest of all time conversation.
I'm wondering, not saying, I'm just wondering, because he's been consistently the best shooter his whole career. I'm wondering, is it time to start putting him as the best player of all time?
Best player? Oh, you put him over you?
In the conversation.
I'm asking you.
Yes.
You put him over you. You yourself put Steph Curry over you.
Yeah, this is why he's my favorite player. Cause
I'm not saying favorite. He might be my favorite too, but I'm just asking you think he's better than you.
I played 20 years, watched 20 years before that. I've never seen a guy like him. And he's doing it consistently, and he has championships.
You put him over Michael?
No, I'm not putting him anywhere. I'm saying,
okay,
for all the chitter chatter, is it time to just put him in the conversation?
I think he's a.
I'm asking the fans, is it time to start putting him in the conversation as one of the best players ever?
Shaquille O'Neal putting Steph Curry in the conversation of one of the greatest ever. I also love the fact that he's like, yeah, he's better than me. Then they ask him about Jordan. He's like, no, immediately. He's not better than Michael Jordan. And so I think that's where we come down to whether or not he should be in the conversation. But Tracy, I'll kick it to you. This is classic sports talk radio. Who's your GOAT? Are we going LeBron? Are we going Michael Jordan? Are we going Kareem? Or is Steph Curry in that conversation? Or maybe a guy like Kobe Bryant also?
Oh, absolutely. Kobe Bryant's in that conversation. I think Steph's in the conversation. When you're all the players you mentioned are among the greatest of all time. I am a person that feels like, does there have to be one greatest of all time? You have different guys in different eras on different teams with different styles, and they could be the greatest of their era. And so I'm going to say Steph Curry is one of the absolute greatest of his era, and he certainly is the best shooter I've ever seen. He's tremendous, but that's what's fun about the conversation. They can all be in the conversation. But it was funny for Shaquille to say, yeah, he's better than me. No, he's not better than Michael Jordan.
Real quick.
Real good.
He just wants him to be in the conversation.
And then he also, as one of his colleagues started to answer, he basically was like, I'm not asking you. I'm asking the fans. I really don't want to hear what
he's my favorite player. And then Kenny the Jet. Yeah, I'm a fan too, Shaq. I want to give my opinion on it.
But I think he should definitely be in the conversation. I've never really understood how he wasn't in the conversation. He's a game changer.
Yeah.
We saw it last night, but obviously we've seen it on much bigger stages. But he's a true game changer. And anytime you have somebody on your team that always gives you an opportunity to win like that, he has to be in the conversation.
I mean, you talk about him being a game changer. Go out to your local YMCA game, your NJB basketball league. You see kids pulling up from three-pointers trying to get that Steph Curry range. And that's why I think it's crystal clear to anybody that watches basketball that he's the greatest shooter of all time. But we've also had this argument on whether or not he's the greatest point guard versus a guy like Magic Johnson and the all-around game from Steph Curry. And I feel like that's the only thing that's going to keep him from passing guys like LeBron and Jordan, who also have more rings than them, but we know how good they were defensively. Right. And credit to Steph, he's gotten a lot better defensively over the year, has quick hands, can get a couple steals, but he's not that lockdown defender. He's not a defensive player of the year like the other guys are.
Well, it's kind of like we were talking about the MVP conversation. Who's the most valuable player on your team? What does he bring? It's different things. And at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter because he is the greatest shooter of all time, and he's tremendous on the Warriors, and he puts them in every game, no matter how big it is. And he's probably the greatest Warrior of all time.
Yeah, I don't think you're wrong about that. And he's a guy that's now sent up 4 different championship banners into the rafter. One day you're going to get a Steph Curry jersey up in the rafter. You'll probably get a statue outside of him. Hell,
for sure.
You could put a statue on every single corner in San Francisco and in Oakland, both sides of the bay for Steph Curry.
I mean, I would say I've never seen a player, and being in the Bay Area a lot, who is as beloved all around as Steph Curry. Everybody loves it. Maybe whatever comments from me the other day, maybe Buster Posey, but I've never seen this kind of just love that people have for Steph Curry, and he earned it. And it's been cool to watch.
And it's something that me and Murph talk about a lot also, the fact that he has brought 4 championships to the organization. That now puts him in a conversation with guys like Joe Montana and Jerry Rice. So, like, once you bring that many titles to the city, you're kind of in lore as one of the greatest forever, whether or not the national media wants to put you in that conversation. But I think we both agree Steph deserves to be in that conversation. You can't have the conversation without including the greatest shooter of all time. And last night, those skills were on display as Steph Curry hit the dagger off of a nice assist by Chris Paul in the corner. Warriors end up beating the Celtics last night. Final score 132-126. And Steph Curry saying night-night to all the Celtics players and fans. And that's how we'll say night-night to the big hit. Fun topic this morning. Steph Curry, the Warriors' 2 timeline system, TJD, Brandon Bojimski, Jonathan Kuminga, Moses Moody, the kids seem like they're finally starting to get it. It's starting to click for the Warriors. We'll see if this does turn around their season and if they can tread water or maybe even get above 500 in the absence of Draymond Green. But we'll make sure to keep you updated on the Dubs all day long as we're going to have John Dickinson on at 9:35 today. John Dickinson, super reporter, the new host of Dubs OT. He'll join us at 9:35 this morning. Tracy, I can't help myself. Every time I say JD's name, I just want to start singing like I'm Derek Papa. But hey, hopefully we get that intro coming up at 9:35. Coming up next is the cooler of content. Some of the funniest sounds from around the sports world. We'll dive into it with Tracy Sandler in for Brian Murphy this morning. Marcus the Waterboy Boucher on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
You put him over Michael.
No.
Pittsburgh, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Pittsburgh sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Hitman, Dante Whitner, stopped by the afternoon show yesterday for his weekly hit with Tolbert and Copes to break down the all-pro play of Charvarius Ward. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler.
You are not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the sports leader.
All right, welcome back to the Murph and Marcus show this morning. Tracy Sandler filling in for Brian Murphy and the one and only Waterboy. And you know, I love myself a little bit of the cooler of content. That's as long as nobody's spitting in the cooler. But hey, hopefully we got a good cooler of content for you this morning. And it starts with one of the GOATs, Jerry Rice, who made an appearance on Fred Warner's podcast earlier this week, the Warner House Pod, and talked about some of the comparisons between Brock Purdy and Joe Montana.
Brock reminds me a lot of Montana, his coolness. He doesn't get rattled. You need your quarterback to be that way.
Right.
What he's doing, the leadership, his composure. Watching him when he first took over, the velocity behind his throws. Hey man, tight spiral, catchable ball, like that. I love it, man. And his decision making, he doesn't hold on to the ball that long.
I mean, I'm so happy to be a part of this team where I have these type of guys that I get to watch while I'm on the sideline. It's like I'm in the stands, being able to watch the show that they putting on for us.
Now, Tracy, we've been hearing these comparisons a lot. We have Greg Cosell on our show every Thursday. We'll talk to him tomorrow morning, and he's talked to NFL executives from around the league who have made the same comparison. I saw Rex Ryan on TV the other week comparing Brock Purdy to Joe Montana, and now you've got a guy who literally caught balls from Joe Montana making the comparison. I know people think it's ludicrous to even put them in the same sentence, but what are your thoughts? Do you see a little Joe Montana in Brock Purdy?
Absolutely, and I agree very much with what Jerry Rice had to say. He is so cool, calm, and collected. We saw it the first game he came in. People forget the 49ers were down against a Miami team that was playing very well before the 49ers broke them. And he came in there, and they won that game. That takes tremendous confidence. That takes tremendous calm. So I absolutely see those comparisons. And the only reason people think it's ludicrous is because he was the last pick in the draft.
Yeah.
If he was picked second in the draft, no one would think it was ludicrous.
I mean, and that's a great point, and it's something that we were discussing earlier. Like, could you imagine if just in a random, like, bizarre universe that Brock Purdy was the pick instead of Trey Lance?
Mm-hmm.
We'd be talking about him like he is Joe Montana. But people are so hesitant because, like we were just talking to Kype about with Buster Posey, perception is reality. And it seems like there still is that perception out there that Brock can't do it because he was the last pick of the draft. But in the same sentence, we're talking about GOATs. There's this guy down on the peninsula, down from San Mateo, named Tom Brady, who was a late-round draft pick also. But it seemed like it took a while for him to kind of shake that tag also.
It did, and we need to, as a sports world, get over where people are drafted. It does not matter. It's what they do when they get into the league. And I always find it so interesting that people are not shocked by tremendous play by undrafted guys. But the last pick in the draft somehow is very strange. But you have an undrafted guy that people are like, yeah, he was undrafted. Everybody missed on him. And look at what a tremendous player he is. Why do we not feel that way about the guy who was picked last in the draft?
It's that Mr. Irrelevant title. It's just so polarizing. And
Well,
we've
he's
never
quite relevant now.
Yeah, exactly. He is the most relevant man in football, top of the odds for MVP. We'll get back into that MVP discussion between him, Christian McCaffrey, and Lamar Jackson coming to the Levi's on Monday night. But I wanted to move on to a guy that is in the conversation for Defensive Player of the Year, and that's Micah Parsons, outside linebacker / pass rusher for the Dallas Cowboys, who does his own podcast now with Bleacher Report. Of course, we had the sound earlier this year of him saying, laugh now, cry later about the 49ers. Well, it sounds like Micah is now crying about the public perception of the Dallas Cowboys and how everybody wants to see the Cowboys lose.
Everyone just waits for the Cowboys to lose. I saw multiple analysts, people who are fake analysts who somehow got jobs on TV saying, there goes your boy. Like, oh, there he is. That's the person we've been waiting for. It's almost to the point where it's like almost sick. Former players are waiting for other current players to fail so that way they have something to talk about. It's not even to just get into names. I mean, I feel like at this point you kind of know who you are. And it's like, why do you want a person to lose so bad? It seems that a lot of people are just waiting for people to fail.
No, we're waiting for the Dallas Cowboys to fail. I'll come out. I'll say it. I've got no problem saying it at all because this was the same Dallas Cowboys team that had DeMarcus Lawrence last week talking about, oh, we punched the Eagles in the mouth over and over again. You had Dak Prescott talking about, oh, December football is when the meat really hits the grind. Well, we saw him play December football against the Buffalo Bills, and they lost. So it seems like a lot with the Dallas Cowboys. There's a lot of talking, not a whole lot of walking, Tracy.
Yes, but 49ers fans are thankful to the Dallas Cowboys for beating the Eagles last week.
Yeah,
and I
true.
also think that sometimes in sports we have a tendency to overreact slightly from week to week.
Oh, of course.
So I think what Micah Parsons is saying, I don't agree with it because they did lose and they played badly and they looked terrible. So people are going to talk about it. And when I look at like the 49ers 3-game losing streak, they seem to handle that really well. Cowboys do not handle losing well. It's not just the Cowboys. We're talking about Micah Parsons right now, but they do not handle losing well. And you can complain about it or you could just play better. And we'll see what happens with the Cowboys going forward. But I don't think everyone's sitting there. I don't really think everyone's sitting there waiting for them to fail and be like, I can't wait to talk about it. But they also, when you do the laugh now, cry later, you do bring that on a little bit, and that's part of it, and that's okay. Micah Parsons is a tremendous football player, and he can say whatever he wants because most of the time he can back it up. But if you don't back it up, you can't get mad at everybody for talking about how you didn't back it up. So that's kind of a tough.
I mean, especially when you're playing for the Dallas Cowboys, who call themselves America's team. And Tracy, you see it on a national scale every day on ESPN, First Take, driving in. Doesn't matter what national network you're going to, they're talking about the Dallas Cowboys. I mean, hell, Stephen A. Smith has built a career on ripping the Dallas Cowboys just because he knows the audience is so big. So I understand. But yeah, a lot of people, in my opinion, especially 49er fans, are waiting on the Dallas Cowboys to fail, which seems like they do each and every year when they play the Niners.
Well, that's part of it, too. I think that when you call yourself America's team, even though I think we all know Michigan is America's team now, but whatever.
There it is.
But when you call yourself America's team and you do all this talking and then you do fail, people are going to talk about it. And so that's just part of it. That's sports. But he does sound, they don't seem to handle losing well. I'm going to go with that.
No, we'll see if he's laughing or crying at the end of the season. And if they match up against the 49ers, again, maybe down the postseason path. But you mentioned it. The Cowboys did give a Christmas gift to the 49ers by beating the Eagles. But I think they got the even bigger Hanukkah gift from Pete Carroll up in Seattle after taking down the Eagles. And check out this post-game celebration of 72-year-old Pete Carroll with the backwards hat on talking to the Seahawks after the win over the Eagles.
Quite a few things in this game we went out, but I just think this thing is too important. It's too important. Can you win the game in the first quarter? No! Can you win the game in the second quarter? No! Can you win the game in the third quarter? No! Can you win the fourth quarter? We'll always remember this Monday night. We'll always have this Monday night. You made a great freaking memory. We hung all night long. We did it, fellas. We stayed with it. You stayed. As the game got on, we did better. We got cleaner. We got sharper. To be able to do that at the end of the game, 92 yards to get it, and then also to take the football right back off them. That's big time freaking NFL football. It's a great job. What that means going forward, it don't matter right now. Let's just enjoy the out of this win right now and have a blast with it. I'm so freaking jacked. I'm so freaking jacked. I don't know what God dang.
Dude, Pete Carroll fired up. And I love that he goes back and forth from dropping F-bombs to freaking a couple times, cleans himself up. But, dude, 72-year-old Pete Carroll having the time of his life. And it seems like that was kind of the reaction from a lot of 49er fans getting the gift from their own division rival.
Which was not something the 49ers fans are used to, getting any gifts from the Seahawks. But that was a tremendous gift. And you know what? You've got to love Pete Carroll. And this is why people love playing for Pete Carroll. The whole thing was fantastic, and it was a huge win for them. I mean, it really was a huge win on a huge stage. Drew Lock in at quarterback. I mean, the whole thing. And I like what Pete Carroll said. What does this mean going forward? Who knows?
Who cares?
Who cares?
Who cares?
We're going to enjoy it tonight. And I thought it was fantastic. I loved that post-game speech. And it kind of embodies why he's always been such a good coach and players love to play for him.
Yeah, he truly is a player's coach. Now, the only problem I have is him wearing a backwards hat and disrespecting the organization that he represents. Because obviously, Tracy, that was a storyline with Brock Purdy going up to the podium with the backwards hat. It's ridiculous, but I love Pete kind of embracing it. I don't know if he was sending a subliminal shot at Pete Carroll like I like to do, or excuse me, to Colin Cowherd. Right. But the whole notion that a guy can't be a franchise quarterback or even a head coach in the NFL if he's wearing a backwards hat.
Well, I do think Colin Cowherd said he has no problem with coaches doing it. I think he was asked that.
It's only the quarterback.
I would have to check it on that. I think it is rather silly. Brock Purdy can wear his hat backwards all day long if he's going to keep throwing those dots and completing those passes and be the MVP of the league.
Yeah.
Maybe he'll get his trophy with his hat on backwards.
Hey,
it'd be amazing.
Maybe he's hoisting that Lombardi out in Las Vegas with the backwards hat. And we have time for two more. I wanted to do the Nick Bosa stuff real quick because he came on yesterday with Tolbert and Copes in the afternoon show and gave some great holiday stories. Here was Nick Bosa, the little bear, talking about his favorite presents as a little kid growing up.
Favorite toy? I was a big Army Man guy. One Christmas, my dad built a giant. I had my blocks. He got me some blocks, so he built a big Army base. Had an Army battle going on, and that was the highlight of my. I could sit there for hours and play with those.
I can only imagine the wars, the battles between Joey Bosa and Nick Bosa growing up with the Army Man, Tracy.
Also, would anybody else like Nick Bosa to be reading all their books on tape? I would like him on Audible. I want all my books narrated by Nick Bosa.
I want Nick Bosa to be my alarm clock. Just and that's smooth, easy, I like my Army man.
Time to wake up.
And it doesn't surprise me since he's so infatuated by Army men that now he's in the trenches each and every week. That's the kind of guy that I'd hop into a foxhole with, Tracy.
Oh, 1,000%.
Yeah.
If I need someone defending me, I'm picking Nick Bosa.
Yeah, Bosa's the man. I was a big Army man guy myself growing up, too. Used to play in the bathtub all the time. But that's a storyline we're not going to go down. Tony, instead, we're going to move on to Nick Bosa talking about the turkey that he declined in Seattle on the sideline. Nick Bosa, not a fan of that dry turkey, Tony.
You did refuse that turkey on Thanksgiving on the field, though, right?
Yeah, that thing's dry as hell. I don't want a piece of that. Sitting there for hours, who wants to eat that?
Totally, dude. That's why George is handing it out. Walking through the tunnel, I was like, yeah, I would too, dude. Get rid of this turkey.
George is a people pleaser. He'll chew on sawdust to make everybody happy.
See, that's great because Christian McCaffrey actually came out and said that the turkey was delicious on Thanksgiving.
I mean, I don't want to toot my own horn, but I'm the one who asked Christian about it. And he gave that really long answer. And it's hilarious. I mean, he goes on and on about that turkey and how did they keep it warm so long. And he's not really sure how it got out there, but it was really tasty. And he really didn't have any of the sweet potato souffle, but he really enjoyed the turkey. So I just think the different degrees of enjoyment for the turkey among these players was amazing. Like, that's a story in itself.
It is.
Yeah, that thing's dry as hell. I don't want it.
And I love the fact that Nick, when he walked up, he's like, no carbs for me, only me. But then he'd even take a bite of the turkey.
Take the turkey.
I mean, Tracy, you're in the locker room all the time. Have you ever seen Nick Bosa even look at junk food?
No, but the only thing I can say is there's not a ton of eating in the locker room. There's some eating in the locker room. Mm-hmm. But no, I've never seen him look at junk food. But now this makes me think I need to bring in like a candy jar and just see put it in front of his locker and just see what happens.
Oh, we've tried to tease him before. We were down at training camp earlier this year doing a broadcast, and we had a box of donuts inside the studio, and Murph offered him a donut. He's like, nah, don't need it, man. Not part of my diet. And he just wanted no parts of it. Like, I don't think the guy inhales a single carb ever, Tracy.
He probably does not. I mean, if someone offered me a donut, it's not part of my diet either, but I'd for sure eat it.
I was going to say, if someone brings out a box of donuts, I'm taking down half of them, taking down half a dozen, and we'll see if Nick Bosa is able to take down Lamar Jackson this weekend, which we can continue the conversation on the other side, breaking down this 49ers and Ravens matchup. Just a quick stop in the cooler of content. Fun power hour, but we'll break here, talk some Ravens, talk some 49ers on the other side. Tracy Sandler in for Brian Murphy this morning. Marcus the Waterboy Boucher on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Hey, you guys want to hit some golf balls?
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Man, that man is playing out this world right now. We're like real talented, strong arm, like can play the game. Like Lamar is a guy. Like he has everything that you look for, and like just looking at him like week in and week out, like he always doing something amazing. It's just like shows how good he is at the game.
I was watching him against the Jags on Sunday night, and I was just, I couldn't, we had this MVP talk, and we're not going to get into it, but I was like, if you look at one play, and you've had him, CMC's had him, Brock's had him, Tyreek's had him, but those plays that he had against Jacksonville, I'm like, that is what is even happening?
That one play that he was just scrambling around, I'm just like, that's something like people say I do stuff that like you can't coach. Like that's something like you cannot coach or teach. Like that's just like awareness and like just God-given talent to be out there on the field.
Welcome back to the Murph and Marcus Morning Show. Today, Tracy Sandler in for Brian Murphy, Marcus the Waterboy Boucher right here. And of course, the voice you just heard on the rejoin was the one and only Deebo Samuel doing his weekly hit on the Up and Adams show with Kay Adams and talking about the man that's coming to Levi Stadium Monday night for a Christmas showdown, Lamar Jackson. And Tracy, I wanted to ask you about the comments from Deebo because let's be honest, Deebo's not afraid to trash talk. No. He'll call out James Bradbury for being trash. He'll call out other players and quarterbacks from around the league. But what do you think about Deebo having a humble approach to Lamar Jackson and the skill set that he's bringing the Levi's on Monday? I
mean, that's a tremendous compliment from Deebo because you're right. He'll always tell it like it is. He's very much a straight shooter. And those are tremendous compliments. He's also right. When he talks about the things you can't coach, that is what makes Lamar Jackson so special. And he's 100% right. He is doing things that really just most people cannot do. And the 49ers are certainly going to have their hands full. He's playing tremendous football right now. We talked earlier about this MVP conversation and what Monday night means for Brock Purdy and Lamar Jackson. And, I talked about Brock having a great game and solidifying it, and the same could be true for Lamar Jackson. But it's that stuff that Deebo talked about. It's those little things that is just instinct. And you cannot coach that stuff. And Lamar has it.
And Deebo referenced himself. He said, a lot of people say the same things about me, what he's able to do in open space with the ball in his hand. And I've said this a million times on this show, on my old show. Deebo Samuel is the best running wide receiver in the league. Vice versa, Christian McCaffrey is the best receiving running back in the league. So you see that multiple skill set. But you look at a guy like Lamar Jackson, who is, in my opinion, is the best mobile and passing quarterback in the league when you look at that combination.
Absolutely. And I think with Lamar, it's almost a different category.
Yeah.
Jalen Hurts can run well. Kyler Murray can run really well. We've seen people over the years. Patrick Mahomes can run well. Lamar Jackson is just it's a different category for him because he does everything so well.
And so it's almost like he's like Devin Hester playing quarterback. Like what he's able to do in open space is absolutely amazing. We know how elusive he is, which could be a problem this weekend against that 49er defense that struggled in the run last week without Eric Armstead and Javon Hargrave and also missed a lot of tackles on the back end, Tracy.
Absolutely, and those missed tackles are going to be the big one. That's going to be the big thing because with an elusive quarterback like that, what's been happening and what can happen is you get there and you get close, but if he gets out of your reach, he's going. Yeah. He's gone, and that's going to be the big thing. And the cleaning up the missed tackles is really huge for this defense in this game. And it sounds obvious, but it could very well be the difference maker. That and who takes care of the football better, but could be a huge difference maker.
And traditionally, when you are facing off against a guy like Lamar Jackson, I mean, we saw the 49ers implement the strategy against Jalen Hurts and the Eagles. They had a very disciplined pass rush. They wanted to keep him in the pocket and force him to beat them as a passer. Now, that's been a narrative surrounding Lamar Jackson in his career, even going back to his MVP season in 2019. But now you look at their offense this year, the switch they've made from Greg Roman going to Todd Monken out of Georgia, and how much more they're pushing the ball downfield. It truly is pick your poison. If you have to try to challenge Lamar Jackson, would you rather challenge his rushing ability or his passing ability at this point?
Well, I think you always would rather challenge the passing ability and make him uncomfortable. I mean, that's the thing. You want to force him into making mistakes. I'm not saying he's going to make them, but you certainly want to try to force him into making mistakes because in the air is probably where he's going to make them, if he's going to make them. So I think if you have to pick your poison, that's the one that I think you're going to have to pick. But that being said, you mentioned the run defense and the struggles against Arizona. They're going to have to clean that up. No matter who's along that line, they got to clean that up. They can't be giving up over 200 yards. It's not going to cut it with a team like the Baltimore Ravens, especially a team who has such a good defense. The 49ers offense going on all cylinders, but against the Jaguars, the Ravens gave up 5.5 yards per play. That's it. And forced Trevor Lawrence into a couple of fumbles, and this is a much more complete team than the team they saw last week.
Oh, so you were correct because We're talking so much about the offense from the Baltimore Ravens, but this is a defense that's one of the top defenses in the league, too. They lead the NFL with 50 sacks this year, and it's a conversation that I've gotten to a lot. We talk so much about Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw potentially being the best linebacker duo in the league. I think you have to put Patrick Queen and Roquan Smith also in that conversation.
Absolutely, and they've been tremendous. And I think that's the thing. Lamar Jackson gets a lot of the talk, which is completely understandable. Yeah. But this defense is really good, and certainly one of the better defenses the 49ers have seen this season. So it's going to be a challenge on both sides of the ball. That's why it is very much, in my opinion, this is a Super Bowl preview. I think the Dolphins are also a fantastic team. To me, the Ravens are the team to beat in the AFC right now.
I think when you're looking at overall rosters, if there's anybody that can match the 49ers talent-wise, now I still think the 49ers have more talent on their team with all the Pro Bowlers and MVP candidates. That's why they have 2, and the Ravens only have 1. But still, you're talking about Odell Beckham, Zay Flowers, Mark Andrews, who we talked about earlier, is out, but Isaiah likely has been stepping up in that situation. They lost the rookie Keaton Mitchell, but Gus Edwards is their goal line back. Justin Hill is the change of pace back. There are plenty of weapons on both sides of the ball. Would you agree that the Ravens have the best roster in football next to the 49ers?
I would, and I think they match up. Like, if you go position to position, they match up the best against the 49ers. And that's where games, it happens a lot. You go into a game, and this doesn't necessarily count, but I'm getting to a point here. You go into a game, and you look at a record and say, okay, the 49ers are so much better, and they have so much more talent, but then you got to look at the matchups. And how do position by position do they match up against each other? This team matches up very well against San Francisco, and that is what's going to make it.
Yeah, and I think a key matchup this week is those guys that I brought up, Roquan Smith and Patrick Queen against George Kittle and Christian McCaffrey, and kind of slowing down Brock Purdy. The Purdy for 30 offense is going to be a big task for the Ravens defense, but also a big task for the 49ers defense, slowing down Lamar Jackson and the Baltimore Ravens, which is why on the other side we're going out to Brian Wacker, who covers the Ravens for the Baltimore Sun. We'll get his perspective on the Ravens and what he thinks about this Monday night Christmas matchup. It's Tracy Sandler and Marcus Boucher, the Fangirl and the Waterboy on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
All right, back on the Murph and Marcus show this morning. Brian Murphy on Christmas vacation, Tracy Sandler in the building, and now joining us on the UMA guest line is Brian Wacker, who covers the Baltimore Ravens for the Baltimore Sun. And, of course, we want to get the Baltimore perspective on the Christmas night matchup between the Ravens and the 49ers. So, Brian, we appreciate you coming on the show this morning. How are we doing today?
Good morning. Thanks for having me on.
Oh, of course. We need this Baltimore breakdown because we have not seen this team since 2019, where the Ravens were able to squeak out a 20-17 win over the 49ers. Now, I want to start with that game and with Lamar Jackson, who obviously won the MVP in 2019, and kind of the progression that he's made versus the quarterback that the 49ers can expect to see this weekend.
Yeah, well, it's interesting because here we are again 4 years later, and Lamar is back in that MVP conversation, of course, with Brock Purdy. So this is an enormous game, I think, from not just the standpoint of the two best records in the NFL, but also all sorts of subplots. John Harbaugh and Kyle Shanahan, and of course Lamar Jackson and Brock Purdy in the MVP race. In terms of Lamar, look, I think this is a guy who has developed more as a passer. Certainly since then, he's completing passes at a higher percentage than he has at any point in his career. He's also been given more control in the offense, from play calling to play design, things he likes, doesn't like, what stays in, what goes out, and so forth. And we've seen, probably a more mature Lamar from that standpoint, mature meaning just a greater development in his passing game, his progressions, his reads. We've seen him this year be really good, especially as the season has gone on, from the early weeks in the season where his progressions have been really kind of spot on. Look, that said, he's still the same Lamar, the same dynamic playmaker. This is a guy who's going to run all over the field. We saw it Sunday night against Jacksonville Jaguars in that primetime game where he had nearly 100 yards rushing. And, they're going to need his legs given the running back situation. They lost rookie Keaton Mitchell to a season-ending injury. They lost J.K. Dobbins back in week 1 to a season-ending injury. So they're going to have to rely on Lamar's legs, much the way they did back in 2019, as much as they are his arm this season. And this will be far and away the stiffest test he'll have faced all year of 49ers, far easily, as you guys know, the best team, this team has played this season. So to me, it's a fascinating matchup.
Brian, Tracy Sandler here. I'm just wondering, if you're the 49ers defense, what's the weakness you're looking for? How do they attempt to stop Lamar?
Well, when Lamar's been pressured at times this year, he's had some issues with ball security, and he's had a lot of turnovers, a lot of fumbles. And to me, that's, the 49ers are a team who can certainly get after it. And you're looking at the Ravens, you look at their offensive line, guys like Morgan Moses and Ronnie Stanley, the two tackles, those guys have struggled of late. They've had injuries this season. Of course, age has played a factor in that as well in terms of covering from that. And frankly, they've been on roller skates at times. And, now they're kind of on a rotation here in Baltimore with their backups, Patrick McCarry and Daniel Falele, who are, healthier and younger, but not necessarily really any better. So to me, if I'm the 49ers, I'm attacking those edges, and I'm attacking up the middle if they can on Lamar, because we've seen him struggle historically when he gets pressure up the middle, as a lot of quarterbacks do. So to me, that's where I'm looking to get to. I would maybe sort of try to force them to run the ball, because they no longer really have the dynamic running backs that they've had earlier in the season.
And Brian, you bring up the rushing ability of Lamar Jackson and the success that he had in 2019 against the 49ers. My question would be is, how much has his offense now changed since moving on from Greg Roman to this Todd Monken offensive coordinator? And how much of those Greg Roman rushing elements are still a part of this offense?
A lot. I think the offense has changed a lot. Some of those running elements are still there, of course. Look, you see a lot of RPO stuff from Lamar. You see a lot of screen stuff. You see a lot of quick hitting stuff. I would say the biggest thing, though, or one of the biggest things that's changed, aside from the scheme and a lot more 3 and 4 receiver sets and that sort of thing, is the fact that Lamar has more control over the offense at the line of scrimmage and in the play calling, and then of course the guys around him. We've seen it with rookie Zay Flowers, one of the best rookie receivers in the league, arguably the best rookie receiver in the league up there with Puka Nacua. And then you look at Odell Beckham, who we've seen him come on in recent weeks. He struggled, I think, early in the season with an ankle injury. When he first got here, he was a guy who they weren't really sure how well he could run coming off that second torn ACL. So he has been healthier. He has made plays. He has flashed speed. So you look at the playmakers around Lamar, that's been the biggest difference this year compared to 2019. Look, that said, they don't have Mark Andrews. He's out for at least the rest of the regular season. They've got a young tight end behind him in Isaiah Likely, who's got some promise, but he's only in his second year. He's flashed at times, played well since Andrews went down with that injury a few weeks ago. But again, sort of untested and unproven, certainly against a team like the 49ers.
We talk a lot about this Ravens offense, which, as you just laid out, it is very incredible and filled with talent. But Marcus and I were saying earlier, this Ravens defense is pretty incredible as well. Had a tremendous game the other night against the Jacksonville Jaguars. What do you see from them, and how do you think they have the best chance at stopping Christian McCaffrey? Good luck at that. And Brock Purdy.
Well, good luck to them, as most teams would say. And look, John Harbaugh was very effusive in his praise of the 49ers, and sort of really the fact that they have no holes on their team. But it's a fascinating matchup. You look at that 49ers offense, a ton of pre-snap motion, play action, zone running, screen game. Then you look at that Ravens defense, very good against motion teams this year. They've been very good against play action. They've been good against zone runs. That said, they've struggled at times when teams have run right at them. We saw that with the Rams a couple of weeks ago, where the Rams were able to get to the second level in their defense. In terms of the Ravens, their execution is going to have to be elite defensively in this game, and that'll come down starting with defensive coordinator Mike McDonald and his play calling and his scheme, which he's done a masterful job of mixing looks and simulated blitzes and so forth this year. Certainly the players carrying out that, Roquan Smith on the inside along with Patrick Queen. And then you look at Kyle Hamilton. They're kind of do everything safety. This is a guy that can play the traditional safety role, can play down in the box, can play some man coverage. They've brought him on blitzes a lot this season. He's a guy who, frankly, is probably in the conversation, for Defensive Player of the Year. Not quite as sexy as an edge rusher, but kind of does everything. I mean, he's sort of, I would say, their best player on defense because of all the versatility that he has. So in terms of, containing Christian McCaffrey and preventing him from getting to the edges and things like that, that's going to be a big challenge because, again, we've seen guys like Jadeveon Clowney and Kyle Van Noy. They've struggled a little bit in recent weeks, getting chipped a lot, in particular with Clowney, who does a nice job setting the edge. Van Noy, that's not really his strong suit. So to me, those are areas that would be of concern for the Ravens defense. And then the passing game over the middle, that's an area where they have struggled really consistently sort of throughout the season, is that intermediate range over the middle of the field. So would not be surprised to see 49ers attack there with Samuel and Ayuk.
You brought something up at the beginning of this, a storyline that I'm not sure any of us have talked about enough, and that's John Harbaugh versus Kyle Shanahan. You have two tremendous coaches coaching this game. I personally am very excited to see how that goes, but when you look at these two guys, what do you see, and how much of a factor, obviously, is that going to be?
Yeah, it's a huge factor, and of course, the connection between those two is Kyle Shanahan was passed over for the offensive coordinator position here a few years ago by Harbaugh. So to me, it's a fascinating matchup between those two. I think there's a ton of respect, obviously, for each other's ability. And look, we've seen, players get up for these games. I think coaches get up for these games too. It's prime time. It's Christmas night. it's a huge game in every possible way, in every superlative that you can think of. So to me, it's a fascinating matchup, and I think it's a fascinating matchup from the defensive coordinator standpoint between San Francisco and Baltimore.
Yeah, and Brian, we know there's a lot of 49er fans who still want revenge for Jim Harbaugh going back to the Super Bowl, the Harbaugh, of course. And Brian Wacker is, of course, our guest this morning on the UMA Guest Line, covers the Ravens for the Baltimore Sun. And Brian, I wanted to go back into the defense and talk about your guys' front seven, because you lead the NFL with 50 sacks this year. But as you mentioned, it's not a defensive line that's laced with superstars and all-pro players, Kyle Van Noy, Jadeveon Clowney. Break down that front seven for us and why they're so successful getting after the quarterback.
I think it really comes down to causing confusion. This is a team you don't know who's going to be coming. I mentioned Kyle Hamilton earlier. I think he's got 3 or 4 sacks this season. You just don't know where it's coming from. And, of course, Justin Madubuike in the middle at that defensive tackle spot, he's a guy who I believe leads all interior linemen, has 12 sacks this season. He's in a contract year. He's playing lights out. He's a physical guy who can really kind of get through the middle of that an offensive line, and has done, excelled there. But you're right, you don't know. So there really is no one guy you can sort of scheme against for this Ravens defense, and I think that's the brilliance in it. For them to lead the league in sacks, when you look at that roster and the names on it, is stunning, because they don't really have a guy who is a traditional 15 sack a year guy. Now they might get there with Madubuike in the season he is having, but again, to me, that speaks as much to the scheme and the confusion and the chaos that Mike McDonald likes to cause as much as anything in these players' ability to carry it out.
And Brian, I wanted to follow up on Justin Madubuike, because I saw quotes last week from Lamar Jackson calling him the baby Aaron Donald. Now, that's a pretty lofty comparison, but is this the type of player that he is now developed into?
Well, he certainly has been in that mold this year. Again, this is a guy who's had at least a half a sack in 12 straight games now, I believe, tying an NFL record. So, and his 12 sacks, by the way, not just most among interior linemen, but 9th most in the NFL. So, this is a guy who gets after it. He's a physical guy. He's in a contract year, as I mentioned. He's going to get paid a ton of money, whether that's here or elsewhere in the offseason. But right now, there's just everything that this guy can do, whether it's stunts, whether it's just rushing to the passer, whether it's the run game, whether it's, shedding blockers. He has really elevated his game this year to really the best season he's had.
Is there a team, do you think, that has matched up as well as the 49ers will against the Ravens Monday night that the Ravens have seen?
No, this is far and away. And look, you guys would know this better than anybody. The 49ers have very few weaknesses, and right now they're healthy. Everybody's playing at sort of an all-pro, Pro Bowl level mostly. So to me, you look at the Ravens schedule, early on, I think they caught a little bit of, a few breaks really. They catch C.J. Stroud in week 1 of his NFL career. They go to Cleveland. They don't face Deshaun Watson there early in the season. They face a banged-up Joe Burrow in Cincinnati early in the season. They faced a tough Rams team just a couple of weeks ago that they were able to escape with an overtime victory on that punt return in overtime. So this to me is the most complete team that they have faced far and away, and I think it's going to be a problem.
When you talked about Lamar Jackson, maybe the weakness, of course, being the fumbles, and the 49ers do a pretty good job of taking care of the football. Since the bye week, Brock Purdy has thrown 17 touchdowns and only 2 interceptions. For me, I feel like that's what it comes down to. Which one of them is going to make that major mistake? Which one of them is going to not protect the football? Is that where you see the difference being in this game?
It is. We've seen Lamar at times sort of roll out to one side of the field and then throw back across his body into the middle of the field and make a couple of ill-advised passes that were intercepted. We've seen him at times fumble the ball or get stripped because he has a tendency maybe to hang in the pocket a little longer than he did back in 2019 and let his receivers try to get open and look for them to make the play rather than just him making the play with his legs. So to me, I think you nail it. I think this game potentially, if it's a close one, I think it comes down to which quarterback makes the crucial mistake, at a critical point in this game.
And Brian, just diving a little bit deeper into the matchups, I know we brought up Christian McCaffrey and how much of a problem he's going to be for the Baltimore Ravens defense out of the backfield, but we also know how much Kyle Shanahan likes to attack the middle of the field, whether it's George Kittle or Deebo Samuel. Now, you brought up Kyle Hamilton. We know Roquan Smith and Patrick Queen are one of the best linebacker duos in the league. So how do you think that matchup plays out over the middle of the field?
Yeah, to me, that's an area that's a bit of a concern if I'm the Ravens, because they've struggled at times with those pass routes over that intermediate range of the field, and that's something the 49ers do exceptionally well with guys like George Kittle and on down the line. So to me, that's problematic, frankly. I don't know what the answer is. I'm fascinated to see how it plays out, but I would say that's been one of the weaknesses of what's otherwise been a very elite defense this season.
And just last one I wanted to ask for you, Brian, of course, because everybody's been talking all week long about MVP, whether it's with the 49ers talking Christian McCaffrey versus Brock Purdy on their own team. But, of course, Lamar Jackson is right in that conversation also. So how much do you think the impact of who wins this game will have on the MVP race?
I think it could be tremendous if either one of those guys, meaning Purdy or Lamar, goes out and has anything close to a big or dynamic game. I think that elevates them to the top of that race. It's as simple as that. This is, as I said, this is everything you could ask for. It's the two best records in the league. It's the two best defenses in the league. It's two of the best coaches in the league. Two of the best quarterbacks in the league. And the MVP is such a quarterback league. We haven't seen an MVP in the NFL that hasn't been a quarterback in I think about a decade or so, going back to, I think, Adrian Peterson on the Vikings. So to me, this is that spotlight game of the year, really, in terms of showcasing, quarterback MVP race. Of course, obviously, Dallas, San Francisco would be up there as well. And we saw how that turned out. So to me, this is that game. This is probably, or potentially, certainly at the very least, an MVP decider.
Fantastic. Brian, thank you so much. I actually learned a lot here today. I'm so ingrained in this 49ers team, and it so helps to talk to somebody who knows so much about the opponent. So thank you so much for talking to us today. This has been fantastic.
Thanks for having me, guys, and can't wait to get out there and see how this one unfolds.
Perfect. Looking forward to that matchup on Monday night. Brian Wacker, of course, covers the Ravens for the Baltimore Sun. And hey, who knows, Tracy, maybe you'll run into Brian on Christmas night. Maybe you guys can share some turkey.
Absolutely. Sounds fantastic.
Oh, that's awesome. Great stuff there from Brian Wacker, breaking down the Baltimore Ravens from, of course, a Baltimore perspective. But coming up in about 15, 20 minutes, we're going to get the Dubs perspective from our guy, John Dickinson, super reporter, talking about the Warriors' big win last night against the Boston Celtics. But we got an open segment net, so if you want to chime in, 808 KNBR is the number. Let us know who you think should be this year's MVP. Is it Brock Purdy? Is it Christian McCaffrey? Or is it Lamar Jackson? And how much of an impact does this Monday night game have on that MVP race? We'll dissect and discuss more on the other side. Tracy Sandler in for Brian Murphy. Marcus the Waterboy Boucher on KNBR 104.5 FM at 680 AM, the sports leader. All right, everybody, thanks for tuning into the Murph and Marcus show this morning with my girl Tracy Sandler filling in for Murph. But a man that doesn't take days off is our good friend Steve Moskowitz on the line. And Steve's here to talk to us this morning about the ERC.
ERC, or another way to think of it, the government's Christmas gift to your listeners. The government is giving away, that's right, giving away, it's not a loan, giving away up to $26,000 for every employee an employer had during the pandemic of 2020 and 21. Two different ways to qualify. One is a certain drop in gross revenue. But there's a lot of people that don't qualify under that test, and a lot of CPAs that I've experienced stop there. Now, before I was a tax attorney, I was a CPA, and a lot of CPAs just want to do math. They don't want to do anything else. The second way, the way they're ignoring, is a facts and circumstances test. It requires analysis. That's what we do as tax lawyers, legal analysis. We're willing to take the time, effort, and energy to do that for you. But watch out. The ERC program is getting ready to close. You may be entitled to hundreds of thousands of dollars or more. Don't miss out on it. Call us for your free second opinion, just like you would with a medical doctor.
Let Steve take care of your problems for you. And for more information, you can give him a call at 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or you can go online to moskowitzllp.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
San Francisco. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Francisco's sports leader.
Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
I think it could be tremendous if either one of those guys, meaning Purdy or Lamar, goes out and has anything close to a big or dynamic game. I think that elevates them to the top of that race. It's as simple as that. This is, as I said, this is everything you could ask for. It's the two best records in the league. It's the two best defenses in the league. It's two of the best coaches in the league. Two of the best quarterbacks in the league. And the MVP is such a quarterback league. We haven't seen an MVP in the NFL that hasn't been a quarterback in I think about a decade or so, going back to, I think, Adrian Peterson on the Vikings. So to me, this is that spotlight game of the year, really, in terms of showcasing, quarterback MVP race. Of course, obviously, Dallas, San Francisco would be up there as well. And we saw how that turned out. So to me, this is that game. This is probably, or potentially, certainly at the very least, an MVP decider.
It's an MVP showcase Monday night. Lamar Jackson and the Baltimore Ravens coming down to Levi Stadium, and I'm sure they'll be bringing their guy Brian Wacker, the voice you just heard from the Baltimore Sun. And I know the girl sitting across the table from me is also going to be down at Levi's on Monday night for the 49ers and Ravens game. And in case you're just tuning in this morning, of course, it's the one and only Tracy Sandler, Fangirl, and founder and CEO of Fangirl Sports Network, credentialed 49 beat writer. Tracy, I think Brian laid it out perfectly. This is the showcase that everybody wants to see. The number one seed in the AFC, Baltimore Ravens, coming to town to take on the number one seed in the NFC, the 49ers. Brock Purdy versus Lamar Jackson. All the storylines are laid out right there.
I mean, shout out to the schedule makers and the NFL scriptwriters because they did this one absolutely perfectly. And I think we're going to see one heck of a game. And I agree with him. I think this game very well might. You know what? There were too many maybes in there. This game is going to decide the MVP.
I think so, too. And I know it's a conversation that we get into because obviously the quarterbacks don't play each other. They're on opposite sides of the ball. But still, when you come to the narratives of the MVP, look how fickle the MVP conversation has been this year. From just getting Brock Purdy and Christian McCaffrey into the conversation, we had Jalen Hurts when the Eagles were undefeated. They lose a game. Brock Purdy then leapfrogs to the number one spot. Then Dak Prescott beats the Eagles at home, which, again, is not as impressive as Brock Purdy going into the link and beating the Eagles. He jumps up to the number one spot, but then the Dallas Cowboys lose last week to the Buffalo Bills. Now he falls all the way out of the MVP conversation, and here comes Lamar Jackson down the final stretch, squaring off this week against Brock Purdy. And Tracy, I've been saying it now for a couple weeks, I really do think the winner of this game, from a national media perspective, is going to get that respect as the MVP winner, whether or not that is a fair assessment or not.
And I do think, though, in this case, it is a fair assessment because, as you said, you have the number one team in the AFC against the number one team in the NFC. Christmas night, as I mentioned earlier, by the time this game starts, everyone's done with Christmas. Everybody's sitting in front of their TV and watching this game, and you have a Super Bowl preview. And Brian said it, two of the best quarterbacks in the league. And when he said it, I had the second of that's, a year and a half ago, someone said, so just so you know, it's going to be Brock Purdy and Lamar Jackson as the two of the best quarterbacks in the league. People would have been like, what are you talking about? But Brock's been tremendous, and he is one of the best quarterbacks in the league, and this game decides it. And I actually think in this particular case, I do think it's fair.
Yeah, and I love that breakdown because, of course, we've had these narratives surrounding Brock Purdy all season long, and it comes down to the perception of Brock Purdy, of course, being mystery relevant, being the last draft pick. I've heard people say, he hasn't earned his stripes yet. He hasn't been in the league long enough to win the MVP. He's only 23 years old. And here's the man he's facing off against, Lamar Jackson, who won the MVP at 22 years old. So again, like we talked about earlier, what Christian McCaffrey would need to do to solidify himself in the MVP conversation, it seems like people are still waiting to shake that narrative of Brock Purdy being the last pick of his draft class, and now he's got the perfect opportunity on national TV on Christmas night.
100%. And I just wonder, what does that mean he hasn't earned his stripes? He's gone in and he wins football games. And he took this team to the NFC Championship game last year, and he's having a tremendous season, and it doesn't matter where he was drafted. As I said earlier, it doesn't matter where he was drafted. It matters what happens when he got into the league, and what he's done has been incredible.
And he's been an absolute playmaker, and we've seen the strides that this Kyle Shanahan system has taken since Brock Purdy has taken over the offense. But also, a lot of those strides come along with the Christian McCaffrey trade.
100%. I don't know that you will ever find a trade as good as this one. Certainly not for the 49ers. And I think it could go down as one of the great NFL trades. There was a knock on it. What if he can't stay healthy? Which is funny, too, because his health issues had been years before. So talk about narratives that are hard to shake. His health issues had been years before. The Niners gave up a lot for him. You look back on it now, maybe they didn't give up enough. I mean, he's been absolutely tremendous. He has changed the game for this offense. He has changed the game for everyone. So he, of course, also deserves to be in the conversation. But when you just see him, he's just different. He sees that field and the way he runs, he's just different. He's incredible.
I mean, he literally can do everything on the field. And that's why going back to the trade, and of course, there's that famous meme now of ESPN grading a C-. And I remember going on the air that night and be like, I don't care about any of these draft picks. He's worth a second rounder as a running back. He's worth a third rounder as a receiver. Hell, he's worth a fourth and a fifth rounder as a quarterback. We've seen a guy throw the ball too, like he's a modern day Boobie Miles, and he can pass. Christian McCaffrey can literally do it all. But to your point, that narrative has been surrounding him, whether or not you want to talk about the injury-prone narrative or the workload narrative that I know popped up this week with Christian McCaffrey on some people saying that he's being overused. And then you hear from Kyle Shanahan and goes, I can't get this guy off the field, Tracy.
Right. And Christian McCaffrey does not want to come off the field.
He doesn't want to.
He does not like coming off the field. And at the end of the day, when you have Christian McCaffrey, it's really hard to take the ball out of his hands. And right now, every game matters for San Francisco. Every play, every game matters. They have the 1 seed. They have a little bit of a cushion now, of course, thanks to, oddly enough, the Cowboys and the Seahawks.
Yeah, right.
But these games matter, and that could change quickly. So every play matters, every game matters, and this is what you have Christian McCaffrey for. And they get that 1 seed, then he gets a weekend off. But it's just hard to take the ball out of his hands when you have someone of his caliber.
And when he's such a dynamic playmaker with or without the ball in his hands too. The pre-snap motion, everything that he does, which is why I think it leads to the argument of how valuable he is to Kyle Shanahan's system. We mentioned the comments earlier about Kyle saying he's the best football player he's damn near ever coached. We know how electric he is, even if he doesn't have the ball in his hands. But Tracy, we're at the point this day and age where it seems like it's damn near impossible for a running back to actually win the MVP award.
It does feel like that. It feels like it is a quarterback award. And we talked about earlier, for me, where I struggle in this is when I look at the NFC Championship game and they did lose Brock Purdy, and then that was the end of the game for them. It really was. But by the same token, when you look at this season, Christian McCaffrey is as important, if not more important, to this offense. It's a really tough call. And so maybe it does become a quarterback award. Maybe they just decide the MVP is a quarterback award, but I don't think they're going to do that. But I will say this, the 49ers have 2 MVP candidates, one of whom very well may win the MVP, one of whom may be the offensive player of the year, neither of whom care as they have a Lombardi trophy. That's all they really care about.
That's the bottom line is they're trying to win a Super Bowl. Super Bowl or bust, and that's been the message for the 49ers the entire season, but it does seem like, especially in this industry, everybody is focused so much on the MVP talk. And I was out in Boston a couple weeks ago for the Army-Navy guy, and I was talking to different sports hosts from around the country, and they kept asking me the question, how replaceable is Brock Purdy? How many other quarterbacks would be successful in the system? And my response was, yeah, I'm sure there's other quarterbacks who could have the same success, but we've also seen Brock Purdy be more successful than any other quarterback that Kyle has had here in San Francisco. So, Tracy, if you don't mind, I'm going to put you on the spot. Who is easier to replace, Christian McCaffrey or Brock Purdy?
Oh, man, that is what the thing is. Christian McCaffrey is like a once-in-a-generation
He's a
player.
unicorn.
He's a unicorn. So I don't think Brock Purdy is replaceable. I don't think and we've seen it. You can't take any quarterback and put him in and have him be as successful as Brock Purdy has been. But Christian McCaffrey is kind of like a unicorn. The 49ers are really lucky. They have 2 unicorns on their team. They have Christian McCaffrey and Deebo Samuel.
Yeah.
Those guys can't be replaced. But I guess I would counter back. So I guess if I had to pick, I'm going to go with Christian McCaffrey. But I would counter back that in this offense, with this team and these players, and with the way he's playing, Brock Purdy would be irreplaceable for this team right now.
The way that he is creating plays, the trust that we've seen him now get from Kyle Shanahan is trust that he hasn't handed out to other quarterbacks.
Nope, he certainly didn't give it to Jimmy.
Yeah, and the argument that, he's got too much talent around him, like what, are we supposed to hold that against him now that he's got talented players surrounding him?
I mean, Joe Montana had Roger Craig and Jerry Rice, so and Tom Rathman and John Taylor and Brent Jones, Dwight Clark. So should we say that Joe Montana really wasn't all that good, but he had all these great players around him? I mean, yes, he has great players around him, but as they have all said, he's got to get them the ball. You look at some of those throws. There was a throw a couple weeks ago to Ayuk that when it went up, I thought, oh my God, that's going to be interception. And then I was like, no, it is not. He threw it exactly in the right place. He had a touchdown like that to Christian the other day. He had a touchdown like that to Debo. He's multiple touchdowns like that to Debo in the last few weeks. I mean, he's a tremendous football player. His accuracy, his vision, his ability to read the field, and they're dots. To quote Debo Samuel, it's dot after dot after dot. They are all dots, and they are not necessarily easy throws and easy catches, but all parties make it look that way. And that's why you have an offense. That's why he's not playing by himself.
It's the vision. It's the progression. It's Brock Purdy going through multiple reads. Like one of my favorite plays this past weekend was when Buda Baker came up to the line of scrimmage, looked like he was going to blitz, drops back to the middle of the field. He decides not to throw to Debo Samuel. Just a quick little check off to Christian McCaffrey. Probably a play that gets lost in the sauce when people are talking about the big picture of that game. But that just tells me that he's not just playing into the system. There's a lot of people that accuse quarterbacks in Kyle's system of just throwing to a spot and not having the anticipation. No, Brock Purdy is throwing these wide receivers open.
And you know what I'm going to do at the end of the season? I'm going to go back through all the transcripts and count the amount of times one of us has said to Kyle, was that his first read? And Kyle has said it wasn't even his second or his third.
Wow, yeah.
I can't even count the amount of times. So I am going to count at the end of the season because I want to have all of them. It's probably once or twice a week.
Yeah, and it seems like he's doing it once or twice per game. He truly is taking this offense to a next level. Of course, Christian McCaffrey has also, and that's why we're talking about both of them being maybe in the conversation for a co-MVP. Tracy, is it possible?
I mean, if it were me, I'd give them a co-MVP. I think it's very difficult to choose. The only way, in my opinion, you make the choice is if you, as a voter, decide, to me, this is a quarterback award, so I'm voting for the quarterback. Otherwise, I don't really know how you choose, and I guess maybe it's best I'm not voting.
Yeah, exactly. And maybe we go in a different direction where we get the Trent Williams for MVP campaign too, because he's valuable for the offense also. Exactly.
He is tremendously valuable for this 49ers offense.
Yeah, huge. We know this offense has many pieces to it, but Brock Purdy truly is the point guard, distributing it out, and we'll see how he does distribute the ball this weekend against the Baltimore Ravens. Maybe he'll put on his best Steph Curry performance as the point guard for the Dubs. Got the big win last night, dropping a dagger on the Boston Celtics. And coming up next, we're going to talk to the super reporter himself, JD, a.k.a. John Dickinson, breaking down what could possibly be viewed as the Warriors' biggest win of the season. We got Dubs talk coming up for you next. It's Marcus the Waterboy Boucher and Tracy Sandler on KNBR 104.5 FM at 680 AM, the sports leader.
I mean, the guy's a unicorn. That's all I can say.
Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
All right, welcome back to the Murph and Marcus show this morning. Brian Murphy on Christmas vacation. So filling in today is Tracy Sandler here with the Water Boy. And joining us now on the UMA guest line is a man who now hosts the OT show here at KNBR. But Tracy, as all of our listeners know, there's no way in hell I'm bringing John Dickinson onto the morning show to make his debut without taking a cue from our guy, Derek Papa.
John Dickinson, super reporter, big game bound, his boots on the ground. John Dickinson, super reporter, where will he be now? Let's go out to JD.
Now it's official. John Dickinson, super reporter, joining the morning show today. JD, what's up, my man? How we doing today?
Marcus doing well. Tracy, good to be with you as well. Welcome to the family here at KNBR. Great to have you. I know I'm a newbie, but I guess you're even a little bit newer than I am, so I can welcome you now with open arms.
Yeah, JD, I was going to say welcome to the Murph and Mac morning show, but Brian Murphy's already on vacation, but we welcome you with open arms with Tracy this morning, JD.
Yeah, no, it's good to be here. Marcus, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Everybody's been great. And what a win for the Warriors last night. My goodness.
Yeah, and JD, that's where we got to start. I got to give you credit for being up late night last night, Dubs OT. Me and Tracy were talking about how hard it was to keep our eyes open last night before waking up so early this morning. But give us your breakdown of Steph Curry hitting the dagger in overtime and saying night-night to the Boston Celtics once again.
Well, yeah, it's nothing new, right? The Celtics have seen it before. Jason Tatum's seen it before. Jaylen Brown's seen it before. Al Horford's seen it before. I think Derek White's seen it before. And even Drew Holiday, I think, not with Boston, but maybe with Milwaukee, has seen it before. The last Warrior overtime win was against Milwaukee last year in March at Chase Center. So he's seen it before as well. But just a spectacular performance from Steph and a refuse-to-lose type performance. We've seen a few of these here over the last couple of weeks with the Warriors just in dire need of winning some close games. They'd lost so many after a really good start to the season in close games. It seemed like they couldn't buy a win in a close game, but now it's 3 consecutive. This team just does nothing but play close games now with 14 in a row. Overall, 23 of the 27 have been clutch games for the Warriors. It's just a nightly occurrence, and the Warriors have won now 3 in a row, and a couple of those have just been thanks to Stephen Curry and his heroics. The last 2 at Chase, to be sure, with the Brooklyn game and then the game last night. But, yeah, for him to play the final 12 minutes and then the 5 in overtime, so 17 minutes with 5 fouls, to take a charge against Jaylen Brown, putting his head down and trying to go on him in the fourth quarter, and to do what he did was just spectacular. And it's nothing new, obviously, and something the Celtics had certainly seen before, but highly necessary. It was kind of the OG feel last night. It was Curry and Klay Thompson doing their thing, the Splash Brothers, but then it was the newbies. It was Jonathan Kuminga making a real impact, and Trace Jackson-Davis, I think the player of the game last night for the Warriors, really flipping things defensively. So huge win, and it's the kind of win now that gets the Warriors closer to the 500 mark. But when you look at the next 2 games, they've got Washington and the return of Jordan Poole, and then they've got Portland on Saturday. So it's a springboard game. You win 2. The Boston game was the most iffy of the week. Now you steal that one from 17 down, and you should – hate to say that because, you never know, especially with the way the Warriors have played this year, but you should get the next 2 and all of a sudden be feeling better about this team over 500 going into that Christmas game in Denver.
I just have to say that whenever I hear the word Jordan Poole, it's like my Michigan radar just pops up. I'm like, Jordan! Because for me, Jordan Poole was a hero. I understand there's a very different feeling about him among Warriors fans, but for me, with 18 seconds left, he was once a hero. That's all I have to say on that.
Tracy, he should be. And I'll tell you this, I know I'll let you go wherever you want to go with it. But just a quick note on Friday, Jordan Poole, when he returns to Chase Center, should get a standing ovation from 18,000 strong, given everything that he did in terms of growing up in the league, from somebody that was sent down to the G League in his second year, had to play a bulk of his rookie year without Steph Curry, and Klay Thompson missed that entire season before COVID. For him to turn himself into the player that he became in the 2021-22 season, and to earn the contract that he ultimately got from the Warriors, but he helped them win a championship. He was a starting player for the first 35 to 40 games when Klay Thompson was still coming back from the second injury. I hope Warrior fans are not so jaded by the way things ended and the poor playoff series and the everything that happened, obviously, with Draymond Green and the punch and all of that. I really hope Warrior fans give Jordan Poole the proper positive ovation in his return.
And JD, it seemed like the Jordan Poole trade was the final nail in the coffin for the two-timeline system that the Warriors were trying to plan out, obviously trading Jordan Poole and trading James Wiseman. But last night you saw Trace Jackson-Davis. Brandon Podziemski has been playing unbelievable. We know he went down with an injury last night. But you look at the strides that Moses Moody has taken, and Jonathan Kuminga last night was fantastic as well. JD, is the two-timeline system back for the Dubs?
I don't think we know about that, but I think more importantly, because this is kind of where I've been on that whole conversation, and I think Kuminga is the perfect example. Jonathan Kuminga may be a future All-Star, right? He may even be better than that in let's say 2 to 3 years, because he's still super young, right? Early 20s, 21, going to be 22, kind of in the age range. But here's the thing on Kuminga. The question isn't, can he be a star later on, or can he be this uber talented player later on that becomes maybe a number 2 option on a winning team? The question is, can he be effective enough as a role player on this team with some of the veterans and the expectations that they have? And I think the thing that he's shown in the last couple of weeks is that he can be, because starters can be role players too, and he's really seized the opportunity. I think going back to when Steve Kerr benched him in the game against Portland, where everybody's wondering, why the hell would you bench him against Portland? It's a young, athletic team. You'd think Kuminga would cook in a game like that. But Steve Kerr, I think, felt he needed to send a little bit of a message that Kuminga needed to play harder, more consistently, fly around defensively, rebound, just play more actively on the floor. And I think Kuminga received the message, and he's been just outstanding here for the last 2 weeks. He stepped in for Draymond Green, with Draymond Green going out again due to the suspension, and his numbers have been significantly better in the small sample size as a starter compared to the numbers off the bench. So it gives, I think, Steve Kerr a lot more trust that he can put him in situations like he did last night, along with Trace Jackson-Davis down the stretch in games. And that, to me, is the bridge to bring it back to your question about the two-timeline plan. We're not going to get a chance to see the two-timeline plan if the younger players can't be effective role players on this team. And I think what we're seeing is Podziemski's been able to do that. Moses Moody, I think we already knew could do that. But now Jonathan Kuminga and Trace Jackson-Davis are showing, with TJD in the last couple of games and a few earlier when the Warriors were playing well. But in particular, Kuminga is showing that he can be that player that helps connect the young and old. And I think that's where his best opportunity to grow and have an opportunity for us to see how great he can be down the line lies.
Yeah, and last night, to me, it seemed like it was a sign of confidence from Steve Kerr to have Jonathan Kuminga in that lineup down the stretch. Now, from your perspective, JD, does it feel like Kuminga is playing with more confidence himself? Because whether it's locking up Jason Tatum yesterday and having him shoot 5 for 17 for the field, or even getting the ball in the post, it seems like he's more confident, go to the basket. Have you noticed any confidence change with Jonathan Kuminga?
Yes, absolutely. I just think that his motor has been better. At times, he just kind of he floats around, I think, a little bit during games. He plays a little unsure, is probably the better way to put it. At least he was. I think he's played more confident. I think he should. There's open threes that have to be taken, but for the most part, I feel like he's cut out some of the wing threes. He's cut out a lot of that, trying to put the ball on the deck from the wing and hit the pull-up jumper that he was taking a lot of and missing a lot of earlier in the season. He's like, forget that. I'm taking it all the way to the rack, or I'm making a decisive pass and then cutting, and I'm going to get the ball back at the rim. It's been defense turning into offense for Kuminga. He gets the breakaway steal and dunk right at the beginning of overtime to put the Warriors ahead. So his rebounding numbers have been better, 7 rebounds last night. I think he's playing more forcefully. He's playing more confidently to be sure, and I think that the Warriors need it. And Steve Kerr gets the brunt of the criticism with not playing Kuminga and maybe not trusting Kuminga, but I think the thing that's underlying that doesn't get discussed enough is that the veteran players have, and especially Steph Curry, an extreme amount of clout with the coaching staff and with this franchise, to where if Steph Curry doesn't trust a guy like Jonathan Kuminga or Trace Jackson-Davis, then those players are not going to play with him down the stretch in games. I think the shift has been Kuminga's played well enough to earn Stephen Curry's trust in these games, and you saw how fired up Curry was with Kuminga getting the stop against Jason Tatum on the final play that kept the game tied and forced overtime. So I think Curry's seeing that growth, and Curry trusts him more, which allows him to be on the floor because he's not basically going to Steve Kerr and saying, I can't play, I can't win with this guy.
Yeah, and when you have Steph Curry in your corner, that does give you a lot of confidence also. And we also saw the reaction of Steph after Trace Jackson-Davis blocked Jaylen Brown at the rim in overtime also. So we talked about Kuminga. I wanted to get your breakdown on TJD and the rim-protecting element that he has added to this Warriors defense.
Yeah, necessary. I mean, the Warriors were getting absolutely annihilated in the first and third quarters, really. The Celtics were getting whatever they wanted, driving to the basket. Warriors couldn't really keep anybody in front of them. And then there was nobody there on the back end to be able to challenge shots or send anything away or just make life a little bit more difficult. But Trace Jackson-Davis flipped all of that. And, to come into the game and really be the key to both runs, right? The Warriors got down 40-30 into the first quarter. They were in some trouble in the second quarter, but they go on a run, and it was basically the same group that finished the game that went on the big run that allowed the Warriors to get back into the game and only be down 3 at halftime. And it started with Trace Jackson-Davis, and it started with some better perimeter defense as well. But, yeah, for Trace Jackson-Davis to erase Jaylen Brown a couple of times in the game, but the block in overtime, he got him twice last night, but the block in overtime, spectacular at a big moment where the Celtics are thinking they can still win the game, and he says, not going to happen. But credit to him, credit to Kuminga out on the perimeter, credit to Chris Paul, who got matched up against Jason Tatum a lot down the stretch. But it was that group with Steph and Chris Paul and Klay Thompson, Jonathan Kuminga, Trace Jackson-Davis. Podziemski was in that group in the first half for Chris Paul, but with the injury, Paul finished in the second half. And credit to Steve Kerr for just riding that lineup out. He's talked about playing the best 5 on a night-in, night-out basis to finish games. The best 5 is going to play. Last night, he stuck to it. The best 5 for last night's game finished the game, and that's why the Warriors were able to pull it out.
JD, I'm probably coming to this a little bit from a football hat, but do you find that it's too early in the season to call this a statement game, or do you feel like the Warriors did make a statement last night?
I think they did make a statement last night. I mean, Klay Thompson said it in the post-game press conference. He said, hey, we knew it already, but it shows this group that they can beat anybody. I mean, the Celtics come in 20-5 with the best record in the NBA, tied with Minnesota, and for the Warriors to get a win, to me, it's the signature win of the entire season, given the opponent, given where the Warriors are in the season in terms of really needing wins to kind of get things back on track. You don't want to slip, multiple games below 500, and to be 13-14 with the games coming up, as opposed to being 12-15 with the games coming up, it really gives them a pathway to get back to 500 and get over 500 here in the next few days. And it looked a few days ago like it might take them a couple of weeks to get back to that point. So no, I think for the young players in particular, it's a statement game because it shows that they can play with the veteran players against a team as good and I think great as Boston. I think Boston's terrific. I mean, they're going to at least the conference finals, if not the finals. Obviously, they've been there a lot over the last few years without being able to quite get over the hump. But no, I think it's a statement game. Not more so, I think, because of the contributions that Podziemski and Trace Jackson-Davis and Jonathan Kuminga made to the veteran players and to the coaching staff, as opposed to maybe even the rest of the league, because, I think the Warriors have shown they're going to need everybody to basically be the team that they want to be. They're going to need more from Wiggins than they've gotten to this point. They're probably going to need more from Looney. They need Klay Thompson to be the guy he's been the last 4 games where he's looked like the old Klay. But they are going to need Trace Jackson-Davis and Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody and Podziemski. I think that's been proven here in the last couple of weeks if they're going to be the team that they believe they are, which is a championship contender.
Last couple minutes here with John Dickinson, super reporter on the Uma Guest Line this morning. And JD, if we're talking about statement games and statement victories, how big of a statement is it for both the 49ers and the Ravens? Monday night matchup, Christmas night. Winner of that game could be the front runner for the MVP. How much of a statement game is this for both Brock Purdy, Lamar Jackson, and for both teams, the 2 number 1 seeds in the NFL?
Yeah, it's just tremendous, just phenomenal. I mean, I think you could make the case it's the new game of the year, right? The 49ers and the Eagles a couple weeks ago was probably the game of the year. Some in Dallas would say that every one of their games are the game of the year, but we can throw that out. No, I think it's the game of the year. To be honest, I know everybody's feeling better about the 49ers now only having to win 2 of the last 3 to secure the 1 seed in the NFC. I'm sure you guys are gonna disagree with me on this. I was actually a little disappointed when the Eagles lost because I kind of wanted that game to be a must for the 49ers, the game against the Ravens. I thought that would add a little bit of the drama to it and the holiday and Monday Night Football at Levi's. But I think I'm in the minority on that one. I think 49er fans are like, let's just get the 1 seed and get the bye and try to make the path of least resistance toward getting to Las Vegas in the Super Bowl. But that game has everything. And I think it's great for the 49ers that they're going to get a look at the Ravens when they may end up playing them again. I mean, flat out. And, the 49ers defensively in the past have been hurt by mobile quarterbacks and quarterbacks that are active in the run game. So I think getting a shot at Lamar Jackson, who I think is significantly improved as a passer, I think just seeing how that matchup looks and getting that on tape, I think is huge. And, yeah, nobody's playing better than Brock Purdy right now. And the 49ers offense is dialed, and they've been dialed here for about the last month, really the whole season. But Purdy kind of leading the way with Christian McCaffrey and Deebo Samuel and everybody else over these last few weeks. It's just it's awesome. It's terrific to have it so late in the season, and who knows, it might be the first of a couple of matchups between these two over the next month and a half.
Well, I did do an updated Super Bowl preview last week, and I picked 49ers Ravens as my Super Bowl preview. So we're in agreement there. We're in disagreement on the Eagles loss. My January travel schedule was super into that Eagles loss. I'm going to be honest with you, but I do agree with you. This is going to be such a tremendous game, and when you talk about Brock Purdy and this 49ers offense, it just really stands out that at times if the defense is struggling, the 49ers in the past have not had the luxury for the most part of having an offense playing at such an elite level that even if the defense does struggle a little bit, the offense can make up for it. And one of the issues we saw in the 3-game losing streak was if the defense struggled, the offense couldn't make up for it. But I think that just shows that in all 11 wins, this offense has been just going on such an incredibly high level, led by Brock Purdy. And we were talking about it earlier. This game decides the MVP, in my humble opinion.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. I think it's Brock Purdy's to lose at this point. I think it's his to win. I think when you say it's somebody's to lose, I mean, maybe that has a little bit of a negative connotation, but I mean it in the most positive way. Like, to me, if he continues down the path that he's played over the last month, he's going to win it because the 49ers are going to win out. They're going to have, maybe I think he's already got a couple of signature wins, to be honest. I think the Philadelphia game's a signature win. I think the Dallas game earlier in the year is signature. I think Monday night against the Ravens would be another signature. Like, I think you could make a case that the 49ers have, if they beat Baltimore, clear-cut, hands-down more signature wins than anybody else in the league. So if Purdy goes out and it's 3 touchdowns and it's 275 to 300 yards and he's spreading it around and all of that, then I think he's in some ways going to cruise as long as the 49ers don't slip up and lose home field advantage and lose the bye in the last couple of weeks, which I don't think anybody would foresee if they beat the Ravens. So, yeah, I think it's Purdy's to lose, Tracy. I really do.
Yeah, Brock Purdy versus Lamar Jackson, Monday Night Football, Christmas. Oh, man, JD, everything's falling in line, man. Appreciate you coming on this morning. I know you're doing some fill-in work this week and next week on KNBR. Looking forward to that, and always looking forward to Dubs OT. You and Greg Silver are doing a great job, so shout out to you, and thanks for coming on the show this morning.
Yeah, thanks, Marcus. Thanks, Tracy. And I'm going to be in tomorrow and Thursday on the afternoon show as well. Carrie Crowley and I are going to have that for you as Copes and Tom take a little time off.
Damn, I need a remix from Derek Papa, the Mr. Crowley and John Dixon, super reporter. JD, always appreciate the time, my man. You have a good one.
All right. Thanks for having me.
Perfect. There he is, the one and only John Dickinson, boots on the ground, whether it's Chase Center or Levi Stadium on Monday night. And on the other side, we'll get back into that Monday night matchup, make the connection with Greg Papa and John Lund, do a little face-off, and then that's it for a Wednesday show, Tracy. We made it through. It's the Water Boy and the Fangirl, Tracy Sandler and Marcus Boucher on KNBR 104.5 FM, 680 AM, the sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's the Fangirl and the Waterboy wrapping it up today. Marcus Boucher and, of course, Tracy Sandler filling in for Brian Murphy this morning. And the good news is Tracy will be back tomorrow. And as we're watching the clock hit 10 o'clock this morning, congratulations, Tracy. You officially made it 4 hours on morning radio.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me. It was really fun. I loved it.
It's fun. It flies by fast. And tomorrow we'll be back with some great guests. Greg Cosell, Mike Kruko, everybody talking more 49ers and Ravens Monday night matchup, the MVP showcase. And I'm sure Greg Papa and John Lund are going to talk all about it. And that is, of course, because the Papa and Lund Show is sponsored by Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake expert. And the Papa and Lund Show starts right now.
Lamar is a guy.
There is nothing wrong with the great man.
I love you.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. 680. The sports leader.
Dominguez got it. Ball the other way. Screen by Jackson Davis. Dominguez into White. The fake and the follow. They tie the game at 54. Brown and Curry. Curry play with the 4 fouls. Well, they're going to go at him too. Sure they are. 5. Count it for Brown.
5 fouls on Curry here. He's probably going to be done until, the 6-7 mark of the 4th?
Moses Moody at 3. Tap in try, and he gets it to go. Jackson Davis, give him 8.
We'll have to find more minutes for Jackson Davis.
And I think he will find more minutes.
Curry, long 3.
And you got to be up on the screen if you're Al Horford.
Here from Sausalito. It's a 1-point game.
Oh, man. Here we go.
Paul Thompson, 3. That ties the game at 118. Klay Thompson has buried 6 threes. Curry, step back, triple.
He's on one. What a game here.
Knocked away. Kuminga with the steal and the 2. The first Golden State lead of the second half.
That was probably the most grit and determination we've shown all year. Like you said, down a lot of guys. TP playing crazy minutes. Trace Jackson Davis coming in. It's nice to get a big win like that.
Man, he makes your life easy. Getting him a screen, get it big onto him, and let him go to work. And then sometimes you get an easy dunk when they both decide to double out. But he makes the big's life really easy.
Yes, thanks for joining us. Steph pulls it out of the fire after having some early foul trouble. We got a ton to go over in yesterday's game, 132-126. Overtime as the Warriors get the win over the Boston Celtics, who came in tied with the best record in all of the NBA. A ton to get to there. Lots of 49ers. Now the national MVP debate is raging on. I want to get to a question that you asked yesterday that I thought was really good. We got a little bit of Giants for you, too, but we'll focus more on the Warriors and the 49ers on a wet Wednesday. Walter just said we're twins today. We're just wearing black shirts. Yeah, we're not.
You got a Warrior logo on yours?
I do not.
Shed
I don't
boy.
Even know if I have one in here.
I heard a rumor you were there last night. I texted you several times. I saw Harlan. I gave him the big Italian smooch on the side. Not the kiss of death, but the kiss of I love you. I didn't see you, though. I heard rumors you were here, there. I was chasing you. Couldn't quite corral you. Kind of like Derek White on Steph's quick release 3 there to win the game.
No kidding. That rainbow was all. It took forever to come down. I had a great day. I got to tell you about it later when we have more time. We're going to go over the game. But, man, I was there from about 4 o'clock when Steph came onto the court because he doesn't wait till 5 anymore.
Is he going that early at 4 o'clock?
He was about
3 hours
4:30.
before a game?
But he's doing it before 5 so that it doesn't have the congregation of people that it had before. But
right.
And then I was there until about 11:30 at night where, man, Steph comes into the interview room after doing, you heard TNT there, all this different stuff that he's got to do. And we all sit and wait after talking to everybody else. And he gives the most thoughtful, smart, energetic, no matter what the question is. I mean, the guy's just perfect. I mean, he's perfect. And even when he's doing the shoot around, he stops with Reggie Miller and talks to Reggie Miller's son, who's got a Curry jersey, who's jumping up and down to meet him. And he's so nice to everybody. I don't know that there's a flaw in this guy. And then he comes out and plays 16 minutes with 5 fouls. And I mean, just unbelievable. Just unbelievable.
I honestly think, and I remember interviewing him and Aisha when they were just babies. I mean, he was the baby-faced assassin. Or he wasn't even an assassin then. I don't think he's changed one iota. I know people around him and his wealth and his Q rating, but as far as the way Del and Sonia raised him, he's the same human being. He is genuine. And Brock Purdy's going to be the same way. Steph's got a little more, he's got a little more look at me in him. But Brock's got that, and as he develops time. But in every way, he's one of the greatest faces of a franchise in the history of American sport with anyone. I mean, that's why you just want them to do what they did last night more often for him, because all that's true, what you said, but he's also a killer. He just wants to win. He really does, and he works hard. I mean, to go out there and do that drill in every game, and he puts on a show and then in the game, but he needs help. He needs help, and last night he got a lot of help. He was in foul trouble early. He kept dancing around that 6, and Boston tried to get him to 6. They kept getting switches, and there were a couple that were close, but he stayed in the game. I don't know how the Warriors got it to overtime. It just seemed like Boston was the better team, and we got to acknowledge, and I know Chris Paul was sick, and Wiggins was under the weather. Paul played. Wiggins did not. Kuminga played great, guarding Jason Tatum. But not having Kristaps Porzingis, is Horford on the court at the end of the game for these drop coverages. And that's why Big Al's a great player, but it's just so hard for any center, to deal with Steph when he gets him one-on-one. Even Rudy Gobert, he's just the Stifle Tower's going to fall down like he did in the playoffs years ago. And he's just able to squeeze off his shot. But they won, and he played a great game. And that quick release was a great shot over Derek White. But it's Chris Paul seeing the floor to get it to him on an incredibly difficult skip pass. I mean, who makes that pass with that clock there? But he's looking for Steph. That's why to have a pure passer like him surrounded by these great shooters. And now Clay, as Steve said after the game, he's taking nothing but good shots. He can't force shots. He's playing well. He's playing defense. He's blocking shots. He's using his body inside. But to me, last night was about the guys around him. And it was Trace, Jackson, Davis, more than anybody. And Monty Poole's going to join us later on. Monty's been calling for him to be in the rotation for a long time. But, you are going to be loyal to Kevon Looney. He's not playing great like last night or throughout the year. But Steve's just not going to – he's not going to change the lineup. But there's, especially with Draymond going out now in the small ball 5, there's a role for Trace Jackson Davis, who at 6'9", with the wingspan of 7'1", just plays bigger. He's a bigger Draymond. He's kind of like Kevon, but he's obviously far more athletic. And just on both ends of the floor, his ability to screen and roll and take away that action going to the rim, and then it opens up three-point shots. He's getting easy baskets inside. He's a good screener. They were talking about him and Chris Paul and setting the angle on the screen, and then obviously what he does on the defensive end. That block on Jaylen Brown was so huge, and to be able to be a rim protector, which they don't have. Even Draymond's not a rim protector. Kevon's not a rim protector. They really haven't had a great rim protector. JaVale a little bit, and obviously Bogut. This guy gives it to you. And then Jonathan Kuminga last night, John, all I kept wondering is how you get to guard Tatum. And they guarded him. And he is inefficient. Brian Scalabrine will join us at 10:50, the analyst of the Celtics TV, and he's on NBA Sirius XM radio, and saw him do his open before the game last night. Scal, he'll join us at 10:50. And I think the game was important for Boston because they just can't come in here and win. They lost here last year. They lost here, obviously, in the finals. How many layups did they miss, John? They missed 20 layups in the game. And early in the game, it just seemed like the Warriors are working so hard to score, and Boston's just getting a layup or a dunk every single trip. I think early second quarter they had 32 points in the paint. But Trace Jackson Davis comes in and takes that away to some degree and gets a double-double, and he's in your finishing lineup. But it was about Jonathan Kuminga and his ability to guard Jason Tatum last night. Wiggs was not out there for much of the game. He wasn't feeling well. He played off the bench. He played 21 minutes, and Kuminga started and played 34 minutes. And again, Jason Tatum, inefficient against the Warriors. He had 7 assists, no turnovers in the game, John, but at the end, it was Kuminga guarding him. The shot he missed to force overtime, and he was just 5 of 17 from the floor. The Warriors got a lot of work to get to the NBA Finals. Never see Boston there. But I just think, Boston, I think, is rooting for the Warriors not to get there. They just have a problem with this championship mentality of the Warriors and how they rise up. And they weren't wearing their green last night. They were wearing their whatever they were wearing, throwback whites, and the Warriors were wearing black. But the crowd just kind of stirs a little different when the Celtics come in. And the Celtics just, to me, the Warriors rose up and we thought they would play the game they played last night. But do the Boston Celtics have a bit of a Warrior problem? Are the Warriors in their heads?
Yeah, certainly when it comes to Jason Tatum, because the reason I didn't see, I was trying to, as funny as this sounds, coach my son because he was covered his first Warriors game, so we were hanging out and I was trying to explain a lot of things to him, and that's the thing we were saying because he's a Boston fan, and Tatum to only go 5 of 17 for 15 points when they did such a good job defensively against him. So we'll get into all of it because it was a true team effort. Steph's the star. He scores 33, has those 5 fouls, and hits that big rainbow. But like you said, Trace Jackson Davis has got to play moving forward. Chris Paul had 12 assists and no turnovers. But James, before he got hurt, Kuminga, the way he defended, there was just a bunch of guys who stepped up and made big plays. So we'll continue it. And there was one overriding question after the game. So we'll get into that conversation coming up next. Still a ton of 49ers to get to as well as we get closer to the Ravens and the Niners on Christmas Day. But your guest list, Gary St. Jean, hey, fellas, is going to join us
when the Celtics come in, I think of one guy and one guy only. Chicopee, Mass's finest, where they make the Spalding basketball the saintly one. He loves the Warriors, but he loves the Seas.
He's going to be a lot of fun to talk to at 10:30. As you said, Scal's going to join us, Brian Scalabrine, at 10:50. That's the first hour, and then we'll get more into the Niners. Mike Silver's going to join us 11:50. Monty Poole spend time with us over lunch at 12:30. But Saint at 10:30, Scalabrine, Scal at 10:50. So we'll get a lot into what we saw last night. We'll do it all coming up next. It's Pop and Lund. Thanks for hanging out on a Wednesday, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hiya, fellas.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Steph Curry saves the day. What does it mean to beat the Celtics long term? Could this be the season changer the Warriors were looking for? That story and more trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Dub Nation, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
That was probably the most grit and determination we've shown all year. Like you said, down a lot of guys. TP playing crazy minutes. Trace Jackson Davis coming in. A week ago, he wasn't in the rotation. And he comes in and makes a huge difference. JK playing great defense all game. Clay hitting big shots. So, it was, obviously a total team effort, but the belief that we have, like we haven't had a lot of results to show for it this year, but the belief that we showed tonight, it's nice to get a big win like that.
And, of course, is Steph Curry. He scores 33, 20 of the 33 after he committed his fifth foul. And the Warriors beat the Celtics 132-126 at a raucous Chase Center last night. And as you said, lots of contributions. By the way, we haven't even mentioned Clay. Clay's on a heater. He's averaging 26.5 points over his last 4, shooting about 50% from the field and close to 50 from 3. So maybe his shot is back after 24 last night. He mentioned Kuminga, who had 17. Chris Paul, 12 assists, no turnovers last night. Podziemski was doing his normal stuff before he got hurt last night. Sarge was hitting some early shots to stay in, and then Trace Jackson Davis, as he said, and there was a lot of praise in the postgame from everybody for him. And like you said, I kept looking at the points in the paint, and the Celtics consistently, we were up by, like, in that category, like 20, 25 points the whole game. They were hitting everything, and then all of a sudden it just started to even out. It actually ended up 56-54, so it was just crazy how they kind of shut off the spigot there. But the question after the game that was being asked after they talked about the game was, is this the game? You know, they often ask that during a long season like this, baseball, basketball, things like that, football. Is this the game where you beat the Celtics, you beat the team with the best record, you don't have Draymond Green, everybody contributes, this is the way they got to win, but can they continue to do it? Consistency, that's the question.
Yeah, everybody wants the whole season story to be decided for them in one game or to know what's happening. You have to go play. You have to go play. This is the best they played against a quality opponent. I would say it's the most quality win. I didn't think they were going to win the game. And, you know, in years past, I always thought the Warriors were going to win. But Boston was scoring so easily. They had 22 points in the paint in the first quarter. And everything was just a layup. They had 40 points in the first quarter. And they were just scoring layup or dunks. They were beating you off the dribble and scoring inside. And they didn't have Kristaps Porzingis, the unicorn. But the Warriors changed it. They kept battling. As Steph said, it was a grindy type win, and they were able to get the win. I don't know if it's the game. It's a game they needed. It's a game they needed for their collective psyches on national TV without Draymond and all the drama around him. And just having the Boston Celtics come in, having the 49ers have a suite and watching them. And everybody paused to watch this game last night, and they played. So I don't know if it's the game, but it's a game, and it shows you what they're capable of being. They may not be able to do it all the time, but can they do it enough of the time in the regular season to get to where they're really a problem is when they start to lock in on a championship playoff type game plan on both ends of the floor. They know how to play. And their young players, John, know how to play.
That was huge.
Podziemski, and he hurt his back, and it was kind of a weird play in the lane. He rolled over, and that guy's tough. He just knows how to play. And then Trace Jackson Davis knows how to play. And I know you were mesmerized by Steph, and young George was impressed with him. Did you listen to TJD's press conference after?
I was there, yeah.
Wow. I mean, it's 4 years of Indiana there. And, you know, Steph played at Davidson for 3 and Clay at Washington State and Draymond 4 at Michigan State. And there's just there's a maturity level. Podziemski's more street and tough, and that guy just doesn't back down. Trace Jackson Davis, he's a rookie. He sounds like he's a 28-year-old, 7-year veteran, and he plays like it on that end of the floor. So as you grow and you get, people make contributions. It took Kuminga a while. He's just a baby. He still is. Kuminga played one of his best games in the NBA last night. Monty Poole's going to join us later on. I mean, Kuminga guarded Jason Tatum, and Monty asked him the question on the postgame show. He had 0 fouls last night. He did not foul Tatum one time, and he guarded them in so many isolation possessions, including the last one of regulation and forced him to miss. I think Tatum settles too much. We'll ask Brian Scalabrine, the TV analyst
Absolutely.
for the Celtics. I just think Tatum could be a more dominant player if he caught the ball deeper, but he's still a great player. It's just, is it the game? I don't know. But when you see a game like last night, and they don't have Draymond Green, and they don't have Gary Payton II, and Podziemski is not in your finishing lineup because he hurts his back, and you have to go to a different group with Trace Jackson Davis, they're capable. They are capable. They're going to do it every once in a while. They're going to rise up and beat a team like this. Hell, they may go into Denver and beat the Nuggets on Christmas Day. That's somewhat who they are. But can they do it consistently? Can they get themselves through the 6-month haul? That is the 82-game schedule to pay the bills in the NBA. It's hard. But I think when you watch them play last night, and I'm not surprised, I thought the game would go that way. And when I was watching most of it, the first 40 minutes of the game, 42 minutes of the game, I thought Boston's just bigger and they're scoring easier. It's just hard to get to them. But they figured out a way to get it to overtime. And then once in overtime, they just made heady plays. And Chris Paul's contribution playing sick, and you could hear him after the game. He's not well. They have 12 assists and 0 turnovers. When we have Saintly on in a few minutes, he's going to love 29 assists last night, John. Only 10 turnovers, and the Warriors only had 15 fouls last night. Boston was just 15 of 17 from the line. The Warriors were right there, 12 of 14. So if you don't foul and you don't fumble the ball away and you get enough possessions up, Boston got 5 more shots up than the Warriors did. And the Warriors, on the boards, they hung in. They out-rebounded them by 4. So that is how they are capable of playing. It's the blueprint for how they must play. And then you throw Draymond Green. The Warriors didn't have Draymond Green. They didn't have Kristaps Porzingis. I'll take that trade. Draymond guards him really well. He takes him off the floor by and large. So and we'll see him later in the year. But when the Warriors are fully at their roster, hashtag full squad, David Lee, the former Celtic, they can rise up and beat a team like this.
Yeah, there's no doubt. And here's the thing, and that's what I kept pointing to my son, because I was looking at the game, watching the game, and Boston is dominating. The point paints were 50-30 through 3 quarters, and in the fourth quarter and overtime, Boston only scored 6 in the paint. But as you said, I thought they settled for a lot of shots. But I kept telling him, I said, they're going to stay in this game because the turnovers were only at 10. They only committed 2 turnovers in the second half. They had 8 turnovers at the half. In the second half and overtime, they committed 2 turnovers. So they weren't giving up the ball on possessions, and they only, from the free throw line, which is another problem, they shot 14. Boston shot 17. So I was sitting there the whole game. But as I look at this as a whole, I don't know that Trace Jackson Davis can be plus 25 every game, okay? But in terms of looking at what they can do, Clay can shoot 9 for 21, 6 of 15, and score 24. Kuminga hasn't been consistent, but again, the 17 and 7 don't tell the story. It was his defense, but he can do that. Steph can do what he did last night. Chris Paul's been remarkably efficient assist-to-turnover ratio. He can do that again. Saric gave him some early points. He can do that. What I'm pointing out is that there wasn't anything outside of maybe the way Kuminga played on both ends that you'd say, and obviously Trace Jackson Davis, that you'd say, well, they can't do that. And they can add Draymond Green, they can add a non-sick Wiggins, and they can keep Podziemski healthy. I think they were up for this game because it was Boston and they were motivated. And I'm not saying they're going to go off and win 10 or 12 in a row. What I am saying, the point that we've been talking about is you don't want to see the Warriors in a playoff series. In a short series, no matter who they're going to play, if they can get themselves in decent enough position in the Western Conference, they do have the talent around them, the key maybe being the young players playing at a more consistent level. But they do have the talent if they can play at this level, and last night showed me that they could, and there wasn't more than a couple of guys who had just absolutely outstanding efforts that they couldn't replicate night in and night out.
When St. Lee joins us at 10:30, not only was a coach in the league, he was the Warriors GM. When you look at this, the roster composition, and what Mike Dunleavy has to assess, and he said the other day, we got to wait 15, 20 games to find out who we are. When you watch them last night, and you don't have Draymond Green and you don't have Gary Payton II, you see who they are. You see how the roles are defined. Trace Jackson Davis can play. I don't care what he does statistically. He may not have a double-double every game. The guy fits in how they play. On offense, he has a role as a pick-and-roller. He is exceptional at that. On defense, he can run the floor as a rim runner, first of all, on offense. And, he can get a lot of easy baskets just playing that way. And then on the defensive end, they don't have a shot blocker. The guy's 6'9", but he has long arms. So on both ends of the floor, he has a role. Play your role. He's not going to take an outside shot. That's fine. We don't need you to do that. We got shooters everywhere. Jonathan Kuminga can play that well. He can. Can he do it every single night? Well, no one does. Steph, missed every three the other night in Portland. He still played well. It's not going to be that way, but we know what your role is. Get up and guard. Whether we put you on a guy, and Tatum runs the ball, is on the ball a lot. He's not a pure point guard, even though they have Drew Holiday. Tatum does bring the ball up a lot, and he initiates offense like Durant does, and he can guard Tatum, but he can also guard some of the quickest, people like De'Aaron Fox. He has a role. And then offensively, they can put him in the post. They can move him around. He shoots quickly. Sometimes he's got to realize just the more he plays, I think he'll settle down on the flow of the game and move the ball. Don't always be a black hole and look to go one-on-one every time, even though he has the ability to beat people. So, and then Clay's finding his role. It's been hard for him later in his career off the injuries. How many times did he dribble last night? Just when he catches and shoots, he's so lethal, and then he's making passes. He's slipping inside. He's playing the complete game. They got pieces around it. You'd like to get Looney going a little bit here, but minus Draymond, there's a real role for Trace Jackson Davis, and then Dario Saric can play. Obviously, Paul and Moody and Wiggins wasn't quite himself again last night, but two over the weekend he played great. When you just see it in your Mike Dunleavy Jr. and you're looking at your roster, you're like, what do I have? Do I have enough? When you watch it like last night, when it all comes together and they have flow, yeah, everybody has a role. They know their role. They know how to contribute. And it took them a while to figure it out. And now the real key thing is to just, ride out the next 3 weeks or so until Draymond comes back. And when he comes back, let's go.
And you got a lot of home games in there as well. That while there's some tougher teams, they're certainly winnable. All right, we'll talk to Gary St. Jean about everything. He is the best. I'm sure you know him, but if you don't, you're in for a huge treat. He'll join us at 10:30. Then the Boston side of things, our friend Brian Scalabrine is going to join us. He was on the Boston call. He's going to join us at 10:50. So we got you covered. Then right after that, we'll get back to some 49ers. It's Pop and Lund on your Wednesday, only here on the Sports Leader.
I was like, holy moly.
Oh, hey there. Toyotathon is on. Sorry, I was looking on ModestoToyota.com for my next vehicle. Toyotathon is on at Modesto Toyota, and it's the biggest event of the year. Toyotathon means great deals for you and end-of-year savings on that new Toyota you want. Savings on all 23 and 24 Toyotas. So you check out the models. This is what I did. You check out the models and deals, and you go to ModestoToyota.com. You see the incoming vehicles. You look at the bells and whistles on each one. I like that. I need that. You pick out the one you want. And with these great Toyotathon deals, they go quickly, so you can't wait. The time is now. That's what Toyotathon is all about. You can save big on gas, which we all need to do with the many hybrid cars, SUVs, and trucks, like the one I picked out, the RAV4 Hybrid, which is awesome. And if you really want to save and just say to heck with gas altogether, the all-new, fully electric BZ4X is at a great price and special lease deals as well. Toyotathon. It's on right now at Modesto Toyota. Modesto Toyota, family-owned, as I always tell you, since 1965. And thousands of happy customers like me because of the great service and great prices. So now is the time. Big end-of-year deals. And did I mention no dealer markup? Toyotathon on right now. It's never been better. End-of-the-year deals. Let's do it. Modesto Toyota. We're going to get all my Toyotas at ModestoToyota.com.
Dub Nation, wherever you are around the globe, stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
We knew this already, but we have the ability to beat anybody, and just give everybody confidence that we can continue a great win streak here and put us in a right the ship, and most importantly that we have the ability to beat anybody from the best teams in the league to the bottom teams.
That's Klay Thompson, 6-15 from three. He had 24. He's starting to roll over his last four. He's having 26.5 on nearly 50% field goal and nearly 50% from three as well. Got contributions from everybody. Kuminga was great defensively and scored 17. It all comes down to Steph. Was able to play about 16 minutes with 5 fouls. Scored 20 of his 33 after those 5 fouls, including that rainbow to seal it, 132-126. Let's get into it. Our good friend Gary St. Jean, who I don't know that Saint was torn last night, but he's a Boston dude, and he joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's happening? How are you?
Holy moly, fella.
How great was that game last night, Saintly?
Oh, my gosh. Pop, you and I sat there for years. There's like 4 or 5 games a year that you just say, holy cow. I mean, last night was special. And Steph Curry, I mean, we just can't – we don't have enough accolades. But I was so impressed with a lot of guys play, and they caught Boston without Porzingis, and Tatum's got a sprained ankle, and they didn't have their best game, and they're probably the best team in the league right now. But to get that win at home, Klay playing like he did – you look at Chris Paul, 12 assists, 0 turnovers, and my favorite thing is Trace Jackson Davis. I love it.
Wow.
What a story, Pop.
I mean, we know his dad really well, obviously,
yes,
Dale
we both
Davis.
Do. Yeah.
Yeah, he was a tremendous player with the Indiana Pacers and throughout the league and played with Mully. But to me, when I'm watching the early game, and I was there last night saying, I'm like, Boston is scoring so easily every single trip, and the Warriors have to work so hard. Everything's at the rim, and they had 32 paint points early in the second quarter, and then in the fourth quarter, it all changed because of the rim protection of Trace Jackson Davis. Just speak to what you see from this guy being a 4-year player at IU. He's fundamentally sound. He helps you on both ends of the floor. I know you like this rookie, Saintly.
Yeah, I do. I love the bloodlines. You talked about his dad. He was as strong as New Rope. And I'm going to tell you what, he played for Mike Woodson, who I love at Indiana. You got a 4-year guy. The guy's played the game, and he's got experience, which you can't teach. And let's put a triple exclamation point on that block that he had on Brown. That was huge. Brown, the Cal grad, has really starting to get it together. He's really learning how to get in the paint, distribute. But look at his rebounding. 13 rebounds in 28 minutes. You love a rebounder who can get you bored every 3. And look what he's doing. He's an athlete. And, how about running pick and roll with him? Now you're going to have to honor him, which is going to shrink the floor and open the floor for the three-point shooters. So there's a lot to be happy about. You look at him and Sarek knocking down 3 threes, I'm feeling really good about that spot. I feel bad for Looney. He's not playing probably as well as he wants to, but they're going to do it by committee, and they'll get it done at that spot.
Always great to be joined by Gary St. Jean at 132-126. The Warriors get a huge win over the Celtics last night. Jason, Saintly, I guess the big question now is, can they consistently put up this kind of performance? I know Steph can. He scores 33, but can Klay, can Kuminga on both ends of the court do what he did? Trace Jackson Davis, can these guys consistently play to this level so that the Warriors can get themselves going?
Yeah, I really think they can because they've got depth. They've got a lot of people. Their bench beats most benches every night. And as Klay talked about in that interview you guys played, momentum is huge. And they get playing back-to-back at home against 2 sub-500 teams. The Christmas game will be very difficult against Denver. And then they come back for a lot of home games. And hopefully we're going to get a more consistent Wiggins. That's a very, very big key. He had a big game last week and last night. Didn't have much to bring. I'm still a little tough on Kuminga. I want him to rebound more. I just think he's capable of doing that. But this is real, and he's going to fill in at that spot. And, gosh, guys, we got to be really excited about Klay. It's been a tough grind, and he wears his emotions on his sleeves like a lot of us. And he was down a little bit, but the pro that he is, he's playing beautiful basketball. And I thought the key to me was the fourth period when he drove middle on the left side and dropped that bounce pass to Davis. And I'm saying to myself, I haven't seen that very much. That was absolutely beautiful.
Put it on the deck, Clay. You mentioned Kuminga. He did have 7 rebounds last night, St. Louis, in a little under 34 minutes of play. 4 were on the offensive boards. Just speak to the change in philosophy with this Warriors group to chase missed shots. They used to always want to rotate and get back defensively, but now Kuminga's got the green light to go get the ball on a missed shot because he's so athletic. You mentioned Wiggins last night. I thought going to the game, the matchup with Wiggins against Tatum was the key, and Wiggins just wasn't up to it. He wasn't feeling well, whatever it was, and then Kuminga came in and guarded the great Jason Tatum over and over and over again. Did a great job and got the late stop, forced overtime. But give me a little more about Kuminga's game, his rebounding. You want to see more. The Warriors do want him to hit the offensive boards.
Pop, back in Chicopee, Mass, I never learned how to spell analytics. And analytics is a huge part of the NBA now. And my son Greg is hammering me, telling me, Dad, everybody's going to the offensive glass now. They've done all these studies and whatever that it works. Well, if you've got an athlete like Kuminga, that makes complete sense to turn him loose. And, Pop, you made a great point. That stop on Tatum at the end of the game. Oh, my gosh, that was terrific, D. Fabulous. And he can really defend on the ball. We got to remember he's young, and it's not going to happen tomorrow or the next day. But he's making progress now because his minutes are consistent. And what are we talking about with him? A young guy like him, he probably envisions himself as this 3 like LeBron James. Well, right now, maybe he doesn't have that total skill set, but he does have the athleticism, quickness, power. Get into paint, attack the ball, the rim. And when he does that, he's so effective. And I'm happy for him. I mean, it's coming together for him. Now we need the big word, consistency. But you're seeing a lot of positive things with him on both ends of the floor.
Talking about the Warriors' 132-126 win at Chase over the league-leading Boston Celtics last night. The St. Louis one joining us. Speaking of consistency, as I was at the game last night, and as I kept looking at the board, there's 2 things that everybody looks at when they're watching the Warriors. It's the turnovers and the fouls. Yeah. And last night, they had 8 turnovers in the first half, and only 2 in the second half in overtime. And they were only outshot at the free throw line by Boston 17-14. So my question first is about turnovers. I know you really can't be conscious about it, but when they were so good, they could throw the ball around like the Globetrotters, and they had a margin of error. But now that margin of error has shrunk so much. How do you still play the way the Warriors can play, get it up and down the floor, the way Steph can play, can frustrate you? If one thing, it's with turnovers. But last night they corralled it in. So how do you do that on a consistent basis, speaking of consistency?
Well, John, you're spot on. Look at the assist-turnover ratio, 29-10. Yeah. I would say if they can be below 14, that's beautiful. And we know they can move the ball. And, there's a transition here with Chris Paul and his style of play. 12 assists, 0 turnovers, but he's not going to push the ball like they normally do. But in the half court, he's a willing passer. And, he played sick last night, which you tip your hat to. But, this all starts with Steph. The guy is fantastic. Pop, you covered so many great players in the Bay Area. And I just love seeing him smile last night because I saw a long face, after the Draymond situation. And to have that win like that, that's a big shot in the arm.
Well, I remember years ago, we were out watching him do the 2-ball drill with Bruce Frazier, and there was nobody there but us. And I'm like, what is he doing? How does he? I mean, Larry used to work insanely before games for anybody got there, and then Tim Duncan and the whole regiment with Chip Engelland. And you're watching Steph go through not just the 2-ball, the whole shooting drill, and he's out at the logo. And we're like, hell, let's put this on TV. It's amazing. Yeah. But I always thought, how does he do this and work so hard, then go play a game? So he has altered his pregame warm-up with Bruce Frazier, the Q-Man, saying, like, he's not doing it at like 6 o'clock for a 7:40 or 5:30, 5:40 for a 7:10. John said he was out there like 2.5 hours before the game last night. He's still doing it, But now he's closing ranks a little bit, and it's just a little bit more of a, I got to get ready for the game, and I got to carry my team now that Draymond's out. I'm not here to put on a show until we tip the game off.
Well, I can remember about 30 years ago, you and I walking into the Boston Garden, and at this old rat-infested place that's a shrine back in New England.
Literally.
And we walk up this concrete big walkway, and then there's these big wooden doors. And we can hear this boom, boom, boom. We open the door, and there he is, 2.5 hours before the game. There's Bird. And I'm telling you, mentally, that does something to you. And you're watching him out there. And, you know, and you look at this guy here. I just love him watching the guy play. I treasure every game that he plays. You know, we're talking about so many great young players in the league. But, you know, you see what LeBron's doing down there and what he's doing and the older guys. And, you know, the baton will be passed. But right now, we better hug and kiss and cherish all of these performances by Steph Curry.
I couldn't agree with you more. I got there early yesterday just for the express purpose of that, and I was told that he doesn't do it anymore when the gates open at 5. So that's what I did, Saint, is I went down there and I sat and I watched him, and all these players come out. Reggie Miller's son comes out. He's talking with Reggie Miller. I mean, this is hours before the game.
Yep.
And then he plays the game the way he does with the 5,000, scores 33. And then we wait in the press room until about 11:15, and here comes Steph because he had to do TNT and all these different things. And he has the energy, and he's answering the questions in a thoughtful, smart way. That's like 8 hours of intense, and he handles it like nobody I've ever seen. He's absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah. John, I asked Pop one day, I said, you know, we got 24 hours in our day. I think Steph has 48 hours in his day. I said, Pop, how does he get all this done? Nobody is more philanthropic, generous to the community. He right there for all the young kids in Oakland and in the city, and he's amazing and doing all the things with the girls' basketball. I just marvel at him. He's truly amazing, and you know, you guys know him well, and what you see right there, it's all real. It really is. You know, and Steve Kerr always uses the expression, you got to play this game with joy. It's so hard to play, and he's the leader. I mean, he's Arthur Fiedler. You guys don't remember it.
Boston Pops. Boston Pops. Oh,
there you go, Pop. I know those Buffalo.
I'm on you, St. Lee. I know your references. Now, Steve last night, I thought he was out. I thought he was knocking on your door to go caroling. He was singing "Joy to the World." Steph Curry spreads joy to the world. Just one quick thought, because we're gonna bring in Brian Scalabrine, the former Warrior assistant coach during the Mark Jackson days, and he's taken over for the great Tommy Heinsohn on Celtics TV, and he does NBA radio on Sirius, and saw him do the Open last night. When you look at the East, and they didn't have Porzingis last night, but they do have Drew Holiday there. They don't have Marcus Smart. Where do you rank Boston with Milwaukee now getting a great Dame, Philadelphia minus Harden? Who else you want to mention in the East? Which one of those three you think will rise above it ultimately?
Well, I think Boston will at the end of the day. I really like their roster. I think the acquisition of getting Holiday was a great move, and it was time for Marcus Smart to go on to another team. The Porzingis thing, he doesn't play last night. The whole key with him is, can he play 65 games? Can he be healthy for the playoffs? Because he can space the floor with his shot making. And their bench has done a nice job, but the word is that they're trying to get another bench piece. I look at Milwaukee, and the whole thing feels like it's Middleton. He's got to be healthy. That's that third guy. And they've got a heck of a team now. A new coach, a new style, and they haven't been as sound defensively, a little suspect there. And Philadelphia, I mean, we can start talking MVPs, and, Embiid's got to be in your first sentence. He's been magnificent, and that young star in Maxey, and somehow they've played terrific basketball without Harden. They've done a heck of a job. Those are the three for me.
It's a great call. Thank you, as always, for your time. You always make us smile.
St. Lee, are we getting into the eggnog? Are we getting into the eggnog yet? What's our holiday week like? How are we looking there?
MJ just came back from Europe, so she hasn't been able to sleep. So 5 o'clock this morning, 2 banana breads and 100 chocolate chip cookies. You think I'm smiling? Holy moly!
You got a sugar high. Now I know why you're even more alive.
Hey, and maybe a glass of red.
Oh, of course you will. Of course you will. Of course you will. I miss you, my friend. Love you, Saint Lee.
I love you guys. Merry Christmas.
You too,
Christmas,
Saint.
Lee.
Oh, my God. How great is that guy?
Did he used to put on the Santa outfit?
He'd be an amazing Santa.
Didn't he do that with us?
Yeah,
every year?
oh, yeah.
We
You
always
guys,
do that.
I got to scare up
We
a
always
picture
do that.
because I know that you guys were on TV one time wearing the all red, and I took a picture of it off my TV. I have it somewhere, and it is so funny. It is so funny.
We did that
because he's
on
got the red
Christmas.
cheeks. Yeah.
Christmas, we always did it. And then on New Year's Eve, because my dad had the Italian tradition, pickled herring. We'd always eat.
Oh, really?
It's good luck.
I don't think
It's
I
good
can
luck.
do
If
that.
you want to have health and prosperity in the new year, you got to have a little pickled herring.
Wow.
Saint Lee wasn't a big connoisseur. I think I ate a little more
I'm
than he
not a
did.
big connoisseur of pickled herring.
I think it's
either.
pretty good. Like
Is
a little,
it?
it's a little fishy, a little
I don't
anchovy.
know,
It's a
man.
little
I don't know if I can
gamey.
do that.
You know, little bite, little salty.
Yeesh.
Not bad.
I know that if there was 2 banana breads and a bunch of chocolate chip cookies, what I
banana
would have
bread.
done before that, I'll tell you that. You got to
Banana
get an
bread.
appetite for that. My
Everybody's
goodness,
giving
man.
you banana bread this time
Yeah,
of year.
everybody. It's better than fruitcake, that's for
I
sure.
use it as a door stopper.
There you go. All right, let's talk to Scal, get behind the scenes of the Celtics. And, of course, he knows Steph well, former assistant coach of the Warriors, now game analyst for NBC Boston. And, of course, you hear him on Sirius XM as well. Let's talk to Scal about the Celtics and the Warriors game last night. Next on the Sports Leader.
This old rat-infested place that's a shrine back in New England.
And I'm Greg Papa doing play-by-play during the NFL season. I have to stay on top of my game. I really need to make sure I get the best sleep I can possibly get every single night. And my Sleep Number smart bed helps me get the proven quality sleep that I need. Sleep Number beds allow you to adjust to your perfect firmness and support to sleep comfortably every night. And while you're sleeping, Sleep Number smart beds automatically respond and adjust to your movements to help keep you asleep all night long. So I suggest you get one. About 80% of the NFL players sleep on a Sleep Number bed. Sleep is so important. You hear Nick Bosa talking about it all the time. And now, if you don't have a Sleep Number bed, perfect time to get one for the holidays. You can save 40% on the Sleep Number Special Edition Smart Bed, but it ends on Christmas Eve. So save that last present there on December the 24th. It's only at Sleep Number stores or at sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number is the official sleep and wellness partner of the National Football League.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
10-second difference, game clock, shot clock, Curry. Spinning, corkscrew move, inside, no! Paul gathers it in, pocket three, Curry, three!
Oh, there's the lead!
What a shot! Oh, my goodness. Stephen Curry, once again, continues to show us why the greatest shooter to ever play the game of basketball. And then we talked about the memes, the night-night.
There's Reggie Miller and our guy Kevin Harlan last night, 132-126, and that was the dagger, big old rainbow that came out of the sky from Steph Curry, finishes with 33. We're going to talk to Brian Scalabrine in just a moment, of course, former Warriors assistant. NBC Boston does Celtics TV, Sirius XM as well, and we do have Scal. Scal joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. How are you?
You know what? I'm doing okay. Last night was a brutal loss for myself.
Yeah.
An absolute brutal loss.
Yeah.
But, 82 of these things. Now I'm in Sacramento. We play the Kings tonight. Just, the NBA just keeps going along.
Well, we thank you for your time, brother, and we'll get into the brutal nature of the loss. But just the Steph Curry shot, because you were there with the Warriors and Mark Jackson's staff, 10 years ago, and now to see what he's developed into. And I remember Mark saying right away, best shooting backcourt in the history of the NBA with Clay. They were just kids then, and you're like, what? How about Clyde and Pearl or Jerry and Gail Goodrich? And we go on and on and on. But they are that, and then you can maybe just say they're the best backcourt of all time, period. But Steph, and what you've seen from him, and that shot last night was a little different than what we've seen, playing off the ball, and Chris Paul's brilliant scale to find him on that skip pass with the clock ticking and with Derek White jumping at him to know he had to essentially catch and shoot in all one motion. Wow.
Yeah, I think if you want to ask me about my time with Steph Curry, it was I was really blown away by how hard he worked. And it was like, it's hard work, but it's consistent and every day and sometimes 2 times a day. So I wasn't really shocked when he became one of the better players in the league. Like I really thought if he can learn how to pass the ball and keep his turnovers down, he could be an MVP at the time. But I have to admit, I am shocked about like this consistency of how he continues to change the game. Like you could be a good shooter when you get your feet balanced and you have time, or you come off the screen and you got a little bit of a space. And, the NBA kind of adapted to, the way he played and started trapping him 35 feet from the basket. What I could have never seen was the degree of difficulty for him to get his shot off, at like the last night was a good example. Or, when he comes off and he comes right to that jump stop and he snaps that wrist and there's nothing you could do, even though it's coming, that ball's just gone. And I think those are the things. And I watched him in Game 4 I guess 2 years ago in the finals, where every shot was improbable and everyone's trying to stop this guy, and he just makes it. There's been guys that dominate the game physically. You can use, you could say Jordan back in the day, with his athleticism, or LeBron or whatever. We really haven't seen a guy that can dominate a game like this with his skill set. So that's where to me it's been really a joy to watch.
Brian Scalabrine joined us. NBC Boston, of course, had the call for the Celtics last night. The Warriors get the maybe improbable win as they were behind a lot of the night. And what you're talking about, Scal, too, is just the evolution of his game. It just seems to me that, okay, they're going to stop this, I'm going to evolve to this and this and this, and he's gotten stronger and better defensively and just everything that he's done. So what he was, what he's been, and what he's going to be, because he continues to evolve his game.
Yeah, and I was I'm not like critical, but I was like wondering about the Warriors, and he's going way more off the dribble now than he did in the past, right? Like it's a big thing for him with always like driving, kicking, relocating, a lot more playing off the ball. But now we're seeing him much more on the ball, and the Warriors are very average team. Like, they're a mediocre team that has to have an all-time great player there. And, and with Klay Thompson playing better, they obviously, if a lot of guys can turn the corner and play up to their capabilities, then they can, be in the mix in the playoffs. They're just right now, they're just very mediocre. And I was thinking, well, Steph has to really work. He has to work. It's hard to shoot off the dribble consistently throughout the game. You want to get a few catch and shoot opportunities. You want to get a few where you get an offensive rebound, like you saw that play last night. And it just feels like the Warriors haven't got as many of those as they have when Steph is really at his best. But, the evolution of him and his conditioning, and I think the biggest thing is, like, he's so about it. Like, he's so about those moments. And I know, like, you go back in time, I think the Warriors lost, of their last 13 losses, they've all been single digits, and they're right there, but they can't get over the hump. But, last night was a little bit different. Like, he just made big shots. And I really think that Steph is the kind of guy that feeds off of the energy of his teammates. And the fact that Klay Thompson is starting to come around, I wonder if you're going to get a little spike from Curry. And, like, these guys are going to kind of be the old Splash Brothers that we remember when they were so good.
I know you're down about the loss. With 6 minutes to go, I was certain Boston was going to win the game. You guys were just scoring so easily around the rim, and then it just all changed coming down the stretch. But you didn't have Porzingis for one scale. But Jason Tatum rolled that ankle early in the game. He came back in. His turnovers were down. Obviously Kuminga did a good job on him over Andrew Wiggins. Was Tatum playable, you think, enough last night on that ankle? And is that going to be an issue tonight in Sacramento, do you think?
I don't know. There have been some, like, you always, I don't scour Twitter or X or whatever you want to call it, but I do look at it. There's, people just in general, like, kind of speculating maybe he doesn't play tonight, so I don't know if he'll go tonight. But, that's not the reason the Celtics lost. If you look at the possessions where they had, like, 4 wide open threes and then Peyton Pritchard steps on the sideline, all of those could have pushed the lead up to 15 or 16 at one point. But, I think it was very similar to what we saw in Game 4 of the finals, where Steph goes to another level, and I was really expecting my Celtics to do the same. Like, we've seen this movie before, and that's why, to me, it was a disappointing loss. It's because, when Steph went to that level, where were we at that point? How come we didn't go to that level? It's when a team beats you in the NBA Finals, you're supposed to hate that team for life, no matter what. You're supposed to punish that team and embarrass that team for what they did and the way that they made you feel. Because, let's be honest, I mean, Steph Curry with the 90 night and Curry with all the stuff, like, you're supposed to not like that. And it was really disappointing that it was like that same movie we've seen before. And I know, like, Warriors-Celtics is always a good game. Seems like there's always something in it, but I really thought that we were going to pull that game away and we were going to finally, take down Big Brother, or however you want to put it. But, we're clearly one of the better teams in the NBA. But that was, I was just really disappointed that we didn't take our game to a new level. And Jason Tatum could have sat out that game. We still had enough to win that game with the guys that we had. Like, the ankle had nothing to do with it. But it was just one of those things where Curry and Klay love playing the Boston Celtics, and the Celtics were right there, but they couldn't figure that puzzle out, which is a lot of people do have a hard time with those two guys.
Yeah, no doubt. Brian Scalabrine Jonas talking about the Warriors win over the Celtics last night. I thought what changed, too, was it was 50-30 in paint points through 3 quarters, and you guys were just waltzing down the lane and scoring. And then they only scored 6 paint points in overtime and in the fourth quarter. And I thought they were settling for some threes. And, again, I don't know what Tatum's ankle was doing, but he sometimes would have a tendency to just settle for that three, where I think he can get to the rim anytime he wants. So I thought kind of that just went away, and maybe they were settling from some shots that they didn't take the first 3 quarters.
Yeah, so my thing with this team, so I don't care what shot they take. I really don't. I don't care if they take a logo 3, as long as with an aggressive mindset. And I'll give you an example, right? Curry walked that ball up the floor one time. He was situated on the right-hand wing, threw it ahead, came off it's called the chase action, where he got the ball back, and he got that layup on Jaylen Brown. Well, you don't have to run a million miles an hour throughout an entire possession, but you do got to do it with force, and you got to do it with purpose. And I just felt like in that fourth quarter, our pace went down to 80. In the second quarter, 106.
our pace goes down to 80 and we can't stop anybody. So to me, it was us not doing anything with force. So like I said, I don't care if Tatum gets into his bag and takes a three. It doesn't matter to me the shots that they take. It means like the preparation to the shots that they take. And if you don't play with force in the NBA against really good teams or a team that's sort of surging, or when you're on the road per se, there's a lot of different factors into that. You don't win games. That's just not how it goes. And the Celtics at times have done this. In the past, I thought these things were behind us, but last night, listen, it's 82 games. It's one game, but it was really disappointing that we kind of limped into our offense and took the long threes, took the layups, missed the layups, whatever it is.
Yeah.
I just think you got to do things with force.
20 missed layups, I think, was the number for you guys last night. Just insane. Give me the broad strokes of the team, and obviously we didn't see Porzingis last night. Big Al, had to play as a starter in more minutes, and that drop coverage is hard for him against Steph Curry and all the action. But, Marcus Smart is gone. Drew Holiday is there in the Great Dame trade. So where do you see it? Is Boston a better team scale than they were the last couple of years? And how do you size them up at top of the East with Milwaukee right there? You're 20-6 now. Milwaukee's 20-7, and Philadelphia's 18-8.
So, obviously, like, teams have a high and a low, ceiling and a floor, right? There's no doubt that we're one of the better teams in the league, or better teams in the Eastern Conference for sure. But and you got to see our warts yesterday, so we have to avoid playing like that. And I don't know what that is, I don't know why we're still playing like that at times. But when we walk into things, we're not good. When we play with pace, and pace to me is not just come down and jack up a three. Pace to me is like you run your offense with force. Even if you go side to side a few times, we're at our best, and we're an unstoppable team. Defensively, Holiday has made a huge difference. Marcus Smart was amazing when he was here. Then I get to watch Drew Holiday play. He's by far my favorite player on the Celtics team. Like, he guards from Embiid to Tyrese Maxey. Like, he can guard every player. He gets everyone involved. He has a great feel for it. Makes big shots. Nothing bothers him. He's really good. Derek White has been like that as well. But ultimately, it always comes down to the stars. And, you've seen amazing performances by Curry. You've seen amazing performances by Kevin Durant. Well, I'm not saying Brown and Tatum have to be Curry and Durant, but star players win you championships. Star players, level up, and they go to a place where other people can't even touch. And it's all going to come down to Tatum and Brown. If those guys are playing on that level, we're not going to get beat by any team, but they have to do that. And Brown has been good the last 3 weeks, and Tatum needs to continue that. It could be, it could have been the ankle, whatever it was. I just know that when you watch big-time teams win championships, it's star players delivering with some role players doing their job.
Brian Scalabrine, Joe. On the other side of things, I know that obviously the Celtics play in the East, but as far as the Western Conference is concerned, you looked at the Warriors, and they played one of their top games, especially without Draymond Green last night. But if they get Draymond back, and you know what he adds to the bunch, where can this team be at a ceiling?
So you got to figure some things out. Historically, Draymond and Steph Curry on the floor are always a net rating plus. They're a minus this year, right? So even though that's a conclusion that we always think, well, hey, you got to play. They went and get Chris Paul just so they could play Steph and Draymond together. But the numbers have not shown that those guys have been good together. So you talk about ceiling, and that's fine. I picked the Warriors to come out of the West this year because not before the preseason. After watching them in the preseason and the first couple of games, I'm like, man, they figured some things out. I really like what Chris Paul's been doing for this team, but I don't know if they've lost their edge. If it's tough for Curry to carry the team, what the hell is going on with Andrew Wiggins? Like, did he forget how to play basketball? Like, I don't know what happened to those guys. I just know this: if somehow, some way, they all get it together and everyone plays at where not their ceiling. You could say that about a lot of teams, but let's just say they figure it out. Then yes, they're absolutely a title contender if they can figure it out. But that's a tough task to say that these guys are going to figure it out at this point, because Wiggins got to be back to averaging 19 points a game and getting close to 10 rebounds. And remember how great he rebounded through the playoffs so they won? He was unbelievable. Yeah. So what happened? Where are those guys at? I'm a big Sarge guy, like the guy coming off the bench. I can see it doesn't feel like these guys are touching anywhere near their capabilities. Now, the one guy that's like it's got to be, since Klay Thompson, or I guess the Warriors pulled that 2 years, $48 million contract off the table, it's been great. But we know what they're capable of as NBA analysts, but they have to go out there and do it. It's not like anybody else is going to feel sorry for them. They a lot of people look at the Warriors and they want to stick it to them for all the years that they punished the NBA. So you're not catching like anybody sleeping when you play the Golden State Warriors. So I just think when it comes to this team, how close are they? Are they going to be closer to their floor, or are they going to be closer to their ceiling? And only they can figure that out.
Great stuff. Scout, thanks for a few minutes of your time. Safe travels. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, sounds good. See you.
Thank you, Scal.
All right, they're already in Sacramento. That's the Celtics. Great stuff from Brian Scalabrine. Got to mention a couple of things he said there. We got to get back to the Niners as well. A couple of things to talk about in regards to the Niners, and we will get back onto that. Mike Silver's going to join us this hour. We still got Monty Poole at 12:30, so don't miss any of it. It's a Wednesday edition, Pomp and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
What does the straw poll for the MVP say? Purdy or CMC? That story and more trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. It is a great day to figure out your tax situation with our good friend Steve Moskowitz and Moskowitz LLP. He's got the answers to all your tax issues. And today, Steve, we're talking about ERC. Tell us about that.
ERC. This is the federal government's gift. Because of the time now, we can think about it like a Christmas gift where the federal government is giving away up to $26,000 for every employee employer had during 2020 and 21 that qualifies. How do you qualify? There's two different ways, and unfortunately, a lot of CPAs that I've come across are taking the easy way out, a certain drop in gross revenue. If you didn't have it, that's it, no ERC for you. Wrong. There's a second method. It's a facts and circumstances method, but it requires analysis. And a lot of CPAs I know only want to do math. We're tax attorneys. We're happy to do the analysis for you. We'll take the time, effort, and energy to do it. And if you qualify, of course, not everybody does. That's the scammers. But if you qualify, and a lot of people do, you may be entitled to hundreds of thousands of dollars. But hurry up. The program is getting ready to end. It'll be a crying shame if you missed out on potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars because you didn't apply in time. Treat us like a medical doctor. Call us for your free second opinion.
You got to get on that right now because, as Steve said, it could end. Call 888-TAX-DEAL. That's 1-888-TAX-DEAL. Or for more information on ERC, go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
Faithful, there's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the Sports Leader.
Favorite toy? I was a big Army Man guy. One Christmas, my dad built a giant, I had my blocks. He got me some blocks, so he built a big, Army base. Had an Army battle going on, and that was the highlight of my... I could sit there for hours and play with those.
That was Nick Bosa talking about his best Christmas present yesterday with Tolbert and Copes. I can't wait till we get John Bosa on again, because he said his dad built this whole thing, and then he had a bunch of Army men, and he played for hours.
Was it Joey against Nick?
I wonder if it was.
Sure it was.
That was fun back in the day, because you got stuff to actually play with now. And I'm trying to think of.
Come on.
Kids aren't listening to my show.
It's way better to be a kid now.
Oh, that's what I'm saying.
If I was, George is too old.
Yeah, he's.
But how would you just play Madden all day long?
Oh, yeah.
If you were 10 years old or 12 or 61, I think.
Well, it wasn't. As you get older, I can remember, because I was at the beginning of the video game Barrage, and that was all you wanted.
You were playing Pong.
Yeah. Not quite that, but yeah, I mean,
Atari.
I remember Space Invaders, and then in television, and you got the sports games on television, and then Tecmo Bowl came along, and it was every year it was either a new system or a new game, and the minute you opened that new game, it was you were biting through your teeth because you wanted to play that game so badly, and your parents are sorry, you got to open all the rest of your presents, and then you ran into your room and played the new game, and they would knock on the door come on, come out, Grandma's here, you got to see Grandma, and I'm I want to play my video. That's all you wanted to do.
Yeah, I mean, but the video games now are just so incredible, and the Madden game is watching Lamar Jackson play, and we'll bring in Mike Silver in a little bit here, and we're talking about Lamar. He really is. He's a human joystick. He's a video game, in the way he plays, and it's so different. Nick was on the morning show today, but after the Philadelphia game, I'm not going to say he kind of called out Jalen Hurts, but to say Jalen's staring down the pass rush and he's not looking down the field, wow, that is a damning comment to make. That's how you get Kaepernick out of the league. You can't do that. You can't stare it down. Lamar does not do that.
He's gotten better.
He's dancing around, and he's a Madden game joystick. Now, I think he's always been good at that. That was his special skill. What he's improved at is, ability to execute throws. But the way they've changed their offense now, they're everything. It's not like Philadelphia's, which is so predictable, and it really is an RRPO, and he rides the mesh point, he pulls it and runs it, he gives it, he pop passes it. It's not a traditional drop-back passing game. Baltimore now with Todd Monken is their offensive coordinator from Georgia. And we love Greg Roman, but Roman did a lot of that same concept where it was all tight, 300-pound fullback, and just Lamar riding it and pulling it and pop passing it like RG3 did in Washington. The league is just going to constrict you. Now they have a full menu of a drop-back passing game, and it seems they kind of do it by series, where they may open with the big, mesh point pull and all that. Then they go zone read on you. Then they just go drop back. And they obviously the wide receivers they have are much better. Getting OBJ and the rookie from Boston College, Flowers, is tremendous player. Bateman's contributing. And even though they lost Mark Andrews at tight end, John, Isaiah Likely is a problem. And that's one thing the Niners had a problem with in Arizona, Trey McBride. And occasionally when they lost in Minnesota, T.J. Hawkinson, Dre Greenlaw could not cover him. How you going to deal with Likely, and then you have to spy Lamar, and who does that? And their offense is it's evolving, where it used to be a Madden video game joystick, and it still is, because every once in a while he's just going to take off and run. And it's so hard to sack that guy. He just spins. He's like Charlie Garner, as a quarterback. He's doing 360 spins and coming out the other side like he has ice skates on. It's like, how do you get to this guy? And he has a dominant record against the NFC teams in his career. What is he, 19-1 against the NFC? And I think the issue is you just don't see a guy like this. If you're, Pittsburgh or Cleveland or Cincinnati and you play them twice a year, or Kansas City, you see him a lot in the playoffs, you kind of get used to knowing who he is. But when you just, they show up on your schedule every 4 years and they haven't been to your place in so long, he's never been to Levi's, and he's just a difficult guy to get to because he really is a human life Madden video game joystick.
And as a whole, they're just, I think, the offense is not obviously an exact match, but in terms of what they want to be, run the ball, play defense, be very physical. Kyle Juszczyk was on, which show was he on yesterday? I think it was the Jim Rome show. He was on that show yesterday, and they got into a conversation about how the Niners want to obviously be the most physical team and physicality and all these different things. We know what teams do after they play the Niners. They generally lose. But that's exactly what the Ravens want to do. They do it in a different way with Lamar. But if you look at their team, they got a big, strong offensive line. They utilize great linebackers that are fast. They want to be physical in the secondary. Marlon Humphrey will grab you and do whatever it takes. Reminds you of Ward a little bit. I mean, that's just what they want to be. And so this is why it's such an intriguing matchup, because both teams want to dominate you physically and impart their will upon you. And it's just going to come down to the team that does it best. And to me, look, they haven't played in a while, but the game that obviously you and Tim did with the rain there, the Super Bowl, the Thanksgiving Day game, all these games that I remember with the Ravens, that's the kind of, it's a street fight. That's just what you're going to get when you play the Ravens.
Well, to me, they're the Cleveland Browns because that's who they are. But since they become the Baltimore Ravens and put on purple, and you go back to when Marvin Lewis ran the defense for, the guy carrying the Banshee and looking for the SOB, Coach Billick, and all throughout the years, whoever their coordinators are, whether it was Wink Martindale or Rex, they are just a violent, ferocious, mean defense, and it's just who they are. And obviously Ray Lewis set the tone in that front from years ago, and this one's a little bit different, but they've just been built on, and Harbaugh's been there for 16 years. So a lot of it has been, Harbaugh after Brian Billick left. They're just, you know who they are, and they are violent. They tackle violently. Their front is violent. The linebackers are interesting. I think, when we'll get Mike on, because Mike Silver compared Trey and Fred to, Patrick Willis and Navarro Bowman, which are two of the best. These linebackers here, Roquan Smith, and Chicago just didn't want to pay him. They just didn't want to do it. Baltimore traded for him. They gave him a contract right away, and they put him next to Patrick Queen. And they're different than Ray Lewis, obviously, in that group, but they're fast. And they hit you as hard, and they're always mugging up in the A-gap. It's like the Minnesota Vikings, where those two linebackers are always threatening. Are they coming? Are they coming? Are they coming? And sometimes they come, sometimes they bail out of there and they don't, and they drop into coverage, and then their secondary's good. Kyle Hamilton, the Notre Dame safety, they line him up all over the field. They got Van Noy on the outside. They got guys that can rush the quarterback from the inside. The one area of their team, and listening to Nick this morning, he may have a big night on Christmas. I don't know how good their tackles are. Ronnie Stanley and Morgan Moses overall grade out well. But in pass pro, I think they are beatable. But then the issue would be get Lamar on the ground. And you can't give him the outside shoulder and rush on an inside move, and then he gets outside of you. But even when you try to get outside, he just steps up in the pocket and he'll run. So this is a good team. I don't know. You say, who's the biggest threat to the 49ers in the league? It's the 49ers to me. But since we just don't know Baltimore well, we know the NFC teams, and I just think the Niners are better than all of them. Detroit, we'll see, but obviously Philadelphia and Dallas, they handle now. You never know when you get into one day in January. It could all flip, but, is it possible? And Kansas City's still there, and Miami's still there, and if Buffalo gets in, they could be hot. But are the Baltimore Ravens, John Harbaugh's team, the team that we'll see on Christmas night, are they the biggest threat to the Niners getting that 6th Lombardi?
Let's keep talking about it because I think so, and there's a lot to go over as far as the AFC is concerned. But, let's get into that because you and I stumbled onto something interesting yesterday, which is I don't know what term you would use if they didn't win the Super Bowl, but it sure sets up well for the 49ers. So we'll get into that conversation, and then we'll lead that right into Mike Silver. Got a ton to talk about in regards to the 49ers. Mike Silver is going to join us at about 50 past the hour, and then Monty Poole will get back to some Warriors and Celtics talk at 12:30. It's Pop and Lund on a Wednesday on the Sports Leader.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system.
This has been a test of the emergency alert system. We now return to our regular programming.
faithful. Filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
You know, as we continue to stack these days, stack these games, stack these wins, we still not playing to our best potential and still leaving stuff out there on the field. And that's things that neither you know or people out there know. It's just like within the building, like things that we know we have to work on for us, like just little things of one block here with Spring Christian free probably like 3-4 more times, or a block here with got Brock a little bit more time in the pocket to throw another ball. It's just like little things like that.
That, of course, is Deebo Samuel on the Players' Day Off. Every Tuesday, he joins Kay Adams on her podcast. How about that? He's saying they're not even playing to their potential yet.
Well, he missed a block on the play where Christian McCaffrey had his knee hit by Antonio Hamilton Sr. Deebo went in that motion, and it was this, remember the lazy motion he went in early in the game for the touchdown? He kind of did that again, and you don't want to do it on a sift block like that. And he didn't get out and block, and he took a weird angle. And when they get in and go over that play, Kyle will be all over him and Leonard Hankerson. So we were praising Deebo for how much better he is as a blocker and a more willing blocker. He missed a block on that play, and it resulted in McCaffrey getting hit on the knee by Antonio Hamilton.
Mike Silver's going to join us at 50 past the hour, so about 15 minutes from right now, and we'll get into more 49ers conversation. But you brought this up, and I don't know what term I would use. It would be a blank if the 49ers – I feel like Gene Rayburn. It would be blank if the 49ers don't win the Super Bowl.
Whoopee!
But, yeah, that's always the one. But it would be blank. But if you look at just the way, they're starting to play, and Deebo saying they're not even to their potential, and defensively – I know obviously they can be better against the run. Hopefully they can get healthier, so that's a big part of that. But it looks like they're going to have home field advantage in the NFC playoffs, so they just have to win 2 of their final 3. They've beaten the top 2 contenders badly in the NFC, and the Eagles and the Cowboys by a combined score of 84-29. I think they're generally healthy. And then if you go to the AFC, and this is what you were talking about, that kind of led us to this, are the Ravens the biggest threat as they come in here on Christmas Day, but Kansas City's offense doesn't look the same. The Bengals, Burrow is out. Bills are starting to play better, but haven't been as good. The Eagles, they haven't been good offensively. Jalen Hurts hasn't been the same player. Their defense certainly isn't good. The Cowboys are going to have to come in here. They're 3-4 on the roads. On the road, you got Purdy and CMC as MVP candidates. They got over their losing streak. I think they have the most talent. I think we're in agreement in this, that they have the most talent in the league by far. So I realize they went to the Super Bowl in 2019, but this, to me, just the way that everything lays out and the way that the 49ers are playing and their overall talent and having the top seed in the NFC, this is their best chance to win a Super Bowl and to end this streak.
Well, they had the game in Miami on Groundhog's night. I mean, they were up 20-10 with 7:13 to play, and they run the Wasp play, the 2-3 chip jet Wasp on 3rd and 15. And, hell, Steph Curry bombed a 3, and now they can't stop him. So that was a pretty good chance to win. They were up 10 on the Rams going to the fourth quarter of the NFC Championship game. You can't pick up a 2nd and 1. You can't pick up a 3rd and 2. Chart drops one. And, you wind up losing, and you could have faced Cincinnati in the Super Bowl there, a team you already beat that year at their place in overtime. So they've had some heartbreakers. I mean, go back earlier, the early 70s, not being able to get over Dallas in 70, 71, 72, or the heartbreak of what happened in 92 and 93, and then come back and win in 94, and Dallas comes back and wins in 95. The Harbaugh years, you thought you were good enough in 11, 12, and 13, and does it get any more frustrating than to be on the 5-yard line of the Super Bowl with first down and a chance, if you score, you're going to win the Super Bowl? And they just couldn't get the last 5 yards, and that was the Harbaugh Bowl, and now we're seeing Baltimore. So, but I think there's just a build-up here. With Kyle and his staff and these group of players since Bosa arrived, obviously, and now Jimmy's gone. You got a new quarterback. You bring in McCaffrey, but a lot of the same pieces are here, and the time is now. They are ready. They're over ready. They're overcooked. It's time to take the bird out of the oven and eat. They're ready, and they know they're good, and they know they have another level. And it's comes down to a missed block here or there, a missed assignment, missed rotation, and bust a coverage and miss a tackle, and it can go the wrong way. But they have to play, And they know that. They are focused. The guys are off today. A lot of them went to the Warrior game last night, and they're going to come back tomorrow for installation day. We'll be down there Thursday and Friday and all weekend really to get ready for Monday night, and it's Christmas night, and they want to show out. They'll bring out the Santa Claus red boom box and come out dancing, and then they got to deal with this defense, which is probably the best in football, even better than their own. So there are some teams that on any given day could rise up and beat them, but they don't feel that way, that if they play to their capability, they're going to win. And I feel that way, but, we have a long way to go. It's only December the 20th. You got 3 more regular season games. 2 could be very important. Maybe if you win the 2, you don't have to play as, your guys in the 3rd. But then you got to find a way to go on a 3-game winning streak in January and February and win this thing. So there's so much football to go. We talked so much in the offseason about Brock and the elbow and getting healed and bringing in Sam Darnold and Trey Lance and Brandon Allen. And they have been remarkably healthy. And I know they've had a few dings, and they're dinged up on the D-line, and losing Kalia Davis on top of the Gravedigger and Eric Armstead is starting to wear you down in that position. And we'll ask Mike Silver about Ndamukong Suh. Would you go out and get him?
Kyle
put him in a rotation. Well, he was, and he's always out there. We talked about Ndamukong Suh last year. I actually wanted Ndamukong Suh more than I wanted Christian McCaffrey. I just thought it was more of an area need, and you didn't have Javon Hargrave then. Kevin Givens was starting next to Eric Armstead, and Eric was hurt last year. He missed most of the year. He came back and played great in the playoffs, but in any event, you fill in the blank what it would be beyond frustrating if they don't win. I'm not going to say devastating. It would depend on the nature of how it doesn't get done, but it's not. It's the fan base has their own level of expectation, and I know how the faithful thinks, but I'm speaking on the people at 49-49 and what they want to do and what they know they're capable of doing, and they felt like this is way overdue. They should have won in 19. They felt like they got hot in the right time in 21, and they just let the Rams ignite, and they lost that game. And then, obviously last year they felt like it never was a fair fight because they lost their quarterback so early in the game. So I don't think I think they feel like they should have 3 Super Bowls already. Honestly, that's the way they feel. And Kyle's doing a great job, and he's getting a lot of accolades now. But if he doesn't win, they're going to bring up all the failures going back to his OC days in Atlanta and the 28-3 lead over New England and all that. So you just gotta win, and that's what the goal is. They're not going to come out and say that because it's a week-to-week process and you can't skip steps. But to fill in the blank, it would be beyond frustrating if they can't get there. I don't know. I would say devastating. Like you'd make serious changes. I think you just try to come back and do it again next year. But they felt like they should have done it last year. They should have done it in 22. They should have done it in 19. And why did it get derailed in 20? It was a weird year for the entire world to endure. But injuries, they just got injured all year. They didn't have their best players, starting with Bosa and Jimmy and Kittle, and it went on, where it was just ridiculous. But but you are one significant injury away, or 2 or 3. I'm not even going to get into that talk. I think they can endure some, and they already have because they are such a loaded roster. You just don't want to get to the point where you really don't have a chance to compete. I mean, look at Baltimore last year, John. Lamar got hurt at the end of the year. They had to play Huntley in a playoff game. So now Lamar's finally healthy. I mean, but he has a history of getting hurt because he runs so much. Quarterback is live in the run game, and they tag that guy. He's hard to get on the ground because he just spins off tackles, but he does get hurt. I mean, they lose him, and it's over. So, I mean, I think anybody in this situation, look at all the backup quarterbacks that are finally now settling in and playing well, and it's like, how are they doing this? But Minnesota would be in a different position, and we love Nick Mullins. If Kirk Cousins was the quarterback, now they could have a real shot here. So everything looks great, but it'll be the nature on how these last 3 games go in the regular season, and then hopefully it's just 3 required to win in the playoffs, 2 at Levi's, all the way to the Super Bowl in Vegas. But it would be devastating or beyond frustrating if they don't win. And then what is the nature if they don't win? Why didn't they win? Would be where you have to analyze it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, to me, and I know how close they were because we were right there staring at each other when Juszczyk scored, and we looked at each other and said, this might happen. So, I mean, they were that close in Miami. But this team's better than the team in 19. This This team is better than the team in 21. The teams around them, to me, aren't as good. They are flawed. The 49ers have beaten those teams in Philadelphia and Dallas. Doesn't mean they're automatically going to do it again, but they have game plans against those teams. The AFC isn't as strong. Kansas City isn't as strong as they were in 19. Their offense just hasn't gotten it together. And obviously, with 3 weeks in the playoffs, somebody can get hot. There's no question about it. But as we sit, 7 weeks away from the big game in Las Vegas, the 49ers are overwhelming favorites. They, barring an injury, and I'll just assume general health for this team, I just think offensively, defensively, experience-wise, what other teams are doing around them, what other teams have injury-wise as far as quarterbacks and everything else, this is their best opportunity to win. And while I think this word gets thrown around way too much, it's not a failure because as good as the 49ers have been, it's not a failure. But certainly massively disappointing that they wouldn't win it because, like you said, the other thing that's going with the 49ers, because windows only stay open so long, is that at some point in 2 years, Brock's going to get paid, and Silver's going to join us at 50 after. And he says this all the time. I realize that the salary cap is a thing that you can manipulate, and the 49ers have done as good of a job as anybody to do it. But a guy like Hargrave, they just probably can't afford him when Purdy's making that kind of money. These guys that they can add, it's just very difficult. It's a top-heavy team. So, look, they're in a wonderful position, but like you said, and I think we said this, Brent Jones, I think we had a cut coming in the other day, they have to finish it. So to go down as one of the greatest with all this talent, you got to win this thing. But I don't think they've had a better chance in a long time to win it because of all those factors we've been talking about.
Well, the whole goal in the entirety of the offseason is to get the number 1 seed. Mm-hmm. And to get the wild card weekend off and play 2 home games at Levi's, hopefully, divisional championship game, and go to Vegas and win there. That's what they wanted to do. And the number 1 seed is there. And when you look at the history of the 49er franchise as the number 1 seed, first time they had it in 81, they won the Super Bowl in Pontiac over the Bengals, the catch game. 84, they were the number 1 seed. They won the Super Bowl at Stanford over Dan Marino and Miami, and what a great Super Bowl that was with Coach Shula against Coach Walsh. The one time they didn't get it done, it was probably, the most where they were the number 1 seed, and they lost right away, was the Anthony Carter game. I mean, that was so devastating for this franchise, and I think that may have set it up for Coach Walsh to not continue. Just the fallout, all things considered, from ownership all the way down when they lost to Minnesota in that divisional game at Candlestick. In 89, they were the number 1 seed. They beat Denver in the Super Bowl. 90, they were the number 1 seed. That was the game against the Giants where you get beat on 5 field goals and Joe gets hurt. Leonard Marshall and Steve comes in. 360 spin, handoff to Roger Craig, you fumble. Wow, and those are the Minnesota home loss, the Giant of the championship game loss. In 92, they were the number 1 seed, and Dallas came in, and that was, how about those Cowboys and all that, and they didn't win that year. In 94, they were the number 1 seed overall, and they got all the way to the Super Bowl, finally got the monkey off the back and beat the Chargers in the Super Bowl. And then the 97 year, they were the number 1 seed, and then Green Bay, who just was a problem for years and years and years with Favre, came in and beat the Niners there. And then the game we all remember so well, 2-3 chip Jet Wasp. They were the number 1 seed, and that was the route to get to the Super Bowl. And there were just so many moments in that game. I mean, Patrick Mahomes grounded the ball. He threw a slant and spiked the ball. I was like, what's wrong with him? The Niner defense was bothering him. Tarvarius Moore had a pick. Fred Warner had a pick. When Tarvarius Moore had that pick, I really thought they're going to win. They're going to win the Super Bowl. We're going to have a parade in 3 days. I really thought that. And then before the Tyreek Hill play, there was an overturn. That play was set up because there was an earlier catch that was not given to Tyreek Hill, and they had to go back on the 3rd and 15, and then he picks up, let's run the Wasp play, and after that it was on. So you've had so many heartbreaks over the years as the number 1 seed, the biggest one being the Anthony Carter game, and then obviously the losses to the Giants and the Cowboys in the championship games, John, at Candlestick. But, I mean, if you have home field advantage throughout, I think it's going to be hard for anybody to come into Levi's and beat them. But it is football. It's an oblong ball, and things have a way of sometimes weather could be a factor. You don't know. But I think as long as they stay healthy, they are primed to finally break through and do this.
Mike Silver is going to join us coming up next. Always love talking to Silver. He's got a great piece up right now about Brock Purdy's homecoming to Arizona and that win, and we'll ask him if this is the best chance in a long time for the 49ers to get that monkey off their back and finally get another Super Bowl to put in the old trophy case. We'll do it with Mike Silver of the Chronicle next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Begin laser ignition sequence.
It has begun. It is my good and Papa's good friends, our good friends, if you will, at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. And we had a procedure called CLR, custom lens replacement. Now, I had LASIK procedures in the past somewhere else, and didn't work as well for me. And then Pop said I tried the CLR. It's a new procedure. Come check it out. And I did, and the results have been amazing. So that's what's worked for me, CLR. But what you do is you get a free consultation from the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, and you talk to them about all the procedures, and there's going to be a different one that may work for you, or CLR might be the answer for you as it was for me and Pop. But they do 3 different kinds of LASIK procedures. They do Smile, Evo ICL, which is an insertable contact lens. Whatever's going to work best for you, that's what they want to do at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. You can trust these guys. They become friends of mine. Because when somebody changes your life, you're like, hey, friend, what's going on? Dr. Bindi and Dr. Ling, absolutely trustworthy. Procedures only take minutes. But the first step to doing all of this and to determine what is best for you, whether it's a different kind of LASIK or an Evo ICL or it's the CLR that we had, get that free consultation. The Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. Do that right now. It's my good friends who have been life-changing to me and Papa at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley.
Faithful, it's time to get serious with Silver.
Surely you can't be serious.
I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
It's the Chronicles' Mike Silver talking Niners ball with Papa and Lime on KNBR 104.5 at 680. The Sports Leader.
Man, I take so much pride in that because I think at the end of the day, like what we hang our hat on is being physical. Like as an offense, as a team in general, if you're not physical and you play for the San Francisco 49ers, like you're going to stand out like a sore thumb. Like anytime we bring in somebody new, we draft somebody, bring in someone in free agency, and if right away, if they're not playing at our standard, like it's so noticeable.
That's Kyle Juszczyk talking about the physicality. That's what the Baltimore Ravens want to do as well. So it's a clash. Could be a Super Bowl preview on Christmas Day at Levi's Stadium. Let's talk all about it. Plus his latest piece, a sort of homecoming. Great piece on Brock Purdy going home to Arizona and throwing those 4 touchdown passes in the win over the Cardinals. At Mike Silver. Make sure you read him in the Chronicle as well. And Silver joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Night. What's happening?
Hey, still pumped up from that Warrior game last night. That was fun, and getting into Ravens excitement.
Were you at Chase Center last night, Michael?
No, Greg. I'm home grinding, but I did manage to.
I know you are.
I did manage to get that TV going. No, that was fun, man. It was very fun.
And you're tight with Steve Kerr, I know, and he's doing a great job. The pieces are all coming together, but we heard from Kyle Juszczyk, and he was a Baltimore Raven. He was a Raven his first 4 years of his career and a Pro Bowler there in 2016. But the moment he arrived here, the first move that John and Kyle executed in free agency that first off season was to go get Kyle Juszczyk as a free agent and make him the highest paid fullback in football, and they've done it the second time. And what he was talking about there, Mike, is that when the Niners win, and I think the Rams had to reshape their roster, and likewise for Arizona, they both made advancements in Seattle. The Niners just punked everybody. They were physically more dominant everywhere, even the wide receivers blocking, and certainly in the interior line. But then here comes the bullies from Baltimore with John Harbaugh, and they have been badasses in this league for a long, long time. So can the Niners out-physical Baltimore on Christmas night? That's going to be a battle.
Well, we're going to find out, but it won't just be who is, punching each other harder, right? So go back to Juice's signing, when Kyle and John came in 2017. He's a very, very strong guy. I don't want to say this the wrong way, but he's not your classic thumper, of fullbacks from yesteryear. He is such a smart guy, has figured out a way, I think, to take angles and use his body to, get people blocked, but he's not always just pancaking them and plowing them over. And then you also get this incredible versatility, positionally to be able to be an H-back, a fullback, to split wide, to carry the ball, to catch the ball, to be a viable threat that opens it up for other people. And to me, that's why he's so unique and so perfect for this offense, which Shanahan and Lynch smartly recognized, and they've only built it from there. So he's kind of the secret sauce that doesn't get talked about as much. You don't play him in fantasy. You don't see the numbers all the time, but just as McCaffrey and Debo's versatility confuses defenses and opens things up, and obviously Ayuk and Kittle, Jennings, they've got so many weapons, but having Juice there is another secret sauce element that makes this scheme go.
Mike Silver joining us, of course, knows the NFL as well as anybody, and you read him in the Chronicle. Make sure you follow him on social media at Mike Silver as well. Latest piece on Brock Purdy going home to Arizona. As we kind of widen out the lens on this thing, we were just discussing this, is obviously by 49ers standards, it's been a long time since they won a Super Bowl, and I know they got close in 19, got to the championship game in 21, but as we're starting to see this about 7 weeks out, not only are things opening up for them to get the home field, in Philly and Dallas they've beaten badly, but you look at the AFC and there's injuries, or in Kansas City's case, ineffectiveness. I mean, as this thing is starting to open up, how big of a favorite are they in your mind? And I'm just talking about if we have general health, but right now the doors are opening up about as well as they have in a number of years.
Sure, but I go back to what I said to you guys, and I know we talked about before the season, which is if general health is good, I think they're the best team, and I certainly stand by that, right? They with the 49ers with general health, it doesn't mean they're going to win a given game, but I like their chances against anyone. But because of the way they play, because they have some older guys, because they have guys who have some wear and tear, even if they're not, super old, I do think they, on paper, are a little more exposed in the general health category. And we saw, earlier this season without Debo, without Trent Williams, all of a sudden it didn't look as good. There's so many special players on that team who are so integral to what they do that the thought of being without one of those, is really harrowing. And, obviously McCaffrey, Purdy, we talked about Debo, Trent Williams, Nick Bosa, Fred Warner, they just don't seem the same without certain guys. You saw them without Hargrave and Armstead give up about 900 yards through the middle of the line on the ground on Sunday, and luckily for them, they're good enough to overcome it. So, yeah, I don't think they'll be perfectly healthy, but if they're like this, I like their chances. I do think the bye is on paper more important to them than most teams. Why? Because of the things we just talked about. Also because we saw it. They were out of gas in that Bengal game. Kyle Shanahan admitted it. He said we looked tired, and they got that week off and totally rejuvenated ever since. They've won 6 in a row. They look like the best team in football. So it's lining up nicely, especially if they could beat the Ravens, because, then that if you could take care of business in D.C. on New Year's Eve day or in Maryland, and that's going to be a game, I think, where the home team's cars are running. It's not the last game, but those games where the engines are running at halftime, and it's like, we just got to get this thing over with. So beat the Ravens, win that one. By my math, you're clinching the number 1 seed. That means a bye week. That means that Ram game, which is probably going to be very important to the Rams, who are good, is something you don't have to go all out to win. Now, I do think it's interesting because Kyle has talked about this. He talked about it last year. You're balancing having your team finely tuned enough to play an elimination game with the injury risk. So you don't necessarily want to take that last week off, get a bye, and then come back and have to play an elimination game. With all of that said, they want that bye, and they're in great position to get it.
So, Michael, how do they beat the Baltimore Ravens? We were already talking about the physicality of the game, and this is the number 1 defense in pro football that Baltimore has, and it seems like they've had it for decades, going back to Brian Billick, and certainly in the 16 years of John Harbaugh. But over on offense, Lamar Jackson's never played at Levi's before. We've obviously saw him at M&T Bank Stadium in 2019, and that was his MVP year. He's already thrown for almost as many yards in 14 games this year than he did during his entire MVP season when he threw 36 touchdown passes. The touchdowns are down. The rushing numbers are up. He ran for over 1,200 yards that year as a quarterback and came back the next year with 1,000, and this year he's got 741 yards with 3 more games to go. He could get to 1,000. So just the overall skill set, where he's at as a pocket quarterback. And, in the offseason, it was a lot of drama about Lamar. Last year at this time, he was hurt. He didn't come back. He didn't show up for things. He demanded a trade. They didn't wind up trading him. They wound up signing him to a 5-year contract extension on draft day. Do you think Baltimore ever seriously considered trading Lamar Jackson in the offseason, Michael?
I want to put this in perspective that people who don't follow it as closely can understand. So I'm going to try something. It's a little bit sacrilege because we're talking about one of the all-time greatest athletes I've ever seen. But imagine Steph Curry was out there over the offseason. The Warriors were like, we don't really want to pay him. We do, but not as much as he's asking. And we know he's great, but if you sign him, you're going to have to give us draft picks, and we're just going to wait. And then other teams were saying stuff like, we like the point guard we have. We've got a system, so we're not going to do it. And then he ended up coming back. I mean, it's not quite that crazy, but it's close. You had teams, I'll call them out. You had teams like Atlanta going, nah, we're good. We got Desmond Ridder, man. We're rock and roll. Washington, we just talked about them. Sam Howell, we feel good about that one. Teams where they either
Carolina gave up all those draft picks to get Bryce Young.
Right. Teams that are where people are either going to pay with their jobs or already have. You mentioned Carolina. How about the Raiders? And I love Jimmy, but man, you had a chance as the Raiders to go, we're in Lamar Jackson in year 2 of McDaniels and Ziegler. So, yeah, there's a lot of regret now, and the Ravens should thank their lucky stars because somebody should have just said, he did ask for a trade because it got that bad in negotiations. We saw Debo do that here. It happens. Anyway, yeah, Lamar looks even better. I was a little skeptical. I think Greg Roman did an underappreciated job there as an offensive coordinator, but there was always that frustration that it's not a good place for receivers. Receivers don't want to be there. He kind of locked in on Mark Andrews. Well, Todd Monken, who I didn't have a great stint in Cleveland with Baker Mayfield as their coordinator, has done a really nice job. The route combinations look more developed. People are getting open. Andrews is out, and he's still spreading the ball around and managing to be really productive. So to me, the offense looks really good. Lamar is doing a great job, and yeah, that defense is great. But there's another part of Lamar Jackson that is hard to quantify. I'm glad that we're getting to see him here live for the first time. What a great place to be. You can talk about doom loops, but what Steph Curry did last night and Lamar Jackson's coming on Christmas and Christian McCaffrey and all these incredible players. Lamar Jackson is different. He's one of those guys, usually when you spend that money and go to the stadium, he'll do something where you go, oh, man, that was kind of worth it. He is a different guy. I always think back to that, that playoff game in Tennessee. He'd lost one the year before. There was a lot of talk about him. They got into a tight situation against a really good defense. He just put his foot in the ground, went about 60-something yards, and took over the game and changed it. He can run, he can throw, he's got a great temperament, and I think they probably understand his value even more now in Baltimore.
Mike Silver joining us. And again, I'll be willing to incur the wrath of 49ers fans because we all know how this works. If we talk too much and too glowingly about another player, then the faithful get pissed, but I'm going to do it anyway. Go back to Lamar for just a second, because until you brought that up, I don't know how, but I had forgotten about all that. And not only that the teams didn't go after him, but why? Is it because is it a character thing with him? Do they not want to change their system? Like you said, it blows my mind. And it's not retrospect. It wasn't like the guy was in his second year. He had already won an MVP. We had already seen the kind of things he could do. He's an absolute winner. And yet a handful of teams that we just talked about said, nah, we're good. Like, why did they do that? Why?
My wife is a psychologist. I would probably enlist her and the services of other people who understand the way the human brain works better than I do. But it's a great why. Like, literally, you're the Atlanta Falcons. Arthur Smith might get fired over this. He probably, if he was involved in that decision, he probably should be. Like, no, we got Desmond Ridder, man. We are good. Dude, there are very, very, very few people I've ever seen like Lamar Jackson. And yeah, okay, there were complaints out of Baltimore that he wasn't, a consummate grinder when it came to watching film. Doesn't seem to show up if that's the case. There's also this weird NFL thing about guaranteed contracts. So what was going on is that Deshaun Watson got a fully guaranteed deal with incredible leverage. Lamar Jackson, who, by the way, didn't have an agent, so some of this was more raw than it would otherwise be for other people. But Lamar Jackson was just going, dude, if they gave Deshaun Watson all that money guaranteed, how are you not going to give that to me? I think I'm better than Deshaun Watson, which I think most people would agree at this point. And also, I don't have crazy off-the-field scandals that, derail my career. So how could you not give me that? And the NFL and guaranteed contracts, not only do teams not want to ever do it, but you don't want to be the team that set the precedent. And Cleveland obviously ignored that in what the Browns felt was a desperate situation for them. But I think a lot of these owners were like, I don't really want the awkwardness when all the billionaires get together at the meeting, and so no, I don't really want to do that. So again, why do they do it? Because a lot of people who are either rich or think they scheme things up or get paid to evaluate personnel decisions are bleeping idiots.
That's a perfect.
Wow.
That's a perfect explanation. They're bleeping
I was going to ask you another question.
That's a good explanation.
Yeah.
So are the Ravens. And it's the same rant I have on Brock Purdy or Tom Brady. 31 teams. No, 32 teams read it really wrong. But one of the 32 read it a little less wrong than the others. So the Ravens, who should know the most about how valuable he is, read it wrong, but they were the least culpable of the 32.
Yeah, we have to remember, when he came into the NFL, he was a first-round draft pick, but barely. He was the last pick of the first round. He was not.
That was
number one overall pick, and there were a lot of people.
Darnold, Mayfield, Josh Allen, and Josh
Rosen. In 10 to Arizona.
Yeah.
A lot of people thought he wasn't going to be a quarterback in the NFL, including the Hall of Famer Bill Polian. But a lot of people thought Brock Purdy wasn't going to be a quarterback in the NFL.
True.
You got behind the scenes, Michael. That's why I love reading you, as you take us to places we don't get to in the 49er locker room. And just the whole Brock Purdy, kind of going to Iowa State because the schools in his own state did not even want him there before he even got to the draft, and going 262 overall. So what did it mean to Brock to go back in there and light up the Arizona Cardinals the way he did on Sunday, Michael?
More than he tends to let on, and that doesn't surprise me. I told Brock, I know how I think. I was at the Santa Rosa Press-Democrat early in my career. Great job, but didn't feel like the bigger papers in the area were necessarily noticing what I thought I was doing. I ended up getting a miracle call from Sports Illustrated, which was amazing. And I know how I felt every time I went back in to do a 49ers story for, I don't know, still. But, I wanted to show some people some things. And, there's a little bit of, how you like me now. Well, Brock Purdy was, a record-setting quarterback in Arizona, just wanted to play Power 5 football. No one was on him after his junior year, even into his senior year. Finally, Iowa State was the one Power 5 team that started giving him love. And then Alabama, which had offered him preferred walk-on, ultimately offered him. And Texas A&M, very late in the process, joined Alabama. So now he had three. And at this point, it was just getting embarrassing for Arizona State and Arizona. So I asked Brock about it after the game, and he's like, yeah, they contacted me, Arizona State, and eventually Arizona. He said, but it wasn't like, you're our guy, we want you, come be our quarterback. In his words, it was, everyone in the state is telling us to recruit you, so hey, what's up? And Brock read it, I think, correctly and politely rebuffed those overtures, and even rebuffed Alabama and Texas A&M. And Iowa State was the one place where
Why didn't he go to Alabama? I never knew about Alabama. Why didn't he go play for Nick Saban?
I mean, I think he read it correctly. Do you think he necessarily gets on the field easily with the other people there? Now, he would now if you saw what he's doing now. But what he told me last year, the reason he went to Iowa State is because Matt Campbell was the only guy who said to him, you're the only quarterback we're recruiting, whether it was true or not. You're the only one we want. It's either you or nobody. And the other schools were like, hey, you got to tell us, because if it's not you, we're taking someone else. I don't think Alabama probably said that. They probably said, hey, dude, this is your Willy Wonka ticket, so take it, and understandably. And, I think it couldn't have been any better for Purdy. He got thrown in freshman year. He ended up owning 32 school records, and yet this aligns with his experience coming into the NFL. Again, he felt he was a really, really good player. The NFL viewed him as the 262nd of 262 draft picks. He came in expected not to make the team and be a practice squad guy, stuck as a third stringer. So he's not going to be one of those guys who walks around, glaring at people, and as I said in the story, he dresses like he's going to econ class at Iowa State, and he's, he's got a great demeanor about him, but there is a savage within. I got it to come out a little bit when I talked to him after. And again, that does not surprise me. I think most competitive people tend to think that way. And it's a good thing if you're a 49er fan, because he goes back to Arizona every year and he can remind them every year what's up.
Yeah, that is a great piece. We had his high school coach on too, and I mean he was so glowing in what he said, and of course he had mono, which threw a lot of teams off too, and he got off to a slow start. But he was also talking about like Brock is such a good guy that like substitute teachers would come in and everybody's throwing paper airplanes and spitballs and everything, and Brock is like in front of the class going, "Hey man, be cool to the substitute teacher." I mean, it's like what is he?
BS.
That's what he said. No that's what he said. He's like, everybody else is an animal, and here's Brock going, "Come on, man, treat the substitute with respect." I'm like, wow.
Next you're going to have Herb Edwards on going, "I loved him the whole time. It was my recruiting department that's too late. I was on him." And by the way, every NFL GM that I've ever talked to or coach, every single one was about to draft Russell Wilson.
It
was totally going to happen until the Seahawks just happened to take him in the third round. Scuttling the plan!
Oh, that is so classic. Good stuff, man. Hey, thanks as always. Great, right? And we'll see you on Christmas Day, right? See you on Christmas Day.
We will. And I saw a tweet from someone. I can't remember who, but it was like, "Man, the NFL schedule makers really nailed it with that incredible Christmas Day game." And I just wanted to quote tweet it, and with a 2-word expletive that would probably get me in trouble. But it's great if you're watching it on TV, like eating some ham, hanging out with the little Yuletide cheer. But some of us will be working, hey, cue the violins. But still.
There's nowhere else you'd rather be than right here, right now. Exactly. I don't care if it's December 25th.
There's one other place. Other place.
You'll get there.
Good stuff, man. Hey, thanks, Silver. We'll see you on Christmas. Merry Christmas.
Thanks, you guys. Appreciate
Happy holidays, brother.
He's the best.
He was
awesome.
on a heater today.
He doesn't believe that Brock was nice to the substitute teacher?
I totally do.
Let's ask him.
I totally.
Next time you see him, we got to ask him if he was.
I was
in front
always
of the
the nicest to the
You
substitute
were
teacher.
not.
They were
No
always
one
they were
was.
always the hottest teachers coming into work. John.
That's true. That part is true. But,
I'll get him under control.
Miss Jackson, I'll make sure that I control this unruly class for you.
I'll clean the erasers after school.
Exactly. All right. Monty Poole is going to join us at the bottom of the hour. We'll get more of that Warriors-Celtics masterpiece from Steph last night. Hit that rainbow to seal it against the Celtics. We'll talk to Monty about it at the bottom on the Sports Center.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Steph Curry talks about the negative narrative around the Warriors, but he's used to it. That story and more trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Dub Nation, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
By Curry, and can you try to come up with some words to describe it?
The pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. I was sitting right under the rim and I'm looking. I'm like, that's good, that's good. And then I said some words that I'm not going to repeat as it went in. So.
That's Tracy Davis. He had a plus 25 and was very good last night in stopping the paint points that the Celtics had last night. We're going to get into everything with Monty Poole. Big win for the Warriors. Can it mean something in the big picture? Steph had 33-20 after he'd committed that fifth foul. Klay Thompson continues over his last 4 games, playing very well. Chris Paul, 12 assists, no turnovers. Jonathan Kuminga, great defense, plus 17 points and 7 rebounds. You add it all up, and a win for the Golden State Warriors, which we'll talk to Monty about.
Pot of gold at the end of the rainbow?
Yeah,
Who is this guy? He is. They've got 2 rookies on this team. Podziemski, and he hurt his back last night, Brandon Podziemski, and didn't play as many minutes. Honestly, when was the last time the Warriors had a rookie like this guy? Going back to Steph? I mean, Draymond wasn't that player as a rookie. Klay was pretty good. Steph finished second to Tyreek Evans for Rookie of the Year. You got to go back a ways. The guys, it was hard to crack a spot. You know, even Jordan Poole is going to be here on Friday. It took him a while. He had to go back down to the G League a couple of times. But this guy, and Monty's been out there for a while, that he needs to play more. And I think, and Steve caught himself because he kind of said he's going to play. And then he said, I didn't say he was going to start, but he's going to play.
That was funny.
But there may be a point, and they don't want to just eliminate Looney, obviously. Kevon Looney's the most underrated athlete we've had, arguably, in the Bay Area's history. He's been just overshadowed by Stephen Klay and Dre and Andre and others. But maybe it would serve Looney better to come off the bench and run with that group a little bit and have Trace Jackson Davis, although he does play well with Chris Paul in the pick-and-roll game, but Paul's in the finishing lineup. Whatever it is, starting doesn't matter as much as finishing, but he was in the finishing lineup last night, and you hear just the way he talks. He is so refined. He's a second-generation NBA player, like Steph and Klay. His dad was a hell of a good player, Dale Davis, rugged guy. I think his son's got more skill set. He doesn't shoot the ball. His dad didn't shoot the ball. I shouldn't say that. I mean, his dad was a hell of a player, but he was physically tough, screen setter. This guy sets a different kind of screen. And at 6'9", he just plays longer because of the arm length. At 7'1", he's a player. But the way he talks, he's just so. I mean, Mike Dunleavy. We'll look at the Chris Paul trade and Jordan Poole and all that. But as far as the draft, John, the guy nailed the draft. I mean, to get Podziemski in the first round and then come back and get Trace Jackson Davis in the second round. These guys are right now in your top 8, top 10 rotation. They both got to play, whether they start or not.
Plus, it's just, some of these young guys for the Warriors have come in and maybe been intimidated by these veteran players. And what's impressive is just what you just said about Jackson Davis. And then the second guy out of the locker room yesterday and sitting there for about the entire shooting display that Steph put on was Pods. He sits there and watches the whole thing. So I mean, these guys get it. They're watching. They're learning. They don't seem intimidated. Both of them just go on the floor like they belong here. So that's a huge thing for the Warriors because they need all the contributions they can get, especially with Draymond Green now. Let's get it with Monty Poole coming up next. Monty was there, and we'll get his thoughts on all the performances. Like we said, a true team effort. Obviously, exclamation point at the end by Steph Curry. We'll get into that with Monty Poole from NBC Sports Bay Area. And after that, you're not going to believe what Shaq said about Steph Curry. Maybe the ultimate compliment to Steph Curry. We'll do that right after we talk to Monty. And then, of course, top of the hour, we get our foreplay. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Dub Nation, wherever you are around the globe, stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
I saw the whole play unfold. Chris ended up with the rebound or the loose ball, whatever that was. I saw him look up at the shot clock because that's what great point guards do, and he saw Steph. Like, he glanced at the shot clock and saw Steph across the court, so Chris knew he had enough time. Nothing shocks me with Steph. I mean, that shot was insane, the catch and shoot, the arc, but I fully expected it to go in, and I think all of our fans did too. The guy's magical. You can't explain it. That's just the kind of stuff he does.
Steph Curry, the headliner, 33 points, 20 of the 33 after he had picked up his fifth foul. Klay Thompson continues to get his shot going. He scores 24. Jonathan Kuminga, great defense, plus 17 points. The big headliner, and Monty actually wrote about this a couple of days ago, so, he's clairvoyant. He knows what he's talking about. Trace Jackson Davis, plus 25, and he shut off the interior, which the Celtics were killing the Warriors with last night, 132-126. So he had a big win over Chase Center, and Monty joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. How are you?
It was a long day yesterday, but I'm good. How y'all doing?
Yeah, it was, man.
Yeah.
Steph kept us waiting last night. I was like, bro, let's go. But he's got things to do. So anyway, what are your take? Well, let's start with this, because you talked about TJD a couple of days ago, and you talked about him in a three-headed rotation at center. But Boston is just parading down the lane, and he comes in and does a tremendous job on both ends of the court. But that block on Jaylen Brown was huge.
Yeah, so we noticed that, yesterday when both times he entered the game, the Warriors went on a run. I mean, coincidence? I think not. The thing is that the Warriors, teams have looked at the Warriors and scouted the Warriors all season and said, you know what, they don't have any rim protection. And, while Dario is certainly an offensive asset, he's a liability on defense at the rim. That's not his role. He can't do that. And Loon is not the same either. He can't do that either. So the staff has known, the players have known that their best bet to try and stop a layup line at the rim was Trace Jackson Davis. And finally, he's getting a chance, and you're seeing why he's out there, and he's been too good for Steve to take him off the floor. So I'm not surprised, because I've heard, in the weeks before this that people were saying, we should probably put him out there. I don't know, what the holdup is, but we should probably put him out there. And now that he's out there, you see why he should be out there.
And you've been writing about it, Monty, not just going back to the game in Portland on Sunday night. You've been writing about it for weeks, that he should be in the rotation. And we kind of saw it early in the year. He's just different. I mean, he's 6'9", 245, but he can jump. He has a 33-inch vertical leap, and the wingspan at 7'1". He's a rim runner. He can block shots. Podziemski is also a player here. Yeah. I mean, Bob Meyer's first ever draft, he nailed it, getting Harrison Barnes 7, Festus 30, and then Draymond 35. I mean, Mike Dunleavy's draft, Monty, to get Podziemski late in the first round, come back and get Trace Jackson Davis. When was the last time the Warriors had rookies as good as either one of these guys? Going back to Steph Curry? How far do we have to go back?
Well, 2012, because at one point in 2012 in the playoffs, or 2013 playoffs rather now, 2012 draft, 2013 playoffs, I remember a game in the playoffs when at one point the Warriors had all three rookies on the floor, Harrison, Draymond, and Festus. They were all on the floor in the final at the same time. So this is similar. And it's only 2 instead of 3, but you've got 2 rookies that come into the league and they already kind of know how to play. They don't have the upside is not like, let's wait for it for a few years. You can already see they can contribute right now. And it's good to see if you're a Warriors fan for sure, because been waiting for this. There've been a lot of rookies that come in here and like, okay, it's going to take a while to get him going. He's going to need a year or 2 or 3 or 4. Well, these guys came in and they're ready to play right now, which is what this team has needed for a while, and they finally nailed it this time.
Monty Poole good enough to join us. The Warriors get that big win over the Celtics last night at Chase Center, 132-126. Kuminga, up and down, inconsistent, but last night to not have any fouls, to play the way that he did. Now maybe Jason Tatum was compromised with that ankle he left early. I don't know, but that's the Kuminga they're looking for. The guy on both ends, 17 points. He grabbed 7 rebounds in about 34 minutes. The question is, can he consistently do it?
Yeah, that's the question. That's always been the question with Jonathan. He's always had some breakout games, but then sometimes he'll follow it with one of those uh-oh games. And so watching him last night, that is precisely what they want from him. A guy who can defend really well without fouling, can attack the rim, grab rebounds, run the floor. That's the prescription for him. That's what they want from him. And when he does that, he's going to get big minutes. I don't care who else is on the court. I don't care who else is pushed out of the rotation. He deserves to be out there because he's being productive in a way that they need, and he's still only 21. And so you're starting to see the upside that the Warriors visualized when they took him. There's been a lot of rough moments, and there's been moments when he could pick up 3 fouls in 3 minutes. But here's a kid now who seems to be starting to get what he needs to get to to stay in the rotation. And so he's starting for now. When the roster is whole, we'll see how it works out, but he's starting for now. And, when Draymond comes back, whenever that is, next month, following month, whenever, at some point, that's the assumption he will. And we'll see what they do then. But JK is one of those guys that, again, the Warriors are, if you look at NBA teams across the landscape, you'll see the Warriors are not the biggest team at all. They're a smallish team. Most teams are going to be more athletic than they are. And so most teams are going to be younger than they are. So these are all things that the Warriors are trying to address now. And you see it with Kuminga, with Moody, with Trey Jackson-Davis, with Podziemski. These young guys bring a certain energy that, to their credit, this team really needs.
So last night was a quality win, no doubt. Probably the best win of the year, all things considered.
No doubt.
And the energy was there. And now it's Jordan Poole on Friday night. And Draymond's not going to he may be in the building. I don't know. He can come. He can't be there for the game, but he could start to be around the team a little bit now, and they are going to have a couple of days off and probably have a practice tomorrow, Monty. In light of how the Draymond situation is gone and now the indefinite suspension and Jordan coming back, this is going to be interesting to me how Chase Center responds when his name is announced. Because they don't win a championship a couple of years ago, but it ended so badly last year. So what are your thoughts? You've been covering Bay Area sports for decades. You've seen guys come back, and Jason Giambi as a Yankee get booed out, and Chris Webber as a Wizard, and Randy Moss is a Patriot, the whole deal. How do you think the Bay Area welcomes back Jordan Poole on Friday night?
Well, I think they should appreciate what he did when he was here. Obviously last season wasn't very good for him, and I think we can all figure out why. Mentally, he wasn't the same guy he had been the year before. It's not his fault that he got hit, that he got punched. Not his fault. Now, by the same token, you can say, well, Jordan kind of was, he pushed Draymond. Yeah, he did. But I think 2 grown men should be able to solve that kind of dispute without resorting to, a punch to the face. And so. But Jordan last season, you watched so many games where you could see he was trying to do too much, and some of the turnovers were just disastrous. Literally lost them some games. And so, but I think you got to take the good and go the year before where they don't win that finals. They don't win the championship without him. There were some games where he was absolutely huge, absolutely essential to victory, and so. Even in the postseason, you look at his numbers in the postseason, solid numbers, man. So, I think that was the best you can get. I fully expect to see a video tribute for Jordan's return. And I think it's probably best that Draymond is not in the building. I don't – that would be a sideshow, I think, if Draymond's there and everybody goes, oh, Draymond's over there and Jordan's over here. No, just let the game go on and let Jordan, get his welcome on the video board before the game or at some point, between quarters or whatever, but should be before the game and go on from there. I look forward to it because I think, again, that Jordan kind of made his bones here. I mean, his play in that championship season is what got him a big contract. So, and it's why the Wizards said, you know what, we'll take him. You know, he's not having the greatest of season, but he's on a terrible team, and so he's seeing what life is like on the other side.
Yeah, and you know, I couldn't agree with you more, because I've always had a philosophy, and I've seen this over the years, where fans will boo a guy because of the way he left. If a guy wins you a championship, if a guy helps you win a championship, I'm not talking about the last guy on the bench or some guy helps you win a championship and he comes back, you owe him an ovation. I'm not saying that every time Jordan Poole touches the ball, you got to cheer the guy, but when his name is announced, you got to cheer the guy, man. There's no other way.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I mean, I know a few weeks ago in San Antonio, the Spurs fans booed Kawhi Leonard.
Right.
And Pop.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
And Pop went after the fans. Pop was like, "What are you doing?"
Grab the mic. Yeah.
He was a Finals MVP for us.
Yeah.
You know.
Right.
So,
but because of the way it ended, those people were upset. You know, and that's not right.
Yeah, I mean, I get that. I mean, if I'm a Spurs fan, and Kawhi leaves, I'm like, damn. You know, I get that.
Right.
But come on. I mean, you know, appreciate what he did for you, because that Spurs run was over until Kawhi showed up and kind of pumped some more life into it for a couple more years. So,
and that's one of the most loyal fan bases in all of American sport. That kind of shocked me that they did that with Kawhi.
Yeah, it really is. It has been. And so, you know, again, I get, you know, this thing of, you know, you're hurt. He left. But, come on, it's been, 4 or 5 years now, you know.
Yeah.
So
Jordan Poole's fresher. Jordan Poole's fresher.
Yeah. Absolutely.
It's I think you're gonna hear some. It's gonna be like Jose Canseco. It's gonna be the booyah, a little bit. I think there's gonna be a real reaction. So now they're on the 3-game winning streak, Monty, and you know, Washington on Friday with Jordan Poole's return. Going to see Portland again on Saturday. These are winnable games. In theory, they could go into Denver on Christmas Day with a winning record. And then you got a string of home games and, you know, kind of a spacing where you're not playing every single day. Miami, Dallas, Orlando, Denver again in January 4th, Detroit, Toronto. We're here in January 10th, maybe for Draymond. So what do you think when they get Draymond back, Monty? Could they be a team that's 2 or 3 or 4 games over 500 possibly?
Yeah, the homestand should be good for this team. And again, a lot of it depends on everybody staying healthy. You know, GP2 should be back sometime the next week to 10 days, and that'll really help this team. So I'll give them another defender out there. They could use that. But, I think with the schedule that they have going forward, they're home games, yes, but some of those games are tough. I mean, you're looking at teams that, you know, you don't beat Miami easily. Orlando's really good now. I mean, Denver's good. I mean, so it's not like a bunch of easy wins coming in, but you're at home and you're able to kind of get some rhythm going. And as long as you have Steph and Clay is shooting the way he's been shooting, you got a chance now. This is the run you need. And between now and the trade deadline, the Warriors, it's a crucial time for this team. What can they do in the next 20 games or so to see if they need to make a move at the deadline? And so I think the go time is right now. The Denver game in Denver on Christmas Day is going to be tough. It's a morning game, high altitude. That'll be that. If they were able to win that game, it's going to be a huge, huge win, as big as the one last night. But I think after that, you look at the schedule and go, okay, these are games that might be. Some of them will be very tough, but you know, at some point they have to make a stand. They have to plant their flag on their court and say, "This is our home. This is what we're going to protect."
Great stuff, Monty. Thank you so much for your insight. We appreciate it. Happy holidays to you.
All right, boys. Take care.
Take care, Monte.
That is the great Monty Poole at Monty Poole MBCS. Make sure you're following him, reading him, watching him. He does it all, and he's got great insight, as you just found out. All right, something that Shaq said last night. The guys alerted me to this because I came back, watched some, just because I wanted to hear Harlan and Reggie, but I didn't hear Shaq say this, but Walter alerted us to this. So we'll play this for you. Something Shaq said about Steph last night, and then we get your foreplay coming up at the top of the hour. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Steph Curry saves the day. What does it mean to beat the Celtics long term? Could this be the season changer the Warriors were looking for? That story and more trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
We got some great news for you at the end of 2023 and the start of 2024. Interest rates have plunged. Mortgage rates are back down from nosebleed highs. Greg Papa here right now. Loan Pronto can rescue you from that 7 or 8% rate you got stuck with and save you a ton of money. If you bought or refinanced your home with a rate of over 7%, now is the time to refinance and save money, even if you did it last month. Interest rates on Loan Pronto's Equity Express loans have also come down. It's a great time to get some cash out of your home and get yourself on solid footing for the new year. They can get you the cash you need to wipe out credit card debt or start that 2024 home improvement project right now. Bottom line, Loan Pronto has the most competitive rates, and they can help you take advantage of this drop in rates. So get your financial house in order for 2024 by calling 415-808-5721 to get started. It's 415-808-5721. LoanPronto.com, an equal housing lender, subject to lender approval.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm wondering, not saying, I'm just wondering, because he's been consistently the best shooter his whole career. I'm wondering, is it time to start putting him as the best player of all time?
Best player? Over you put him over you?
In the conversation.
I'm asking you.
Yes.
You put him over you. You yourself
Way
put
better,
Steph Curry
yes,
over you.
Yeah, this is why he's my favorite player. Cause
I'm not saying favorite. He might be my favorite too, but I'm just asking you, think he's better than you?
I played 20 years, watched 20 years before that. I've never seen a guy like him. And he's doing it consistently, and he has championships.
You put him over Michael?
No, I'm not putting him anywhere. I'm saying,
okay,
for all the chitter chatter, is it time to just put him in the conversation?
I think he's a.
I'm asking the fans, is it time to start putting him in the conversation as one of the best players ever?
That's what Shaq said last night on TNT after the Warriors took care of the Celtics 132-126. Steph hit that rainbow to seal it. But how about Shaq saying that he would put him in the conversation possibly as the greatest? Not the greatest shooter, the greatest.
No, he's there. When he won that last championship, the fourth one, and he was the Finals MVP, and they even asked Steph, "Are you the greatest point guard of all time?" And he said yes. And we already had this conversation. To me, he has passed Magic Johnson. And my all-time NBA team would be, the backcourt would be Steph Curry and Michael Jordan in the backcourt, Larry Bird, Tim Duncan, and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. And then, as a backup, all the Laker guards, Magic, Kobe, and Jerry. LeBron would be there, obviously. And there's been a lot of great small forwards, Kevin Durant, John Havlicek, you go on and on and on. And then, the big guys, it's Russell, it's Wilt, it's Hakeem Olajuwon. There are a lot of guys that you got to look at here. And Brian Scalabrine said something earlier that struck me, and he was he's never seen a guy dominate a game with his skill. All these guys are skilled. Shaq not so much, but he was just so much bigger than everybody else. But they all had a certain level of skill. We've said years and years ago that he is the most skilled player that's ever been. When it comes to, and he's a great screener, and the back screens and the movement off the ball. There are other elements of offensive basketball that he excels at, really all of them. But the three basic tenets, the passing, dribbling, shooting with the ball, there's never been anybody like this guy. Pistol Pete Maravich was a wizard, but he could not translate it into winning. Steve Nash was as skilled as you can be in passing, dribbling, and shooting. And he was a back-to-back Finals MVP. So just as far as skill level, and then the other thing, Scalabrine, and I think he had the statistics and the analytics to back it up, he's playing differently now. Steph evolves all the time. And that's why I think he's so great with the ball in his hands, and I think he's even more unguardable without the ball in his hands. That's why the Chris Paul thing worked so well in that play last night. You just can't guard him when he does not have the ball. He's perpetual motion, relocation of the corner, and just everywhere. But something he really has added, and we got to get Brandon Payne on, just beating people off the dribble in a one-on-one. He doesn't, it's always a ball screen. It's off the ball movement. It's coming off a pin down or a curl, or he and Steph coming off floppies, both screens off the baseline. It's just him moving. Now it's just let's run 1-4 flat where everybody stays on the baseline, and Steph, you just go beat your guy and go in. He wasn't able to do that even a couple of years ago. He wasn't asked to, so I think they're playing differently minus Draymond. And you saw last night, Clay coming over to set a screen. Without Draymond and Kavan's not playing, that's why the rookie, Trace Jackson-Davis, is so essential. Nice to give him a ball screen so he can get off of that and not have to always beat guys. It's hard to beat Kawhi Leonard one-on-one. Now you got to pitch to the left corner for Draymond to take a three. We'd rather not do that. So he's added elements to his game. But, to put him, Michael was just an assassin in the way he could dominate the game. on both ends of the floor. Hakeem Olajuwon was the best player in the league offensively and defensively. They could dominate the game both ways. Steph's not there. He doesn't get picked on like he used to defensively, and he does fight back. And last night they were trying to get him, to foul out of the game, and he kept throwing his chest. He's bigger and stronger. He can battle. He's a good defender. It's just he reaches sometimes and gets himself in compromising positions, and he gets into foul trouble like he got there last night. So I think that's great what Shaq. And the thing is, the great players in the league, for whatever reason, I remember Oscar Robertson years ago kind of rolling his eyes at him, thinking that he's a drift shooter and a jump shooter, and but passing, dribbling, shooting, no one's been better than this guy. He's dominated the game with his skill, and now he's a complete player. He's a great leader. I think there's no doubt that he's one of the greatest of all time. Now, how do you compare Kareem and Michael? And it's hard to compare all these guys in different positions.
Eras and positions.
I welcome the fact that finally a great player like Shaq, and I think Shaq did not maximize his ability as a player. He just was bigger and stronger than everybody else, and that's why Kobe had a problem with him, where Steph has maximized his ability, a player, in every regard with the way he works. If Shaq ever worked like that, what would you have had? Absolute monster. But for Shaq to come out and just say because we've watched his entire career, there's no doubt he's one of the greatest of all time. Finally, somebody on that level is giving him that kind of attention.
And when I think of greatest of all time, it goes across the board, because so many guys get massive contracts, but they're not ready for that leadership role that Steph obviously so easily maneuvers, and it's face of the franchise. It's all those things because it's so difficult to navigate. So to me, and also what it is it's how he evolves his game from a guy who teams picked on defensively to a guy that's above average defensively, to just all the different things that he can do. Because, look, I'm probably biased because I saw Jordan in so many situations do all these different things, but Steph does those same things. And then, as you point out, the tough thing is in any time you're trying to compare somebody, there's an era and there's a change in rules, and there's so you may have some different statistics. And then position-wise, even Wilt, like when Wilt played, the rules were totally different. When Michael played, they were totally different. People think that Steph couldn't play in a certain era. He could, and that's what you got to look at too. Can a guy, if he's the greatest, can he play in any era? Steph can. I don't care what anybody says. So to me, there's just so many different factors, and I'm not trying to evade the question. It's just so difficult. But I think what Shaq said there is at least put him in the conversation to say, okay, I know Michael's there. People want to say LeBron. People want to pick out a big guy, whether it's Wilt or whomever it is. But Steph has got to be in the conversation, not as a shooter, not as a point guard, but as an overall player, as one of the best to ever play the game.
Shooting, passing, and dribbling.
Everything.
Tell me anybody. Pistol Pete could dribble a ball out of his dad's card 40 miles per hour. He did insane things. But he did not translate to winning. He didn't win a lot. He won some, but he didn't win with the Hawks and New Orleans Jazz. He went to Boston. Steph Curry takes all of this and he turns it into winning. And it's the highest level. Wilt was so dominant, they changed the rules. It used to be the key in the lane because it was shaped like a key. It was much more narrow. They had to widen the lane out in the 3-second rule to get the dipper out of the lane because he would just do chin-ups all night, and he just dominated the game. But he liked the bank. He was skilled. The guy was a track star. Wilt Chamberlain was insane. The one thing I would say about Steph, would he dominate the game if there was no three-point line? He would still be a good player. He would still be a great player. But would he be considered one of the greatest of all time? The league has changed. And putting that red, white, and blue George Mikan contrived three-point line into the NBA changed the game. The league was founded in 46. They didn't have that line until 78, 79. And it's changed the game. So I think the one thing when you compare all the I didn't even get into Oscar Robertson, and there's been so many great players in the history of the NBA. You just go on and on. He's certainly there, and I think he's on my all-time team. But as far as, and Larry was a great three-point shooter, but what would Larry Bird be doing now with the three-point line? The way they use it now. They didn't use it much then. Would Steph Curry be as dominant if there was no three-point line in the NBA? But he has changed the game, the way Wilt changed it, and the widening of the key because he was so dominant inside. Steph Curry's ability change the geometry of the game. They didn't guard guys out beyond quarter court. What the hell would you do that for? I mean, you saw his drill last night when he came out with Q-Man years ago and he's taking logo shots. I'm like, what's he doing? And then, wow, he just made one. Yeah. Now he made another one. And now he made 5 in a row from mid-court. Who does that? And then he backs up to three-quarter court, and they may not go in, but they rim out. It's like his hand-eye coordination is psycho. So, I mean, he has changed the game. And very few people in the history of Babe Ruth invented the home run in baseball. Steph Curry, he didn't invent the home run in basketball, but he became the greatest home run hitter, and he changed the game. So in that regard, I'm conflicted with the three-point line. Would he be as dominant without it? Well, hell, it doesn't matter. He's got it.
The position changed because of it. Because what happened is
the sport changed. The sport changed.
But when you were a point guard, like I covered Stockton, when you were a point guard, you got it to Malone. When you were a point guard, you got it to Olajuwon. You weren't the axis of the offense. I mean, Iverson changed it a little bit that way, and then now all these guys come in and they're scoring point guards. But if you didn't have a three-point line, then the game would go back to what it was, which is you're trying to dump it down to the paint to get the easiest shot, the closest shot you could possibly get. And point guards just didn't do that back then because that wasn't the game. Right.
Well, Oscar was a point guard. He scored 30 a game. He just backed you down with his big butt and his turn.
I mean, there were rare instances, but most of them were points.
Technically, Jerry West was the point guard. Jerry led the NBA in assists some years. I don't think of him that way, especially with, depends who he was playing with. With Goodrich was more of a 2. But Jerry West really was a point guard. I just look at his body and the way he guarded, and to me, he was more the classic 2 guard. But what he changed was just the shot. And the whole game. And then Daryl Morey and the analytics and the 3-ball, and now they're taking more 3s than 2s. And, I mean, Steph advanced all that along with Clay and just the overall Warrior philosophy. It's fascinating. But I'm glad Shaq brought it out. It's kind of something we've already known. But outside of the Bay Area, do they really consider him that? And I'm sure there'll be some pushback on that. I know, just flat out, is Steph Curry the best point guard of all time? Is he better than Magic Johnson? In my eyes, he's way better than Magic Johnson. But Magic won 5. Magic, in his size, he changed the game, too. You didn't have a point guard who was 6 feet 9 inches tall until Magic came around.
Well, I think it's big that he said that, too, because, again, that show, everybody watches it and gains opinion, whether they're right or wrong. But the thing is, like you said, remember when this whole thing, and you and I talked about this years ago, when they changed the All-Star voting and it went, a third coaches, a third fans, a third players? And you'd look at the fans and the coaches and they'd vote for Steph, and you looked at the players and the players didn't want to acknowledge it, and then the old-time players didn't want to acknowledge it at all, and it became that, the jump shooting thing and everything, and that's evolved way past that. But they did not, whether it was players of the present or peers or players of the past, they did not want to acknowledge what he's done. So that's been in the last, I'd say over the last 5 or 6 years of his career, because for the first few of the years of his career, they did. They just looked at as a skinny jump shooter that could be taken advantage of defensively.
I'm telling you, I just felt it in LeBron's body language. When they first met in NBA Finals, I don't think LeBron James fully respected Steph. I think he thought he was a shooter, and strictly a shooter. And then as you get into it, damn, he's way more than a shooter. I mean, he's everything. Dellavedova, you're going to guard Steph in the finals? Good luck to you, Steph Stopper. Eventually you're going to get bombed. And it just happened. But I changed. You can see LeBron now. They realize.
And he respects the hell out of him.
Well, yeah, and then LeBron had to get more skilled. LeBron couldn't shoot the ball. He had bad form. The elbow went out, and until he had that shoulder injury against the Warriors that one year in the finals, and he came back the next year, it's like, wow, he's a completely different shooter. Rick Barry was critical of LeBron. LeBron could not shoot the ball. When his first finals against Pop and the Spurs, they just sagged off of him and said, go ahead, here's your jump shot, shoot it. He couldn't make a shot. And then he had to learn to do that to a high enough degree to respect it so they come out on him and not gap him, and then he drive around him. Steph has just upped everybody's skill level. If you're on his team, when he was out doing the pregame last night, John, were the Celtics out warming up to watch him do that?
No, they had a few guys for the pre-shoot around, which is the guys who don't play. But when he got onto the court, it was just him. He was. As far as players were concerned, he was. Yeah, go ahead.
No, he used to do it like an hour and a half before, and we'd wait for him. Mm-hmm. We put it on TV, and it was a show. But it was amazing to me how hard he worked. I'm like, first time I was like, are you going to be able to play the game tonight, or are you taking the night off? I mean, who works that hard?
He does.
That's just the skill. But part of it was now that he's doing it more in a closed gym and the fans aren't there, I think one thing he needs to consider is the intimidation factor. When he goes out to do that, the other team is watching, and they're like, damn, here he goes. And it's a show. It's kind of like baseball. You know, why does the home team take BP later? They do it for the fans to watch them. But Reggie Jackson always had a line, and the night that he hit the 3 home runs off the Dodgers in Game 6 of the World Series in '77, he put on a show in BP. And Reggie, you know, he put his chest out, and it intimidated the other team. They were like, damn, how do we pitch to this guy? He's just hitting bombs. So the one factor that Steph may want to look at is just the other team has got to be thinking, whoa, is he missed in the warm-ups? I mean, they're all great shooters in warm-ups, but this guy's hand-eye coordination and left hand, and he takes every shot imaginable, and he's worked so hard. And Brandon Payne, our guy from Charlotte, is a big reason why. So, you know, one of the greatest of all time, hell yeah. He's already in that conversation. To me, he's on the All-NBA first team at point guard. But what Scal said, Brian Scalabrine, when other players come in and other teams and they don't get a chance to watch them, the way he dominates a game with his skill, it really is unreal. The way, and Kyrie Irving is skilled off the dribble. There are a lot of guys, but he can just, his dribbling ability, and now he's going to have to kind of push it more this year because he doesn't have Draymond setting that high drag screen for him up top. It's just different. He's dribbling more. He is beating people off the deck more. His left hand is like, damn, is he left-handed or right-handed? You don't know, but there's no doubt. And there have been some skilled players, but no one like this guy. He's the most skilled player of all time, and he's worked to overcome his perceived weaknesses now. And I think, and I want to hear the reaction, John. What's the reaction to people to what Shaq said, that he's one of the greatest of all time? I mean, you put him up there on the Mount Rushmore now? Do we put him up there with Michael and Kareem and Wilt and LeBron? And is he there now?
Look, I think part of it too is impact on the game, and like you said, and all you have to do to think about the impact of Steph on the game is, years ago it was Michael Jordan dunks. Now watch SportsCenter. It's 3-point shots. I'm not saying there's not dunks, but when they did the highlights, it was dunks. Now it's 3-point shots. I mean, it's his effect on the game. It's his effect on all these things. Before he shot, Reggie Miller's kid was like remember, Reggie Miller's kid's probably seen a lot of NBA players. He had the Curry jersey on. He was talking. I mean, it's just cool to watch. Just he is a rock star walking onto the court. He's a legend, and as good as all these other guys have been, Draymond, Clay, give him all the respect. He's just a different deal. And does that equal that he's one of the greatest of all times? But he has an aura around him, like. And I don't know if they did it in terms of they made a attempt to not be on the court when Steph was there. I just know that they were pre-shooting and then he got onto the court. But when he walks on the court, there's just a feeling about him, and that says one of the greatest of all time. He just has it.
I mean, when he comes on the floor for pregame, it's a show. It in some
his
respects,
teammates come out.
Well, I mean everybody. Well,
the young guys.
Well, he's shooting with the rookies now. That's why he's going in the early group. They have designated times when they shoot, and right. Clay would always come out after him. Clay would shoot late, but there's designated times when they can shoot.
He goes about 5:15.
Steph is going out with the rookies now, and I think he just wants to get it done in a more serious, empty gym fashion. But he is a showman, and I think at some point he can do whatever he wants. So whatever the best way is for him to get ready for the game is the way, and to do it so close to tip-off, it may be draining him where he's not at his best to recover for tip-off, but that is such a great show. And, people they get there early, and it's the show before the show. And in some degrees, it's better than the game, and especially when they go on the road, and teams just don't get a chance, fans don't get a chance to see them. The Steph Curry 2-ball drill and then into the shooting drill with the Q-man, that's one of the greatest pregame. I mean, I remember when Peyton Manning would go out with Marvin Harrison and Reggie Wayne, and you'd watch them. They go through the whole route tree before the game, and it's like, what's he doing? No one does this. And then you saw Carson Palmer do it with his wide receivers, and now it's pretty standard to go out as a team and warm up. But they would go out before, just the three of them, it's a little bit like that. And it's one of the great pregame shows in the history of sport. So I think, Steph's he's got to get his team ready. He's putting the whole team on his back now, minus Draymond. But that's something that, maybe he'll consider and get back to because the fans love that. It is a show.
It is awesome. Like you said, he starts with all the ball drills, then he goes around the world and hits all these shots, and then, like you said, does the half-court stuff, and then he does some teardrops and either hand, each side of the hoop, and then he finishes up with free throws, and then he's out of there.
And then the tunnel of love shot. He does the tunnel of
that.
Love shot.
And then what's funny, though, is it's like you said, Pods came out for the whole thing, Pajemski. Then Kuminga comes, and they just sit and they watch. They just watch what he's doing and try to soak it up. So it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool to experience. All right, foreplay, we moved out to 1:15 because we knew to get into the Steph conversation based on what Shaq said there last night on TNT. Great stuff. Steve Kerr waiting for that rainbow to come down. Steph Curry on responding last night against the Celtics. Nick Bosa was on with Tolbert and Copes, containing a guy like Lamar Jackson. And Christian McCaffrey weighs in. He was on what was he? He was on Sirius, I think, this morning. He's making the rounds. And he talked. Oh yeah, he was on Brady. That's what he was on. He was on Brady. And more MVP talk from CMC. We'll get into all those cuts next. Only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
What does the straw poll for the MVP say? Purdy or CMC? That story and more trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
I was watching it in slow motion. Just like I said, I thought it was going in the whole way, and then to put us up 4 with 10 seconds, I guess, left. Obviously, the backbreaker, and Steph brings joy to the world. He's incredible.
Joy to the world. How about that?
Wow.
Is that impressive?
Wow.
I can do better. Yeah.
Are you going caroling at any time in the next few nights?
Like you're not. People don't carol anymore, do they? They used to around old neighborhoods.
After I just heard you break it a joy to the world.
I'm not going.
Yeah.
No, I can't. I can't do it. I don't think I was ever part of that. But when I was little, they would say, you want to be part of it, or what? My family.
Oh,
I think my mom was a part of it.
We did it all the time.
My mom liked it better because they had good eggnog, and she would drink the eggnog, and then her inhibitions would go, and she would sing. Actually, she was a good singer. I shouldn't say that. She was a good singer. She didn't need her inhibitions to go anywhere. That's Steve Curran, of course, watching Steph Curry's high arcing shot. That's number 1 on the list of the 4. That thing did take up forever, didn't it? Like a movie, almost like,
I mean, the higher you put it up, it's a round ball and it's a round basket. It's got a greater percentage of going in. To me, it was the load. First of all, it was Chris Paul, Trace Jackson Davis with the back tip on the step miss, and then Chris Paul and the shot clock going down to seek out Steph. And if you're Derek White and you're a great defender, you got to get up on Steph there on the cross-court pass. That skip pass that Chris Paul made. And it's the way Steph caught it and got lined up to shoot it in all-in-one motion. I'm trying to think of the quickest releases in the history of the NBA. Ellis. Remember Dale Ellis?
Oh,
you know what
man.
it reminded me a little bit of was Steph's dad, Dell.
Mm-hmm.
Dell had a lightning-quick release. Just guys that just could all, Phil Chenier, guys that could just catch and shoot. And Clay's got one of the greatest.
Yeah,
what am I right there? But the way Steph got lined up to shoot it before he caught it, and it's his footwork. And I mean, Steph Curry, he's like a cat. When he lands, he's just ready to jump again. And a lot of times the rebounders, you talk about the second jump. With Steph, its ability to land and then pop right up and shoot the ball and be completely balanced. So once the ball left his hand, you knew it was in. He ain't going to miss that. But it was, could he get the shot off? Could Derek White block it? The way he got his shoulders and feet lined up to shoot the ball. Basically, I mean, Larry would make passes on rebounds where he would, before he even rebounded the ball, he would pass the ball off the rebound. It was so amazing. He was so good at it. That was Steph in that catch-shoot all-in-one motion. But how about the Chris Paul skip pass? Was insane.
Yeah. No, it was. And Chris Paul was cranky last night, by the way. He was clearly sick because in postgame he was just like, but he wasn't feeling well. But that
It's
was
been like that a few times. I think we're seeing the real Chris Paul.
Well, you know what it is, and I think Clay's the same way because nobody asked Clay about his shot, and he is definitely different in postgame press conferences now, is that these guys are so accomplished, and now they're not as consistently good, even though they're good. And so they're just waiting for somebody to make some sort of mistake with a question of like, yeah, you used to do this all the time. Is it great that you did it again tonight? kind of thing. And they just are ready to jump.
You know what it is?
Guys.
It's everything they're seeing on social media makes them react to the real media in a contentious way, and it's the way they can respond. Did George ask any questions last night?
No, but okay. So I didn't do the thing that you did in terms of your
Don
brother.
Zimmer,
I should say
Don
your brother
Zimmer.
did.
How'd you
Yesterday
choke
he told
in
us
that
story.
series against the Yankees in '78? He didn't say it that way.
But I will say what I did do was I know where. So it's kind of like the 49ers. Certain guys ask questions at certain times. Certain guys sit in certain spots. This is how it is.
Anthony
so I know
Slater has the floor. Be quiet and let Slate do his thing. So
here's what's funny. That's what I did. So
Monty's about to talk. Come on.
So we go in there, and I said, "Come on, you got to get really close because we got to have your, because he was shooting video and audio for the thing." And I said, "We got to get in the front row." I said, "Sit right on this corner as close as you can to Steve Kerr." Well, that's where Anthony Slater sits, and I know that. That's his spot. And so George sits there, and Marcus comes up to me and he goes, "Tell that rookie that's not where he can sit." And I'm like, "No, do your job, man. You got to do your job. You're here to do a job just like everybody else.
You got to get low post position.
So,
get out of there, Slater."
It was funny that we kicked. He got, they,
so what
they
is he
nice
going to do?
Is
this for a class, or is this just something he's learning on his own?
No, he helped out JD and another one of our guys, Austin, and so he's going to keep going to Warriors games. He's actually going to go Friday and Saturday. So yeah, he's loving it, and he did a nice job last night. And I told him, man, just work hard and don't embarrass me. And
all right, go in the Wizards locker room after the game and ask Jordan Poole, what did you say to Draymond to get him to cold cock you like that? What did you say?
And ask it just like that. The word cold cock is an amazing term, isn't it?
Yeah,
cold cock.
While you're eating cold cuts, ask him what he said. Yeah, what did you say to get sucker punched like that?
All right, I'm going to have to move a couple of these, but let's finish up our Warriors, and we can get to the Niners at the bottom of the hour. Here's Steph Curry. The demise of the Warriors greatly exaggerated.
It's been like that for years now, even before we won the 22 championship. They always find something to nitpick, and that's because there's expectations for us to win. So you kind of take that in stride. And for me, I guess my approach is to dumb it down to what I said when we were in LA, is just trying to figure out how to win a game at a time and give yourself some momentum and some confidence and some energy. We'll get to the point where everybody knows, the checkpoints throughout a season. It's no secret to anybody what February looks like, or playoff push, and what you need to show as a team to be a serious, threat to win a playoff series or whatever the case is. We're nowhere near that. We're just trying to win right now. So I kind of like it right here because it gives you a little bit of juice to stay locked in on 48 minutes at a time. It's all cliches, but it really is a fun kind of way to approach the game because you feel a sense of urgency and you're not really taking anything for granted. And that's what, you kind of see. You saw tonight.
There you go. There's Steph Curry.
The GOAT right there.
The GOAT.
Did he have the GOAT T-shirt on?
GOAT. No, but he dresses well. I don't know who dresses him. I don't know if he has a personal person or whatever.
Kidding me?
Had these really cool
he's got a
white
staff
pants.
of stylists. He's Steph Curry.
I'm telling you, these really cool white pants that you and I could never find anywhere, and like this custom jean jacket, and then he had the perfect beanie on, like in the perfect way. I hate people like that. Because it's like
white pants this time of the year. Was it a Christmas look? What
it was kind of
pants?
I'd have to go. They weren't like a pure. They had some kind of design on them. Unbelievable. Like walks in because Trace Jackson probably still's in his uniform. It's like he's a rookie. He doesn't know yet. Steph Curry put together perfectly. Very impressive. All right, we'll give you the 2 49er cuts, and then we have a few great stories today, including. Well, I'm not. I'll wait to ask this question. I'll wait to ask this question.
Is this Caboose Pistol you're talking about?
Yeah. We'll play a couple of those Niners. There's one Nick Bosa on containing Lamar, and then Christian McCaffrey was asked, of course, the MVP question on.
Do you hear what Tom Brady said? Do you hear what Tom Brady said?
No, I didn't.
Brady said McCaffrey is the MVP.
Oh, he did?
Oh, yeah.
This is going to be fun.
He did.
It's going to be fun. All right, we'll play that for you coming up next, plus some Caboose for you. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
It was a 5-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund presents the Caboose Pistol.
The old caboose pistol, everybody has one.
A few stories that slipped through the cracks.
Did you say caboose?
I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Dude, I think Christian should be MVP. I really do believe that. You know, he does everything for us, runs the ball well, can catch the ball. He does everything. And so, in my eyes, that's an MVP.
Vote for Brock, man. That guy deserves it, man. I know, obviously, you respect that. He's been unbelievable for this team, and I hate when I hear people say anything negative. Oh, he's just a system quarterback. Everyone's a system quarterback. That's part of what being a quarterback is, in my eyes. I mean, I don't know much about the position. I try to stay in my lane and just try to get open and block and do all the other things. But, I mean, when you play within a system, that's about all you can ask for. And then occasionally you make the plays outside of the X's and O's, and that's all he's done all year. So he gets my vote.
Well, Christian McCaffrey doesn't have a vote, but I get what he's saying. So here you go. They're being really nice. One says it's one says the other. Fred Warner says it's Brock. George Kittle says it's CMC. Nobody's going to vote for either of them because they're just so nice. But there you go. It's Christian McCaffrey.
It's a long ways from, and I remember Jerry Rice not being happy. Well, Jerry flat out said. Jerry got voted one Super Bowl MVP.
Right.
It was Super Bowl 23 when John Taylor had the walk-off. But there were a couple of years that Joe won the MVP, and Jerry was not happy. And right after, I'm going to Disneyland, and I remember Jerry kind of being vocal that he thought that he should have been the MVP. And he was never, Jerry Rice has never been the most valuable player of the league, of the season. No wide receiver ever has. And Jerry's had some amazing years, including the 87 year when he had 23 touchdowns in 12 games. So it's great that the teammates are, and I think they fully believe that. I could hear it in their voice. And when you're listening to Brock, that's the way I feel. You know, Christian McCaffrey, he's the best player in the league. His game in Arizona was insanely good. He just had so many runs that were like, wow. The first run he had when he put his hand down to the ground and kept himself up, he picked up like 8 more yards than you thought. The one where he went left, the 26-yarder, when he split Warner and Kittle, ran right between them. It was like, wow, this guy is so damn good. But I genuinely believe that Christian thinks that Brock should be the MVP, so you love that teammates are rooting for each other. And I think the interesting thing, is there an award that they hand out, the Eshmont or any of the award? Do they actually pick, is it the most inspirational player? And all? Do the teammates vote on a team MVP at the end of the year? Do they categorize it that way? I'm not sure.
I don't think so.
The McKittrick Award, the Len Eshmont Award.
We'll have to ask Tim, but I don't think there's a team MVP award.
Well, we got to go through. We'll ask the PR department. I mean, there are many awards they give out that the players vote on. But I don't know if one just says most valuable player.
Right.
I think that would be interesting. If you asked the players to vote who is the most valuable player, I think
they got an anonymous ballot. They need to do that.
No, they do that. The team does, and they hand out team awards at the end of the year. But I don't know if it's just the most valuable. I think it's couched in more inspirational and all that. And, but I think if you did, I think it would be McCaffrey on this team.
That's a good question. I mean, it's clearly Brock, but they can say.
Well, you're looking at it from the value of the quarterback position. I'm saying, damn, the best play, and I love Brock. You know I do. He's Brock.
Well, you have that hat, but you should get rid of it. Don't those guys make a CMC hat? They make everything hat.
I have a CMC sweatshirt on. Are you kidding me?
All right.
This is awesome. I love.
So you're clearly split down the middle because you got the Brockle Doodle Doo.
I'd like to see them. I think they have a chance to go 1-2. In the Bay Area, we had that. We had. With the Pacific Sock Exchange, when Kevin Mitchell won in '89, Will Clark finished second. In 2000, when Jeff Kent won, Barry Bonds finished second. And in the NFL, there is a precedent for it, as David Lombardi detailed when he joined us on Monday, where Marshall Faulk and Kurt Warner in '99 and '01 finished 1-2 in the MVP. So I'd like to see him finish 1-2. And because of the nature and the people that vote for this awards, because they're members of the media and all that, they're going to say the most valuable player is the quarterback. On this team, it's a run-based team. Christian McCaffrey's value cannot be I don't even know how you quantify it because it's like Steph Curry. Every action that the other team fears starts with number 23.
All right, we wanted to get that one in for you. We meant to play it at 1:15, but we got blabbing like we always do. A couple of stories for your sweet, clean, family-friendly caboose pistol. This is an age-old question, but we can throw now AI into it. It says the article starts, "This is a matter of life and death. No bot about it." Although many folks aren't in a massive rush to learn when they'll bite the big one, a newly developed AI death calculator can now forecast when a person will die with eerily exact accuracy.
Wow.
So my question to you would be, would you want to know or not? So if you could, if they say, okay, here you go. Here's this
You
AI.
have no idea how timely this question is.
I don't.
Seriously.
Are you going to reveal something?
Well, I'm of age now where I can take my retirement and not have a penalty. You got to pay tax on it. But there's when you do it at a younger age, there's a penalty. I think what is it, 59 and a half and beyond, and I'm 61 now, where you can take your retirement money and you have to pay tax on it, but there's no penalty. So how do you determine? Don't you think there's a big difference if you're going to live 5 more years, 10 more years, 20 more years, 30 more years, 35 more? I mean, my dad died at 93 and my mom was in her early 90s. But, there's no guarantee. I mean, we lost a great friend of ours from SAP Center and, the Sharks, and Jay just passed away, and it's just breaking my heart. I'm going to go to his memorial on Friday. He's 47 years of age. He's gone. All of a sudden, he's gone. Mark Wolfson, who I work with on A's games.
Sure.
I'm sorry I'm turning the caboose pistol into this
I'm going to cry.
But Mark Wolfson, those of you that know Mark, he worked Dodger games with Vin Scully as a producer and director, produced A's with me. We lost Mark on Monday morning to cancer. He died in his early 70s. So, I mean, what you're asking, there was a time where there's no way you want to know that.
No.
But
by the way, this certain program or whatever, 80%. It says with 80% accuracy.
That's not high enough.
Tell you that.
That's not high.
That's pretty
enough.
high.
But 20% is still a margin of error.
Yeah.
What if you're told you're gonna die in 5 years and you're
and you
30 years later you're penniless and I spent every dime. I'm done. I don't have any more money.
That sounds what's going to happen to me.
I want it when it's 98%.
Dying in a month? Yeah, that's
I mean, would you? I mean, honestly, you don't want to know for your own mortality. But as far as how you're going to live your life out the rest of your life,
right? With
your lifetime, savings, wouldn't you want to know if you're going to live 5 more years or 50 more years?
Yeah, but you know what? You know what's funny is it comes full circle because what's the question you're most asked when your significant other is pregnant, which is, well, what's it going to be? Do you want to know if it's going to be a boy or a girl?
Well, that's totally different.
Yeah, but then at the end there, then you're like, well, do you want to know if you're going to live or die? It's like, man,
the birth of your child is completely different.
I'm just saying, like, you always get asked that question, and then something like this comes along, and you're thinking,
well, I didn't even know they had the ability,
know?
But with artificial intelligence, they can do this now.
That's what they're saying. Within 80%, which,
that's
like
not,
you said, it would be nice.
I'll do it when it's 98%. 80% still has a 20% margin of error. That's bad information. That's not good. It's not good.
It's not good in the fact that if
I'm not going to base it on 80%. I'm not going to base it on 80%.
You're dying in 3 years and then you're broke.
Right.
Then,
but I mean, honestly,
there you are at Walmart. Welcome.
Would you want to know? I mean, if you asked me this 5 years ago, I'd say, hell no, I don't want to know.
I don't
but now I do want to know. You don't want to know?
I don't. I can take a pretty educated guess. I have abused my body probably more than most, so I don't think I'm going to need adult diapers.
Only the good die young. You're going to live to be 101. What are you talking about? You're going to live forever.
Oh, man. I'll tell you.
You're indestructible. You're not dying.
I wake up
So we should talk to a financial planner and they pull when to start using your retirement money? Isn't the first question? How long am I going to live?
Exactly.
How many years do I have to spend now? When do I get to retire? Greg O'Donnell? That's all I asked him. He was with us to Arizona. I'm like, when do I start drawing on this, Greg? So
that's pretty good.
They can do that to 80%? How do they do that?
That's pretty. I mean, I don't know. Anyway,
wow.
That's not 98. I'll give you that, but it's pretty high.
It's not high enough. I'm not going to know.
No. Speaking of AI, this is a totally different story, but AI can do it all. Flirty AI Santa wants to sext with you. quote unquote, you've been very naughty this year. So
with me? Santa? Somebody dressing like Santa?
So Santa isn't the only one coming soon. Festive deviants can now flirt with Father Christmas or one of his naughty elves on the erotic audio app Bloom, which boosts chat and audio message capabilities.
No, it's only audio? Only audio? Wow.
Yeah, but I mean, how disturbed are you if you're having a naughty chat with Santa? I mean, come on, man.
Well, can't you order an escort where she dresses like Santa? Can you do that? I mean, seriously. We're doing it by audio?
True. Yeah.
Come on.
Anyway.
It's not even Santa.
Oh, man. I love the lines in this story. Let's see. I got to
pre-read the way they write it?
Well, because some of these are actual chats back and forth, and I'm trying to think. No, I can't talk about a Kris Kringle peen. Let's see. In another, he coos, Santa's sack is filled with all kinds of naughty surprises.
It's a nice sack you got there, Santa.
Anyway, have at it. I'm looking at some of these texts. Let's see.
For what? For Santa? For naughty Santa?
Yeah, well, these are some example texts. It says, hey, baby, Santa has a special gift for you this year. Guess what it is? And she says, whoever the person back says, I think I have an idea. And Santa says, tell me more. So, anyway. Well, jeez. No, that's not for me. That's not for me. Not Mrs.
Just
Claus.
Just an audio
not Santa
version?
Claus. Yeah. It comes up on your phone as like a text, I guess. Is what
Right, that's some North Pole you have there, Santa.
See, you're getting it. I'm sure this wasn't too hard to come up with.
Yeah, I got it. But the audio version?
Yeah, no thanks.
Come on.
And one more we got to put in here. This is pretty. Oh, wait, I just lost it. Let me just go back here. There's a grandmother who charges her family for Christmas dinner, and she's actually upped her prices. I mean, what is this all about? It says, "Come
because
all you
Grandma
hungry."
took her retirement money too early, and now she's in her 90s and she has no money. She would have had to know when she was going to die. How old's Grandma? See?
It says, oh, come all you hungry as long as you paid up ahead of time. A grandmother who charges her family for Christmas dinner is upping her prices this year to compete with inflation. Caroline Dudridge is asking her 3 daughters to pay about $15.21 for a seat at her Christmas feast this year, up from $12.67 last year. What is that about? You can't charge your family.
Wow. I don't want to go to a ladies' lunch with her either. Right? Wow.
Seriously.
Well, bring your own. Just bring your own.
You sit down. Where's your $15? What do you mean, where's my $15? You're my mom. You can't do that. That is wrong,
She must have charged you growing up.
Man.
Must have known.
Let's see. So this is payment. This is Christmas Eve, Christmas dinner, and Christmas night. Christmas Day, Christmas night
for Grandma.
Yeah, and a full buffet on December 26th. That sounds pretty good.
Grandma's
$15.
a bed and breakfast.
Yeah, I guess so.
Just
She's
going
doing
home
the night
to see
before,
my mom.
the day. She's doing the night, and then she's doing the brunch in the morning. $15? That sounds fair.
Is it
but
actually
you
her
can't charge
children,
people.
or she's trying? If you don't have a real mom, your mom passed, and you go over to
she's saying
bed and breakfast mom.
She's got
Is
3
that what
daughters. It says she's asking her 3 daughters to pay $15.21 for a seat at her Christmas feast this year.
$15.21.
I mean, that's. I mean, if you're getting. You
better round it up and tip her at 20, kids. Well,
Jeez, that's pretty ridiculous. I've never heard that. Yeah. I mean, it sounds like a fair number, but still. You know, you can't do that to people. What do you do? You take a credit card?
Times are tough for Grandma.
Venmo?
2023 was a hard year, John.
God, that is rough, man. All right, that is a sweet, clean, family-friendly Caboose Pistol. We got a couple of good things that we have not hit before we get out of here at 1 o'clock, including the dominance of the NFL on TV and more Monday night doubleheaders, which we've been asking for. We'll give you that next. Then Tolbert and Copes at the top on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Steph Curry talks about the negative narrative around the Warriors, but he's used to it. That story and more trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, it is different each week. Jalen was different than Kyler, and I'm sure Lamar will be different. I haven't watched Lamar since 2019, so I need to get on the tape here tonight. But I'm sure it'll be similar in the sense that when we do take care of their run stuff and get them into those third and long situations, being smart, not getting too down the middle on your rushes. And there was a couple the other night with Kyler that we want back for sure. But for the most part, we did a good job. But, yeah, just not getting too cute with your rushes and just closing that pocket in, rushing together, and closing up those gaps.
There's Nick Bosa. It is always evolving. You got that mobile quarterback, and as you've said before, Lamar Jackson's more of a running back playing quarterback. And that's not disparaging him. He's awesome in the open field, so they are going to have their work cut out for him on Christmas. By the way, do you see that?
What do you got there?
That's my pool party.
Oh.
Yeah, what about that?
Are you bringing that out for Friday night for him to sign?
Yeah, maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll give that to George before he asks his question. Jordan, I'm a big fan. Could you sign that for me? And what was the question that you were going to pose to Draymond there?
What heinous thing did you say to Draymond to get you to get him to sucker punch you?
Heinous, another great word. Yeah, heinous and
heinous.
Cold cock. Let's put that in there. What heinous thing did you get to say to Draymond to get him to cold cock you? I'm going to write that exact thing out for him and then have him sign the pool party, which I haven't opened or anything.
Have you been saving that for a while?
Yeah, they gave this away a couple of years ago, and I was thinking, I'm not going to open it. It's going to be worth a ton. Yeah, not so much.
I don't know. I know Monty and we. Who did we ask yesterday about the return? Marcus? We asked somebody. Mark Spears.
Yeah.
See, I don't know. I don't know. There's so much vitriol towards Jordan Poole now. And anytime we bring him up, people just freak out. You forget how good of a player he was and what he did to win a championship. And then last year it just became unglued. He still averaged 20 a game. But this one, and I we'll see. He did win him a championship. Raymond Rader did reach out. There is going to be a video tribute to Jordan Poole when the Wizards are being introduced. So maybe I think that'll soften it a little bit. A good idea to do that and celebrate his great moments and not have a tribute to all of his turnovers and bad shot selection and all that.
Maybe that's what they'll show.
Somebody should doctor the video and have Draymond punching him. Would be
unbelievable.
That'd be really good.
A bunch of bad passes, dumb shots, and
got to be a way to get into that video. Come on, TMZ, get in there. So anyway, that'll be a highly watched game on Friday, and they got Portland on Saturday. Christmas Day is going to be nuts. So this Nick Bosa against Lamar Jackson. So I know you were to talk about the NFL ratings. The two highest rated games this year were both on Thanksgiving, and neither one involved the Niners game in Seattle. The Washington-Dallas game drew almost 42 million Americans, 41.9 million Americans. The Green Bay-Detroit game earlier in the day drew 33.7 million Americans. The game Buffalo-Philadelphia game was incredible, 31 million. The Philadelphia-Kansas City game on ESPN and ABC the Monday night, 29 million Americans watched that game. I thought the Niners-Eagles game would surpass all of them. And didn't we get a report that it was the most viewed game on Fox all year? But the Philadelphia-Buffalo game one week earlier drew more, 27.7 million to 31 million. So this matchup on Monday Night Football, prime time in the East Coast, 8 o'clock, 8:15 kick, 5 o'clock, 5:15 our time. On Christmas night, John, how many millions of Americans are going to watch Lamar Jackson against Nick Bosa?
I don't know if it'll top the Washington. Dallas always gets huge numbers. So, like you said, Washington-Dallas is the number one most watched game at 41.9 million, and then it drops all the way to Green Bay at Detroit, like you said, to 33.7. I bet it will be the second most watched. I think it won't top Washington-Dallas on Thanksgiving, but I think it will top. I think it'll be the number two, the second rated most watched game this year.
Well, Washington and Dallas, I mean, I know the Washington franchise has been down for a long time, whatever we're going to call them, the Redskins, the football team, the Commanders, and I think they're going to change that name again with a new owner. The Niners are going. New Year's Eve, we're going to be playing them.
Mm-hmm.
They've always done incredible ratings nationally, even at some respects more than Dallas. But when they play each other, for whatever reason, especially on Thanksgiving, that just reeks of Thanksgiving, is Washington versus Dallas. And you see the numbers on the NFL games this year? 72
this is the big
of the
number.
top 75 shows on TV in the calendar year 2023 were NFL games. Wow.
And that goes back to, and there's another piece on there, more Monday night doubleheaders expected in 2024. If I'm the NFL, look, I want to respect other things, and obviously high school football and college football and everything else, but I have this massive, and they've done a great job so far, and everybody's making a ton of money. But you have this juggernaut, and you're doing it on Thursdays, now you're doing it on Saturdays, but in the regular season you're doing it on Thursdays, Sundays, and Mondays, 3 days a week. That's just not enough, and you and I have talked about this for years. You're putting a lot of it on at the same time. That just doesn't make TV sense. So if you have 72
I don't know.
of the top
You see these numbers? These numbers are incredible.
But don't you
How are you going to get better than that?
But don't you and they dominate Sundays, but let's say that there were 3 less games on Sunday and you distributed one to Monday, and you could figure out how to dominate another day of the week. I don't know, Wednesday, Tuesday, whatever the case may be. They did that during the pandemic.
Right.
Every time the NFL's on, it crushes no matter when.
Yeah, and
Do more.
the average game, the average amount of people watching an average game is 17.5 million Americans. So that's plus 7% from last year. What you're saying, though, is if you didn't have all these regional games compete with each other and they were standalone national games, would the rating be higher? Yes, but then the overall fan experience, I think what the league is worried about is our home team, no matter where we live, they're going to kick off Sunday at 1 o'clock. Mm-hmm. All life form stops Sunday at 1 o'clock. We're watching our game. All right, well, now if we're playing Tuesday at 7 o'clock, is it the same thing? Now I got a PTA meeting, and as far as going to the games, you're used to Sunday at 1 o'clock. I don't know. So that's where the resistance has been. We would like it that way because we could watch all the games. But how do you argue with these numbers, John? Each average game, how many games are there now? It used to be 256. By going to the extra game, what is it, 269 or whatever it is?
Sure.
What would that be? 16 more, 262. It'd be 200.
I like the first one.
200.
Yeah, I get you.
Is it a 256?
Yeah.
272.
Yeah, right.
It'd be 272.
Yeah, 272.
Well, because now they're playing 17 games, not 16.
272.
So, 272 is 17.5 million Americans watch each game on average. So, I think
it's a juggernaut, and because I'll watch almost anything. Even if in the old days when Jacksonville and Tennessee were on a Thursday with those ugly uniforms, I would still watch. With fantasy, gambling, just general interest, I don't know how they could go wrong. Obviously, they're doing it right, and they probably don't want to mess with it. But, God, man, it would be so tempting to say, let's put another on Monday, let's put another on Tuesday. Okay, we're going to give them Friday and Saturday, but, man.
Why not Wednesday? Let's go Wednesday.
That's what I'm saying. Is I think people will watch always.
I know.
But I could be wrong.
And this time of the year, we're getting so many games on Saturday. This year we got games on Saturday, we got games on Sunday, which is Christmas Eve, and then we got 3 games on Christmas Day this year. I wonder, when you break it down, what the NFL triple header is going to be going up against the NBA on Christmas Day. Because the NBA used to own Christmas Day. What do they got? 5 games this year. Yeah. Bucks, Knicks, Warriors, Nuggets, Celtics, Lakers on ABC. And then later, like the 76ers versus the Heat is going to kick off against 49ers, Ravens. That game's going to get destroyed.
Yeah, they're going to get slaughtered.
Yeah, they'll do like a 2 or 3 rating, and the Niners and Ravens will do like a 30.
Yeah. And it's just, look, there's 82 games. Really, a lot of people say the NBA didn't even start till Christmas, and we're coming down the stretch in the NFL, so people are going to watch it. But anyway, we got to jump out of here. Thanks, as always, to Walter and Danny, a tremendous guest list today. Gary St. Jean, Brian Scalabrine, Mike Silver, Monty Poole. Miss any of those, go to KNBR.com. I will see you tomorrow. You're going to be down there tomorrow, right?
We will be at Levi's tomorrow. It's installation day, and T-Rock is going to be. It's going to be a football hour tomorrow.
Football hour. Tim Ryan will be there as well. I'll be down there. You'll be down there. Talk all about the Niners and the Ravens, and look look at all the playoff scenarios. So that is coming up tomorrow, but coming up next, Tolbert and Copes on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Pop, back in Chicopee, Mass, I never learned how to spell analytics.
The NBA brought him to the Bay, while his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Yeah. What is shaking? The cheesiest Christmas song of all time. Let's repackage, repurpose, turn it into a Christmas song.
I endorse.
That was a cheesy song to begin with, kind of, and just made it cheesier. Thank you to Pilot, I believe. Yes, Pilot. There you go. little Pilot for you.
Anybody else just think Happy Gilmore when you hear this song? That's all I think when I hear is Gilmore.
Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Today we're going to have Tom Spencer on. He's going to make sense of the live golf thing for us. Maybe try to... I've been wondering since John Rahm went to live from the PGA, like I thought live was supposed to be kind of the PGA and they were supposed to run but anyway, I don't know. So we're going to figure out what the hell's next for golf and just what the hell basically as best he can.
What the hell, Tom?
What the hell?
Hey, Tom Spencer, what's up?
Yeah, Mark Spears going to join us at 3:50. Nick Bosa will join us again at 4:30. It's going to sound a lot like yesterday's, I would imagine. We're going to ask the same questions. We'll see if he gives the same answers. And then we get, for our last show of 2023, the Steve Hour. Steve Young, Steve Kerr. And it'd be nice having Steve Kerr on after a nice win because it seems like we've had him on after losses and we have to talk about Draymond and this and that. But nice win against the Celtics last night. And Steve Young will be in a very festive mood, I'm sure. And he'll be at 4:50 and Steve will be at 5:30. Hey, everybody. Mr. T here for Pilot. Thank you.
You just got that in there, dude.
Oh, yeah, they got them all.
Is that a Honda Pilot? So you're working on there? Nice work there, Tim.
They never.
Tim's coming sharp for our last show.
Nothing ever gets forgotten.
Last show of 2023.
Never gets forgotten.
We got a lot to get into for sure with that Warrior game. You were there, dude.
I was there.
What a shot, man, from Steph. 6 of 11 from 3, goes 11 of 21 from the field.
The Rainmaker.
We'll get into the Shaq discussion a little bit later in the show, but just your reaction to what, like, I don't know if you can say statement win this early in the season, but we talked about it yesterday. This was an important win, and bad teams don't go and win 5 in a row. They have an opportunity to do that with the next 2 against Washington and Portland.
Felt like a bridge game to me.
Yeah.
It felt like you got a couple that you could get, Brooklyn at home, and then go up to Portland, and they get that one. And then you get Boston, and then you have a chance to take on the Wizards and Portland back-to-back Friday, Saturday. And you could really kind of build some momentum into the little tougher part of the Christmas holiday schedule and we've said it many times, it is at the champs. Then you come home and it's Miami, Dallas, and Orlando. I'm not sure what's after that, but they have a chance here.
It's Denver again. And then Detroit on a back-to-back.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you have a chance to, pop your head up over 500 by Sunday and start feeling pretty good about yourself. Kind of banking some of these wins. And it's not just the win, it's the way they did it.
Yeah.
And it's who did it more than anything. It's the fact that you had Kuminga and Trace Jackson Davis in there at crunch time And Trace Jackson-Davis has been fantastic for him. He really, really has. The guy runs upright more than Eric Dickerson, though. This guy, I mean, he has no bend when he runs. He's like straight up like a pole when he runs.
He's got like I was thinking like a rake up his spine. Dude, he just stands in completely straight up as he runs.
It's like perfect posture when he runs. But that block on Jaylen Brown and the fact he had another block earlier in the game, and he gives him some rim protection. He gives him a guy that can get on the glass. And Looney can too, but Looney does it in different ways. Basically, what he gives him is athleticism at the center spot, where Looney doesn't give him that athleticism. So that was huge, and I think you're going to see more and more and more of him. He's going to have his ups and downs. He's a rookie. So, and the fact that he played, I don't know how many games he played at IU, but he's more of a vet than a lot of these guys coming into the league right now. Hell, maybe even somebody that has been in the league a year. He knows what he's doing out there. And then Kuminga, he must have got the light switched on about a week and a half ago, because he's just playing more and more under control. He's picking his spots. He's rebounding a little bit better. Defensively, he's not finding himself out of position as much. Like he to me, has grown up in the last week and a half. And then Clay's just playing. Clay's shooting it. Clay's getting inside. Clay's doing some different stuff. So Clay's playing better. And then you always have Steph. I mean, you always have number 30, who, again, when he shot that shot last night, I had no doubt it was going in, just because that's who he is. He makes shots like that. When you need a shot, he's the guy that takes it, and he's the guy that makes it. So, yeah, really good effort. And like as far as the Celtics, that's what happens to a team when you just jack three after three after three after three after three. And the Warriors did a much better job in the second half. Well, I should say after about the 8-minute mark of the third quarter. Because at halftime, I was saying these guys got to keep the ball from getting to the rim. They got to keep the ball from getting to the paint. And I think the first 8 points were at the rim. Jaylen Brown just went rim, 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 rim. And
that's the fierce attack. He'll come out. He'll come right at you, and then he'll step back and shoot. You got Horford in there.
Yep. And he got 3 buckets and a foul. Put him to the line for 2. And then after that, they did a really good job of keeping him from getting to the rim. And then, they were content shooting 3 after 3 after 3. Like that last shot of regulation, I thought that was a total give-up shot by Tatum. Instead of like really attacking Kuminga and trying to draw a foul or trying to get to the paint, he just settled for a step-back 3, and it was a really tough step-back 3. Like, can he make it? Yeah, I've seen him make those shots, but he wasn't shooting the ball all that well all night. So it wasn't like he was on a heater and he decided to shoot that shot. So they were hot early. White was rolling, and White was really the only one that was consistently hitting threes. Pritchard hit a few. He hit a couple threes. But other than that, you have a guy like Hauser comes in there shooting 45% from 3. He's 0 for 6. Brown didn't shoot great from 3. Tatum didn't shoot great anywhere, really, to be honest. They just
5 of 17, 2 of 9 from 3. Yeah. Horford 3 of 10 from 3.
Yeah, when you shoot a bunch of threes and that's who you are, you're going to go on runs where you can't beat them, because they can really move the ball, and they have 5 guys on the court at all times that can shoot threes, pretty much. Except when they have what's his name, big center from Utah State. I'll get it in a minute here. But other than that, everybody out there can shoot threes. So, but they're going to fire. They just come down and fire. And when they're hitting, it's hard. It's really hard. But when they aren't, that's what can happen. Like, they went up 17. They went up 11, 13 another time, and the Warriors just kept reeling them in. Just kind of grinding away. Just stick with it. Keep playing. Keep fighting. Keep doing it. And ultimately caught them at the end when they had a nice little I think it was a 3-possession sequence where Steph hit a 3, Clay hit a 3, Steph hit a 3. And that's like 9 points right there. It's like bam, bam, bam. Like you go 2 for 3, hit a 3 and a 2, you could just get outscored by 4 points, 9-5. So that was old Warriors right there, where they just rain threes on you in about a 90-second span, and all of a sudden it's like, damn, what happened? And it was a really, really good win. Really, really, they needed that. Absolutely needed that.
Neemias Queta,
yeah, that's it. Queta, yeah. Queta out of Utah State.
But you're right, because the Warriors, to me, it was a 3-point shooting for the Celtics, and it was the rebounding for the Warriors, which we'll talk more about. Everybody boarded yesterday. They crashed the glass. Chris Paul had 7, 13 for Trace Jackson Davis. We'll get into all those performances as the Warriors' best win of the year in overtime. A big Steph 3, 132-126 over the Boston Celtics. We are still, by the way, giving away. It's our final show. We'll give away tickets, by the way, though, tomorrow and Friday. It'll be Kerry Crowley and John Dickinson will be in for us the rest of the week. But we're still giving away 2 tickets to go see Bill Burr next June.
Mr. Crowley.
Mr. Crowley.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, we got to pull that one up too, Tim. 2 tickets to go see Bill Burr, June 19th. That's next summer at the San Jose Civic. Tune in between 2 and 6 all week long. When we give you the cue to call, be caller 10 to the studio at 415-896-KNBR. You'll get those 2 tickets to see Bill Burr, furnished by Live Nation. They're on sale at livenation.com. You can get the rules at KNBR.com. Tim, what's the cue to call?
I love seeing kids nowadays loving their dad. Like, Dad, what's Dad? Want to go play, Dad? Let's go ride bikes, Dad, Dad. Yeah, when I was a kid, I was like, Dad, Dad, Dad. Run, open a window. Mom, what did you see in that?
When you hear that later on in the show, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you'll go see Bill Burr live next June 19th at the San Jose Civic, furnished by livenation.com. The Warriors' best win of the season. They get it in overtime over the Boston Celtics, who were tied for the best record in basketball coming in. We'll talk more about that one. Steph's 33, and are you done with the worries about Klay Thompson after his last 5 games, or 4 games, really? We'll talk about that next, only here on the Sports Leader.
San Ramon, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Ramon's sports leader.
Warriors got their biggest win of the season last night, beating the Boston Celtics 132-126. Steph Curry and Klay Thompson combined for 57 points. That story and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. They're Tolbert and Copes, or Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland if you want to be formal about it. Got Google Nest? If so, listen to the sports leader at home. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680.
Ten-second difference, game clock, shot clock, Curry. Spinning, corkscrew move, inside, no! Paul gathers it in, pocket three, Curry, three!
Oh, there's the meme!
What a shot! Oh, my goodness. Stephen Curry, once again, continues to show us why the greatest shooter to ever play the game of basketball.
How much do you live for these late game pressure moments?
You probably shouldn't ask me that.
Oh, yeah. You go turn that up, Tim. Let's go. A little heavy metal Christmas. A little Twisted Sister. It's incredible. Incredible.
Steph Curry's rainbow three-pointer there on the little heavy metal Christmas here. Twisted Splash Brothers. How about that? Twisted Sister on it. What? Turn it up. Give it again. Twisted Christmas is what it's called.
Little T. Snyder for you.
Fantastic. That was before, of course, Rock of Love, right? 132-126, the final in the Warriors over the Boston Celtics last night. Quick change on our scheduling today. We got a great show. Tom Spencer's now coming on 3:15, so we'll talk a little Dubs before then. Yeah. Mark Spears at 3:50. Nick Bosa, who we spoke to yesterday at 4:30. 4:50, Steve Young. 5:30, Steve Kerr. How about that show to wrap up 2023 for the Tolbert and Copes suckholes who were out there on the YouTube chat.
On the YouTube.
And, of course, on KNBR at 104.5 on the YouTube stream, twitch.tv/thesportsleader. Definitely biggest win of the year for the Warriors last night. Steph gets 33. Clay goes for 24, 57 between the two of them.
Yep.
If you're getting that, that's what we meant for we need Clay to play better. If you need Clay and Wiggins to do more, this type of performance from Clay, and if you go over his last four, 24 last night, then 28, 24, and 30, how have you felt about the scoring, the aggressiveness? You said there's been a little bit of a change.
I think there has been, yeah.
Just in that four-game swing, and really that's the snowball confidence I think can come pretty quick from Clay.
And 57, how many shots did they take combined?
Combined, I'll get you this. Steph to 21.
I bet you it was like mid-30s.
42.
42,
They
okay.
were a combined 20 of 42.
That's very good efficiency,
And
57 on 42 shots.
12 of 26 from three.
Yeah.
That's
That'll
damn
get
good.
that'll get it done.
That'll do it.
That'll definitely get it done. No, I mean, you can tell when Clay is out there just hunting shots. And he gets a little, as they say, thirsty for shots.
Yeah.
He's been, I think everything he's taken in the last few games has been under control for the most part. Like, he just kind of does the offense, gets himself, if he doesn't have a shot, passes it up. Because he knows, like, it felt like Clay felt like he wasn't going to get the ball back early in the season. So when he got it, he shot it. And now, I mean, you're Klay Thompson. You're going to get the ball back. Like, if you move it, they're going to be looking for you again. I mean, again, you're Klay Thompson, and you're one of the best shooters of all time. So when he's in rhythm and he gets his shoulders square, feet set, like, the guy still can flat shoot. And he went through a rough stretch, and we've seen him go through rough stretches before. And this may be like the outer reaches of like how efficient he can be. Because he's just been locked in for like, I don't know. I don't expect it to stay like this for like a month where he just hits. It seemingly right now when he's open, he just hits it. And that's the kind of feeling you get with him and Steph when they're rolling. I won't say like that forever, but they're taking advantage of it right now. But again, that doesn't happen without Kuminga. It doesn't happen without Trace Jackson-Davis. It just doesn't happen without those guys. Those guys, I thought, were just as key. They didn't hit all the shots that Steph and Clay hit, but you needed both of them. One doesn't work without the other. And again, I thought the defense, I'll repeat, I thought the defense was much better in the second half. They did not get to the paint. I don't know if I'd have to look it up, see how many points in the paint they had, but it was, I want to say it was 32 at half, and then it was 42 early in the third quarter. And I didn't look at the final stats to see how many they had at the end of the game, but it would surprise me if they had as many as they had in the first half. Because in the first half, it was rim run after rim run. It was like, geez, these guys are just getting whatever they wanted to. And it kills you when they're getting threes and getting to the rim. Like either one or the other.
Right.
It can't be both. That's how you go down 17. And that's what happened in the early third quarter. They're just getting to the rim over and over and over again, built that 17-point lead. And not only did they build the 17-point lead, let's also remember, they built the 17-point lead. Steph had 5 fouls. He was on the bench. And then he came in.
That's when I got real nervous about it, because he played fewer minutes than Clay did. What did he play, 38 minutes or something in the game? Because he had to sit down.
Well, he came in the fourth.
Right.
To start the fourth with 5 fouls. Played the whole fourth in overtime with 5 fouls. And I think he had 20 points when he had. I think he had 13 when he came in to start the fourth, and ended with, what did he end up with? 33.
30 flat. No, 33. You're right.
Yeah, 33. So he had 20 in the fourth quarter and overtime. He was fantastic. He really was. Managed to keep himself out of situations where he'd get that 5th foul, but no, he was Steph.
He was fantastic.
That's all you need to say. He was Steph.
So in general for Clay, have you, which is weird because we were talking maybe Clay's never the same guy again. We were talking maybe he has to become somebody else and recalibrate. And it's so funny because it just sort of seems like maybe it was just a slump. Maybe he's worked his way out of whatever block was going on there. Again, it's a 4-game stretch. You don't know if it's going to happen game after game after game. But if he's going to give you this level of production, I'm comfortable with who he is, and that's what they needed. So how much more do you have to see? Because we knew this was in there. Your question was, how consistent will it continue to be for the rest of this season before we start talking career?
Yeah, I mean, let's wait to the end of the year, see how the rest of the year goes. Again, I think this is probably Clay at his best right now over the last 4 or 5 games. He scored efficiently. He hasn't just hung around the perimeter searching shots. He's let it come to him. He's in the flow of the offense a little bit more right now. Rebounding. He's trying to get down there and help out on the boards. So, I think he's just looked different. Looked different to me he's taken more runners than I've ever seen him take in his life. Like a little. So if you don't know what a runner is, it's like I said, you go into the bucket, you take off your left foot, and you don't go straight up. You just kind of go toward the bucket. And he's taken more of those than I've seen him take forever, maybe. So I think he is changing his game up a little bit. I don't know if he'd look at it that way, just kind of taking what the defense is giving him, but it looks different to me, and I like what I see.
Last 4 games for Clay. He's in 34 minutes. He's averaging on 17, really 18 field goal attempts. He's shooting 50% from the field. He's shooting 50% from the field, 50% from 3. Warriors are 3-1 in that span. He's averaging 26.5 points a game, and he's pulled down 3.5 boards and 3.5 assists. Plus a steal and a half. He's playing really well and filling the stat sheet. They all rebounded well yesterday. As I mentioned, they rebounded the Celtics yesterday, in part due to 13 from Trace Jackson-Davis. I
remember before this stretch, he was shooting like 40 and 33.
Yeah.
He was brutal.
It was terrible.
It was brutal.
It's a 4-game stretch now. It's not a huge sample size, but again, he's playing good minutes in this. He played 40 minutes yesterday.
Great minutes.
You know what I mean? 9 of 21, 11 of 16 the game before, 7 of 19 before that. 9 of 15. He did have 2 of 10 right there, but right before that in the game at OKC, he was 8 of 15 and had 22 and had a pretty good game. So if we went back 6 games, it still probably looked pretty good. The number averages might drop a bit, but Steph and Clay combined for 57 last night, excuse me, in the 132-126 win over Boston. Best win of the season. Tom Spencer's going to join us a little bit later now at 3:15. Mark Spears, Nick Bosa, Steve Young, Steve Kerr. What else do you want? On a day where the Warriors pick up their 3rd consecutive, real quick here, 7-game home winning streak. Got 2 more home games coming up this week now against Washington and Portland. And then it's at Denver on Christmas, but then a 7-game homestand after that. Miami, Dallas, Orlando, Denver, Detroit, Toronto, and New Orleans. So they're playing well at home. Bad teams don't win usually 5 in a row like this and try to pull themselves out of it with some of these young guys. Between Pajemski, Kuminga, Moody, Trace Jackson-Davis, how good of a spot are the Warriors in with these young guys playing? We'll talk more about that next, only here on The Sports Leader.
Play KNBR at your pad on your Apple HomePod. Tolbert and Copes now continue on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
This is outrageous. Tolbert and Copes back here. It's a rock hard holiday today on the Sports Leader with Tolbert and Copes. Dude, I like the heavy metal Christmas. Keep them coming. You gotta bring up the volume though, Tim. You can't be coming in so low with that.
I gotta bring up the volume. It's heavy metal.
What are you doing, man? You have a highlight for me? Why don't you play the highlights?
Brown takes it. Once again, Jackson Davis swats it away.
He was tremendous. I mean, he was the player of the game. There were several huge plays. Obviously, Steph's shot probably being number one, but Trace's block on Jaylen Brown. But Trace was the guy who shifted everything, plus 25 in his minutes. He second great game in a row. You can see the impact he makes.
Be quiet, Steve.
He's going to play. He's going to be in the lineup.
I got to tell you, who else was just waiting for Steve to stop talking so we could hear more of that song, dude? That track sounded pretty good. Steve Kerr there on his young center, Trace Jackson Davis in the big block on Jaylen Brown. Some great Kevin Harlan calls we've had over the last couple of days from what we have yesterday, some Monday Night Football calls right into the Warrior game yesterday. I got to say, going back to the three-pointer call that we had the last segment from Reggie Miller, I don't know, he's talking super funny. And there it is again, Stephen Curry. Proving why. I was like, is he doing like Howard Cosell here? He's the greatest shooter of all time. It was weird. I was like, what's the cadence here with Reggie? Anyway, Trace Jackson Davis and some of the young guys yesterday. And you heard Steve there saying he's going to play. Huge performance from him last night. 10 points, 13 boards, 3 blocks, and the big one there on Jaylen Brown. I mean, when we talk about protecting the paint and turning things around, that was a major part of that. 13 rebounds helped them. I mean, they out-rebounded them 55 to 59. They shot a much higher percentage, which is going to do that nearly 5% better than what the Celtics shot. But 13 boards. I mean, outside of Kevon Looney, there's not a lot of Warriors. And when Draymond Green's not there, who are going to do that? You get 7 from Wiggins, 7 from Chris Paul, both off the bench, which was nice. Podziemski was banged up and had the back injury, and so he still pulled down 5 on an injured night in 16 minutes. I was just really impressed with all the young guys last night.
Yeah, and look, Wiggins didn't shoot the ball well.
No.
But he played D and he rebounded. And if he rebounds, I'm good with that. Like he was being aggressive, just didn't get stuff to go last night. But just as long as he's contributing, because he can contribute with his athleticism, his rebounding, his defense, even if the offense isn't going. And I believe Trace Jackson Davis played 28 minutes. Is that correct?
He played 29. You saw his plus
29?
minus?
Yeah, 25.
Plus 25.
25.
Again, one game to me is not a big deal, but when you see clearly what is it,
it's a monster number.
It passed the eye test and it passed the numbers test.
Well, 13 rebounds in 29. I mean, that's a rebound every 2 minutes.
That's a wild
little
number.
over 2 minutes. I mean, that's a massive.
And 4 offensive.
Massive number. It really is. It's a huge number.
Wiggins 5 offensive.
I know.
Of the 7. That was impressive.
Yep. And then would Kuminga have 17 last night?
Kuminga had 17 points and 7 boards.
Yeah, I mean, 7 boards. Again, he was a guy that wasn't rebounding. Now he is rebounding, and he seems to be, again, it seems to have clicked in the last week and a half. Really has. Because I thought, we talked about this about a week and a half ago, and I thought he was going to be out of the rotation for a little while. Like Moody was going to get his minutes. I believe it was maybe
Were you talking
after.
about Wiggins?
No. Kuminga.
Oh, Kuminga.
After the Sacramento game.
Right.
When they took Moody out, and Steve said, I messed that one up. I should have left him in.
But then the next game, I think, is when Kuminga went out. Was the Clipper game?
It was. If somebody was out. Maybe that's when Wiggins. I think when Wiggins missed. Maybe he was sick. Oh, I think it was when he slammed the car door in his finger.
That's right.
Yeah. So Kuminga had to play. And Kuminga played well. And I mean, if he wouldn't have done that, who knows if he wouldn't have gotten a chance.
There was,
to get back in. But now he's taking advantage of it, and he's rolling right now. And it just goes to show you how quickly things can change. How quickly they can change. Like, you're not playing great. You're kind of falling out of the rotation. Maybe you're out of the rotation, then something happens. You take advantage of it, and boom, you're right back in. And not only are you right back in, you're a pivotal part of what they're doing and why they're doing it right now. Because Kuminga at his best, when he's under control and not getting kind of goofy on the offensive end. And by goofy, I mean being too aggressive, trying to get to the rim, turning the ball over, taking wild threes. If he just is under control offensively, he's a tremendous point of attack defender. He's long, he's athletic, he's strong. He can really get to the rim. Like when he picks his spots, like when there is a crease there, He's just so quick, so strong, it's hard for guys to stop him. Like that dunk he had last night over Brown, like he took him right, he dunked him in with it.
Yeah.
It was incredible. Like he had no chance. He's just too big, too strong. But when a guy's in front of him and he tries to find a crease, it's not there. That's when you get the tornado move, and all of a sudden he's falling down and the ball's going the other way, or it's just it's a bad shot. When it just under control. If you see it, take it. Don't try to make it happen. Let it happen. He's been really, really good. But yeah, the young guys have been good. Pajemski's been really good. He tweaked his back last night. We'll see what his status is for the weekend, for Friday and Saturday. But he's been good for him. But yeah, the Utes.
Two Utes. I got like 4 Utes. I said 2
have
Utes.
Been really good for him.
Enough to make you think that they would not need a significant move at the deadline, or
well, we're still ways away from that.
Not there yet.
Let's not start sucking each other quite yet.
Let's not start trading each other's youth.
It's Christmas.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing too: is the better they play, the more attractive some of these pieces become. And if you get something that's a better fit, then it's a win for everybody if they continue to play well, and it gives you more options, right? Yeah. If they don't play well, you kind of pigeonhole yourself into something you might have to do. So speaking of the younger talent, Jordan Poole's back Friday night.
Yes, he is.
How do you think Jordan Poole will be received? It's a weird one. I kind of think
they'll cheer him. They should cheer him. He helped him win a championship.
They should cheer him. They also shouldn't. Hey, come on, people.
Man got punched in the face.
That's what I mean. It'd be tough deals.
This is crazy.
With KNBR on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and on the YouTube chat. I'd love to see what people think about whether or not.
Well, let's not start sucking each other's dicks quite yet.
Just a great line. Great scene, too. Dude. Why am I back here on brain duty? I'm the guns of the Navarone.
I think since he left, though, he's become even more of a joke. Like, it's become funnier. Like the situation, remember the first month, he was like the Shaq and a fool of the NBA. It was like heaving a three, turning around at clanks. When he got blocked by
Porzingis. We kind of dribbled in nonchalantly. Well, he did like the turnaround move where he turned his back on him and then turned around and shot it. And Porzingis just went whap.
It's like,
what are you doing?
He did the thing where he rolled the ball and he thought the shot clock wasn't moving or something. He picked it up and then he heaved it real quick. Like,
it wasn't good.
He made some foolish things. So I don't think that anybody's going to boo him or anything.
They shouldn't. I don't know why they would. I mean, he's the one that got punched in the face. I don't know why they would boo him. If you boo him, then that's a you problem. I've always said, especially if somebody helps you win a damn championship.
Knock off the booing.
Yeah, you should cheer him coming back. You want to boo him after that? I don't even know if the Wizards are worth booing, to be honest with you. But
pretty good.
You want to boo him after that? Boo him. But
knock off the booing.
Thank you. But yeah, you should cheer him. You should stand up and give him applause and thank him for helping the Warriors win a championship against the Celtics. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think so too. I don't think there's any reason you wouldn't applaud him. True Blue checks in and just says, yeah, Jordan Poole, though, that hole is a dark hole, a black hole. When you throw the ball to him, it may not come back out. So I imagine I don't know, based on the attitude he's carried since he's gotten there, it sort of seems like he would love to go off against the Warriors, right?
Well, I think that's a given.
We're getting the tribute.
I don't think there's any doubt about that. He'd love to come here and throw 40 on him.
Oh, dude, are you kidding? I'd love to throw 40 in a loss.
He's going to try, too.
Oh, that's what I mean. He may get up 40 shots. Ben on the YouTube chat says, we getting a Poole tribute video? I would bet we will.
Probably.
I bet so.
Probably.
I would assume as much. So.
You get a KD one.
KD was here for KD one, yeah.
Yeah.
KD got applauded, right?
He did. Absolutely. KD should have got applauded.
Waited 3 years to do it, so.
Yeah.
Had it been like the year after? Had he played like the year after? Maybe not so much.
Yeah. You don't win a championship. You should get a video. I mean, the videos have gone too far. Let's be honest. Guys play like a week for a franchise to get a tribute video coming back. But he should get one. I mean, I'm kind of over it with the tribute videos anyway. So I'm kind of, if you want to put a moratorium on tribute videos, I'm totally fine with that. But yeah, if those guys are going to get one, and I'm not saying he's KD. I'm just saying KD helped him win championships. He was the MVP, Finals MVP. So of course he's going to get. But this guy helped him win a championship. So yeah,
a big one.
He should
the
get
fourth one. AJ checks in and says, "What song would they use? Would you have a bad day, Daniel Powder?" That's what he throws out.
Black hole sun, won't you come
and
take another three? Black hole sun,
won't you miss another three?
Won't you fall down on me?
turn it over in the final 3. Something like that, dude.
He will fall down once during the game, though. I can guarantee you that.
Somebody said Rockin' New Era says proper song would be Creed. Can you take me higher? Why don't we just stay away from Creed?
Yeah, let's just talk about a moratorium.
Yeah, Tim was running to get that on.
Yes,
how about you knock off this crap?
Knock off the board.
Knock off the Creed.
Go listen to your Creed Christmas.
Yeah, Tim. Dude, there's just a Creed Christmas album.
No.
Wait, who asked for that?
No, nobody.
Who asked for that? Tim, get back on the board. Get off the computer.
His parents didn't ask for it.
We've got a break, so Tim can't get it on.
His parents did. You better not.
Hurry up, Tim. Come on. I'm going to get to break quick so Tim can't play it. You're listening to KNBR, and we have, I don't even know what we're doing next.
Knock off the board.
Knock off the Creeding. When we come on back here, we'll get into a little bit more on what Shaq had to say after the game. Steph hits that big 3 to send it to overtime, and then Shaq with a huge question. Is it time to start putting Steph in the greatest of all time conversation? To which then he responded like, yeah, I think he's better than me.
So he asked the question and then answered it?
He asked the question.
Nice.
He said, is it time to start putting him in it? Somebody said, well, we'll play this down for you. We got Shaq's comments on Steph Curry and whether or not he's in that convo for greatest of all time, or was he just feeling that recency bias? That's next only here on The Sports Leader. Celtics analyst Brian Scalabrine joined Papa and Lund today to discuss Steph Curry's continued dominance of the Celtics. That podcast and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's a rock hard Christmas on the Sports Leader.
I don't think that's the Sebastian Bach Skid Row, is it? Doesn't sound like Sebastian Bach. Yeah, I think he might be gone at this point.
Little Skid Row here?
Little Skid Row. Little Skid Row Christmas.
I like this. I like our rock and roll Christmas here on Tolbert and Copes. Our final show here of 2023. Tim in our ears goes, this is so dumb. Yeah. Shut up, Tim.
That's
Come on, man. We're having fun, Tim.
It.
Hope everybody's having a good holiday week. I guess this is a lot of people's final week before the holidays. Yeah, like we're just firing rubber balls there at Tim at the window. Stop it, Tim. Knock it off, all right? We do have a great show from this point on, I promise. Tom Spencer going to join us on the other side. We'll get into his thoughts on our final thoughts from him on the for this year. We haven't talked to him in a while on what's going on with the PGA and LIV because we have not followed up on any of that.
No.
It's just kind of gone away, which sort of seems by design for LIV. Right? Sort of seems like they would like this to maybe not be as big of a story as it is. We'll get some details on that. Mark Spears, 350, Nick Bosa, 430. And then the Steve Hour, Steve Young, 450, Steve Kerr, 530. It'll be a lot of fun to wrap up the holiday week before Tom and I head off for Christmas. Briefly here, though, we'll get to this sound. Yesterday after the game, Steph Curry hits the big three, the rainbow arching three-pointer, 6 of 11 from deep. In the game, scores 33 points. He and Clay combined for 57 in their win over the Celtics. And then here's what they were talking about on NBA on TNT. We've been playing this on KNBR all day. Here's Shaq talking Steph Curry and his place in history. Raised a big question.
I'm wondering, not saying, I'm just wondering because he's been consistently the best shooter his whole career. I'm wondering, is it time to start putting him as the best player of all time?
Best player?
I'm saying.
Oh, you put him over you?
In the conversation.
I'm asking you.
Yes.
You put him over you. You yourself put Steph Curry over you.
Yeah, this is why he's my favorite player. Cause
I'm not saying favorite. He might be my favorite too, but I'm just asking you think he's better than you.
I played 20 years, watched 20 years before that. I've never seen a guy like him. And he's doing it consistently, and he has championships.
You put him over Michael.
No, I'm not putting him anywhere. I'm saying,
okay,
for all the chitter chatter, is it time to just put him in the conversation?
I think he's a.
I'm asking the fans, is it time to start putting him in the conversation as one of the best players ever? Hey, Tom, ugly bastard.
That was like a total Dan Deerdorf move right there.
He's just trying to back out of it completely.
I'm just asking.
Just drop it there and walk away from it.
I don't want to answer.
I'm just asking, but I'm going to leave now and let you guys discuss it.
I'm asking the fans. I don't want to hear from them, but I'm asking the fans myself.
I don't know. Again, I don't get into that stuff, but I will tell you this: as good as he is, and Steph is great. He's one of the greatest players of all time.
It's an easy response if you're going to debate it.
Yeah, there's
Jordan.
There's just no way he's better than Jordan.
Say Michael Jordan. That's what I mean.
Jordan, because you got to have defense has to count. Defense has to count.
Yeah.
And Jordan was, if not the best, one of the best defensive players in the league. I don't know how many people have led the league in scoring and won Defensive Player of the Year in the same year. That's a tough combo to come by right there. And Jordan was just incredible defensively, incredible. So that's why he's always going to be number one for me. Some people like LeBron. That's cool too. I mean, hey, you could like Steph. You could say, I think he's the best player and give you reasons. That's cool too. I mean, he's one of the best. I don't think there's any doubt about that. There's probably like 10 guys you look at and go, wow. I mean, he's incredible. So, but Jordan's defensive abilities kind of vault him past most, if not all, because of how great he was offensively. And then defensively, he was like just as great. Like, he was incredible. But it shows you how far Steph's come that Shaq even broached that topic. Like, can we start putting him in that conversation?
I think that's his point.
Yeah, I think you could.
I think
you could put him in the conversation because I think when you have that conversation, you're just talking about, are they amongst the best ever?
Yeah.
I think he is. So, yeah. Again, for me, it'd be a hard no. But can you have the conversation? Yeah, absolutely you can.
Here's how I would phrase it. And I think for anybody out there who plays video games, and if you're an NBA 2K player, you might know this, that in the modern game, or in the game this year, the way that you can play different franchise modes is you can start your franchise in any era. So you could start playing, Tom, if you wanted, as like the 1980s Lakers. And they call it the Magic Bird era, which is true, right?
Yeah.
That would be like the 80s, okay? Then if you wanted to start it in the 90s, you could play in what's the Jordan era, where you're getting all the players in there. That's the era that Jordan dominated. Then the first part of the 2000s, you can start at the early part, late 90s, early 2000s. It's the Tom Tolbert. No, it's the Kobe and Shaq era. Okay. And in that, you get the Spurs in there as well. That's what's so funny to me is that era, because it's LA, is known as the Kobe and Shaq era. Duncan got 5 titles in that span, by the way. Kobe got 5 also, but into the 2011 season, I think, is how long it took him to get that far, right? Then you go to what's considered, I guess, the LeBron era, where he just owned the Eastern Conference, which is 2003-ish till, I mean, most recently, right, when he leaves to go to the Lakers. It's Cavs, then Heat, then Cavs again, and then he dips to go to Los Angeles. If you were going to make a modern era and say the LeBron era, because really like what I'm talking about here is Tim Duncan has the same number of titles as Kobe does in that span, in what we're considering the Kobe and Shaq era. Yeah. Right?
Yeah.
LeBron has as many titles as Steph does in what the game refers to as the LeBron era. I would not, I mean, if you're going to say modern era, the Warriors dynasty is an era. I mean, the 4th title, because they picked that up farther along than where there was the gap in time. LeBron's era is different because he dominated 8 straight years he went to the finals. Yeah. It's a different run, right? The super team thing. The Warriors era, historically, I think is going to be one. Of course, it's a dynasty. But I think it's an era of basketball that you've got LeBron here, you've got Kevin Durant here, you've got some of the all-time greats. When we go back and we look at all these teams in history, it's going to be some of the greatest players we've ever seen. I mean, you've got Ja Morant. You've got every team, it seems like, has a superstar, right? It's a superstar-driven league, and everybody wants one. This is the Steph era, whether it's defined that way or not, in my mind. And I think the further we get away from it, the more it'll be looked at that way.
Yeah, I didn't really think about it that way because I'm not sure who he could be.
Because I think when we look at how the game evolved along that's why I think that is the game evolved because of what he was able to do, right? LeBron could have played in any era of basketball because he's just a freak physical specimen. He might be the best physical athlete we've ever seen play in the NBA.
Yeah,
there's no question in my mind that that's the case.
6'8", 260.
We do that with quarterback too, right? Like if you were going to build a quarterback in a lab, Peyton Manning's pretty close to that. Dan Marino pretty close. Like there are guys that you just say they were built to play, and they probably could survive in any era regardless of what the skill set was. The game evolved to what it is today because really of one guy, and now we're still a decade plus later trying to stop that one guy, and he's doing the same stuff. This era, to me, is defined by Steph Curry's play.
Yeah, defined by him, although, I mean, as you said, LeBron's in there, too, because of what LeBron's been able to do. Yeah, I don't know how I would look back.
It's interesting, right?
It depends on when you start it and when you end it. Like, when would the LeBron, like if LeBron started in the early 2000s, would it go until, 2015, and then Steph kind of takes over? I don't know. But again, you're having that conversation, and you just mentioned some of the greatest players of all time, and Steph's in the mix.
He's in with all those.
He's in the mix. Like when you start talking about greatest 20 players of all time, greatest 10 players of all time, 15 greatest players of all time, 5 greatest. I don't know, but he's in there. Like he's in the conversation, and who'd have ever thought that when they drafted him? This was a guy that didn't know exactly where to play. Is he a shooting guard? Is he a point guard? Does he have the mentality of a point guard?
The game wasn't what it is now. Yeah. If you knew what the game was now and this kid was coming out, you'd be like, he's the number 1 pick of the draft. You know what I mean? Like he might be based on what his ability was. Can that skill set translate? Now, his body type and all that was still a concern, all that stuff. But the skill set itself, he would be like, it's like, if who's a good example? If Kyler Murray had come out in the NFL draft 15 years ago, where's that guy going? probably not number one.
Yeah.
Is he drafted as a quarterback even? You know what I mean?
Still not so sure he should have gone number one.
I'm pretty sure he shouldn't have, Tom. But my point is that the skill set is what gave him higher draft status based on what the game is today.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it's changed a little bit. You're listening to KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Another cut here from Monte Ellis. Here's what Monte had to say. Don't forget, Monte get forced out once Steph got here. I mean, they weren't going to coexist.
Well, Monte's the one that said it.
Yeah.
He said, we can't play together.
He also said, I'm a Warriors. I'm always going to be a Warriors.
Yes, he did.
And then he wasn't. Thanks for bogan, Monte. Here's what Monte Ellis had to say. This is last Saturday, right? This is last week when he was at the Warriors game at Chase Center, talking about how Steph has earned every bit of everything he's gotten.
I can't predict the future, but the work that he put in, and I try to tell my kids all the time, you're only going to get out what you put in. So if you get a half effort, you're going to get half results. So he just put in the time, and it paid off. So I always knew it, as long as he just keep working, that he was going to be good. Didn't think he was going to turn out to be like this, but he was definitely going to be successful. So everything that he got and everything that come his way, he earned it. And can't no one take that from him.
Well, it was obvious he couldn't see the future because he wasn't always a Warriors. If he could tell the future, he'd have known he wasn't always going to be a Warriors.
No.
But he wasn't.
I'm sometimes a Warriors and I'm sometimes not a Warriors.
Sometimes I'm a Buck.
Sometimes I'm a Bucks. Sometimes I'm a Mavericks.
Is what I am.
Sometimes I'm a Mavs and sometimes I'm a Bucks.
Yeah.
But I'm always a Warriors.
I mean, to think, though, that when they drafted him, when the Warriors drafted him, like 07, 08, somewhere around there, I guess it was.
2009.
9, okay. You were getting
69.
No, just 09. Thank you, though.
Oh, wait, somebody earlier, Gizmo said it, but we're pretty soon we're going to need an Eat Ask Tim soundbite.
Like they got an iconic player is what they got. And you never know that you're going to get that. Although you probably had a pretty good idea when you drafted LeBron. You're probably like, we're going to get an iconic player here.
And he's homegrown there.
Even KD. People didn't know. He got drafted second. Odin got drafted first. So you didn't know. But you could see the skill set with Steph. It was like, I don't even know if the body's going to be able to hold up. And then it was, I don't know if the ankles are going to hold up. And then the ankles and the body have held up. And look, you have one of the most iconic players in NBA history. And you have probably him and LeBron are the two players in the game today. Like, they're the two most recognizable, two most iconic players in the game today, I would say. You never know you're going to get that. And Monte is right. It's a testament to all the work that Steph puts in. There's no doubt about that. I mean, he trains his mind, his body, discipline, all that stuff. It's really incredible to watch him have the success that he's had and stay as grounded as he's been able to do, too.
Yeah.
Which is pretty incredible. Like, the Bay Area, you're lucky to get one of these type of superstars in any sport in your lifetime. To have two of them, I mean, to have one, you may not get another one. So it's just watching him play is so much fun. Like, the testament to his greatness is how much we take him for granted. Like, when he had shots, like, it took that shot last night to get people to go, whoa. I still didn't even go, whoa, because it's Steph. Like, it's very rare I come out of my seat for a Steph shot. I do occasionally, but it takes something.
Because it's been insane.
Because we see it over and over and over.
A long time.
We see it multiple times a game sometimes. Like, that's just Steph. That's who Steph is. He makes the incredible look ordinary.
Which is like what Bonds did. You know what I mean? He made things like this is why I said, and I've been saying this for a few years, it's like when there's big time games like this or perform, you got to stop and make sure you're watching it because you might see something that is short lived based on the magnitude of the game he's playing and how big the era is that he's played in. And when it's gone, and you don't know how long it's going to be here, right? Tim Lincecum, we talk about guys, you see people do stuff like it's just incredible, short-lived. Steph Curry, this has gone on for a long time. Won't be forever. But you're right in that he hasn't hit a spot where we're still impressed that, God, I can't believe that's still in there. It's just like because they don't watch him every night, I think every once in a while, like if this weren't against the Celtics, the reaction wouldn't be this today. I don't think Steph does, or I don't think Shaq says that last night. If not for what the game was, what's just happened with Draymond, I think this is a big picture body of work statement based on what this year has been so far. They came in 11th in the West, right?
Mm-hmm.
Celtics came in tied for the best record in basketball, and Steph is still Steph Curry in the face of the most adversity. We talked about it last week. Is this the biggest and most adversity Steve Kerr's had to face? And Steph's like, yeah, I'm still the same guy. And Klay Thompson proved that he can still be a good right-hand man to him.
Yeah.
I thought that was pretty cool.
I don't know. Jordan Poole getting punched in the face was probably Steve's biggest challenge, I would say.
I would agree with that. Because
that's a tough one. It's
an in-house thing. There's
and
a lot of
deal with it every day.
There's multi-pronged too. It was Draymond, it was Poole, it was coming off a championship, it was the magnitude of the focus your team gets from media, and there's the leak that it was something that happened in-house that then people found out about.
There were contracts. There were all kinds of ramifications to that thing. That was probably
Is Jordan Poole still here if that doesn't happen? I believe he is.
He might be.
I don't know why he wouldn't be.
That was a real rough day. That was a real rough day.
That's a rough preseason.
Get even rougher, too.
That's a
rough day.
That's a rough preseason.
That's a rough day.
That's a rough day. By the way, what Monte was saying, does any of that sound like a reason Monte and Steph might not have worked?
No, they didn't work together because they were too similar and they were too small, and neither of them played defense.
They were both like twos, really.
Yeah, well, it wasn't just that. It's that they couldn't. Who were they going to stop?
Nobody.
That's why Klay was so important, because not only when you trade Monte away, and by the way, when they traded Monte away to the Bucks, word was that they gave the Bucks a choice, Monte or Steph, and they chose Monte because Steph's ankles. They didn't want to trade an injured player. They didn't want to trade an injured player for an injured player, which I get. I mean, you don't know what Steph's going to become. Yeah, right now you're thinking, oh, damn. But then again, you look at it this way. If you were to get Steph, and Steph goes on to be like Steph of what he is right now and starts becoming really good, maybe you don't get Giannis. Maybe you're drafting too high to even get Giannis, so maybe somebody else has Giannis. So,
I don't know. Giannis was kind of gettable, wasn't he?
Well, they got him at 15, but I don't know. Maybe could you have got him at 23? Maybe Steph raises that team up and they're not in position.
Yeah.
So everything it's like the sliding doors. Everything changes. But yeah, I found that interesting. But so not only do you get Bogut in, now you can insert Klay into the starting lineup. And I've always said it's not just the shooting that makes these guys the best backcourt, in my opinion, the best backcourt in the history of basketball. It's the fact that they complement one another. Steph's an incredible creator. That's not Klay's game. Klay is a catch-and-shoot guy. Klay, when he was at his best, was the best two-way guard in the NBA. Steph couldn't match his defensive capabilities, so that gave you the option to put Klay on the best backcourt player and have Steph guard a non-offensive player. He could play the guy. A lot of times, guys go stand in the corner.
Yeah.
He could play on that guy. You know, usually they'd run through a bunch of pick and rolls to get him on the guy they wanted to, but you could have Klay on that guy. So they complemented each other so well. Monte and Steph very well could have averaged 50 points between them and given up 55 points between them in a game. Because, again, Steph's much better defensively now than he was then, and Monte was never much of a defender. And they're both about 6'3", and so Monte was right. I don't know that he should have said it, but he was right. It wasn't going to work. That would not have led to championships. That I could guarantee you. So not only you open the door for Klay, you get Bogut in, and bam, that's how you become the number one defense. Andre comes over, premium defender. Klay starting, premium defender. Bogut comes over, premium defender. Now you get all these guys that can defend, not to mention Draymond, who's better than all of them defensively. And then you become a defensive juggernaut. Then it becomes really, really tough to score on that team. So Monte was definitely right. Still surprised you said it, but he was definitely on the mark on that one.
He was more right than the Bucks were in picking him over
Correct.
Steph. But to your point, maybe it's never the same situation, or maybe the Bucks have a chase center if they take Steph. But nonetheless, they got Giannis. They got themselves a pretty good superstar.
They're okay.
They got a pretty damn good superstar in Giannis Antetokounmpo. All right, let's jump away from the NBA for a little bit. We'll talk to Tom Spencer, CBS Sports. We'll get his thoughts on what's going on with Live Golf and the PGA Tour. We haven't checked in with Tom, and our former KNBR alum in a very long time. Then Mark Spears joins us at 3:50. Nick Bosa 4:30. Steve Young 4:50, and Steve Kerr at 5:30. That's all coming up It's a rock and roll holiday Wednesday. It's our final show here on Tolbert and Copes. Before Christmas, John Dickinson and Kerry Crowley will be with you the rest of the week. Tom Spencer's with us next on the Sports Leader.
Mountain View, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Mountain View's Sports Leader.
Shaquille O'Neal pondered last night if Steph Curry should be considered the greatest player of all time. There's more on that story trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Lunch, happy hour, date night? Shill yeah. Shill yeah.
Enjoy KNBR in FM at 104.5 FM. Now back to Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on the Sports Leader.
All right, let's get right to it. Talk a little golf, a little PGA, a little Live, a little Tiger. Whenever we're talking golf, we like to do it with a KNBR alum, our good friend Tom Spencer. Hello, Tom. How are you? Thank you very much, and happy holidays.
And happy holidays to you guys. So I'm driving around last night, Tom, about 10:30 here on the East Coast, and I tune into NBA radio, and I hear your dulcet tones. So I caught a little bit of the game. Unfortunately, I had to go night-night. Long before Steph went night-night.
Thank you.
But what a game. I mean, pretty cool to wake up to those highlights. But anyway, I hope you have a voice this afternoon. But, yeah, excited for the golf year to end. And hopefully let's renew vows. Let's renew our relations in January and see if things can get in a little bit more positive direction, because it has been turmoil, to say the least.
It really – well, go ahead and give us an idea of what's going on, because I wanted to have you on as best you could to explain it to me and the audience. Like, when John Rahm went from the PGA to Live, I was a little confused because I thought, okay, now the Saudi investment fund bought everything, but PGA is supposed to be autonomous and running that, and then they're going to run Live. And I thought, oh, well, they're one and the same now. They'll just kind of merge and do this, but apparently they are two separate entities. Rahm chose Live. Apparently he does have a price, even though he said, we have $400 million. What's a couple extra $100 million? I mean, what's that? Well, apparently it did a lot because he's over at Live now. But give us an idea of where we're at right now, because it's a bigger mess than maybe it was before. And I'm a little confused as to what the hell's going on.
Well, it's a tough thing to sort through because there aren't a lot of answers and not a lot of people talking. But essentially, we could have a lot of answers by December 31st, which was an arbitrary deadline that was set back in June, once litigation was dropped between the PGA Tour and the Public Investment Fund of Saudi Arabia. Yeah. And part of the agreement at that time was that neither side, particularly Liv, would poach players from the PGA Tour side. So you've had kind of a calm period here where both sides were kind of doing their own thing. Rahm obviously crossed that line, and the reasons why he did are still unknown to most of us. He's given a few interviews, but if you've noticed that once players leave the PGA Tour and go to Live, they have the same talking points, and they're pretty much expressing growing the game, doing what's right for my family, spreading the game around the world, et cetera, but they don't give you a lot of specifics about what they're being paid, why they went, what they're giving up, why are they turning their backs on the PGA Tour, et cetera. So, I mean, there's definitely some disappointment that John left, but there's not a lot of shock because there were rumors out there, and a lot of the players, the higher echelon guys on the PGA Tour, Tiger, Jordan Spieth, Justin Thomas, were all foreshadowing that this might happen. When I mentioned the December 31st deadline, that was the one that was set in June to come up with the structure for the PGA Tour going forward. And what's changed since then is that several groups of American investors, quite wealthy investors, and people that love sports and love golf, have come to the forefront in an attempt to invest in this new PGA Tour structure. Now, who that group turns out to be, you can probably read that some of the names like Arthur Blank and the folks that own the Boston Red Sox, Steve Cohen, who owns the Mets, they are names that are currently being associated. Now, what they're investing in, I can't answer. Tiger was very tight-lipped when he spoke last week about it in Florida. But if December 31st is indeed the hard deadline, we'll know the structure going forward and be able to determine how golf's going to look not only next year, but hopefully in the next 10 to 15 years.
Yeah, I just wish that these guys would be honest with everybody and just say, look, I left because all the money I'm getting. I mean, the lies of I want to grow the game, and it was great for your family. You're getting a hell of a lot more money, and you can spend more time with your family now. We get it, but it just say you went for the money. I went for the money. It was a great opportunity for me. Where else am I going to get paid this type of money? At least be honest, because they all tap dance around the money, because I think they know if they say, well, we went for the money, It looks bad. I actually would have more respect for him if they said that. And if I'm Poulter, if I'm Garcia, if I'm of that ilk, yeah, why wouldn't I go? I mean, my money-making days on the tour are probably over at this point. Why not go? And it's almost like a golden parachute. Like, hey, retire, but get to play a little golf, make a decent living, and come out here and have fun. You can wear shorts, listen to music, shotgun start, all that kind of stuff. I totally get it. I just feel like that's the only part, Tom, that kind of eats at me a little bit, just a little, not a lot, just a little. That they're not honest. They're just not honest when they explain why they went to live.
Well, I can only assume that when they sign on the dotted line, there are stipulations. I mean, even Rahm said last week in one of his interviews that I'm not really allowed. He said he used the word allowed, by the way, to make public appearances between now and February, which is the first live tournament that'll be held in 2024 in Mexico. There are a couple guys that came out and said it. Harold Varner, I believe, was pretty forthright. But, all along, and I've just full transparency, I've been working in and around the PGA Tour for the better part of 30 years and with CBS, and we feel like, we've covered, the premier product in the world in that sport. And it's disappointing to see it sort of falling apart in some ways before our eyes. Now, hopefully, there's a big rally coming here, but again, there's so many questions. All the rumors right now are that the commissioner of the PGA Tour, Jay Monahan, could be out of a job as soon as this agreement is finalized. So what sport goes forward without a commissioner at this level? That's not a positive sign, even though he has been a controversial figure, and many of his own players are disappointed, including Victor Hovland this week coming out and making some statements, A, saying he's not going to live at the moment, and B, saying he's very disappointed with the hierarchy in the PGA Tour spectrum. So all along, my bone of contention, it was simply this, that players who left the PGA Tour went to an entity and an organization who, at least at their outset, maybe not the case now, but that's to be argued and determined later, their number one or one of their main goals was to really ruin the sport or the side, so to speak, the entity that they came from. Mm-hmm. And they all knew what they were doing when they did it, and they've caused a lot of this turmoil. You just wish that some of these issues that they had could have been, ironed out behind closed doors, and there would have been better solutions. But again, these are long-standing grudges. Greg Norman had this idea back in 1994. It was shot down by the Arnold Palmers, the Jack Nicklauses, the Fred Couples, the Nick Prices of that era, and here it comes back 30 years later and with full force. So, again, what the future has in store this year and beyond is anybody's guess.
Talking to Tom Spencer here on the UMA guest line. What's your take or the read on the guys who were so outspoken against it? Guys like Rory, who were, I mean, he was staunch in his belief and staunch in what he was thinking. And a lot of these guys, I think, feel like they looked at it. And I understand the frustration with the hierarchy of the PGA because they're going, we had your back. We stood here. We stayed here. We were the names and the faces of golf. What's happening to them? What's their take on this? And where do they go beyond this?
Well, the players are getting more and more control. In the end, what's going to happen here, Adam, is that the top echelon players in the sport in the near term are going to run it. They're going to be making most of the decisions. So now, to use an NBA analogy, as you go down the bench, the 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th players, they're the ones that are going to be sitting back wondering what their future looks like. It's going to be the superstars that are coming together here and have been doing so over the last year plus and making a lot of the decisions going forward. It's why Tiger Woods kind of comes out of nowhere and joins the PGA Tour Policy Board. The Policy Board has the ultimate say in a lot of the decisions that are made, and right now there are 6 players on the Policy Board and 5 others, so they have majority. Now, I'm not saying that's a bad thing or a good thing. I'm just saying that's unique. Mm-hmm. So I look at Rory and others that came out and either didn't take the money or spoke out against it, and I say, look, they did it on principle. They believed that what they were doing was right, and I still think in their heart of hearts they know they made the right decision, but there's still a lot of questions on the side they're sticking with now as to what their future is. And again, as Tom kind of points out, it's about the money, and if you turn down $100 million, you may not ever get it staying with the PGA Tour side, but you have your integrity, and hopefully for them, they're trying to come up with an arrangement here again with American private equity investment to have a very lucrative future themselves. So the end game here is more money, which is not necessarily a great message, but it's the reality of sports in 2023.
Talking to Tom Spencer, CBS Sports, nice enough to join us. Hey, one more thing, and we'll let you run. Tiger Woods played this weekend with his son Charlie. Did he have anything to say about this? Did they ask him any questions about this?
He did. Well, he was asked, and again, everyone talks about this deadline coming up and who's going to be involved, what it's going to look like. So that's been part of, I guess, the frustration, Tom, or the ambiguity, is that really nothing's been said publicly other than a few memos issued by Jay Monahan and a few statements made by players that are very much involved, like Jordan Spieth, Tiger Woods. Rory was on the policy board I just mentioned, but he dropped off of it. There could be a lot of reasons why he did so. So I think Tiger right now, as usual, is letting his clubs do the talking, but behind the scenes, first of all, we're very optimistic for once here in the last probably 2 or 3, 4 years that Tiger is actually healthy enough to maybe play 5, 6 tournaments and do it at a standard that he feels he's capable of. Mm-hmm. That's one side of the story. But the second part is he is getting very, very involved in the business side and the future of this sport. And hopefully, with his name recognition and his wherewithal to understand the nuances of what this sport needs going forward, that a lot of good decisions are going to be made here in the upcoming weeks. But again, everyone's very tight-lipped because the future is one big question mark.
Yeah. I saw today where Tiger doesn't even have a spot in the 2024 U.S. Open. It's going to be real tough for him to get an exemption, don't you think?
I would say there's a very good chance that Tiger will be granted a special exemption, not only this year, but next year and the following. As long as he wants to play and save the game, Tiger, please, the red carpet is yours.
I think Tiger's okay. I think Tiger can play in any tournament he damn well pleases. Hey, I want to play. You're in.
Yeah, you're in.
You're good.
Exemption.
We don't even have any exemptions left. We're going to stick you in there.
That's it.
Hey, they're going to go up to this rookie named Bill. Bill? Sorry, you're out. Tiger's playing. Oh, damn. That kind of sucks.
He's like, seriously? Cool.
Thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate you making the time. Always fun talking to you. Have a very, very happy holidays. And maybe we'll talk to you again in the new year after this kind of gets settled a little bit and we kind of know where it's going.
I look forward to it, guys. Anytime. We're in the NFL vortex at the moment. Got Raiders at the Chiefs on Christmas Day, so wish us well there. But we're happy to talk anytime about golf or even the countdown to the Super Bowl, which we have this year on CBS in Vegas. So we'll chat with you soon.
We may be talking a lot about that one because one particular local team.
I hope so.
I
hope so.
Thank you, Tomas. Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, bro.
Enjoyed it. Thank you.
All right, good stuff from Tom Spencer. Always fun to catch up with. We may see him in Vegas. Niners are there. We may see him down there.
Because he'll be there for a week.
He'll be there. If the Niners go, we'll be there for a week. That'll be fun. I'll be there for like 8 days. Screw that.
Were you really?
Yeah, because I'll be there through the game.
Ooh,
I'll tell you what. It beats what would have been 8 days in Arizona last year.
Yes.
What 8 days in like Glendale? I didn't need that.
Yeah.
2 days this weekend in Glendale, I think, was more than enough.
It's going to be just a madhouse.
It's a madhouse in Vegas.
Oh, and Vegas always is. It's
always a madhouse, dude. Every single weekend. What are you looking at, Tim? Yeah. Keep your eyes on the board, Tim. Eyes on the board, Tim. All right. We got a lot more good stuff coming your way. It was Tom Spencer there, CBS Sports. All available on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. That's where we're streaming as well. And on twitch.tv/thesportsleader. YouTube, you can always check in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line. 3:50, Mark Spears is going to join us in the Nick Bosa at 4:30 in the Steve Hour. Steve and Steve, 4:50 and 5:30. When we come on back, we were talking Christmas traditions, movies, holidays, and whatnot, favorite Christmas gifts when Nick Bosa called us yesterday. We'll get back into that a little bit. And, of course, the ever-famous is Die Hard a Christmas movie. Well, I don't even know where you come down on that. I don't know if we've had that debate yet.
We have not had that debate.
We'll debate it next only here on The Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. It's the best place and really the only place you should be playing fantasy sports this holiday season. And the reason is our friends over at Underdog Fantasy are running several days, actually started December 14th. It's going through the end of the year. Surprise season social promos where they're going to give away a whole bunch of prizes. If you haven't heard of Underdog yet, again, it's the best and easiest place to play fantasy basketball or fantasy football every night of the season. You can play along as you watch the Dubs like you did last night with their win over Boston. Here's what you do. Sign up at Underdog Fantasy. You can do it on the app or you can do it at UnderdogFantasy.com and use promo code KNBR. When you do, Underdog is going to match your first deposit up to $100. Again, Underdog Fantasy, promo code KNBR. They'll double that first deposit. And when you follow Underdog Fantasy, that at Underdog Fantasy on the site formerly known as Twitter, be on the lookout for those surprise season promos. And you can find ways to win a Nintendo Switch, a PS5. I got one of those myself, and much, much more. Then you go over and you play the pick'em game. That's where you pick between 2 and 5 player stats. You pick whether or not they go higher or lower than that stat for any given night. Then you kick back and you can make some money. It's legal in California. It's a blast to play, but you got to sign up at Underdog Fantasy or UnderdogFantasy.com. Promo code KNBR to match that first deposit up to $100. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tolbert and Copes back with you here on your. We're off of the rock and roll Christmas. We're into the Die Hard Christmas segment. Is what we're doing here. Well, we got what's his name rolling through Argyle. Is he bumping this?
I think Argyle was bumping this.
Argyle's bumping in the limo
Underneath the Nakatomi Plaza. He's just sitting in there.
Don't forget you got Bruce Willis. Decides he's got John McClane, of course. He's sitting front seat in the limo.
Yes.
He doesn't want to sit in the back. He's like, I'm not comfortable with this. I don't like sitting in the back. I want to sit in the front seat of the limo. Here's what Nick Bosa was telling Tom and I yesterday. We're going to play the interview for you coming up 4:30. Great hit we had yesterday with Nick Bosa. At 4:30, we'll play that. And here is what he had to say about his favorite Christmas gift yesterday.
Favorite toy? I was a big Army Man guy. One Christmas, my dad built a giant. I had my blocks. He got me some blocks, so he built a big Army base. Had an Army battle going on, nice. And that was the highlight of my. I could sit there for hours and play with those.
I used to do that with my dad, and I would take my big Army Man battles with my dad now when I was a kid. That was something huge we did when he was talking about that. It hit home. We'd take a shoebox, and we'd each have one, and you'd cut you'd cut the little doorway in it, like a little small rectangle, you know what I mean? Like at 3 inches by 3 inches, flip it upside down, And then we'd set the Army men up. You'd have the ones that were like, down on their stomach. You had the one who had the mortar. He's like loading the mortar. You know what I mean? You've got the belly crawl. You got the guy who's not firing anything. He's just crawling.
Yes.
There's the guy who's just crawling.
Yep,
You've got the kneeling shooter. You got the standing shooter.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And I might be missing one. There might be a sniper too, like a long-range sniper one. He's like laying on his belly with one or something like that.
I think you're right.
Anyway, so we would set him up like that, and you'd have to like stagger him around. Same thing with the blocks and then the shoe box. That was like the main base. And then we'd take rubber bands. And you had to shoot. You had to stand from a certain spot and try to shoot the rubber bands off of the. That was pretty cool. My dad would just get a big bag of rubber bands. We'd sit there and try to shoot them off of.
Nice.
As a kid, I would just shoot myself in the hand.
Backfire.
Yeah, right. Friendly fire to my thumb.
Oh, the recoil.
My dad taught me how to like twist it around and fire it with aim like that. It's kind of cool. It's fun, dude. Good ways to play as a kid. We were talking yesterday. Our favorite Christmas gifts or things we really wanted. I don't think I gave mine. The one I really wanted. This may hit some people who are my age. I'm 34. When I was in kindergarten, I'll never forget how badly I wanted. First of all, I was a Ninja Turtle and Power Ranger maniac. Okay. It's like my absolute favorite thing. And my big thing was, girls have the Barbies. I loved action figures, like Batman action figures, Superman, just like superhero toys. I'm still a comic book dork. I love that stuff. But I love the Ninja Turtle ones and the Power Ranger ones. And the Power Rangers, they had this whole thing, it's morphin' time. And they would switch so funny too in hindsight. It was clearly like a Japanese, packaged bit of action that they would cut, and then they would just get 15 minutes of American, whatever country I guess they were in. They would you'd slot in
splice it in there,
splice in whatever. In hindsight, it's really funny how this was all done. I thought it was the coolest thing ever when my friend Jake Morrell taught me about it in kindergarten. I was like, dude, I got to get on these toys. So what would happen is the action figures would come where their head would be normal, you'd see they'd be in their uniform, but their head would be the character head. Mm-hmm. You'd press their belt, the Morphin Time belt, and the head would flip into it being in their Power Ranger costume. You know what I mean? I had the Jason, I believe, was a Red Ranger, Kimberly the Pink Ranger, Trini the Yellow Ranger, you had Billy the Blue Ranger, R.I.P., and Zach the Black Ranger, who was also a black guy. Always felt weird about that one. Always felt odd. Always made me uncomfortable that the black guy was a Black Ranger. I'm like, really? We got to do this? Then we have my guy, Tommy. Tim knows. Tommy, Green Ranger, into the White Ranger. Come on, bro.
Then you're making me uncomfortable.
Then you could get the Zords. You could build the Megazord. I know people out there know what I'm talking about. Anyway, that was my favorite. You were saying your sports gifts were things you always asked for.
Yep.
I remember my two first jerseys. I was a maniac about Scottie Pippen. Not so much anymore. And I was huge, bizarrely, on John Elway. Loved John Elway as a kid, and I got both jerseys one year for Christmas.
Wow.
I think my mom got
big Christmas for you.
I think my mom got the Scottie Pippen one, I don't know where she was going to get it. She got it, I think we were at Fisherman's Wharf at a Christmas thing or whatever, and there was a jersey store. I remember she sent me out of the store. She's like, go find your aunt or whatever I was doing. I remember thinking later, she must have got that Pippen jersey at that store. Pretty sweet. Sweet Pippen. Anyway, two of my biggest Christmas gifts.
Yeah, mine were my sports stuff I talked about. Speaking of gifts, I'm going to open this right now since
you have a Christmas gift.
Derek and Tim wanted me to open this on camera.
Tim and Derek got Tom
they
a
thought it'd
gift.
be fun to open it on
camera. And here it is. Yeah, Tom has a Christmas gift he was going to open on air. Tim brought me some beer.
It's not beer.
It's not beer that the boys
but
got.
I already got beer.
By the way, they asked me to borrow cash to buy this gift.
Did they really?
Yeah. No.
Oh, it's a new one.
How about that, dude? Tom's got a new T-shirt.
It's a new shirt.
There's a new shirt in town, Tom.
Yeah.
And it's got your name all over it.
Nice.
How about that?
Thank you, boys.
ACDC. It's not quite the same. What's it say? We salute you.
We salute you.
North American tour.
I was actually at this tour.
Can we get a round of applause for the boys behind the glass?
I was at this tour.
Big props to the guys behind the glass.
Thank you, boys.
Nice work,
I was
boys.
actually We salute you tour. It was funny you give me this today because I thought about wearing the other one in today before I put it to bed. I am going to wear it in one more time.
Dude, we got to see it in person.
It's so ridiculous. I put it on today. I go, God, this thing's just a disaster.
Dude,
it's a disaster.
It's got a hole under the sleeve, I think, dude.
No, it's on the side.
Oh, it's on the side.
It's on the side. Looked like a tiger clawed me. It's like claw marks, and then the ribbing around the neck is off.
Tattered, dude.
Yeah, it looks like it did. It looked like somebody mugged me, and I just got away. And there's holes in the shirt and everything. And I was gonna put it on. I go, I'll save that. I'm not ready to throw it away yet. But before it goes to rest, its final wearing. I'll wear it in here because it is. God, I love that T-shirt too. I just love it. I don't even know if I can give it up. I just won't wear it anymore. and I'll break it out like once a year. It'll be one of those shirts I'll wear like in
You should break it out for the final show.
2034.
The final show of every season, every year.
season.
Yeah, end the season in it, Tom.
Exactly.
It was a good season yet again.
End the season. End the season, my ACDC shirt.
Tim, you can't frame it. It's one that has. It's like an old baseball mitt. You know what I mean? It's like an old friend. The leather's loose and it's not tight anymore. It's got to be
Very
restrung.
nice. Thank you, though.
Nice
Appreciate
work,
that.
boys.
That's
Nice
awesome.
work. Somebody on the YouTube chat, Gizmo, says, Tom, you can't even donate that shirt. The one that has
No, I can't. And I wouldn't either. No one's getting that shirt. Not a chance. That's my ACDC shirt. I'm keeping it. It's a disaster, but it's my disaster.
True Blue's like, dude, I thought you were a wingman, Copes. Where's the nude pajamas? Tom, bro? They're better than skin.
Love to see it.
That's where he says, Tom, you got to keep that around so we can get AC/DC to sign it. That'd be hysterical.
There you go.
Dude.
Now,
That's
that would
the
be
move.
incredible.
That's the move.
Because AC/DC is about as old as that T-shirt. It looks about as old as that T-shirt.
All right, so are you a Die Hard's a Christmas movie guy?
Of course it's not.
Of course it's not.
I mean, it's a given. It's not a Christmas movie.
How is it a given, first of all? You're entitled to your wrong opinion.
No, it's not a Christmas movie. It happens at Christmas time. That's it.
Here's my deal. The premise of the movie can't happen unless it's Christmas.
Why
They're
not?
robbing the bank, because Nakatomi Plaza, the bank.
Hans. Booby.
Aren't they robbing it because they know nobody's there? It's Christmas Eve, light security, and they happen, first of all, the Christmas party on a Christmas Eve is just a nightmare scheduling situation for the bank. The entire soundtrack is Christmas music. The wife's name is Holly. Am I wrong?
Yes, you're right.
Pretty well
Holly.
themed.
Yeah.
Holly Gennaro,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah,
it's
it
like
would've-
Holly McClane.
yeah.
There's like no McClane here.
Yeah, it would have changed
Gennaro.
the whole theme of the movie if her name was Debbie.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, the movie wouldn't have been the same.
Well, President's Day.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If her name was Carol, would it change the
Stop.
Are there...
Hey, babe. I negotiate $1 million deals for breakfast. I think I can handle this Euro trash.
Euro trash.
Dude, how about how he's drinking the Coca-Cola
Yeah,
after he rips some lines of cocaine? Yeah, Ellis, dude.
Ellis is the man.
What am I, method actor Hans?
Booby.
Put away the gun. This is radio, not television.
Booby.
Hey, put away the gun. It's radio, not television. By the way, I jumped straight from 1 to 3. 2's okay, but I go 3. Die Hard.
Die Hard 3? It's your favorite Die Hard?
No. I go like Rocky. Like Rocky 2's fine.
Yep.
But Rocky 1 is like the historic one, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the Oscar nominated. And then Rocky 3 to me is just, it's like I didn't need the build up in 2 of him winning the belt. I just need him straight to the eye of the tiger. I just need I can jump. I've already seen him fight Creed.
Doom.
You know what I mean?
Doom, doom, doom. Like Elf. Elf, that's a Christmas movie.
Elf's a Christmas movie, of course.
That's a Christmas movie. This isn't a Christmas movie because, again, it happens during Christmas time, but it could have happened any other time.
How could it happen at any other time? Like, I guess
Could
if
have
it was
happened any other time.
But then why didn't they just do it on a Sunday afternoon?
You have to ask them that.
Well, and here's my biggest defense.
Really? Building has to be empty? What about New Year's Eve? Could have been a New Year's movie.
Well, they didn't do it
Business
on
is
the-
business. You use a gun, I use a fountain.
I have no idea why
That's
you
not a
just played
response to that at all.
That's not
Tim,
a response at all.
Screw you, Tim. That didn't respond to anything.
July 4th. It could have been a July 4th movie.
It wasn't. That's
Could have had it.
that's Independence Day. We have that. They made that movie.
Yeah, they did.
We got that one.
It wasn't very good.
Okay, so in my mind, the biggest knock against it being a Christmas movie is when it was released. I'm pretty positive it was a summertime release. I think it was a summertime.
You're probably
It was like a
right.
July release.
You're probably
it's definitely
right.
a summertime. Yeah, July
Blockbuster,
88.
like a blockbuster.
Ironically, and I've heard this because if you're in a Christmas movie, they film that. You're filming that in like June and July.
Yeah.
Right? If you're making a Christmas movie and it comes out in Christmas time, that's being filmed in July, which is funny that you're doing all that stuff in the middle of the summer. Ironically, they might have been filming this movie at Christmas time. If it came out in July, they're like, screw it. It's already cold out here. Screw it. Like, we're in Los
I think you
Angeles.
could get with the program a little, huh?
Dude.
Program a little.
Plus, I do like a lot of people are checking back in here. Here goes Miguel just goes, a lot of people haven't checked on the YouTube chat at all. This struck a nerve. Miguel says, Tommy, Die Hard is a Christmas movie. It's a fact. Darb checks in and says, oh, no, that's not it. Sorry, now they're coming in so fast and furious. Noemi says, is Rocky IV a Christmas movie? Is the snow? I think it is. Doesn't he fight him on Christmas?
I think I remember a Christmas tree being in one of the Rockies. I didn't know it was that one.
Yeah, as much as Iron Man 3 is a Christmas movie for my my MCU heads out there.
I watch 60 Minutes. I say to myself, these guys are professional. They're motivated. They're happening, i.e., they want something, huh?
You figured this all out already.
Dude, I'm telling you, this guy's in the movie for like 17 minutes, and Tim's got every line he says.
I love the I.E. They want something.
You use a gun, I use a fountain pen. It's incredible, dude. Darb says, I got to vote for Rocky IV. There you go. She comes in on Rocky IV. Nightmare Before Christmas begins the day after Halloween, says True Blue. It has to be a Christmas movie. It doesn't even start. It starts the day after Halloween ends. Nightmare Before Christmas.
Well,
it is a Christmas movie. It's a Halloween-themed group of people who are trying to get into Christmas.
Yes, correct.
This is Halloween.
This is Halloween. Halloween.
All right, give me your favorite Christmas. Cesar says it may be Die Hard Christmas adjacent.
Christmas adjacent.
I gotta get Steve Young's thoughts on this.
God, I don't even know if I have a favorite Christmas movie. I mean,
I know mine hands down. Mine hands down is the Santa Claus. Your T-shirt. What do you got?
Griswold Family Christmas.
Oh, dude, yeah, you were going to go Christmas Vacation.
Christmas Vacation.
For sure.
Christmas Vacation definitely is up there. Elf's
up
fantastic.
there.
Santa Claus, yeah, Tim Allen.
Santa Claus, dude,
fantastic.
The best. I love that movie. Jingle All the Way I endorse with Sinbad and Schwarzenegger. Power Man.
What was the
Ultraman?
Tom Hanks.
Turbo Man, there we go.
Polar Express.
With Hanks?
What do you mean Die Hard?
Tim's saying that's his favorite.
No, but it's not a Christmas movie.
It is.
He's asking me what the best Christmas movie is.
I said what's your favorite? Bad Santa?
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. I can't pick a movie that's not a Christmas movie.
Can we go Bad Santa?
Is my favorite. You could.
That's pretty good. That's rough. That's rough.
Oh, it's rough.
I saw it when it came out in theaters, and I was not 17.
It is definitely not PC.
Thanks, Dad.
It's definitely good. Well, a lady that used to watch our kids, she took her own kids. And I think she's from Nicaragua, I think.
No.
So, sometimes things get a little lost in translation. She took her kids to go see Bad Santa.
World ain't fair. You got to take what you need when you can get it. You got to learn to stand up for yourself. You're going to have to quit being a and kick these kids in the balls or something.
Took her about a half an hour to figure out, like, whoa, wait a minute, hold on a second here. And the kids are like, whoa, this is pretty,
it's very Bad Santa.
It is raunchy.
It's Bad Santa.
Raunchy.
Yeah.
It's funny as hell, though.
Can I give you a Home Alone? Home Alone 2?
Yes, you can. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Home Alone and Home Alone 2.
Yep.
Are
very good.
A couple people check in, as did Adam Sandler's 8 Crazy Nights.
Never saw that one.
Oh, I'll give you that one. It's more of a Hanukkah movie than anything. Sorry, Derek, we're talking Christmas films.
Yeah, it was too many nights for me. I could have gone 7. But
what's your favorite Kwanzaa movie then, Derek? I'll come back to you. Coming up next, Mark Spears is going to join us of ESPN and Handscape.com. Yeah, don't worry, everybody. I'll come back to you for your favorite Kwanzaa flicks, all right? It's Albert and Copes with you on a Wednesday. Don't you dare, Tim. Keep your eyes to the board, Tim. Eyes straight ahead. Mark Spears next, then Nick Bosa, Steve Young, and Steve Kerr. Die Hard's a Christmas movie on the Sports Leader.
Hey, put away the gun. This is radio, not television.
Nick Bosa joined Tom and myself yesterday and discussed his love of Saccharoonies and the Green Army Men toys that he got for Christmas. That podcast and more are trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland back here with my good friend Steve Moskowitz hanging out on the line. Steve, last time we'll talk to you before Christmas, or at least last time I will. Tell us again what you're doing about the ERC.
Let's think of it as a Christmas present from the federal government to your listeners. The federal government is giving away. That's right. Giving away. It's not a loan. It's a grant. That means it's a gift. They just give you the money, do whatever you want with it, of up to $26,000 for every employee an employer had in 20 and 21 that qualifies. two different ways to qualify. One way is a certain drop in gross revenue. But shockingly, I've discovered that a lot of CPAs are stopping there, and if you didn't have the drop in gross revenue, you say, oh, that's it, no ERC for you, goodbye. Wrong. If you don't qualify into that method, there's an alternative method. It's a facts and circumstances method, but it requires analysis. And it's been my experience, a lot of CPAs don't like to do that. They just like math. We're tax attorneys. That's what we do for a living, legal analysis. We'll take the time, effort, and energy to determine if you qualify for this or not. Now, watch out. This program is getting ready to end. Even if you've been turned down before, you might qualify to get hundreds of thousands of dollars or even more. Don't miss out on this. Treat us like you would a medical doctor. Call us for a free second opinion. And if you're entitled to this money, and a lot of people are, let's get every dollar to which you're legally entitled.
Thanks so much, Steve. How about that ERC Christmas present from the federal government? Give them a call, 1-888-TAX-DEALER. Find them at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Dub Nation, time for Mark Spears to put down the pen and pick up the mic. Here's the senior NBA writer for Anscape.com with Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 6.8 and KNBR.com, the sports leader.
Time to talk to our good friend from Anscape, Mark Spears. Mark, how are you? Happy holidays.
Hi, man.
Hey, man. I'm on my whirlwind tour here. I'm in Phoenix, about to head back. Interviewed Bradley Beal today for my diary with him after seeing John Morant the day before, and then after going to Milwaukee and seeing the Bucks twice, Detroit and Houston.
Oh, nice. Well, let's start with John Morant, because he had a hell of a game last night. I love the graphic that they showed during the game. They said 34 points, the most points scored by a player in his return from a 25-plus game suspension.
Come on, dude.
I'm like, well, how big a group?
Who had time for that?
How big a group is that? Was it like 7 people? How many people?
It's like our test and him.
How many players
What are we doing?
been suspended 25-plus games? It's like,
Steven Jackson.
Yeah, that's a hell of a stat.
It's Malice at the Palace and him.
They threw up there.
Who's the guy that punched Rudy Tomjanovic?
Oh, Rudy, Kermit Washington.
Yeah.
Kermit Washington damn near took his head off.
I think Kermit had like 8 maybe in his return. I don't know.
What do you mean? That was just like 2-shot foul. What are you talking about? Yeah. NBA was different back then. 2 shots. Okay, you can't go. So give us what did he have to say? Because that was I don't know if they might be too far back. I mean, they were 6-19 going into the last night, now 7-19. And if they had their centers, I believe they might give it a run. But without the centers, I'm not sure. But what did he have to say last night?
Well, to answer your first part, Marcus Smart is expected to be back soon.
Yep.
You know what he's able to do. I talked to Brandon Clark, former San Jose State guy, really athletic forward that tore his Achilles last season, and he told me that he thinks he could be back around All-Star break.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, but that's, 2 months from now?
Yeah.
So that's still a long ways away. But what I saw from John Morant last night was just absolutely sensational. And he was spent. Before that last play, he actually got one of those massage guns and put it on his legs because he was cramping on his calves. And he said that actually helped him, get an extra boost. And, I think basketball aficionados know, Herb Jones is, one of the best, if not the best, on-ball defenders in the league. And he scored on Herb Jones on a layup for that final basket. Yep. So it was just an incredible, incredible place to be. But it was also interesting because when he runs out, he's like, I got my receipts. And, he was playing some rap music in the locker room after the game, kind of pumping his chest stuff. I was like, it's an interesting playlist.
Yeah.
So I'm like, is he, because, there was 3 of us media brethren, waiting to talk to him and everything. And then he's like, give me the speaker. So they give him the speaker. He plays it. So the first song is Meek Mill's Respect the Game. And then as he's walking out of the locker room, it's Jay-Z's What More Can I Say? I'm like, he did that on purpose, man. He did that on purpose. He
humble.
This on purpose. So, yeah. So,
did he play that after, too?
But
humble. Sit down.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So, I mean, there probably should be some humility there. But, he did express, I thought he was sincere in expressing how much pain he went through being out and what it did to his family. And I've talked to his father, and, his father was certainly elated. But, man, that's a $7 million lesson that was about as silly a mistake as you could make, right? I called it a self-induced nightmare in my story. And but I'm glad he's back because he certainly showed us why he's so highly regarded as a player last night.
No doubt about it. I mean, he is fun to watch. He is maybe as fun as anybody in the game. What did you? So what do we? Bradley Beal, man, that poor guy, and that team. They just cannot get those 3 guys on the court at the same time. Bradley Beal finally comes back and then steps on an ankle. I think it was Dante DiVincenzo that closed out on him, and he came down on his foot and sprained his ankle. I'm like, these guys just cannot catch a break right now. I mean, what's he looking at, and what does he think it'll take? How many games? Because I'm thinking 20 games or so. These guys need to play together just to figure one another out. Yeah. They just haven't had that.
Well, I always recall when I covered the Celtics when they won in '98. Ray Allen told me they didn't get on the same page until March.
Wow.
KG, Ray, and Paul. And I always remember that he said that. And so, and I'm doing the season diary on Bradley, who's been the ultimate professional, man. He didn't want to do it.
Yep.
He didn't want to do it, but he walked into the room, guy kind of just shuffled in, and he's like, man, I didn't want to be here, but I made a commitment and I'm going to do it. And I was like, I respect that. I brought you some gumbo from New Orleans. I brought him some gumbo. So
oh, very nice.
Yeah. And no, he is certainly extremely frustrated. He's like saying, like, I'm trying to figure out what the bigger meaning of this is. Like, what did I do? But to go through all this, and then he goes to the training facility because he's not working out, and then he sees like Brittany Griner is working out there because they shared a place at the Mercury. He's like, she had worse than me.
Yeah, she did.
To kind of put things in perspective.
Yes, it does.
So, but he gave me a little tip today where he said, I really like playing on Christmas, and I think he's gonna try to push it to see if he can. I don't know if the Suns medical staff will allow him to, but he said his ankle's feeling better.
Mm-hmm.
But this is the same guy who came back too early from a back injury, so I think they need to be careful with him. Because if it's up to him, he said, I think he'll be out there next Monday against the Mavs.
Talking to Mark Spears, ESPN and Anscape.com. I want to ask you about the performance from the Warriors last night and specifically what Shaq had to say about Steph after the game. We'll get into that conversation briefly before we talk about some of the young guys. I mean, Shaq said after the game, I think it's time we start the conversation about Steph being in the mix for greatest of all time. And Tom and I both said, well, it ends pretty quickly when you mention Michael Jordan, at least in both of our minds. But the fact that he's still reminding people and that level of conversation seems to have taken a step forward, right? Like, it's gone from best shooter all time to if somebody like Shaq is saying that carries weight.
Well, the one thing I respect about Shaq saying this is a guy who could have the most. I mean, I don't know. Maybe Wilt Chamberlain
he was the most dominant in my life.
An argument, but in terms of physical body, that you were gifted, like Shaq was given this amazing, athletic, 7'1", 350-pound body like no other. Right? LeBron physically, and Jordan physically. Like, you could really make an argument, like, pound for pound, that Steph Curry is the greatest player ever. Steph wasn't given, he's 6'3", when he's wearing the right shoes. He's not catching alley-oops. He's certainly quick, but he's not, De'Aaron Fox. So, I mean, for him to be doing what he's doing without the physical gifts of a Michael Jordan, a LeBron James, a Shaq, a Kobe Bryant, a Wilt Chamberlain, Magic Johnson, a Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, it's really incredible to me, man. It's really incredible to me. Like, there's definitely no player that are under 6'4" in the history of the league, but if you put all those guys together that I mentioned, and you put Steph next to him, what's the difference? The bodies that they have compared to him. So for him to be able to do what he's done with that skinny 6'3" build is, to me, I mean, I used to, and Tom will laugh at this, I used to marvel at watching Earl Boykins play. Earl Boykins was 5'6".
Yeah.
And we used to go out to dinner, and this is when I was like a little more svelte than I was now when I was covering the Nuggets, right? And they'd be like, who's the basketball player? They would point at me, right? But I used to just marvel at how somebody 5'6" could score 14 in an overtime game, which was the NBA record, and just score over everybody. So I marvel in the same way that Steph is able to do what he does. And he takes the ball to the basket, and he's over. That's something that he has not been gifted, that they have been gifted, that to me definitely puts him in a GOAT conversation.
That's a great point.
When you look at the Warriors right now, of course, Steph is doing his thing. Clay's been playing a lot better. But, boy, you look at what – what's that?
I said a lot better.
Yeah.
Totally different person.
No doubt.
Come back from the dead.
But it's, in my mind, especially last night, it's about what Kuminga, Podziemski, and Trace Jackson Davis the last couple games. Like, that is the future. Like, when you look at them and go, okay, is the door still open? Can they still do some things? I'm still not so sure yet. But when I look at if the young guys can kind of get there and give them a little more athleticism, a little more bounce, a little more rim presence, now they may be onto something. Like, those three guys have jumped out at me the last week or so.
Yeah, I mean, and kudos to Dunleavy for making some picks that, a pan. I mean, you got the Trace Jackson late, right?
Yep.
And to get his name, I'll mess it up. I just call him BP. BP, man, because he's like gas. He's like petroleum when he gets in the game.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
But
when he kills birds?
I'm oil spills and stuff, all that.
Yeah, that too, yeah. I mean, that's how devastating he is.
Thank you.
All right, okay. This analogy's gone off the rails.
Yeah. But he's I really thought they should have drafted Cam Whitmore. I was like stunned that Cam Whitmore, who's leading the G League in scoring, fell. But this kid, man, and he didn't have the greatest summer league. He has certainly been a very big surprise, and I've never seen Steve have that kind of confidence in any rookie. Late in games. It's incredible that he's been able to accomplish that so fast. So, no, it helps him because if Clay could just be normal Clay, right? And I don't know when Wiggins becomes Wiggins or if he becomes Wiggins again, but Chris Paul's starting to play a little better and just is giving a presence, and obviously Draymond will come back. It really helps the depth of this team. And those guys are getting confidence, man. They're getting to play key minutes and key times, and it's especially when you have injuries and situations like a Draymond situation. It certainly is going to bode well for them down the line with injuries and also in the postseason.
Talking to Mark Spears on the UMA guest line, ESPN and Anscape.com. Does it change anything in your mind, or how much more do you need to see to think that the Warriors that are not big-time buyers in the trade market?
I think they still should be. I would dangle Wiggins out there and see, what's out there. Like, I wonder if a guy like Keldon Johnson could be had. He's making $20 million from the Spurs. I think he certainly has a very nice contract to pick up. He's somebody that would probably be on the top of my list because I still think all those guys you mentioned are good. Are you guys with me? And kind of, I've lost faith in Wiggins. I'd probably be open to move him, but Keldon Johnson adds a new young piece that I think could give him a boost. Zach LaVine obviously is out there, and OG Anunoby, and Pascal Siakam. I wonder if they would jangle Chris Paul. I don't think they will. I think he's showing his value, and they save some money when his salary comes off, and who knows, maybe Chris could want to stay at a much lower number next year. But I don't know if the Warriors have Wiggins on the market, but I don't know, man. I think there's just so much disappointment from what happened last season, respectfully to his family situation, but how big an impact it had on the team, and he hasn't really, been that all-star that we saw. I would put him out there and see, maybe a Toronto who's going to lose Siakam in free agency or wants to try something different. Maybe they could be interested in bringing a hometown guy, but I don't think they should not be buyers on this market.
Okay, before I let you go, I'll give you a couple Christmas questions. What was your favorite gift as a kid?
It wasn't one that stood out, so that told you what kind of gifts I got.
Dang. There wasn't one gift that jumps out of you when you're little? What'd you get, coal?
No, I mean, I got like one good thing. You know what I mean? Which is more than a lot of people got, but I asked somebody that. I just don't remember.
Okay. All right. Is Die Hard a Christmas?
I guess a bike.
Okay, that's a good one.
The bikes are good.
That's good. Die Hard. Die Hard a Christmas movie.
Danny Glover's in that, right?
Oh, God dang it.
No. Jesus.
I mean, I've watched it like once. I don't know.
What, does a black guy have to be in a movie for you to see it? I mean, the black guy was a cop.
Carl Weathers is in it. Carl Weathers, not Danny Glover.
The cop
Carl Weathers,
I
mean Carl Weathers.
It wasn't Carl Weathers. Apollo Creed was in it? I don't remember him in Die Hard.
Come on, Mark.
I don't remember.
Come on, Mark. It's Carl Weathers. No, it's not.
You don't remember Nakatomi Plaza?
Danny Glover's not in it.
I think you're thinking Lethal Weapon.
Yeah, I think that is what he's thinking.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I don't know, man.
I love Danny Glover.
Same. San Francisco's own.
My obscure Christmas music movie is Friday After Next.
Friday After Next?
Yeah.
Is that a Christmas movie?
It is.
It is, okay.
Mike Epps. Yeah.
Okay.
That's my favorite. I think I saw that. Is it Danny? Who's in that movie?
Danny Glover was in a lot of movies.
Yeah, it's Reginald VelJohnson. It's the dad from Family Matters, right?
Yeah.
He played a cop. Really went out on a.
That movie didn't get a lot of play on BET and Christmas, so I might have seen it one time.
All right. So you've never even seen Die Hard then?
I did see it once.
Oh, okay. Obviously resonated with you about as much as your Christmas gift.
Yeah.
I was going to say BET on Christmas movies means he was getting that he was getting cable for Christmas, it sounds like. That's why he's watching his Christmas movies. Mark was getting cable. How about that?
My mom cooked gumbo. That was what I liked.
You know what? You can't go wrong with that.
Gumbo's good for that. Yeah.
You cannot go wrong with that. I can only imagine how good that was.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. No, I would, you know what? Hell with gifts. Of course, when I was little, I probably still wanted gifts, but you give me gumbo now, you can keep all the gifts. I'll be good to go.
My dad said you could live here another year. That was
damn.
My Christmas gift.
That's how you gained entrance. Gumbos. Christmas gumbo. All right, man. Have a very, very happy holidays. Hopefully you don't got to travel too much. I would imagine Christmas, though, you'll probably be gone.
I'll watch Die Hard time if you watch Friday After Next. And I bet you'll have a better time than I'll do. I bet you'll die hard laughing.
Thank you. Well, that's why you're the best, right there. That was sitcom worthy.
Okay, Mark.
Happy holidays, Mark.
I see you, bro.
Have a good one.
Oh, dude. By the way, we're taking it one step further in Die Hard? Isn't the principal from Breakfast Club? Isn't he Paul Gleason?
Yes,
thank you, Tim.
He's the chief.
He's the cop. He's like the police chief, right?
He's the police chief.
Dude.
Yes, exactly. He's classic.
That's good, dude. He don't drop the bull with the horns line, though, on McClane, I don't think, on the walkie-talkie.
Oh, he was good.
Anyway, that was hysterical. Danny Glover, right?
Danny Glover. I'm pretty sure he's singing Lethal Weapon.
Yeah, he was. He had to have been.
Yeah.
He had to have been. I'm like, dude, come on. We got brothers in this. Watch him.
Come on.
If we get him to watch Die Hard with a Vengeance, he'll be back in. Maybe I bet he's in for one if he sees 3. If he gets Sam Jackson in 3.
Sam Jackson, yeah.
He didn't say, "Hey, Zeus." He said, "Hey, Zeus." Dude, he's out there with that sign.
That sign.
You got Willis out there with that sign. Dude. Oh, man. Dude, he's like his underwear in the T sign in Harlem.
That was rough.
It's a tough deal, man.
That was a rough one.
Oh, man.
Damn.
They don't kill cars.
Remember
That's
they showed and they panned around until the very end. They showed you the sign.
Yeah,
I
wait.
wonder what that sign... Ooh.
I'll tell you what, on cable, they don't show that sign either.
I bet they don't.
Unless on BET, like Mark was saying. When we come on back,
I bet they don't.
When we come on back, we got a whole bunch of great sports viewing for you on Christmas. An NFL slate, an NBA slate. Where do we stack up? Where our eyes go? Christmas afternoon and Christmas evening. We're all going to be paying attention, Niners and the Ravens. We also, of course, are going to have, what, Tim? Go ahead. Play whatever you got.
You listen to me, you little I'm not the one who just got butt on national TV,
Dwayne. All right, Tim, I withdraw my irritation with you. Eyes straight ahead, dude. Eyes on the board. All right, when we come on back, a little bit more on your sports schedule for Christmas Day. And then Nick Bosa, Steve Young, Steve Kerr. We're wrapping things up. Our final show of 2023. We're still giving away Bill Burr tickets, too, only here on the Sports Leader.
American Canyon, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. American Canyon Sports Leader.
Warriors got their biggest win of the season last night, beating the Boston Celtics 132-126. Steph Curry and Klay Thompson combined for 57 points. That story and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey, punk ass, it's time for Mr. T.
Let's give you Denver, all right? They were on, and they're on against the Patriots Yes, they're on against the Patriots on Christmas Eve. Oh, my God. Did they put that? I'll go to church for a change. Are they on? They didn't do that, did they? Please. They could not have put Denver on Christmas Eve as a standalone game. When I sit there, watch the fire there with the U-log, they can't, please. Oh, my God. So on December 24th, they're at home live against New England. So that's my Christmas Eve when I want to bet and think about everything that is anti-Christ. I got Denver hosting New England on New Year's Eve. You must be kidding me. I got to sit there and I got to keep myself raring to go for the putting the presents under the dopey tree. And I got Belichick against Sean Payton, two Grinches, if there are ever two of them. Boy, how about that? How about the Sunday? Where is that game? Is that game on NBC? Maybe that's a Torito, or is that an ESPN special? Because I got to see the two of them go to Belichick and Peyton with a little Christmas eggnog and talk about their two teams. Let's see, December 24th.
Now, don't be a phony. You and the fat guy will have that game. You'll be taking Denver in that game. I know you two.
That's a Rich Eisen and a Kurt Warner special. Denver hosting the Patriots on Christmas Eve.
Oh, dude,
that is impossible, even for me.
That's a rough day.
That's a rough day. Dude, that's a better soundbite than I even remember it being, dude.
That's
so good. What is this song? What Guns N' Roses sing, by the way?
This is
White Christmas. Dang.
Why's it got to be White Christmas? It's Over and Cubs with you on a Wednesday evening. We got Nick Bosa coming up for you at 4:30 in about 10 minutes. We spoke to him yesterday. A really fun conversation with the reigning Defensive Player of the Year, Steve Young, at 4:50. And then Steve Kerr joins us for the final hit of 2023 at 5:30. Here's what else is going on Christmas weekend. So Sunday into Monday. So what he's talking about is Saturday. First, we'll start there. That's the 23rd, correct? Saturday is the 23rd. You get games on Saturday, Sunday, and Monday for the NFL. This is fantastic, right? 3 straight days of NFL slate. So Saturday's going to start Bengals at Steelers. That's at 1:30. And then we get Bills at Chargers. That's a Peacock exclusive game. So that game's only going to be available on Peacock. But Bengals at Steelers is the early one. That's a little NFC or AFC North matchup. And some playoff implications still for the Bengals for sure. Bengals have to win that game. Bills at Chargers. Bills need to win.
That's a Peacock exclusive?
No, the second game is. Are they both Peacock exclusive, Derek, or just the second one? Just Bills Chargers is. And Derek and Tim both in my ear just said, Bills Peacocks is the only Peacock exclusive, and I'll need your login. Tim said, me too. Yeah, so I think my phone will be off that day, boys. Sorry. I'll be busy.
Man.
I'll be busy with Christmas stuff.
Damn people. I only saw the highlights. Arizona Purdue this weekend. I have Arizona on season pass. Came home that night. What happened? How come it didn't record?
Whoa! So you have season pass and it doesn't count for whatever exclusive.
Peacock. Yeah. Purdue, Arizona.
How about Peacock?
Let's throw that on Peacock.
Yeah. Purdue, Arizona. That's what they thought. They're like, this ain't gonna hurt anybody.
1 verse 3.
This ain't gonna bother anyone.
1 verse 3.
Nope.
1 verse D. That's a rough.
That's a rough night.
That's a rough day.
So you won't get your Bills Chargers unless you want my login.
Well, no, I know. I have Peacock.
Oh, you do.
I can if I want to, but do I want to?
You just didn't know.
Do I want to make the effort?
You just didn't know that your Arizona exclusive was going to be there.
I know. I had no idea. No idea on that one.
Well, you can always go back and check it out. I think on Peacock, can't you?
I could.
You could.
But you didn't care. They lost.
Arizona Purdue. You didn't care.
No, I did care. I wanted to watch it.
You didn't care once you saw the score.
Yeah, I didn't care now.
No, you don't. Sunday, this is Christmas Eve. This is what he's talking about. You get 10 NFL games, including Cowboys at Dolphins. That's going to be your number one game, I think, at 125. We'll be keeping a close eye on that one. Now we get Monday, Christmas Day. 3 NFL games, 5 NBA games. 9 a.m., Bucks at Knicks. Knew you were getting the Knicks.
No. It seems seemingly always Bucks at Knicks.
Yeah. That's
Isn't that a bad game? Better than usually.
It's a decent game
better
because
than it usually is, but yeah, I mean, it'll probably on. Probably throw it on.
God, how about people in New York that have that Christmas Day tradition? Like every year at noon, I'm going to watch the Knicks lose.
Yeah,
that's a rough day.
That's a rough way to start your day. 10 a.m. Raiders at Chiefs. I'll be dialed into that one.
Yeah, I'll watch that.
I'm more likely on that than I am. I'll probably be rubbing my eyes and getting ready to go see Tim and the Niners. I think I'll be leaving for Levi's at like 11 based on the schedule. Tim says maybe not. Maybe I won't be seeing Tim. Tim may be working on overnight. We'll see what happens.
Tell me a little something, KD. Don't you regret not coming to the Knicks?
See what happens here. 11:30 Ooh, it's an early tilt. Dubs at Nuggets. By the way, how about this? John Dickinson, super reporter. He'll be coming with you with Dubs OT live from Levi Stadium that day. And then he'll be covering Niners and the Ravens. There you go. You'll be a super reporter indeed on Christmas Day. So you get Raiders, Chiefs 10, 11:30 in the morning, you get Warriors and Nuggets. That'll be a good one.
Yep.
And then 1:30 Giants at the Eagles. Yeah. Yeah. You don't want little Tommy DeVito on Christmas Day?
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't need it.
A little Italian Christmas special.
Oh, it might be on.
Oh, Tommy Cutlets.
I'm probably watching Warriors.
Yeah, I definitely will be watching Warriors. I'll be talking to John Lennon, Dennis Brown is what I'll be doing.
Yeah, that's exactly what you'll be doing.
I'll be staring into the eyes of Dennis Brown, dude, in that beanie he's got pulled right down near his eyebrows when he's going Matthew Mayoko, calling him Matthew. 2 p.m. Celtics at Lakers.
Okay,
you'll be locked on that. Now we're in. Now we're talking Christmas Day ball.
Absolutely.
How about this one? Then you go 5 p. You get a little gap there. Wow. So we're going from 1:30 Giants Eagles. That'll carry you pretty close to the Niner game, though. They're spreading those out.
Yeah.
But 2 o'clock Celtics Lakers. Nothing again starts until 5. Sixers at Heat. It's a nice game.
Not bad.
Not bad. Not going to compare with a 5:15 kick of a Ravens at Niners.
No.
I mean, and then a 7:30 Mavs and Suns. They can shove it. You know what I mean? Like I'll be waiting for Greg Papa to hand me the postgame show by that point. You know what I mean? Like, at that point, I'm just hoping I can get out of Levi Stadium by midnight. So
that's a lot of damn sports.
How about that Christmas Day?
A lot of
we
sports.
legit are lined up for one of the best in terms of viewing. If you're just hanging out at home all day, which a lot of people are, or you're going to a family member's house and you're kicking it, you got 7 games you can line up and 2 that affect us right here in the Bay Area and pretty good tilts. Niners-Ravens.
Yeah.
Niners-Ravens is a huge tilt. And then you get a nice little benchmark game for the Warriors with the Nuggets, and we'll see how they're playing. They could be winners of 5 in a row by the time they get to that game. By the way, they play the next 2 at home, that one at Denver, and then 7 straight at home, which is huge for them as they try to get right without Draymond. And maybe they have already. We'll see what happens. But how do you you've obviously made Warriors a priority and Niners a priority.
Correct.
Anything else? What stands out to you? Anything besides those?
I mean, Raiders, Chiefs is a helmet game. Like I love those AFC West games.
Raiders at
It
Chiefs.
goes back to
we got weather on that one too.
It goes back to the old AFL games. So yeah, I love those. Not as high on the Giants Eagles. Like I've seen enough Eagles over the last few weeks to last me. For me, and for the rest of the nation, for a lot of the nation, Lakers Celtics still talks to me. And that game talks to me. And they're good teams. Celtics may be the best team in basketball. I believe they are. Lakers are good. So that one that's a nostalgia game for me too. 1980s when the height of the Lakers Celtics rivalry with Magic and Bird. So yeah, I'm definitely dialed into that one. Given Ravens Niners, and then after
get your naps in, everybody. Get your naps in. You're gonna want to be fun. You know what I mean? Because I'm gonna. If I were doing a normal Christmas day and I was just hanging out at home instead of being at the game, that's a long day to get you till 8 o'clock. Especially you got kids, you got to get up, open those presents. When I was a kid, I was a menace, dude. How early did your kids get you up, Tom? Like how
7?
My parents would put a time limit. I think they would say like 7 was. I think 7 was the time limit. I think like you couldn't come out of the room on Christmas because they were up late waiting for us to go to sleep.
Yep.
So they could greet Santa. I got you, parents.
Because you got to make the cookies.
I got you, parents. Yeah.
Get the milk out.
I got you.
You don't want to sit it out too early, then it gets warm.
Exactly, dude. You put it out too early. You know what my parents would do? They'd always, every year, put a shot of whiskey for Santa. Warm him on a cold night.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Then I would shoot it when I was like 9.
Santa was like bombed by the time he was like
Thank you, Derek.
Over Norway. He was just toast.
Right, bomb. You know what we got to come in with? I want you guys to play it a little bit later. We got to play the Guardians of the Galaxy Christmas song I was bumping in the office earlier. I don't know what Christmas is, but Christmas time is here. Dude, they're singing about like Santa's this magic being who flies around the world. He's like, how's he hit every human house under 14 hours? But they don't get it right because they're aliens. So they're like, his wife's working the pole. He's got these elves are gonna like overthrow him. It's a pretty funny song. I don't know what Christmas is. It's a rock song too. There you go. We can get back into our
love it.
Into our heavy. No, it's not.
No,
Creed.
we don't need
it's
that.
Nothing
please.
like Creed. So Raiders at Chiefs, by the way, is going to be a rain game. 80% chance of rain.
Oh, is it?
Stadium. But check this out. The game that Mad Dog Russo was hating on was at Broncos at. That's a rough day. Broncos.
That's a rough day.
Is it Broncos at Pats or Pats
I think
at
it's
Broncos?
New England at Denver.
Doesn't matter. Snow game.
Is it?
We got a snow game. Yeah. So we're gonna a Christmas Eve snow game will be kind of fun, right?
Absolutely.
That'll be it. So
all snow games are good.
All snow games are good, and on Christmas Eve, tell you what, don't take any run the run games in that game. That's going to be a brutal game to watch offense wise. It's going to be a lot of running, and Belichick has done a great job at stopping the run, specifically over the last 4 weeks. But on the season, Pats are top 3 against the run in the NFL. All right, when we come on back, we spoke to Nick Bosa yesterday. We'll get you that conversation, and then we will wrap up our 2023 with an awesome hour. Steve Young at 4:50, Steve Kerr at 5:30, and then a little soup du jour to warm your cockles before we get out of here on a Wednesday, December 20th. Tolbert and Copes, Nick Bosa next on the Sports Leader.
Follow KNBR on Facebook. Now back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
The reigning Defensive Player of the Year, number 97, Nick Bosa. Nick Bosa joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's up, Nick? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert here in San Francisco. How you doing, man? Thanks for joining the show.
Doing great. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, man, it's been a fun season to this point. I'm sure it's been great for you guys. The crowning of the NFC West championship this week. But as we're hearing from everybody, I know Colton McKivitz was on the morning show this week. I heard Kyle Juszczyk doing some media this week, and basically everybody said, yeah, that's box number one, but everybody knows this ain't the goal, man.
Yeah, not at all. Just part of the road to our goal. So step one is done, and now we're on to the next.
All right, I'll get back to football in a minute. What was your favorite toy, Nick, growing up for Christmas?
Favorite toy? I was a big Army Man guy. One Christmas, my dad built a giant. I had my blocks. He got me some blocks, so he built a big army base and had an army battle going on, nice. And that was the highlight of my. I could sit there for hours and play with those.
The little green plastic ones?
Yep.
Oh yeah.
You always be on the green side so you can take down the tan team. I was never lining up with the tans.
You said what?
You know how they always have the khaki color is like the villain? I'm never playing as that one. You make the little cousin or the little brother play as the tans, and you get to be the Green Army man.
That's right. Yeah. There's the tan ones, and then those are the bad guys.
Oh, that's the best. Talking to Nick Bosa, nice enough to join us. I want you to go back to the Jacksonville game. You guys coming out of the break, you had lost 3 in a row. What was the mindset coming into that game? And you guys got healthy, so that changed. But was there something that you guys felt like, hey, we needed to do to kind of get this thing going in a direction we know it can go in?
No, I can't really pinpoint anything exactly. Just getting fresh and healthy is obviously big. We were without Trent and Debo for a little bit. But yeah, it's weird how things go in a season where it seems like the sky's fallen for a certain amount of time, and then you go on a roll. It's just a very small margin of error in the NFL, so we got it rolling, and adding Chase doesn't hurt either.
Yeah. How different is he from the last time you played with him in college? He's we don't see him play as frequently, being that he was out in Washington, or we hadn't seen him play as frequently. I was as excited about this move at the deadline as I was about McCaffrey last year. I thought I could make as big of an impact. He's so big, he's so fast. How cool is that for you? And is he any different than the last time you played alongside him?
Yeah, definitely. He's evolved a lot. I think in college he was just kind of used his God-given ability to win, and that was enough. But he's evolved his game. He's got a good toolbox going. He's bigger now for sure. He's about 275 out there, 6'5". So just a good presence off the edge, and he's getting better every week with our scheme. So I think he's going to continue to get better into the playoffs.
By the way, are both you and him and others contractually obligated to say the Ohio State University?
Yeah, I think we just it goes without saying.
I think it goes with saying. I think you guys say it frequently. Yeah, it goes with saying, bro.
Yeah, with saying.
What's the key? You guys are going to face a mobile quarterback this week in Lamar Jackson. You faced one last week in Kyler Murray. What are the key to facing those guys that can be so elusive? And I know they're all different. They're not. It's not like one size fits all. But what's the key to kind of making sure they don't hurt you with their legs, extend plays, or do the things that they can do?
Yeah, it is different each week. Jalen was different than Kyler, and I'm sure Lamar will be different. I haven't watched Lamar since 2019, so I need to get on the tape here tonight. But I'm sure it'll be similar in the sense that when we do take care of their run stuff and get them into those third and long situations, just being smart, not getting too down the middle on your rushes. And there was a couple the other night with Kyler that we want back for sure. But for the most part, we did a good job. But, yeah, just not getting too cute with your rushes and just closing that pocket in, rushing together, and closing up those gaps is pretty much the premise.
Talking to Nick Bosa here on the UMA guest line. Niners and the Ravens coming your way about a week from now, next Monday on Christmas night. How frequently do you get to watch? I know you just said you hadn't watched a whole lot of Lamar. I don't know if that means on tape or not. Do you watch other games at all? Like every 49er fan for the last couple of weeks, sort of funny, rooting for the Cowboys to beat the Eagles and then rooting for the Seahawks last night. Have you gotten a chance to watch any games, or are you just focused on the task at hand?
No, I do watch some games. Especially when they have bearing on our season. Last night, I was one of the biggest Seahawk fans out there, and it was weird because I don't think I've ever cheered for the Seahawks. But yeah, I was cheering on DK and Smith and Jigba and the running back and all those guys. So yeah, I definitely tune in on Monday nights and stuff like that.
What do you do when you're not concentrating on football or studying for football? Do you watch other sports? Do you like to kind of get away from sports in general and maybe watch TV shows or movies?
Yeah, I watch movies, some shows. I like to read a lot. But at this time of year, your time is very limited. Yeah. So I used to play a ton of video games, but I kind of let that go a little bit, which is a good thing because those could suck the hours out of your day pretty quick. But yeah, I like to read mostly.
No, I'm with you on that. You get online and play it I never got online. I just played, but it's like 10 o'clock, and all of a sudden you look and it's 3:30 in the morning, and you're thinking, God, that was not great.
You love God of War. You just love God of War too much.
Oh, God of War is incredible. I love it. I could stay up till 6 in the morning playing that damn game. That's why I stopped playing them, Nick. I got to stop playing these things because I always want to go one more level. Okay, let's see.
One more game is
and then it's 5.
Last words.
Yeah, then it's like the sun's coming up, and it's like I just ruined my next day. It's over.
Back in college, when you could run off of 2 hours of sleep and still be yourself, that was me. But
yeah, it doesn't work that way anymore.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. What book are you reading right now?
I'm reading The 12 Rules of Life. It's a Jordan Peterson book. He's a psychologist or a former psychologist now. He kind of just does social media stuff, but he's a really smart dude.
Jordan Peterson.
Yeah.
Okay. Might check that one. Check that one out. You know what's interesting, and I don't know if you've noticed it because you're kind of in the middle of it, Nick. But it seems like football, basketball, maybe even baseball, I'm not sure, have become so 24/7, 365 now that you talk to these athletes, and it's all about preparation in my mind, my body, my diet. And then you play, and then you kind of start the process over again. The guys don't get out of shape as much as they used to during the off season. It's just this constant process. Have you kind of felt that? Maybe you were in the middle of the evolution, or have you felt it throughout the course of like high school, college, and pro? Like just the further you're getting along, maybe not in age, but in years, that it just becomes, I don't want to say more serious, but more concentrated, like each hour of the day kind of spoken for, and this is how I'm going to prepare myself and my body for the next day until I get to the game.
Yeah, I think that is true definitely in like high school and middle school and all that now. Kids aren't, they're specializing more in one sport. And I kind of did that just naturally because I love football, but and I played for a powerhouse and wanted to start my freshman year, so I wanted to get in the weight room and just dedicate everything to football. But yeah, when there's more like all these camps and just so many kids involved in the game, you definitely want to look for ways to separate yourself, and especially at this level. One thing that I changed up was my diet. Going into my third year after the injury, I thought I do everything pretty darn good. Maybe my diet is one thing I could improve, and that's kind of been a big thing for me.
What are things you got rid of in your diet?
Basically, pasta, rice, most carb, not just those types of carbs.
Yeah.
I eat vegetables and some beans and that type of stuff, but no pasta, no bread, no rice, which is funny because I'm an Italian, so
yeah, pasta's rough.
So, but there's enough alternatives for me, and I've done it so long now that it's just what I like to eat. I eat so much protein, and fish, steak, chicken is majority of what I eat.
You did refuse that turkey on Thanksgiving on the field, though, right?
Yeah, that thing's dry as hell. I don't want a piece of that.
Dude, we talk about all the time.
Sitting there for hours. Like, who wants to eat that?
Totally, dude. That's why George is like handing it out. Walking through the tunnel, I was like, yeah, I would too, dude. Get rid of this turkey.
George is a people pleaser. He'll chew on sawdust and make everybody happy.
Good deal. Talking to Nick Bosa here. A few more minutes on the Uber guest line. What's so great, man, is the laugh we're doing right now about Kittle and McCaffrey. You guys have a lot of great personalities, and we hear about, like, clubhouses and locker rooms around sports. It really does feel like, because there's so much continuity with you guys, that you have a good one and some strong units and bonds between you. How has your role evolved as a leader in the locker room, or your voice? Because we're seeing more and more of your personality. You've been here for a number of years now. You just talked about coming back from an injury. You've seen a lot. You've been to deep levels of the postseason, and you guys haven't finished the job. What role have you played, and how has that evolved and changed this year as a leader?
I think it just happens naturally. You come into the league, you're 21, and you're still a kid, and you don't really know yourself that well, and then you go through some stuff, you get older, get more responsibilities, and then you see more classes of rookies come in over and over, and it just naturally happens to where guys are looking to you for advice and direction, and that's kind of naturally something that I've been good at, and Kyle puts me kind of put me in the role of Saturday doing my speeches, and that kind of forced me to open up a little bit more and really think about throughout the week what I'm feeling and what I'm thinking about, and I just try and be honest to the team, and I'm happy you did that for me, because it puts you out of your comfort zone, and I think I've done a decent job with that. But yeah, we have so many leaders on the team that you don't have to be the one vocal guy. You could kind of do it in your own way.
Do you go straight like God of War speech, or no?
No, I'm pretty deep and philosophical.
So you don't eat pasta anymore, but I do know that you enjoy saccharoonies. That is one thing you will never give up on. Where did that term come from?
That was just completely random.
Was it?
Nonsense.
We play it like every day on our show, dude.
We love that.
We play it like every day on the show.
That's a saccharoony, baby.
That one's not going away.
No.
We are definitely keeping that one.
I like it. It's good.
Oh yeah, I would feel free. Use it more. I think you should use it more often. Get them and then use it, and that'd be fantastic.
I agree.
Hey man, we appreciate you coming on the show. I know you're busy this time of year and got a lot on the plate, so we appreciate you making a little time for us. Best of luck against Baltimore on Christmas, and happy holidays, Nick.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks,
Merry
man.
Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Nick. Good stuff there. Nick Bosa, number 97. Celtics analyst Brian Scalabrine joined Papa and Lund today to discuss Steph Curry's continued dominance of the Celtics. That podcast and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. What's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Pajamagram. Guys, come on. We're days away. We're 5 days away. It's next Monday. You got to get the order in for Pajamagram, or you may not get it in on Christmas. You see what I did there? Pajamagrams is running their, once again, famous naturally nude pajamas. Gonna make you sweat, bro. Gonna make her feel good. Gonna make you feel good. They're known for their ultimate comfort, silky smooth style. Just for you, Tim, they're better than skin. Here's the kicker. When you order the naturally nude pajamas today, they're gonna throw in the Naturally Nude Nightie. That's 2 for the price of 1. How about that? The Naturally Nude Nightie, the Pajamagram Naturally Nude pajamas. She puts them on. You take them off of her. We're both doing the dance. It's a blast, all right? The no pants dance, of course. That's what I'm talking about. And the no pajamagram dance. But you can't do that dance unless you order Pajamagram's Naturally Nude pajamas today. If you ask me, that's one easy holiday gift that's sure to make her happy. This holiday season, give her the gift of PJs. We all know how good it feels to win, so why not win this Christmas? Hurry. Go to pajamagram.com today for the Naturally Nude pajamas. Before they sell out, you got to do it today. You can get delivery by Christmas. Again, pajamagram.com, the Naturally Nude pajamas, and make sure you tell them that Adam Copeland sent you.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Whoa, who is this, Tom? This is Run Rudolph with Lemmy?
This is Lemmy from Motorhead.
Motorhead. Fantastic. Tolbert and Copes with you. Our final show before the Christmas holiday. You'll have John Dickinson and Kerry Crowley tomorrow and on Friday. On Monday, and we have a bunch of different scheduling next week as every host is going to be off next week. But we got a bunch of great shows for you, as well as basically every college football bowl game, some NFL games, NBA, everything across the KNBR family of networks. I believe except for the Myrtle Beach Bowl. Tim couldn't figure out a way to get that one on. What gives, Tim? Monday we'll have in for us. It'll be Rod Brooks and Dante Whitner. And then it'll be a variety of stuff in the afternoons for the rest of the week. I know next Friday you're going to get Rod and Marcus Thompson will be on together in the morning time. So a lot of good combinations. Todd Husak will be doing some shows. Dieter, Carey, Tracy Sandler. You'll get Guy Haberman, JD. And then, as I mentioned, stay tuned to KNBR, a very special show next Wednesday afternoon at 10 o'clock. With our guy, Rod Brooks. They'll be putting that out on social media in the coming days. So we are working to make the connection here with Steve Young. We'll talk to Steve for our weekly conversation, and then Steve Kerr at 5:30. So we'll wrap up our 2023 with Steve. And Steve, I imagine Steve Young is not going to endorse, and I think we asked him last year, but I imagine he's not going to endorse Die Hard as a Christmas movie.
Probably not, but I don't know with him. Who knows?
He shot down Nightmare Before Christmas pretty soundly.
Yeah, that was wrong. The Nightmare Before Christmas is fantastic.
It's an absolute Christmas movie.
It's an absolute Christmas movie.
Booby.
Of course.
I think we've made the connection with number 8. Why don't we open up the Steve Young Show right now? Christmas comes each time each year.
You can't go too wrong with Christmas and the Beach Boys. You really can't. Fine selection, Steve. Always appreciate the music accompaniment. And for those that don't know, Hall of Famer number 8, Steve Young joins us on Wednesdays when he's not busy doing football or basketball or flag football or whatever else.
Running hills or whatever.
Yeah, running hills or whatever.
I was gonna do Huey Lewis because it's starting to feel like Back to the Future, like that. Just the whole vibe and where we are and how dominant we feel. And it's like, remember the days when Huey would sing the national anthem or Journey or.
Yep.
Like there were some times back at Candlesticks there. I almost but I thought, the Beach Boys. If you're gonna play one song that everybody that's cool, that's okay. You can do that one.
No, Beach Boys is a good. You know what it is? Good, wholesome Christmas fare is what it is.
Oh, B. Wilson, I'm down. Yeah,
you could have, if you wanted to get a little more adventurous, kind of themed around Christmas. You could have gone with something like this. Santa Claus is coming to town. Dawkins, Steve.
Dawkins.
Yes.
Is that the Krebs? The Krebs do they do anything? The Krebs do anything for Christmas?
That's like Quabs. I don't think Quabs elevated to the level where he does Christmas fare. I'm pretty sure. Now I'm guessing Beach Boys is about as heavy as you get in your catalog.
Remind me about the Quabs. What would happen?
I don't know. You're the one that brought him out. You're the one that
there was a theme and it fit, and I was like, why don't I play the Quabs? And then you guys just.
Well, no, it sounded like you had a theme. You typed it into Spotify or like Apple Music, and it came up with a whole bunch of songs, and you had no idea Quabs was. You go, well, that'll fit. Let's play that.
Terrible.
I mean, Quabs is probably playing at Yoshi's on New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah. Or Jack London.
Yeah. Outdoor concert. Quab's probably at the fair. I'm going to go to the Alameda Fair this summer, and Quabs will be there. Oh, golly.
This is free.
No doubt.
Hot tubs.
Okay, this is something I wanted to ask you, because they've been talking to, talked a little bit about MVP, and you asked Brock Purdy, and you asked Chris McCaffrey, you ask anybody. You know what? I really don't. It doesn't, I'm not really thinking about that. I'm thinking about the team. That's the answer you get out of everybody, because no one's going to say, yeah, that would mean a lot. That would mean a lot to me. You could say that means a lot without it superseding the team, but nobody does that. I'm wondering how they're feeling, because you went through this. You won a Super Bowl, but that was always the goal. But you also were an MVP, and you would have never said, yeah, that's a huge deal. I mean, Super Bowl's great, but the MVP, wow, that's only one person gets that. Yeah. How do you think these players feel? Is it because I don't buy that? I do buy that it's all about the team. They'd rather win a Super Bowl than an MVP. I get that, but there's still something there, isn't there? When they announce you the MVP and you're the best in the league that year, there's something there, wasn't there for you?
Yeah, well, and then also you got to remember, in the season you're in a mode. It's a weekly, like it's like a dance step that you do every week. But it's almost like we asked you a question, but in your back of your mind, remember, well, the great football teams, what they're able to do is they're able to allow people to be individuals and to seek, to be the best they can be, and then also be a part of the team. And so the best teams allow for that space. So the players want to speak in those terms, like, that'd be great. And they are thinking about, you think Brock Purdy, what does he think? He goes to bed, he's like, they're talking about me being the MVP. Like, he's got to be thinking, what a ride. What is this like? This is don't stop this ride, man. This is amazing. And so it's in their minds. It's in what happens is you get in a conversation with your family or with friends, or that's what they're gonna be talking about, right? That's all they're gonna be. Hey, MVP, you're the MVP. So it's like the great players. If you're gonna be an MVP, you got to be able to handle that at home, at school, at work, at play, like everywhere, and handle it in a way that makes everyone who you go to work with feel like you're not distracted by it, that I'm cool, don't worry about it. And so that's the art of it. That's the art of being, kind of a famous football player, is being able to deal with it and to have your players around you, still, attract them to think that you're all in with them. It's an art. And when everyone in their lives talking about the MVP, everyone he talks to is talking to his friends, his roommate. What does his roommate do, by the way? Is he a tech? He sells software, or what? Do we have any data on his roommate?
I have no idea. He's trying to keep it on the down. Maybe it's Quabs. Who knows? He could be living with him.
Lead singer.
Yeah, exactly. Is there any scenario where, because I think right now it's Purdy and McCaffrey. I think those are the two guys. Unless Baltimore comes in here and wins, and I think you got to throw. I mean, Lamar Jackson is right in that mix. How he's played this year. Is there a scenario the way it's set up where a running back can win?
Yeah, and this might be it. Where in the past, the last 5-10 years, you're thinking about who are those MVPs. It's these larger than life Patrick Mahomes and I don't know if Josh Allen's even more in it, but Lamar Jackson. Yep. These guys are just dominate, and they just take their teams and drag them up behind there, and just, there's something about that. And then Brock has created this, I don't know, strange kind of space where people are like, well, wait, what? And so there's going to be some voters that I think if there's going to be a running back, it could be this year. And that's not a knock on Brock. That's just knowing you've heard it all year long. People just can't wrap their heads around it. And I think this Monday is the referendum for the MVP. Mm-hmm. And the players, if Brock has a big game, he'll win it. If Christian has an even bigger game, he might win it. But if Lamar has a big game and wins, they'll give it to him. I think that's kind of Monday night seems like that's that kind of an event. And it's a bigger game for the Ravens because, look, it's not important for the 49ers, but they have been trying to make transition from being the rank and file, great running team. We talk about this all the time, who can't win in the playoffs. And they've tried to transition into a sophisticated passing team that can come into San Francisco and they can throw it all over the yard and beat us. And to me, if that's what we've talked about a number of times this year, Tom, if they're going to actually become that team, now's the time. And if they can't do it, then they're going to be one of those teams that great regular season record that really can't make things happen in the playoffs. And the perfect time for the Ravens to have a shot at showing the world that they have transitioned a little bit.
Before we move on, because I did want to ask you this before we move on to kind of the team, but so you won your first MVP in 92, correct?
Right, yep.
And that was before, obviously, you won the Super Bowl. How did you even view the MVP? Because, it's an individual award for the regular season, and that's great. But we've always talked about the nut tree. You're like, no one cares about your stupid MVP around here. Are you going to win a Super Bowl? Like, can you win a Super Bowl? Then you get another one, and you win the Super Bowl. But how did you deal with the first one? Did you look at it the same before you won the Super Bowl as you did after you won the Super Bowl? Because I'm wondering if you looked at it and just thought, that was great, I won that. That doesn't mean crap, because no one around here cares about it.
You nailed it. I mean, we've talked about this, and that's where the nut tree comes from. It's like, I had a great season in 92, and we didn't finish it. And remember, the biggest, most difficult loss I ever had was the 92 championship game against the Cowboys, and to not win it. And if you have to be over 45 years old probably to remember and to feel that. But if you did, you remember that we went to 2 Super Bowls. The third one lost the championship game by 3 points in a crazy game against the Giants. Took the year, and now we were in championship games again. And so MVPs were kind of like, oh yeah, of course, that's table stakes, bro. That's yeah. Like if you're not the MVP, you need to go home. Like, but that's just getting started. You've got to bring it home with a Super Bowl, and that's a fact. That's where we were at that time. I don't think anybody's been in that spot like that ever since.
No.
But that was certainly the way it felt in '92. It was like, yeah, you're the MVP, but we kind of expect that. You got to go win a Super Bowl. So that's fine. And I always told you that's fine.
Yep.
I agree.
Yep.
Go win it. Make it happen, and then go win another one. I was still pissed about that. So, that's how you got to live it. You got to live it out.
Talking to Steve Young here on the UMA guest line. We keep talking about Lamar establishing his candidacy on Monday, or Purdy taking over absolutely and running away with it. What does McCaffrey do to help his candidacy on Monday?
Well, again, but he has, like a game last week. If Brock hadn't have thrown 4 touchdowns,
right?
Yeah.
There was this amazing game that he had. But the thing that's happening is these guys are so explosive in every direction that it's hard to really pick the headline. And remember the stat I gave you last week. I mean, the stats around being the 32nd rated, not rated, but team that's numbers of throws, and the second in yards.
Yeah.
Like, the whole thing is so insane right now with the efficiency and what's happening with this offense that it's hard to, what does Christian McCaffrey do? Run for another 150 yards, catch 3 touchdowns, and then Brock Purdy will have 4 touchdowns. Other than that, it's like you can't. And that's why running backs have a tough time doing it, because the running backs aren't prolific like they used to be. A receiver could do it now, but no one receiver has really done that since Jerry Rice or Calvin. There's been a few through the years, Randy, but that's unusual too. And this team, no one guy's going to get enough of that. It's just spread all over the place. You got 5 guys that are just dominant.
I'm looking it up right now. Do you have any idea? Because I've always said yards per attempt was like kind of the stat for me. That's the one I always look at when it comes to quarterbacks. It's not the only stat, of course, but it always resonates with me. And the fact that he's like 9'9", 9'8", like around 10 is just insane. Because if you're over 8.5, that's a hell of a year. You start getting up around 9, then that is rarefied air, not just for that year, but for all the years. Like, around 9's insane. The fact that he's 9'9" is incredible. Do you remember what your highest yards per attempt was in a season?
I don't, but I know that is insane. And remember the stat last week, the throws behind the line of scrimmage are leading the league in yards per attempt.
Yep.
So, I mean, I don't know what mine was.
What would you get? What would you guess?
It wasn't 9'9".
No, it wasn't 9'9". Your highest was 9.
Ooh,
you led the league 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. 8.5, 8.6, 8.7, 8.6, 9.0. Career was 8.0, which is incredible. Anything 8.5 and above is incredible.
Yeah, historically, that is absolutely true. This is a historic year for this offense. This is something that you don't – it's the culmination of – it's just super efficiency. And the thing is, how many scrambling throws for a year? I love that stat. Like, so much of our offense is out of the huddle. Call a play, you get a result. And it's an explosive result. And I've always said championship football, you win out of the huddle. The play that's called out of the huddle needs to be the thing. And then if you make some big plays outside of it, that's why Patrick Mahomes has become so dangerous. And that's the problem with Josh Allen is because the play in the huddle, it's a good idea. But, let me stiff arm a defensive lineman and I'll run around and we'll make something happen. You can't win Super Bowls that way. And so when the play that's called out of the huddle is the play that you run and get something out of an explosive, it's super hard to beat, and that's what this team has done, and you just can't fathom it. I mean, it's an amazing thing that they've done this year.
I said this, maybe I said it to you last week, but I've said it since. This team reminds me of your teams and the Cowboys teams in that I look around and every position group's like a star, like a guy that like, oh my gosh, like if you have one of those guys, you're good. They got so many of them, and a lot of it's because of Purdy. Like, Purdy, it doesn't make as much money as most quarterbacks do that are playing like him, and they're drafting in the later rounds, like Warner and Kittle, and even Debo was a second-rounder, and then you make great trades for McCaffrey and Trent Williams. Like, I can't remember a team like this, Steve, recently that has this kind of star power, and you look at it, and defensively, they're really good. I don't know if they're the best defense in the league. Offensively, I think they are the best in the league. But when you put the two together, don't you get the feeling when you watch these guys on a Sunday like, I mean, they're going to win. It's just a matter of how much.
Yeah, and especially over 4 quarters.
Yes.
I mean, they might lose a quarter here. They against the Eagles in the first quarter. They might go into halftime a little bit of a tie. You just, over time, you just get the ball back too often, and you're too explosive. And if you had George and Debo, you'd be like, wow, we got a lot. We're handled. Yep. If we had Ayuk and Christian, you'd be like, oh, we're good. But you got guys that you just pray you can get more balls to them. Like how many, and that's why I love what Brock does is that ball's coming out. And that's how he obviously in college, he was the same way. Like the balls, I'm not going to run around a ton. But ball's coming out. And when it comes out, it's someone's going to be open because they have the defense can't. What do you do in a defense right now? A defensive coordinator. What do you say? Christian McCaffrey? If you say I'm going to go focus on Christian McCaffrey, Brandon Ayuk is going to have the biggest day of the year. Then there's the fourth and fifth receiver that's going to have a big game. You cannot stop this.
Yeah.
It's a runaway train, and that's why 3 weeks ago I said it's done. And we know it's not. We're talking about. But it's like you can't stop this train. It's like a.
Well, didn't you feel like that when you were quarterbacking your teams?
Yeah, I mean we were tough to beat. We did run in. I mean, the '90s was full of the Cowboys were tough to beat. The Brett Favre Packers and Reggie White were tough to beat. There were some teams that had a lot of guys. So but this year with the NFC, you just don't have. I mean, what team has that kind of star power, even close? Even close.
We were just talking about that.
Nobody.
Yeah, we were talking about that yesterday, Steve.
Even somewhat close. Now go to the AFC. Maybe the Chiefs because they have Kelsey and Mahomes and they're so dominant, but they don't have that. The Ravens don't have that. My gosh, Lamar's got to drag those guys forward every week, and they're tough. They're tough-minded, and I get all that, but. There's nothing like this. And that's why if you saw what happened with Chase Young and what John's doing, he's like, it's on. This is the year. Because when we have to pay Brock, you're not going to be able to hold on to 5 explosive players. They're going to get paid. And so things are going to change. They're going to change fast. So I think there's always an exigency to go win the Super Bowl. But this year, I mean, you can feel it from John. He's like just pouring the gas on.
Each and every week, as we talk to Steve Young here on the UMA Guest Line, we select a Forever Young Foundation Hero of the Week. So many individuals and foundations have gone above and beyond over the last year and a half. We like to shine a light on some of them as our Hero of the Week, honored by the Forever Young Foundation. We make them the Hero of the Week. This week, we'd like to salute the Family Giving Tree. Our vision is that we envision a world where giving brings joy, offers hope, and creates learning possibilities. Our mission is connecting those who can give to those in connecting those who can give to those in need with educational support, gifts, and volunteerism. Our values, our community, we foster inclusive culture of volunteerism and philanthropy with people of all ages and backgrounds, and we strive to inspire people to, quote, pay it forward by uplifting others in our community. This is the body of what we talk about each and every week, it seems like, Steve. For more information, you can go to familygivingtree.org or call 408-946-3111. Again, familygivingtree.org or 408-946-3111. The Family Giving Tree, another great foundation.
No doubt. You know, in some ways, these are the guys they're going to gather. A lot of people are like, hey, what do I do? How can I help?
Yeah, right.
You know, I don't really know what to do. You know what? You got an hour? Here's some people who need some help.
Yeah.
Yep. That's what's great.
It's connecting people.
Tree is really good at that, as finding, consolidating all the volunteers in the world that want to try to do something good and give them something to go do. And again, we talk every week, but cool group. The Giving Tree is one that I've known for many, many years, and they do legit work.
No, I think it's great because I think you make a good point, Steve. A lot of people want to do something. They just don't know where to go to do something.
Right. So what do I do? Well, go to the Giving Tree.
Yep.
They'll figure out something that you can help on.
There you go. You may have, are you feeling better about your Eagles Pretenders call?
I felt good about it Tom, I would not have this conversation with you if I didn't have a strong feeling about it.
Well, I know you had a strong feeling. I thought it was a little too strong, but you may be, like I said, I think you might be onto something.
Yeah, no, they are not the team that they were. Now, they will rally, and they have talent. And they have the explosiveness that you need in January. And so that's always dangerous. I remember we got beat by the Vikings in the playoffs in '87 with Anthony Carter, and they just went crazy because they have if you have explosive players in January in one game, it can happen. And so Philadelphia will remain dangerous because of that, but it's not like I'm, thinking that it's going to be Attack of the Titans. Like, it's just not that was last year. That's not this year.
Is there anybody? I mean, the Cowboys seemingly.
Well, how do you feel about the Cowboys last week? I mean, is that just such a cowboy move?
Yep,
it really was.
Such an incredible cowboy move to go, and everyone's hyped up, and MVP for oh my gosh, the Cowboys, and they let's go on the road and against a really desperate team, and let's go punch them in the face. And it's like, oh yeah, no, not today. Maybe next week. Next week will be the Cowboys. Yes. I mean, my idea. I'm telling you, if I saw Jerry Jones, I'm gonna tell him, it's like, half the problem is they have the star in their helmet. It makes them famous, and they think that they're famous, and they're like, no, you got to go earn it. I tell them, don't let them have a star in their helmet until they win 11 games. Like, they play starless.
Kind of like college.
For 11 games.
Yeah. You got to earn it.
You know what I mean? Like, you don't get that. You actually don't get the decal.
Yep, exactly.
You're 11 games in. Otherwise,
no Buckeye.
They put the helmet on, and look, America's team has done this to them. It's not their fault. But it's like the expectations are so huge, and the players like, oh, yeah, I'm a Cowboy. We roll. It's like, no, you don't, bro. You do not.
No, you don't, bro.
You do not. You do not.
Like, I could understand, right? You go on the road. Buffalo's desperate. Maybe you lose that game, but you lose it 24-21.
You get smothered.
Yeah, that's the point.
Come on.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't mind. Look, again, yes, you can go get beat, but image perception matters. I think that's what I think the Cowboys are all about. Like, that's what I'm saying. The perception is the issue, and the perception is you can't double down. You can't win. You don't have the strength. You don't have the strength of will. And I think they have the talent, and I think Dak is playing better. We talked last week. The offense is better. But there's can we put it together? And it just feels like, no, we can't.
Yeah.
What we're going to see them? We're going to see them in the divisional round, and then we're going to see the Eagles in the championship round. That's what it kind of feels like.
I agree. That's what it looks like. You know what's interesting, Steve? So we were talking about these teams and the Eagles and the Cowboys, Detroit, and then in the AFC, you got Baltimore and KC, Cincinnati, Jacksonville, teams like that. I think the Niners, it's interesting because I think the Niners are creating even more separation between themselves and everybody else, because I feel like if I power rated every single team to start the season, the Niners would be higher. Like if I power rated them at 100, they'd be 105 right now. Where maybe the Ravens have gone a little bit higher, but all these other teams aren't as good as I thought they were going to be. Like Buffalo looks like they're coming on, but yeah, they're not quite. Kansas City, no. Cincinnati, no. Philadelphia, no. Dallas about the same, and Detroit maybe yes. But it just doesn't it feel to you like the Niners in the last few weeks are creating even more like, and it's perception because it doesn't matter. The playoffs are going to happen. We're going to watch it, but I feel like the gap's bigger now with the Niners and the rest of the league than it has been at any point this season.
100%, no question, and that's why Brock it's like a perfect addition to these superstars because the ball's coming out and he's very efficient and he doesn't have to be spectacular. He just has to be spectacularly, consistent, and that's what he's done. And it seems like every play that Kyle puts into that huddle, it feels like he gets the best out of it.
Yeah,
I'm going to figure out a way to get the best out of it, and the ball's coming out and putting in great players' hands. And I can lead the league from behind the line of scrimmage and dominate and have 9 yards per attempt. Like it just all comes out of every play matters. Every play has in the league today with all the superstar athletes. Every play doesn't matter. The call play, I'm going to make I'll make it happen. Don't worry about it. Like that's not how they look at the world. And I think that's another reason why we're going to be so difficult to beat over 4 quarters because everybody else will get kind of a string going and they'll expect everybody else to have those lulls in the games. Like we don't have lulls. I know. I have a feeling like, yes, we do, Steve. I've seen it. No, but I'm telling you, like series to series, how many punts do we have this year? We've got to lead the league in the least amount of punts. We've got to. I mean, it's the efficiency just going to run people over, Tom. They can't beat it.
All right, let's get to
Christmas.
A little Christmas. Yes,
thank God.
Favorite Christmas gift when you were younger?
I got a Schwinn purple the banana seat bicycle. I rolled out. It was probably 6 or 7. I remember it was purple Schwinn. It was amazing, and then all of a sudden I was mobile. All of a sudden I was not like stuck on my little street. I could roll, and there's nothing greater than the mobility, man.
Was there a toy you got? And then speaking of the banana seats, it's amazing we're not all sterile because those seats were brutal. Those things were rough, man. Those banana seats were rough. I tell you that right now. What about a toy? Like a toy that you like to play with?
I don't know.
Because I like the Evel Knievel.
I was always out. Yeah, I mean, it was a pain though. Like, you were Evel Knievel about 15 minutes on Christmas Day, and then the whole thing got wrapped up in a big ball. It was like Hot Wheels. You set it up for about 15 minutes, and it was, oh my gosh. The next day, that's all come apart, and then you got to put it together, and you never do it again, and so then you just sits in a corner. Like,
okay, what about Super
Toe? What game did you ever love that you actually played like consistently?
What about Super Toe? Did you ever have a Super Toe?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
You've never had Super Toe? So Super Toe is like a little plastic football player, and it had a little plastic football, and you put it in front of the right foot, I think it was, and you smash him on the head.
It was like the Tom Dempsey.
Yes, and the right leg kicks out, and then you got to kick it to the goalpost.
Did you ever play? We always played paper football. Do you guys
paper football is the best.
We played that even when I was a kid.
Yeah, we played that forever. We had a league.
What?
We had a league. Oh yeah, during school. Like we had a league. It was in between class. It's like, I got a big match. I got to go. I got paper football.
Yeah, paper football game here. Yes, I measure Super Toe.
Yeah, so Adam showed me a picture of Super Toe right now. It's absolutely incredible.
It's almost like a Pez dispenser with a long neck. You can just slam it down into itself, and then it
I think you would have enjoyed Super Toe, Steve.
Yeah, Super Toe would have been cool. Not bad. Did you ever play Risk?
Oh yeah,
Risk was a big game in our home.
Yes, love Risk. What about
taking over Kamchatka?
Yeah, dude. Yeah, invading countries and whatnot. Right, just world domination, the whole bit. Right.
What about electric football?
Oh yeah.
Did you ever have football? Come on, man.
Just banged against it. Didn't really play anything. You just kind of watch him move around.
Guys are going in circles, going, bro, what are you doing? Go down the sideline.
Touchdown.
I was like, bro, you've got open field. Don't go backwards. Don't go in a circle. You've got open field. Go.
You guys had some rough toys. It was
the dumbest thing. And then the quarterback with the cotton football. Like, what do you mean? How do I throw it? Does he have to catch it, or do I just need to hit him? Like, what's designated a completed pass in this game? Because I want to know.
Like your football's Kyle Shanahan special. The play was perfect. The play was execution sucked. Execution sucked.
Oh my gosh! I mean, I got my left guard over here, who obviously has been held back 3 grades. He's like doing circles.
What's he doing downfield?
He's
You know
doing
what I mean?
circles, and the play's going this way, and he's like, "I go, what are you doing?"
Anyone who's out there that had this knows what we're talking about. There were these little fringy things, plastic fringy things on the bottom that when it shook, it would. That's what made them go. And so we would try to whittle them down because they would get all gangled up and it was like screwed up. It's like we can't get. So we'd go work on them to try to make them all in line. So the thing. So we'd have like we could have like Jerry Rice, or it's like. We got somebody who can really run, and we never did figure it out, bro. That was
rough. What I would do is I'd take like electric tape, and I would put it a weight on the bottom, but on the top of the bottom, the little platform, and try to get it to move one way or the other.
Like weight in a certain direction.
Yeah, because it would never go any place. It'd just be like a big, it'd be like a pileup on the 405.
It feels like a cheat. That feels like a cheat.
Well, it was a cheat. Of course it was a cheat.
Yeah, but I mean, that's like John Harbaugh with signals. Come on, man. We don't want to rub it in, bro. Play it out.
You can get Harbaugh in this. Just go and throw. Steve, the score of every game we played was 0-0. I think we played like 100 games. No one scored. No one ever scored in that game. It'd be like, oh, he's at the 10, he's at the 5, he's at the 3, he's at the 4, he's at the 7, he's only going the row. What are you doing?
You'd lose a little. Remember, they had a little tiny football, little plastic little piece of football that you'd put in thing. You'd lose them, so then pretty soon it was just a spitball.
Yes,
like,
just whatever you could use.
And that's how that was the football.
Whatever you can use. Football. All right, let's get to. We got to get to Christmas movies. First off, is in your opinion, is Die Hard a Christmas movie?
Yes, Die Hard's a Christmas movie.
Ooh,
God,
I did not think you were with me on that, Steve.
God,
dude, I'm trying to tell him, Steve.
Don't try to place
on Christmas Eve. They got theme of Christmas.
That's a bar fight question. That's just stupid.
It's an easy. Oh, dude, no, I'm stupid.
I'm not going to play this game.
You just answered it, Steve. You just said what?
Move on. Move on. There's some mistletoe. If there's mistletoe in the movie, it's a Christmas movie, bro.
That's literally one of
the there's a couple of Scrooges that are awesome. They're classic. You got to do. You got to watch It's a Wonderful Life with Jimmy Stewart. Just that's more of a Thanksgiving. But
you have to.
The best Christmas movie of all time is Elf.
Elf is great. Yeah,
Elf is up
great.
There. Yeah,
Elf is fantastic.
You like the Santa Claus, Steve? I like the Santa Claus. Tim Allen.
All the Santa Clauses are tremendous. Santa Claus 3 is out. The Escape Clause. Right?
The Escape Clause.
Am I a fool?
And it's just a lot of the cliffhangers.
For 5 years.
A lot of cliffhangers in Santa Claus. We get them answered in this.
Yeah. I don't know. I think the Santa Claus and maybe Elf are might be right behind 'Twas the Night Before Christmas.
Whatever, bro. You're so desperate. It's like the desperation actually it gets old, man. You need just go home and have someone pat you on the head. It's gonna be all right. You'll be fine.
Go home and have somebody pat you on the head.
Stop. But Halloween. I just need to have something scary. I love
Halloween.
Did you see this movie this recently about it's a Christmas movie, but it's a horror flick. About Christmas, I mean,
Violent Night.
Yeah.
Violent Night.
Yes.
What the?
Oh, it's incredible, Steve. Fantastic movie.
It's a good movie.
Yes, you got to watch it. Right. You'd like it.
All right, that's not a Christmas movie.
No, it is.
No.
Wait, there's mistletoe.
No, come on, dude. Yeah.
And he's got a hat.
There's missiles and toes.
What are you talking about?
I reject my standard.
Oh, really? You're going to put out the hypothesis and then you're going to reject it. I don't think it works that way.
Die Hard was tremendous at the time. If you would have seen it live first, right then, what a movie.
That was a great movie. There's no doubt about it.
Solid film.
All right, before I let you go, what do we have for Christmas fare? Same thing?
Fred Steak. Remember what I told you about Fred Steak?
Yes.
I don't want it to sell out. I've already got mine, so go ahead, go get yours.
Okay.
It's fine.
I'm actually going beef Wellington this time. I'm going to give that a shot.
What?
What?
Bro, that's like Tony Romo taking Jessica Simpson to Mexico in the off week. Do not make your life more miserable and difficult and complicated than it already is. Like, your job is already hard. You can't screw up Christmas. Why would you try to do a beef Wellington with the degree of difficulty goes sky high like an Olympic dive?
Bro, I was watching YouTube. Gordon Ramsay makes it look so easy.
Do not complicate your life. It's going to be 3 p.m. and your wife's going to be like, what are we doing? And smoke's coming out of the oven. It's like, I don't know. The Wellington seems to be a problem. I'm not sure. Let's put off dinner a couple more hours. Like, let's screw the whole thing up. Holy crap.
I don't know. I'm not going to let you dissuade me, Steve. I'm forging ahead.
I'll let you know how it goes.
Do not look at Tony Romo's stats before Jessica and after Jessica. All right?
Can you imagine if George Washington looked and said, you know what? I got to cross this river. It's cold. It's like Christmas time. I want to do this. What would have happened to our country? But he said, this is difficult. I'm going to do it anyway. I'm crossing the river, Valley Forge, whatever. Let's go. And we're going to get it
That's where you're going.
I'll guarantee you George Washington did not make beef Wellington. I'll guarantee it. All right?
Well, why would you make beef Wellington with wooden teeth?
I'll guarantee you that George did not complicate food on Christmas. All right?
I wouldn't complicate it either if I had wooden teeth.
I didn't chop down your cherry tree.
What I'm eating.
I didn't make you beef Wellington, Father. No.
This guy's like a beaver out there.
Do me a favor. The finished product, take a picture, all right?
Okay.
I want to see it.
I will definitely take a picture of the beef Wellington. Unless it's like total garbage, then I won't.
So when the smoke's coming, when the stove is on fire and you have to use the blanket, to put it out that you've got over there in the corner, then give me a ring.
Oh man, it'll be I'll definitely you're getting a picture on Christmas. Beef Wellington.
Fire blanket.
Oh God! All right, Steve.
Everyone, I'm the house.
Oh, have a merry.
We're eating on the patio.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Happy New Year. We'll talk to you after the New Year, Steve.
You guys are the best.
All right, take it easy, Steve.
From Steve to Steve.
Trying to dissuade me.
Steve Young.
What are you doing? He brought up Tony Romo and Jessica Simpson.
Steve Young into Steve Kerr. We got to bounce. It's our
best.
last show of 2023. Great hit there with Steve Young. Head coach of the Warriors, Steve Kerr, joins us next on the Sports Leader.
I'm your white knight.
Pacifica, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Pacifica's sports leader.
Shaquille O'Neal pondered last night if Steph Curry should be considered the greatest player of all time. There's more on that story trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. It's the best place and really the only place you should be playing fantasy sports this holiday season. And the reason is our friends over at Underdog Fantasy are running several days, actually started December 14th. It's going through the end of the year. Surprise season social promos where they're going to give away a whole bunch of prizes. If you haven't heard of Underdog yet, again, it's the best and easiest place to play fantasy basketball or fantasy football every night of the season. You can play along as you watch the Dubs like you did last night with their win over Boston. Here's what you do. Sign up at Underdog Fantasy. You can do it on the app or you can do it at UnderdogFantasy.com and use promo code KNBR. When you do, Underdog is going to match your first deposit up to $100. Again, Underdog Fantasy, promo code KNBR. They'll double that first deposit. And when you follow Underdog Fantasy, that at Underdog Fantasy on the site formerly known as Twitter, be on the lookout for those surprise season promos, and you can find ways to win a Nintendo Switch, a PS5, I got one of those myself, and much, much more. Then you go over and you play the Pick'em game. That's where you pick between 2 and 5 player stats. You pick whether or not they go higher or lower than that stat for any given night. Then you kick back and you can make some money. It's legal in California. It's a blast to play, but you got to sign up at Underdog Fantasy or UnderdogFantasy.com. Promo code KNBR to match that first deposit up to $100. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
KNBR presents The Steve Kerr Show with his former teammate Tom Tolbert, along with Adam Copeland. It's Tolbert, Copes, and Kerr on the Sports Leader.
I do love the fact, as long as we've been doing this show, Dinosaur Jr. still kind of hangs in there. Dinosaur Jr. doesn't have a Christmas song, Tim? Can't find a Dinosaur,
What gives, Tim?
Dinosaur
What gives?
Jr. Christmas song? Oh, man. It's always fun to talk to the head coach of the Golden State Warriors, coming off a really nice victory over the Boston Celtics last night over at Chase. Hello, Steve. How are you?
What's up, man?
Hello, guys. I was not even aware that was Dinosaur Jr. on our open. I only know one song, and that's
I know you're out there.
That's right. That's right.
Which you heard probably about 40 times that year.
Oh, I heard it every time I picked you up to drive to the O-Arena in Orlando. I think you were playing that.
Yep, you got Dinosaur Jr. and you got your fill of Thunder, and that was pretty much it. And then we went on our merry way.
Yeah.
Wow, fun game. I mean, a fun game last night. Like, obviously, it was nice that you guys got the win, but it was just a fun game to watch. And it's funny, like, Steph's shot obviously was huge, and Clay played really good. But the thing that really, like, I thought about when I was driving home last night was just Trace Jackson Davis and how much of a difference he made. The block. I think the one play that it was just like it froze in my mind was his block on Jaylen Brown. Like, that was going to be an easy layup, and he was in there and got the block. He had a few of them. He rebounded. He ran the court. Although I will say, he reminds me of Eric Dickerson, because I've never seen anybody run so upright. Like Eric Dickerson running down the court. He has no lean. He has no lean to his run. It's just like straight up and down. But damn, he's been really, really good. And not only has he been good, Steve, it's what you guys need.
Exactly what we need. Yeah, I mean, he's such a different player from Looney and Dario and Draymond, and it's one of the reasons Mike Dunleavy and his staff targeted Trace in college. They saw that he could give us a different dimension, and I think what I liked so much was just the fact that he played 4 years of college and was really well coached, and so we could see right away that he's ready to contribute. I mean, he understands the nuances of the game, and he does a really good job screening and boxing out, all the fundamentals that take guys a while to master. He's already got that. So we felt like he was ready to play. It was more about just finding the opportunity for him. And now that he's getting his chance, he's showing how good he is.
What has it been? Because I've noticed, I'm sure you have too, Kuminga over the last 10 days. It was funny because I thought he was losing time and maybe not even going to be in the rotation. And then Wiggins at finger gets slammed in a car door. He plays well. And ever since that point, it seems like for whatever reason, there's a light switch that went off. He's more under control. He is rebounding, which is huge. He's running the court. He's playing defense without taking too many chances. Like, to me, in the last 10 days, he's just made a bigger leap than I would have ever thought was even possible. But he just looks like a different player than he did even 10 days ago. Do you think? Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I do, and I think a few things have happened. We did challenge him and told him, look, we got 12 or 13 guys who can all be in the rotation. Every one of them could make the case for being out there. And we told him, when we're fully healthy, there's a chance you may not go in. And he really responded well to that, because I think the game at home against Portland, he didn't play in the first half. And then, when we put him out there, he took over the game with his athleticism. And so I think that's the biggest thing, is he really responded to the threat of the bench, and that's what you want from your young players. You want to see how they respond, and he's responded beautifully. And now, of course, with Draymond being out, Gary Payton being out, he's getting a bigger opportunity, and he's making the most of it. But I agree with you. He's attacking the rim more. He's going towards the rim instead of drifting into space, picking and popping. He's rolling more, and he's really made a huge impact here of late. So it's fun to see JK developing.
And for the most part, he's kind of noticing when there is a crease to attack. Like I in the past, I got the feel in the past a couple weeks ago, there were times where he tried to force the issue. There was really no crease there, but he was going to force it. Then he'd do his spin move and he'd turn it over, he'd fall down, the ball would pop up, and it would be kind of a mess. But for the most part, it seems like he's noticing, okay, when I have an advantage, I can take it. And if you don't have an advantage, it's okay just to move the ball and go set a screen somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, simplifying the game.
Yep.
But I think it's hard to simplify things when you have that kind of athleticism and ability, because you just feel like you can get anywhere. It's why the game was always simple for me from the very first moment I picked up a ball.
Yeah, both of us. Yes.
Yeah,
absolutely.
We never had any options. It was just, if you make the simple player sit on the bench. So, but I just think he is making quicker decisions. And last night he had a couple plays where he had an open shot and he quickly swung it to Clay. Where everybody on the bench is like, yes, that's the one. And no hesitation. Attacking the rim when he sees the seam, not attacking when there's nothing there. Decisions are sometimes decisions to do something. Sometimes they're to not do something, and they're equally as important. And I think JK is starting to see some of those pictures clearly.
Talking to Warriors head coach Steve Kerr here on the UMA guest line. What in your mind has been different about Clay in the last 4 games?
Just shot selection. I mean, it's really simple for Clay. When talk about simplifying the game. When he simplifies things, it's really just shoot when you're open, pass when you're not, and that's when he's at his best, because he's such an incredible shooter that the good shots seem to get him hot in a hurry. He can make one shot and the basket looks wide open to him. But the same can be true in the opposite. If he takes 2 or 3 bad ones where he's off balance and he's drifting, then he loses rhythm and then he gets frustrated. So I think that's the biggest change for Clay over the last 4 or 5 is just better shot selection, keeping things simple.
And I think he may have, I've never seen him shoot so many runners, Steve. Like, that's something that is new for him. And I feel like we've talked about him evolving, and I don't know if this is kind of like the start of it, but he's getting into the mid-range a little bit more. He's trying to get to the free throw line a little bit more. He's trying to do some other things even off the ball on offense. I don't know if this is it, but we've talked about, when you get a little bit older, you got to evolve. And again, he's still a great shooter, but I feel like he's not just loitering around the perimeter where it's like, just let me get the ball, and if I get the ball, I'm going to shoot it. He's trusting his teammates again. Like, if I pass it, I can get it back again. It doesn't have to be a 3. It could be a mid-range. Like, I don't know. With him, again, I feel like in the last 10 days or so, he's been a little different.
Definitely. He definitely has. And for whatever reason, the poise and the patience, it's right there. You can see it. Last night, he had several drop-off passes to Trace that led to one hoop for Trace, and then another one. I think Trace caught it and then shoveled it to Corey for a layup. But that all starts with Clay just recognizing there's nothing here, just move it on. And one of the reasons he's a great player is because Clay draws attention all the time. And, as we all know, like, the whole point of the game is to draw 2 defenders and move it, and then you've got an advantage. And when Clay recognizes that he's creating those advantages and that's helpful, even when he's not making shots, then I think he feels valuable, and he understands that's a good way to impact the game too.
Warriors head coach here with us on the UMA guest line. In terms of Brandon Podziemski's health, he had the back tweak yesterday. You've been excited about his play. You mentioned Trace Jackson-Davis was going to play more. What's his status for Podziemski going forward? And then is that a role that Trace Jackson-Davis would slot into in terms of off the bench and some rebounding roles there?
Well, Brandon's doing better today. So the update was that there was some improvement overnight. I think he's going to try to practice tomorrow. He's a young guy. It's nothing serious on the injury, so he should be back soon, hopefully by Friday, but we'll see how practice goes tomorrow. Trace is going to play for sure. I mean, he's earned that. He's been amazing these last 2 games. We've won them both. He's gonna be in the lineup for sure, and we'll see how that plays itself out. When he'll play and all that, but he's earned the minutes, and he's going to be out there for sure.
How did you feel about Wiggins last night? Because he was obviously off on his shot, but he attacked the rim, which I always love seeing him do. 7 rebounds in 21 minutes is always a positive sign for him. And I thought he battled on defense. Like that to me, I know people would look at it and go, he didn't play very well. And I was like, no, he didn't shoot the ball very well, which is different than he didn't play very well. Like, I thought he played fine. I thought he played good, actually. He played good. Like, 2 things can be equally true. He didn't play good, and he didn't shoot well. You can play bad and shoot well. Some people think you have a really good game. It's like, nah, he played a horse crap game. It was terrible. Right. He shot the ball well, but he didn't play well. How did you look at last night's game? Because that's how I looked at it. I thought he played like, if he plays like that, then guess what? The offense is going to be there, and when the offense is there, then people will say what a great game he played. How did you view it?
Exactly as you just described. I thought Wiggs was great, really good defensively, battling against Tatum and Brown and those guys, attacked the rim. I think he was 2 for 11. Yep. 3 of those shots were at the rim on tip-ins, like where, he made a great play to get to the rim, maybe got fouled, no call, tries to tip it in twice. Trace tips it in after that. Yep. So basically Wiggins created the basket, but the box score shows 0 for 3 in that possession. Yep. So, you just have to look at it from the standpoint that, was the play successful? And there were a bunch of successful plays from Wiggs last night. So I'm encouraged. I think he's been really much better here these last few games since he started coming off the bench. And I hope that that's a great sign that he's going to find his rhythm, consistently now.
So what was the thought process in bringing Steph back to start the fourth quarter? I'm assuming you felt like, well, we could lose the game right here. So I know he's got 5 fouls, but I can't wait and bring him back in when we're down 22. That doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. So was that the thought process? Like, hey, the game's kind of in the balance, and I'm not going to wait to put him in, and we might be out of the game by then.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we're playing, if not the best team in the league, one of the very best teams in the NBA, and we're down 11 going into the fourth. Like, we're putting Steph out there. If we're up 11, then we're going to start him on the bench and see if we can buy a few minutes. But, that was a pretty easy decision. What I didn't anticipate was, that we would go overtime and he'd play 16 straight minutes. But, or whatever, 17 straight minutes. But that was my U of A math coming into play. But,
hey, easy. Don't lump me in with that, pal.
Nice.
But no, he was great. And it's funny when a star player has a lot of fouls, the other team often just tries to attack him over and over again. And sometimes that takes a team out of rhythm. I thought it actually was not, ideal for Boston to keep going at him. And so in some ways it worked out for us, but it only worked out because Steph was able to defend without fouling for that stretch. He did a good job. But he's got to do a better job of not getting into foul trouble in the first place. He had a couple in the first half where he reached, and those are the ones that cause all the problems, because there's always going to be, if you play 35 minutes, you're going to get called for a couple of fouls. So you can't give up any cheapies either, because that's where you'll get into the long-term trouble.
I thought one of the biggest reasons you guys got back into it was after Jaylen Brown scored 8 points coming out of the half, all in the paint, that you guys kind of like started limiting, sliding your feet a little bit. Because the first half was rough because it was 3-pointers and then it was rim runs. It was like, well, we got to take away one of them. We can't give up both of them. And then he comes out and it was 8 points right out of the chute. I'm like, well, this isn't going to work. After that, though, I think you only gave up 16 points or so, including overtime, in the paint. Like, I think Trayce Jackson-Davis had a lot to do with that. But I think guys started sliding their feet and keeping them out of the paint because I thought that was critical. Like, we can't let him get to the rim and kill us from three.
Right. Yeah, I agree. The first quarter was atrocious. I mean, the transition defense was bad. They were getting wide open threes. They got anything they wanted, and we did get better. And Trace played a role in that. Wiggs and J.K. Chris Paul guarded Jason Tatum for a good stretch in the fourth and did a great job. So I think our guys just stepped up when the game was in the balance and did a good job. And then Boston missed some shots too. They missed some open threes, but that's all part of the game. Shots go in, shots don't, and you got to take control of what you have control over. And I thought we did a better job of that in the second half.
All right, before I let you go back to your youth and tell us what your favorite Christmas gift was, toy or gift.
I think my favorite Christmas gift, I was a UCLA fan growing up. My dad taught there, and